the producers and the studio people, executives, they get to stay, but they had all that input, but they don't get in trouble for a show failing, which is kind of weird.
They just keep rotating them. They just keep rotating these acts. Listen, I was looking at the 70s show. The 70s show comes on after Peppa Pig on fucking whatever. And I was watching the 70s show. When you see the 70s show, it came out in 98. The episode I was watching was 1998. You look at a show like that, how many shows got put out that year? That was just the perfect show at the perfect time with the perfect fucking cast. And I'm thinking that going, that's the time to get into television, because you know what? You always have a job the rest of your life, no matter what happens. You just go from show to show to show to show to show, and they'll fail, they'll pick up. Who they just give a new show to? He's a grandpa, he finds the kid, he just got a fucking DUI in Beverly Hills. They gave him a show. Yeah, grandfather.
Oh.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the Full House dude, right?
Yeah, nice guy. I'm not saying nothing bad about him.
Bob Saget?
No, his partner, the handsome dude.
John Stamos.
Stamos. You know, they give you shows, and these are people that have been on TV. When you have especially when you have a good, like what's his name? Bob Saget will be on TV the rest of his life. He had a successful show. He had 2 successful fucking shows. That's a TV family. They'll use you to host anything. You're better than me. You're better than Eddie. You're better than you and Lee. Not because he's better than us, but because it's a recognizable face.
You know who just got the hosting gig on my old show, America's Funniest? The Carlton from Fresh Prince is going to host that now.
Which one?
The America's Funniest on Video.
And he hasn't worked in 20 fucking years.
I know.
You spend, you know what I'm saying? So once you're in TV at a young age, you'll always work on TV if you stay active and if you stay on top of your agent. If you're on a hit show, you got to let it breathe for 6 or 7 years. You know, and that's when you do short films and you produce stupid shit. You do YouTube videos, and you do a podcast, and you keep that
fan base
that you acquired on the show. You know, what the fuck we talking about? This is why I
hate eating edible liar.
How long did it take you before you? How many years were you doing jiu-jitsu before you went to Abu Dhabi?
9.
Is that like prodigy type stuff?
No. 9.
How long does it take? I mean, it's like being a heavyweight in jiu-jitsu. Doesn't matter how long you take. It's how many hours you put on the mat. You know what I'm saying? You could be on the mat 8 days a week and get a black belt in 5 fucking years, or you know the obvious, whatever the fuck it is. So it's the same thing like headlining. So you went to one of the most prestigious. It took you 9 years to go to one of the most prestigious.
I won the trials, the North American trials.
Okay.
In 2002, and then in 2003,
they invited you.
October 2002, I won the trials, and then the show wasn't until May of next year, 2003. So in between the time I won the trials and actually went, not till May, that's when I quit the strip club for Comedy Central, and I was the most depressed I've ever been in my goddamn life. I had to live. That was my boss on a day-to-day basis. That dude, the dude that you dealt with, I had to deal with that shit. You know, but it's crazy.
Television is very fucking tough. You know, it's people think you just get a job and it's easy. I can't imagine being on a TV show for 7 years. I could never imagine. That's why I'm not on the show. I would love to do a season on the show like Jimmy Smith does. He just goes on shows, fucks them up for 2 seasons, takes a year off and goes back on another show. That guy's been on television since 1984. He got killed on Miami Vice in 1984 in the pilot, Jimmy Smith. The second scene of the Miami Vice pilot. That's 84. That's 31 years, correct?
Yeah.
31 years of television. 2 other shows that were NYPD Blue, LA Law, all syndicated fucking shows. He made bundles on that. He had a 3rd show. Then he did Dexter, The Sons of Anarchy for 3 seasons. I mean, that guy, they just put him from fucking show to show to show. That's a great career. His pension's going to be great in SAG. He's got great insurance. I wish I had his fucking insurance. He didn't have to do nothing. He gets the insurance. It's $31,000. You get that in residuals, probably. He gets that in residuals. $31,000 is what he gets mailed to his house per quarter, probably, in residuals. That's the light end. I guarantee he gets $30 a month from residuals. Think about that shit. If he don't do dick, $30 a month times 12 is what, 360?
Yeah.
360.
You watching any of those shows on HBO or Showtime, like True Detective or anything?
No.
You know what I'm
saying? I heard that's bad this year, though.
The first half of it's bad. It gets better. It starts to get better.
What is it? Do you think it's because of there's no censors? Because I just watched The Sopranos, which is great. The Wire I'm finishing right now. Like, what is it? What is it? Because there's still executives for all those big channels. You think it's like
they could take their time, and HBO, they got bigger balls, and I don't know. I mean, it's hard to. I think if you're asking why they're successful, I think there's no limit. They'll get sexual, people like that. They'll get super violent. Do they show the bullet blowing the head up? People want to see that. And when you're doing a movie, I think within an hour and a half, you just can't tell a compelling story. You just got to put it all together so quick that you don't buy it. But when you have a whole season to get it all out, you can take your time to set things up more, take your time, make it more believable. I don't know.
I just think it's crazy how much of a role the executives play, and so if someone was being an executive for your act, Joey, and you getting a special depended on that person giving you good notes, and that must be really frustrating for the people whose career it depends on, and it's just some asshole giving terrible notes, but no one's saying no to him.
Well, it's a win. Type win situation. Sometimes you mix them with a good producer who knows the shit you can't cover. Sometimes you meet people that are just fucking egos, man. In this town, I remember when I did Spider-Man 2, there was a dude on there with white hair that was just a bad motherfucker. He talked to people, I'd see him picking shit up. And this guy was old. He was fucking 60-some years old. I'd see him picking shit up and carrying shit. But at the same time, I know people were kind of scared of him. One day I asked him, on Spider-Man 2, I go, who the fuck are you? Because my name is Joe Ciccarelli, whatever his fucking name was. He goes, I'm one of the executive producers. I go, how long have you been doing this? He goes, I was an AD in fucking, like some movie from the 60s. He goes, I was also a first unit director in the Pope of Greenwich Village. I mean, so you follow me? He's been around. When a guy like that talks to you, that's 30 fucking years. He knows the shortcuts. He knows where to fucking do this. You can't do that because it's going to cost you too much for a car. It's going to blow up with flames. You got to get a license for that. If we do it in North Hollywood, you could burn the whole city down. They don't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they have different experiences, things for you. But if you watch the shows that are cutting edge, those are the producers that you want to work with. The Oz's, The Wire, the people that sat there and go, I don't know, but somebody was like, fuck it, let's do it. Let's stand a fucking black guy and chop a Chinese guy in half and call him a fucking chink and let's take a chance. And you're like, no, it's never been done. It's going to fucking be done. Those are the shows that are fucking tremendous. The Breaking Bads. I guarantee there was arguing on there. There's always an argument when you get notes. The Sopranos, I told you, I read one time that they were going to cancel the show episode 6 of the first season when he was going to kill the kid up in college because they didn't want the boss of the family to shoot somebody. And David Chase had to argue, it's 2000. Everybody's shooting people now. It's not like the old days that the boss gives you a note and you go, fuck that. Everybody's doing dirty work now. And they did it. And HBO got pissed, but they fucking showed it. So it's the guys that push the envelope that changed the game a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit fucking more,
Do you think it would have changed like now, if Rogan did the show now?
The Man Show?
Yeah.
Oh, it would be completely different.
You think so?
Well, it depends. Look at the Josh Wolf Show. CMT late night show. You couldn't say no. Couldn't talk about reefer. It's a late night show. Who do you think watches this show? People that are 50, my age? No. People that are 20 that want to giggle, that are smoking fucking reefer. Nobody has a reefer show yet at midnight.
Yeah, they really
Nobody. That's the show.
A reefer show.
Reefer at midnight. Somebody. QVC. He'll fucking break the computer. He'll break the TV. Look, I'm a fat fuck. I have nothing to offer you. And look how many people tune into me smoking a joint, just talking shit for 3 minutes in the morning. People come up to me on the street. Today, one of the black belts at Egan's, the whitest guy in the world, popped over when I was on my back and said, I love the fucking Periscope. I turn all my clients onto it. A fucking white dude that don't even curse in the fucking class, okay? You understand me? People want to see two guys pop up at midnight, boom, with a fucking bong. What's happened? The day's events.
What are your numbers now with Periscope? A couple thousand?
4,000.
Nice.
4,000. On Monday and Tuesday, there was snow. But 4,000. I watch a fat guy smoking. They're probably on the other side smoking with me. That's what people want to do. How many college kids would go home at 11 or midnight and watch two fat fucks eating Doritos, smoking dope with a bomb, talking about the day in the fucking news? That's as simple as it gets. And that's got it. Somebody's got that show in development. They just want to see who's going to go first.
You know, that 70s show, they used to sit in the garage and smoke weed, but they would never show it, but you'd see the smoke.
Right, yeah. No. I'm talking about
a real show.
A man show today would have to have reefer. And you'd blow up the TV, people would be pissed. It's the end of television. But a cable network is eventually going to do it. Sci-fi.
They eventually they worked like Will and Grace. They brought in like gay characters and stuff. So eventually the stoners are going to make it. The gay guys got through. The stoners are coming for sure. Just going to take time.
Yeah, I don't understand how they don't have
no respect for stoners.
Has any sitcom put a weed store in their rotation except Sons of Anarchy?
Not that I know.
The guy owned the weed store.
Well, you know what? There was that show Weeds. What about that one?
But that went somewhere different. That got terrible.
Yeah, I got crazy.
Crazy bad. That was a show that could have been on for 20 fucking years. Two suburban moms selling weed from their fucking house. Season 7, they could have bought a weed store and gone legal. They could have done it. No, there was Mexicans and fucking people having kids. What the fuck are we doing here? I want to see a show about two bitches selling weed and the struggle of being single moms. You know, meeting fucking people in alleys with a gun and shit. You know me, dog. I want to see some fucking two white chicks. I want to see a chick with a tattoos who has a boyfriend who's a trucker who beats her. And she's selling pounds of weed to get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Like making $100,000 a fucking year, selling pounds of weed online or whatever the fuck. Something interesting. Something that's really going on today.
I saw Blow last night.
What did you think?
Oh, man. I mean, I saw it when it first came out, but I forgot everything. It was before I had a kid. And now everything I watch that has any kind of tender moment with a kid, man, I start crying, man. I really do, man. Like, well, I was watching Hangover 3 and Hangover 1, the baby was like not even 1. And Zach Galifianakis would have the baby in his little front pack thing. And then by Hangover 3, he saw the kid, and the kid's like 3, and the kid goes to Zach, "Are you my father?" And he says, "Yes." And I'm watching it with my wife, and we're looking at the screen, and I had so many tears coming. This is Hangover 3, dude. I'm such a pussy. I had so many tears coming down. Like I said, my wife makes fun of me for crying. She really thinks I'm a pussy. So I didn't want to wipe my tears off because then she would have saw in her peripheral. So I just stayed there and just let them air dry and shit so that she wouldn't know that I was crying in Hangover 3. So I'm watching Blow, and remember at the end when it was all about his daughter, and then he's in jail, and then he's like imagining that his daughter's coming to visit him, like out in the yard. And I remembered everything. I'm like, man, it's different now that I have a kid. I had to get. My wife was there, and I got up and walked into the kitchen. She goes, "Where are you going? This is the end." I go, "I already seen this." She goes, "You're a big fucking pussy. You're about to crack." I go, no, I want some cookies. I'm going to get it's almost over anyways. But really, I couldn't take it, and I didn't want to tear in front of my wife. So I went to the kitchen, dude, and she busted me. She knew exactly what I was doing.
Was it the Champ?
You ever see the Champ?
Yes, but when I was like 10, I think.
Oh, it was on about.
Ricky Schroeder?
Ricky Schroeder. Put that on.
He came to class once a couple times.
What should I put in the search?
What scene is it?
I don't know.
Kid and John Voight. It's one of the best kid-father scenes of all fucking time. That's a great movie. I watched 25 minutes of it in Chicago.
Why are you trying to make me cry, man?
You think of this one? The final one?
Let's see.
Damn, dude.
The Champ.
Final part of the movie?
No, saddest movie in the world. Right there.
Dude, and while it's happening, before I got up and went to the kitchen, I'm thinking, it's just Johnny Depp. He's an actor. This is just a movie. I'm trying to think of the grips. There's cameramen. This is not real. That's not his real daughter.
You know who that fucking chick is, right?
Which one?
That chick that plays the daughter.
The kid, while she was a kid or when she was growing up?
The kid.
There's no video on that one.
Oh, who is she? She famous now?
Eric Roberts' daughter. Yeah,
oh, really?
She's famous as fuck. Look at Ricky Schroeder.
Was this before Silver Spoons?
Fuck yeah. This is what put him on the map, Jack.
He died?
Yeah.
I don't want to watch this,
Oh,
man.
shit. I forgot about this. Watch this, though.
That's just Ricky Schroeder. It's just Ricky Schroeder. It's a movie.
Can't wake up. Wake up!
Is that his dad?
Yeah, wake up!
Great actor. Damn.
Jim, wake up, Jim.
No tears
Go
here,
to sleep
baby.
now. You gotta go
I'm
home.
strong today.
You gotta go home, Jim. Georgie! Don't cry. Georgie! Mr. Hamilton! Wake him up! Wake him!
Oh, you're sorry.
Please wake him up!
What I said.
No! I don't want him! Jackie! Wake him up! Wake him!
TJ, please.
I want Jim!
TJ.
I want Jim!
TJ. Please, TJ. Listen to me. He's gone. He's gone, son. He's gone.
No, he's not gone. He's not.
Please.
He's not dead. He's not dead. I want Jim.
TJ, please.
I want Jim. Jim.
That's a badass movie. Shut that shit up.
Man, he's a great actor.
Dog, there's a scene in this when he tells him he's got to go because he gets into, they take the horse, he loses a gambling, they take the fucking horse and all that shit. And there's a scene where he tells him it's better that you go live with your mother, Faye Dunaway, with her name. He doesn't tell him it's his mother. Bro, he fucking breaks it down, that little boy. He tells him, listen, I ain't going nowhere. I swear to God, I'll do my homework. I'll wash my dishes. I mean, he's fucking so good. I was doing something in the hotel room and I had to look and go, fucking Ricky Schroeder. I was going to look to see if he won an Oscar, but who gives a fuck? But he should have won an Oscar, though. As a little kid, that's a fucking actor.
Yeah, hell
That
yeah.
was strong as shit. John
Shit.
Voight, shit. That dude should have won 10 Oscars, John Voight. The fucking, what was the movie he did with Dustin Hoffman?
That's Angelina Jolie's dad.
That's Angelina Jolie's dad. He, the fucking one, American Cowboy, Midnight Cowboy. That dude's been in some fucking movies, Jack. I can't believe we're here to talk do jiu-jitsu. We're talking about fucking Hollywood. Tremendous. This is a real fucking podcast. You know what I'm saying? On a Wednesday afternoon. This is what happens when you smoke weed and shit. Yeah, I always wanted to ask you that, how long it took them the first time you rode to go to Abu Dhabi.
Were you a black belt after 9 years?
I went to Abu Dhabi as a brown belt, but the first time I went to class when I got back, Jean-Jacques gave me a black belt. So that's how I got my black belt, Abu Dhabi.
And you were already at the boxing gym on Santa Monica.
No.
You weren't teaching there.
No, I was still at Comedy Central. So I went back, and believe it or not, Tom showed a little respect after that, just a little bit. And they actually played in one episode. They played on a loop, and you're tapping on Hoyler in the background. Like, you barely see it. Like, it's like dressing in the background of some stage. So they were into it. And then that's when, Larry called me from Vegas and said, hey, dude, I'm sitting here at the pool at the Mandalay, and they're talking about your match with Hoyler. Dude, people are into it. You got to fucking quit that job and open up a school. And at first, I was like, nah, I'm not going to quit my fucking... And then I thought about it, and I thought, man, I'd rather be broke and do something I love than be miserable, and say that, ooh, I work in TV. Because it was kind of cool saying that, I'm working for Comedy Central, but in reality, it was terrible.
Jobs are tremendous. Right? People will suck your dick. When you tell people you work on TV, really? What kind of TV? I don't know. Come into the car. Let me tell you. Come into the trunk.
Tell them you write for the Man Show, which is not a lie, and they think you fucking, you created the show.
That was crazy. There used to be a room on Tuesday nights, Dickie Sayat, in San Diego. San Diego, 10, 15 years ago, had a great comedy scene. You had Monday night, the guys were hustlers. The comedians at the time were hustlers. And they got this PB on Pacific Beach on Tuesdays. And then Wednesday, they had another room that was 2 doors down. I mean, these guys were killers. So basically, it was all on one block, just 3 doors down. I mean, fucking tremendous. That's where those carnitas are in San Diego. Right on that corner, there's a Denny's and there's a little Mexican joint right there. So I went down on a Tuesday, and listen, guys, the show starts at 10. It's college students. By the time you go up to 11, you got about 20 minutes to get them to laugh. If not, you die. And I went up there, and, they're crazy, and you're talking about fucking people, because that's all they did well in those rooms, with dirty acts. And some girl came up on stage. That was fucking hot. And she took off her shirt, and I said, take off your pants, and she took off her fucking pants. And it was just like that. And it was the craziest thing. I get off stage, she comes over, starts talking to me. She's crazy than shit. But she's beautiful. I can't figure this out, how a girl that hot would just go up there, and then she's crazy. And we start talking, blah, blah, blah. And I go, can I ask you a question? Can I finger you? Because that's a deal breaker right there. You just meet a chick and ask me if you can finger her. I swear to God. She walked me to the car, one of her friends. And by the car, I go, can I ask you something? Can I finger you? She goes, yeah. And I fingered her, and I'm like, you are the real fucking deal. This is my number. We started talking, and she goes, I'm coming to LA to visit you tomorrow. I go, no, you're not. Listen, guys, she called me at 5 in the afternoon, and she showed up at El Compadre with an 8-ball, a case of beer, and a bikini on. Do you understand me? That's a fucking woman. I didn't have an apartment then. I lived at that fucking building in different floors. I had to sneak her up to Celine's, and it was fucking crazy. This is
and they had the Juggy tryouts.
And then they had the Juggy tryouts. And I go, Joe, I got a live one. This chick will not only walk around naked, she'll suck people's dick on TV. She told me she was fucking crazy. The first night she did 3 lines. She just took her panties off and started playing with her pussy. I almost died in the living room. Teddy was upstairs. Teddy came down. I'm like, what's she doing? I don't know. Leave her alone. Making noises like a cat in front of her. And she didn't give a fuck. When a woman takes her fucking panties off, and they don't give a fuck. And she wasn't a porn chick. This chick was beautiful. She had a rich dad. She was fucking crazy. She had some rich dad or rich fucking boyfriend that gave her money to go out and suck dicks. It was fucking crazy, man. It was fucking crazy. So I asked her, you want to try out for a Juggy? She went right down there the next day. I don't know what the fuck happened. And then I couldn't be around her. She was crazy. She wanted to snort all day. And I dropped her off on Pablo Francisco and his buddy. And they took her to Orange County, and God knows what happened to her. She called me like 6 months later from Las Vegas.
Pablo Francisco.
I went to the Improv, and Pablo was there with some other crazy motherfucker. And the kid he was with had like 2 ounces of blow. And we did a couple bumps. And I was like, listen, man, I can't hang with I think I left her there. I'm the king of doing that, leaving people there. I left her there. And she called me like 6 months later from Las Vegas. Where are you? I'm at some hotel. I'm up 80,000 cash. I'm staying with some Arab or some shit. She was crazy. She was really fucking crazy. God knows what happened. People like that come and go in your life in California. They come and go in your life like that anyway. But I brought it to the Juggy tryout. I don't even know what you guys make girls do at the Juggy tryouts.
Hey, I wonder if that's up. Joey Diaz runs naked on the Man Show.
I could look
on
for
YouTube. That could be up.
Let me give some shout outs while you're fucking doing that shit here. My main man, Waterboxer, always helping us out with the podcast. Andre Silva, World of Aliens. Raymond Mancy, Constantine Rain, Chad Calderon, John Fentros, and Ernie Esposito. I love you motherfuckers.
No.
Okay.
It's not up there. Somebody took it down. Those dirty bastards. So this is the 3rd EBI.
This is the 4th.
The 4th.
EBI 4.
And this started as what made you want to do this?
I just wanted to.
One of your flies was a Hegan study, by the way.
What was that?
One of your flies was a Hegan study.
One of your flies.
One of your flies was
Oh,
Hegan
okay.
study.
Yeah.
Pretty
Cool.
funny. Yeah, cool.
I just really before I even thought of putting together a show, I was trying to figure out a way to make jiu-jitsu exciting. What was it about the point system that was that needed to be fixed? And the submission only game was started by there was a couple tournaments. I think Sub League up in the Pacific Northwest was doing it, and somewhat at USA Grappling they were doing a submission only format. But when I really got to see what it was all about, I was not into the point system at all. Sport jiu-jitsu just seemed it was just too boring, and you're never going to see that on TV. especially with the gi. When you're training with the gi or competing, and there's points, any kind of points, any whatever it is, points is points. As soon as someone's up, he's going to relax and kill time. But when I went to Gracie Nationals and saw that they were running a full tournament, submission only, I thought, wow, it was the most exciting tournament I've ever seen. Where there's no points going on, it's just people trying to submit each other. It seemed like that could never happen. It seemed like a fantasy. And Rose Gracie and Javi Vasquez, they put together Gracie Worlds and Gracie Nationals, and it's awesome. And then Metamoris came out with a submission only type bigger event, not a tournament open to everybody, but like an invitational. But still, there was problems with the end of the matches. Like in Gracie Worlds and Gracie Nationals, they go 15-minute matches. If there is no submission, both competitors are DQ'd. And that's the most gangster right there. That really brings out the urgency more than any other rule set, where if there's no submission, you're both out. You both get disqualified, and then the brackets get kind of funky, but it's amazing. You know, we show up with a giant squadron every time Gracie Nationals hits LA in January, end of January, and Gracie Worlds is coming up August 23rd and in Anaheim. We're taking a giant team as well. We love those submission only tournaments. But for TV, what I wanted to do is do what Metamoris is doing, but make it more exciting, because they were doing the same thing. Just like my match with Hoyler, it was a 20-minute match, and if there was no submission, it's considered a draw. It's really hard to run tournaments that way. It's just so unpredictable. And I thought the only real way to put jiu-jitsu on TV is it's got to be submission only, but we got to have a winner, and it can't involve points. Like, how can we determine a winner with a submission only format? And it took me a long time to figure it out, but what we do is we have 10-minute matches, 16-man tournament, EBI 4, 16-man tournament. The featherweights, 145 division. Our current champion is Gio Martinez, who won EBI 1, he won EBI 2, and now this is EBI 4.
Who won 3? Gary Tonin?
Gary Tonin.
He's not in this year.
No. He's a welterweight. We're doing the featherweights. Featherweights. So Gio's the champion of the featherweights. But we got some killers, like Eddie Cummings, who's Gary Tonin's leg lock training partner. He showed him. They all learned from Danaher, who learned from Dean Lister. So Dean Lister went to New York and trained at Henzo's Academy 15 years ago, something like that. I turned John Danaher into a leg lock fiend, and then Danaher just he has a very scientific approach to everything he does. So he took what he learned from Dean and made a system out of it. And a lot of the guys that are coming from Henzo School, because John Danaher is one of the main instructors there, you see a lot of leg lock guys. I have a leg lock guy who came from Henzo School. His name is Eric Ramey, and he's probably could be my best leg locker. So John Danaher's a leg lock genius, and he's got his little prodigies, and Eddie Cummings is one of his little prodigies, and he's killing everybody with leg locks. It's like unstoppable. Eddie Cummings is amazing. He was an EBI 3 as a welterweight, but he's, welterweight's 170, featherweight is 145, so he's going down 2 weight classes. So he's in it. So it's going to be Gio Martinez, who finished everybody at EBI 2 and finished 3 out of 4 opponents in EBI 1. And he's going to be on one end of the bracket. Eddie Cummings is going to be on the other side. We also, so we got a leg lock. Eddie Cummings is probably the best leg locker in jiu-jitsu right now. I mean, he's unstoppable. It's made me rethink leg locks and really devote a lot more time into leg locks as an association. The 10th Planet Association was influenced by Eddie Cummings and what he's doing with his leg lock. So he's in it. So we got him. So we got 2 killers. And then we also got Joao Miao, who's one of the Miao twins, who is one of the best jiu-jitsu players in the world right now, IBJJF style. He's got an incredible flexibility. His spiral game and his De La Riva game is top shelf. Him and his brothers, like, you can't really get any better than them when it comes to De La Riva and the Baron-Bolos and all that stuff. It's like he's Joao Miao is to Baron-Bolos like what Eddie Cummings is to leg locks. And then we also got Barrett Yoshida, who was in the lightweight division at EBI 2, and that's too heavy for him. He won a match and then lost a match, but now his true weight is 145. So we're gonna, even though Barrett he's like 40 years old now, but he's at 45, he can grapple with anybody. And so we got 4 corners. You know, we got Gio Martinez, Joao Miao, Eddie Cummings, Barrett Yoshida, and we got a bunch of.
So you got North Carolina, Duke, UCLA, and Arizona State, the fucking brackets.
Yeah.
I love it.
And we got a bunch of other killers that are filling in the bracket too. You know, Russ Muria, Joel Tudor, who's a professional surfer, who's also a well-known black belt.
Now let me ask you something. Ever since your second match, 10th Planet has made a resurgence. You know, I'm out there. I go to different places and I talk to different people, and people recognize me. Oh, you're in the fucking Rubber Guard or whatever. 10th Planet has really gotten a resurgence lately. I mean, you're all over fucking Facebook every day. By the way, is 2 things real quick, not to throw you off. Is our buddy from Rochester out here?
Chris Herzog?
Yeah.
No,
Okay, was he supposed to come out here?
I don't think so.
Okay, number 2.
He was in the Bay Area.
I fucked up on a plane one morning, and I saw a tweet that I wanted to donate to GoFundMe for Grace. And I've been calling you every day, and I forget to ask you, can we still donate to Grace?
I think so.
Okay, because when I go home, you gotta send me the link.
Okay.
Because I was on a plane, and I saw the link, and I don't know how to open and take your credit card out. They'll kill me. Okay, I gotta do that on a home fucking computer.
Okay.
So I gotta see where to go. And she'll be here. She's back.
Yeah, so we also, on top of that 16-man bracket, featherweight division, we're going to, in between every round, we're going to get through the first round, and then we have a teen super fight, and then we go through another round of the featherweights, and then another super fight, another round, and then we have a total of 3 super fights, all women this time, all girls. We have the winner of, we had 4 12-year-olds, females in EBI 3. We had Jessica Khan versus Cora Sek. Jessica Khan beat Cora Sek. All amazing jiu-jitsu players. They're just prodigies. And then we had Alyssa Wilson go against Grace Gundrum. Grace beat Alyssa. So what we're doing in this one is I'm taking just the winners and pitting them against each other. So it's going to be Jessa against Grace, and then Alyssa versus Cora. So if you saw EBI 3, which is available for free on YouTube, a couple months after that show, I put it up on YouTube for everyone. Just YouTube search EBI Eddie Bravo Invitational 3. Just look for the official event, and the entire thing is on YouTube for free. EBI 3, EBI 4 will be available on budovideos.com. You could they're streaming it for, I think it's $19.99. So you could stream it worldwide, and you can go see the show live downtown LA Saturday, August 15th at the Orpheum. You can get tickets at Ticketmaster.
But that's great that you have the pay-per-view out, and you can tape it and watch it in the morning, whatever the fuck you want to do. Right? It's on the computer or on TV.
Yeah, it's not on TV.
But you could get it.
It's online. Yeah,
we could put it on the big screen here.
Yeah, you can anywhere with internet. Yeah.
No,
you can watch it on your phone.
It's really. I talk to people, like I dropped the kid off at school, and there's a father there. That's a 10th Planet guy, Burbank. You recognize her? We started talking. So I used to go to HQ. I don't remember their names. I go to the fucking park off at Tahunga out there by the pizza joint. There's a 10th Planet dude. He's a fighter. That's a 10th Planet guy. He's built like a fighter. He's thinner, maybe 170,
What's his
180. I don't know, Asian-looking dude. He takes his child over there. One of John Evans' students is a 10th Planet guy in the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to them at night. So a lot of gi people are going to 10th Planet. Marlon was there when I started at that gi place. He quit. He just signed up at fucking Eddie Bravo's. Little Marlon. Marlon Asamir. He's in New York now. He took a picture the other day with our other fucking friend from New York. He went over there to train. So a lot of people are making the switch to 10th Planet or adding it to their curriculum of jiu-jitsu. That's really fucking amazing. That people used to go to one school, now people go to fucking two schools. I never knew that you could do that. Usually, most schools have a no-gi program also, like maybe on Saturdays. These guys are going, no, fuck it, we're going to go down there and learn from Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, most jiu-jitsu schools are gi-based, meaning you have to wear
a gi, right? 3 days a week.
Yeah,
but
most
Saturdays, Wednesdays, like John Evans, Saturdays and Wednesdays he does no gi.
Yeah,
you know, Hegan. Sometimes you go to Hegan, they'll go, it's no gi today.
Yeah.
They'll teach one move, no gi, a basic move that you could do gi, no gi.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I just don't like people grabbing my fucking neck. It drives me crazy.
Well, the difference is 10 Planet is no gi full-time.
Full-time.
Some of my affiliates have gi programs, but it's more just to, you know,
entice them.
Get the guys in here, and then they'll eventually switch over to no gi.
Look at fucking Josh. Josh put a gi on first time in 3 years, and he won a fucking tournament about 6 months ago.
Josh Passini?
Josh Passini put a gi on. And he said, I just put a gi on, went down there, what the fuck? And I took first. It's amazing. You know, it's good to put the gi on for those guys. They're doing it for someone when you're that good, you know. But I know Alder's got the gi up there Tuesdays and Thursdays with your buddy. He's a John Jack Black Belt.
Tim Enton.
He said he's a really sweet guy, you know. So, but this guy goes to Jared, the guy at the daycare with Mercy.
Jared Carlston?
Yeah, he trains at Burbank.
That's
where he goes.
Yeah.
So it's amazing you bump into all these people. So you're doing something right, kid. You're doing something right, kid. 10th Planet everywhere, hand signals like Dre and shit, like Crips. One day, fucking a 10th Planet guy's gonna get shot by a Crip and shit out there flashing fucking PPs. And then you got the Boogeyman crew, that San Diego crew. They're relentless.
Yeah,
they're building an army. They're down there rolling around, smelling feet at 6 in the fucking morning. Those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
When I got up at 7, they're already finished for the day, doing jumping jacks and break dancing. Yeah. Those guys are good for a reason. They don't fuck around down in San Diego. They're giving out free classes in San Diego. They're like, come down. We'll teach you how to stab a motherfucker.
Yeah, we got 10 Planet San Diego.
Costa Mesa.
10 Planet Oceanside as well. So we got 2 schools down in San Diego.
And not Costa Mesa?
Costa Mesa as well. Buena Park, Orange.
Do you have one in Vegas?
That's coming.
That's coming.
Real soon.
I heard it's coming soon. Shit, that's right. Las Vegas is
coming soon.
TP everywhere and shit.
Yeah.
No New York yet, though.
Not yet. That's a tough market.
It's like MMA. They don't want you in there until you fucking unionize the hotels. That's the reason why. Can you imagine?
What is that? I don't.
This is what I've heard 1,000 times. I've heard that Fertitta's hotels, his employees are non-union. Everybody in Vegas is union. So he's non-union. So something in New York, the hotels are union, and they want to make that whole chain union. So until Fertitta doesn't unionize his hotels, New York MMA is like, fuck you. And listen, man, New York is like, listen, you're getting a big envelope over there. We want a piece of that envelope. That's it. We don't fuck around. We don't need you to come here. We got the Knicks and the Giants. Who gives a fuck about you bitches? You know, we got the Yankees, the Mets, the fucking the Knicks, the Nets. Well, they got nothing.
So why?
I don't know the whole particulars. That's just the word. Yeah, that's what they say. That's because of the union.
I'm thinking maybe unionizing is maybe making criminals fatter. Maybe the Fertittas don't want to deal with the unionization, like all what comes with it. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I don't know the basics.
If we talk to them, I'm sure they.
I just know. Listen, I just know when politics don't approve something, there's got to be an envelope somewhere that's not passing the right hand. You're selling 900 seats. The problem with the UFC is the NFL don't tell you on Mondays how many people went to the fucking New England game and what they made at the gate. Am I lying, Capi?
About what?
When you wake up in Boston on Monday morning, they don't tell you in the paper what they made.
I don't know.
They don't tell you what New England did at the gate or nothing like that.
No.
Fucking the UFC does, even though they lie. Nobody tells you the truth. So they told you for Conor McGregor, they did 800 pay-per-view buys. That's 1.2. That's 1.2. They chopped $1 million off the top. Right off the top, they take 500.
What they claimed 800?
800,000, and Ronda Rousey against the Brazilian will get 2 million. 2 million downloads, but they won't. But the thing is that when politicians stall like that, they're looking for an envelope. Something's got to drizzle over here. You guys are picking up 3 fucking shows a month, bragging about the gates. I know you just busted the envelope in Vegas. You know what the fuck? You're paying the fighters $5,000 a fight, 10 fights, $50,000. They make $7 million at the gate. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, Pat Cummings got 2 black eyes. He's bleeding from the fucking eyeball, telling people he's on his way up. Did you see that? That's what I want. I turned it on. Pat Cummings is Joe Rogan. He's got 2 black eyes. He's bleeding out of this eye. He's like, I'm on my way up. He did. He made it to the rankings. That was a good fight against Fei Zhao. But you can see Fei Zhao's off the Gorilla Biscuits, Brazilian style. He's not on those fucking black house.
I didn't see that fight.
He's not on those black house pills.
Did you see Jake Shields and Husamapo?
Oh, yeah, I watched
What'd
that last night. You know what, man? Husamar should have got thrown out a long time ago. But now I don't understand. What's his name has broken 2 people's bones, and they've never said nothing about him.
Who?
Frank Mir.
Because he didn't hold it. It was like so fast and so.
Right. That's what I mean. But this guy is just crazy. That's crazy to play with people's limbs like that.
And I don't think Nogueira was tapping. I think he got his arm broken.
Right, he wasn't tapping.
Yeah.
And Tim Sylvia, he didn't even feel it.
If you're not tapping, you justify a snap.
But this Palmeiras against Jake Shields, I mean, Jake Shields threw the punch at him. He's going to get suspended for it. But fuck, what do? You're poking me in the fucking eyes. I'm not saying that Fei Zhao was poking. That was a good fight. Fei Zhao against that kid.
Cummings?
Oh, that was a good fight.
Didn't see it.
That was a great fight. And I thought Fei Zhao was going to punch him. Fei Zhao threw 20 punches, hit him with all 20 punches, then kicked him with 2 up kicks, busted his fucking nose. He was on his back, and you could see the blood on his toes. He opened them up with the front. I mean, it was fucking tremendous. But Pat Cummings had 8 takedowns. Ba-boom. Kept taking him down. Ba-boom. Ba-boom. But at the end, he just elbowed him 50,000 fucking times. That's how I had it. No, it's great what you're doing, Eddie. I'm really happy that you're doing all this shit.
Thank you, man.
It's amazing that you used to live in that house, that little shack behind fucking the place over there swinging. You used to wear your little black shoes at night. You had your little jeans on and shit. You're ready to go. And now you're at the park with a kid. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Listen, man, there's no greater joy for me. I can just watch Mercy all day. I don't give a fuck. When somebody called today, hey, you going to Dan in the Soundhouse house? Listen, that ship sailed. I know he's friends with Bruce Lee, but Bruce Lee ain't as cute as my little fucking daughter. So tell Dan you to go fuck yourselves. Happy birthday. I'm going to the West Side on a fucking Wednesday night at 6 o'clock to deal with 2 hours of traffic, to hang out with Chinese people and burn incense and shit like that. I want to hang out with Bruce Lee, bitch. I like Dan and the Santos, but I don't give a fuck. I'm going to go there and see a bunch of fake martial artists bowing and shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm that Flav. I was there from the beginning, bitch. I was around when Bruce Lee fucking died, dog. The fuck? I still remember what this country felt like, but it's true. It's as somebody asked me that, you going to Dan and the Santos birthday party? Yeah. Wait for me. I'll meet you outside, 7:30. I'll bring an invitation.
He's a legend, though, man. Danny
I saw him at one of the seminars that Hegan put on. It was great just to see him there, man. I mean, that's real fucking history right there. That's like the George Washington martial arts. He was there when the shit kicked off. When I came from Cuba, there was a karate school here and there. It wasn't like it is. There was no jiu-jitsu. A couple judo schools. There was a couple aikido schools. It wasn't kung fu in the Bronx. Black people, they love kung fu. Black people love kung fu, dog. The Shogun of Harlem. They go fucking nuts. But when I came from Cuba, once I saw the Green Hornet, I lost my mind. And I got beat up at the park. I got hit with a lunchbox. I got hit with the thermos, and it was over. I begged my mother to take me somewhere. There was a karate school. Renato's father, the black dude, was just a black school. They wore fucking gis. He made them run on the streets. It was black. You had to go in and give them an ID card in those days. There was a black lady with dreads who sat in the fucking window. You had to give her an ID card. And then she checked your attendance and gave you back the fucking card. Your gi had to be folded a certain way. Your belt had to be holding the gi a certain way.
And that was Renato's dad. How crazy is that? That's insane.
Mr. Orange.
Yeah.
Mr. Orange, this is 1968, guys. My English isn't even that good, I would go to PS 166, and then my mother would walk me over there. In those days, you had to go Monday through Friday, And he made you run in the wintertime with your gi on, outside. That's brutal. Barefoot. He'd make you run in the summer. In the winter, he'd let you put sneakers on. And then you'd see all the kids from school. They'd see you with the gi, so the next day they'd pick a fight with you. Look who it is, karate boy. We saw you running. Come on, show us some karate, cocksucker. I swear to God, that's how brutal it was in those days. It was like a military thing. He used to hit you. He would throw kicks.
How long did you do that for?
Maybe 2.5 years. Because I got in there when I was... Whenever I started Sacred Heart School for Boys, I cut it to Saturdays. And then I just stopped going because I got a job running numbers in the Bronx. So when I started going to Sacred Heart School for Boys, I went like 4 Saturdays a month. And that was it. And he was pissed. They didn't understand that shit in those days. In those days, you're going to give your karate teacher a report card. And if your grades weren't good, you weren't allowed to go to class, bro. And his classes were packed, Eddie. From the classes, the kids' classes started like at 4, and you had to stay till 6. And then once you got your green belt, you could stay for the adult class. And even though I had my green belt, I was too young. But you could stay and like sit on the side and ask the older guys to teach you a kick and shit like that. That's what I used to do. I was like a groupie. And then my mom would come pick me up and smack me a couple of times. Shut the fuck up. Come on, let's go home. Because it was 3 blocks from my house. There was no car, you know. She just walked me. So I had to walk home with my gi. You had to fold your gi a certain way in front of me. You had to check your gi before you left. It's a different fucking game. That dude was always at the school. If you went at 6 in the morning, he slept in a cot in the back. In those days, the people slept there. They didn't go home like now. You go home and hang out. And you just paraded at 8:30 at night. It wasn't like that. Listening to Metallica. You were there all day throwing sidekicks for Jesus. Shit.
What did they hit you with? Like when I did Taekwondo, the guy had those long
bamboo
rods.
sticks. Yeah, the bamboo stick. He would hit you during the push-ups. We used to giggle. Like there's always a fat kid doing sit-ups and you giggle. He would fucking hit us with the sticks. Look at him. Look at him. At least he's working. The kid would be crying and shit. In those days, they let the kids kick you. Like, and if you cried, they'd put you in the corner.
What was the name of the school?
Goju Karate. I remember it was a fist. You had to fucking have your patches on there. It was a fist that said Goju.
Uh-huh.
Then you had to have shit on your sleeves. And on your back, you had a big fucking patch.
You could make a shirt.
But the fist, it was Goju. You could still get the patches. You could still get the patches. People have the fucking patches everywhere.
Yeah.
In New York.
So it was that classic Goju fist.
Goju
Yeah,
Karate fist. Yeah.
And that was the name of the school, just called Goju.
That's how. You gotta ask Renato. I don't remember. I remember he had the membership card.
Yeah.
And you could buy a bag for your gi, but I wanted to rough it. I ain't paying no fucking $3 for no fucking bag to Mr. Whatever. I think I did buy the bag eventually. Because you had to have the bag for your gi, and then because I think once you got to the older grades, you had to put they weren't boxing gloves. They were like other type of gloves, like blue gloves, and you had to put them on your feet too. They weren't really shin guards like for kickboxing. They were like a thicker shade of rubber.
Okay.
Anyway, who gives a Frenchman's fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's amazing that it was one of your brown belts' father. How small of a world is that? That it was a loop. And he probably never fucking know. A great died this week, McAfoley.
Who's
I know,
that?
that's so sad.
Fucking guy died, man. 60-some years old.
Comedian?
No, boxing guy from Justin Fortune's gym. I got a call one night after the longest yard, like about 2 years after the longest yard. I got a call one night from some guy. He goes, "Hey, Mr. Diaz, this is such and such. I really like you in the longest yard, but I'm a fan of the Joey Karate videos." He goes, "I'd like to hire you to play a boxing trainer in my commercial." I go, "Okay." He goes, "What's your agent?" I gave him the agent information. He goes, "I'll be calling you soon." Fuck yeah, the guy called me a week later. I had a national commercial, right? Some boxing thing where it was like a spoof, like on boxing. I don't know what the fuck it was. Armor, some product for men. Armorstat, something. Conostat, something. Monostat. I don't fucking know. That's for women. And I get there, and the trainer from the other guy, because there were 2 boxes, and then I played the trainer, and there was another guy. We shot it at Freddie Roach's gym.
How long ago was that?
This had to be fucking 2008. And we shot this at Freddie because I was just off the coke. I just stopped doing coke like in November. And they shot like in February. And I didn't want to be out. That was like my itchy night. Like 8 o'clock was when I would start itching. Here I am on fucking Vine on Freddie Roach's gym. And they sold coke right outside, you know. So I was still a little itchy. And I go in there, and this guy starts talking to me, and we start laughing, and we start giggling, and he starts telling me he's a ghost and shit. I said, "Do you work here?" And he goes, "No, I'm good friends with Freddie. I used to box train here, But now I train fighters over at Justin Fortune's, and we became friends. And he told me before I left, he said something that nobody ever said to me. He's like, listen, man, you're a really nice guy. You should really consider losing weight. He goes, when we were because he had the mitts, right? He's a mitt trainer, and he put the mitts on, and we were just fucking around. He goes, you could still move. You're not breathing well and shit. Your color's not good. He goes, you should really consider losing weight. He goes, come down to the gym. I'll train you for $20. I used to, one day I went in there with one pair of underwear on and shorts and a t-shirt, like a long shirt, so you can see how big my stomach was. I was 413 pounds, and I went into Justin Fortune's gym, and he had me, and I was in so bad a shape that I pissed my fucking pants in the corner. Like, I've never told this story to nobody. I pissed my pants like a little kid in the fucking corner. Like, just, I couldn't breathe, guys. I thought I was going to die. So if it was between breathing or holding my piss, I just focused on the piss. I just focused on the breathing. And I just remember pissing my pants and him going,
From doing punches?
He would work me for 3-minute rounds. Like, you have to punch, and he would make me follow him and fucking throw. This is how bad a shape I was. Like, I'm not fucking with you. So I pissed my pants. Not just a fucking piss. Like, it was running down my leg. You know, you could smell it. I had to fucking leave there and shit. And he's like, what happened? I told him. He goes, just put on 2 pair of underwear. Make sure you come back. Like, he didn't goof on me or nothing. He told me, put on 2 pair of underwear next time you come, if that's a problem. Because I had a friend in Boston who had that. He was from Boston. 6'6", big motherfucker. Because I had a friend that when he loses breathing. So I know what you're going through. And I just kept going to him until I wouldn't piss my pants no more. And he told me, if you want to lose weight, you got to get in front of a bag and just punch it for 30 minutes a day. He goes, do that for 6 weeks and come back and see me. And I lost like 30 pounds. And then I went to Weight Watchers. But he was the first guy I trained with. And I meet him at 5 in the morning. I was so out of shape and so embarrassed. I started training with him. He gave me his number, guys, in February. And I didn't call him until like October. Like, that's how embarrassed I was. And I finally called him. He goes, if you don't want nobody to see you, come at 5. I'll train you at 5 because I got a professional at 6. And that's what that guy did to me. So when he died yesterday, I was really fucking sad for like, because I didn't know. Nobody called me. I saw it on Twitter.
Okay.
And then I called the Australian, Justin, and Justin told me that they found him on the floor. Well, he was in great shape, man. He was down there every fucking day punching. So he was in Vietnam. So he had something problem with Agent Orange. He had something with his stomach with Agent Orange because he was trying to get money out of him. There was something going on. So rest in peace, Michael Foley. You stopped me from, you got me out of the 400 club.
That's crazy. He wasn't the one who had cancer?
No, that was Justin Fortune who had the cancer.
Oh, okay.
He was, like I said, I just talked to him Friday. And I usually would talk to him on Sundays. But for some reason, I didn't hear from him for a week. So I called him last Friday and we talked. He goes, when are you going to come down? So he died Monday. So I feel really bad. So,
Damn.
It happens, brother. That's the thing about this life. We're all going to go eventually.
Yeah, it's crazy how could that, like, 2 days later.
2 days fucking later.
I dealt, like, both of my parents passed away when I was young. So I dealt with it, not a lot, but enough when I was young. But until Rowdy died last week, I hadn't, like, it was no one even, like, remotely close. And because I'm friends with Steve, like, I saw it hit somebody, and it's like, it is kind of weird. I saw Rowdy 3 weeks ago. And now they're gone. It's a weird thing to think about sometimes.
That's why you gotta leave the house thinking somebody's gonna suck my dick today. Because you never know when the fucking boom is gonna come down. And when Jesus is gonna press that button, it's all over. Next thing you know, you're floating up to the sky, you're going through that shit. What do they spray? They spray crops.
Aluminum?
Yeah. Don't they spray aluminum up in the air and now you're floating through it like a fucking angel?
What?
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Huh?
This is good weed.
Fuck yeah, it's good weed. I had some hash mixed in there. You know I don't fuck around. I had some old school hash from the One-Eyed Jew. That shit was hard. Last night I smoked hash under a glass, Eddie Bravo. I haven't done that in 30 fucking years.
Under a glass?
Oh my God.
What is that?
So let me tell you how you smoke hash under a fucking glass.
I just so happen to have it here. Joey Diaz basket.
Okay.
All right. You take a fucking pen. You know these jerk offs that put pens in their shirts? You know, with peace signs and shit. You know, it's got a pen and you put it in your jacket that says vote for me or 10th Planet or whatever the bucket says. Well, you take that fucking stupid pen out of your shirt because you're you look like a fucking moron. You put it on its back. So this is the back of the pen and this is the fucking needle, okay? So the needle's like this usually. You pop the needle up like this, and you take that fucking needle, and you take this piece of fucking hash, and you take a lighter, and you go like this, and then you stick it in the fucking needle, and you take a chilled glass, you put a glass in the refrigerator, and you let that motherfucker chill, and you take this piece of hash, and you stick it in the needle, and you light that motherfucker on fire, and you let the thing burn for a couple minutes. Then you blow it out, and you take that glass and you put it on top of the hash. And you take that hash and you roll it to the end of the table, and you put your lips at the edge of the table, and you smoke that glass full of fucking hash. You have no fucking idea. You understand?
Jesus Christ.
You have no fucking idea who you're dealing with. That's what DMT, that don't do that to me. That's why. Because I was smoking hash under a glass like that when I was like 15. Some buddies of mine would get that Egyptian shit that was stamped. That shit will make you see the devil. So
I've only smoked it
come over,
once.
friend. We'll smoke some hash up with a fucking glass. I'll put you in a different fucking dimension. For starters, let's get this party started. All right, on it. I love you, motherfuckers. Eddie took 2 fucking Alpha Brains when he came in here. Listen, Alpha Brain is the shit. 100% money back guarantee, and you don't even have to return the product. I've told you 1,000 times. When a company does that, they believe in what they're fucking giving you, okay? As far as all their other products, I'm telling you, the hemp protein, the acai vanilla, or the chocolate, delicious. The best chocolate flavor you'll ever put in your lips. The testosterone booster, the fucking coconut oil for your coffee. On it has it all. They got coffee. They got blenders. I can't help you with the blenders and the ropes, but I will tell you I'll help you with the supplement. 10% off.
Do you have any on it, like bars or anything on you in here?
Chocolate bars?
Anything?
No, I took them all
Nothing?
back. I had the Alpha Brain.
Nothing?
I ate all that shit except the fucking the jerky. It's like deer or something like that. I can't eat that stuff.
Okay.
I don't like that stuff. But everything else they got is tremendous. Listen, go to Onnit right now, Onnit.com right now, and press in.
Church.
Boom, and get 10% off. Don't forget about the new mood. Don't forget about the turnaround 180 if you fucking fly. I mean, they've got non-stop stuff to help you feel fucking tremendous. All right. Number 2. MeUndies.com. Let me talk to you about MeUndies because they sent me some new shit. Yeah, I got to blow by you people. All right. As far as I'm concerned, the most comfortable underwear out there working today for men and for women. When I go to jiu-jitsu, when I work out, I've always got MeUndies on because they keep everything in place. If I'm sweating my ass off, my balls are always dry. They're nice and warm. And that's what you want. You want your shit to be in place, and you don't want to have sweaty balls. That's what happens when you wear those cotton underwears. Plus, your balls fall out because the elastic always goes on the fucking side. You don't have that problem with MeUndies, okay? I would lie to you and tell you I have MeUndies on right now, and they feel great. I don't have MeUndies on right now. It's 94 degrees. It's humid as fuck. All I got on is fucking powder and straight up fucking shorts. Nothing but balls and love for you cocksuckers. Anyway, what's it got to do with MeUndies? Nothing. What I'm trying to tell you is MeUndies, they're comfortable. They got women and men selections. They got T-shirts. They got shorts. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Look at the great selection of women and men's shorts. You're going to fucking love them. They got women's thongs. Listen, if these shorts keep my balls fresh, do you know what those thongs would do for your girlfriend's little fucking manqua? Huh? You ever go in there and it just smells like baby powder? You're suspect because you expect to smell something. That's what MeUndies will do for your wife. Go to MeUndies.com right now and press in.
Joey.
Boom! And get 20% off shipping. No, get 20% off your first order and free shipping to Canada and the United States. It don't get no better than that, cocksuckers. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Number 2, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. All right? Get your first box on them. Nature Box. Tremendous snacks. They send you one big fucking box filled with 5 different bags of yum-yums, from the coconut almonds to what else? The chocolate nom-noms, the French toast granola. I mean, every week they're changing stuff over there at naturebox.com. And like I said, you know what? The first box is on them. Go to naturebox.com right now and press in.
Go to naturebox.com/Joey.
Go to naturebox.com/right-now/Joey. And what do they got to do? Press the information in, and they got a box sent to their house on NatureBox. Who's better than them? And you know what? Limited time only. So get the fucking snapping, okay? The end of the summer's happening. You want to be skinny for fucking Christmas. You want to be able to put away your whites and put your colors on, and you're a fat fuck. You got to go. Nutritionist approved snacks. Naturebox.com, and the first box is on them. I don't know what the fucking shipping is. Probably like $2, but the first box is on them. Go to naturebox.com right now and get the best selection of fucking nutritionist snacks. Forget about the vending machine, cocksuckers. It's over. naturebox.com. You know what the best thing is? They get shipped right to your house. You're sitting there stone scratching your balls thinking about, fuck, I wish a meteor would land on me. And all of a sudden, fucking the UPS man is knocking on your door with a bag of goodies. You understand me? You know who sent it to you? Uncle Joey at naturebox.com. But before we forget, you're saying, Joey, what else you got for us today? Listen, how many times you get home? You get home, you're fucking hungry. You don't want to cook. Who the fuck wants to cook? That's the only time you think, maybe I should get a butler. Maybe I should get a girlfriend just to cook. Some fat fuck will come over, cook, and polish my fucking knob once a week. But then you got to put up with bullshit, the ear beat, and the story about that mother's foot. And you really don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Or you can hire a personal chef. Or you can do what I do. Blue Apron. Let me tell you something. They send fucking meals to your house direct. You get a box sent with a little refrigerator in there, like a little bag that's a refrigerator with fresh, delicious nutrients in there. I mean, unbelievable. You take them, they give you step-by-step directions on how to cook it. You fucking single guys that are sitting there eating fucking Jack in the Box, McDonald's, complaining about your weight. Here's your chance. You get fresh, nutritious. They're all pre-portioned. I'll tell you what they do, right? This week, let me tell you what the menu that they got over there. They got spiced meatballs. They got stir-fried ginger basil fucking chicken with a nice rice. And that's for the 2-people plan. For the family plan, they got pork chops and summer vegetable rice. Yummy. And they got chicken thighs with Wheeler pasta with a nice spicy tomato sauce. You can't fucking lose. That's on the family package. On the 2-person package, are you fucking kidding me? Spiced meatballs on a Wednesday, you're sitting there fucking starving, watching Bubble Guppies, thinking, what am I going to eat? And all of a sudden, you get a box delivered to your door. You go in there. Let's say you got a date. You want to impress this fucking Momo. You cook together. Who's better than you? Do me a favor. What's this shit here? What's this shit here? What's this shit here? What's this here? Do me a favor. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes with fresh ingredients, and they're right to your door. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Our listeners are going to get 2 free meals. Go to blueapron.com/Joey and start cooking delicious fucking meals at home with Blue Apron. Do me a favor. Go to blueapron.com/Joey and get 2 free meals sent to your house, all right? Besides that, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. It's over, cocksuckers. We got shit to do and people to see and reefer the smoke, and I suggest you motherfuckers do the same, okay? Listen, next weekend, next Saturday, you're going to be sitting there. There's no UFC. There's nothing going on. What time does it start, the EBI?
It starts at 7.
Do me a fucking favor. And what do they need to do?
They either need to go to, if they want to order it online, pay-per-view,
Okay.
go to budovideos.com/EBI,
Okay.
or go to Ticketmaster if you want to get tickets to see it live at downtown LA.
Okay. And
Saturday, August 15th.
But let's say you live in Omaha, Nebraska, and they ain't got time to fly to fucking LA. What do we need to do here?
Budo Video.
Budo Videos, what time does it start?
7.
7 o'clock California time?
Yes.
That's 10 o'clock Eastern time,
Yes.
8 o'clock in Chicago, whatever the fuck. Check your own time zone. I'm here breaking it down for you. I'm too fucking high to be breaking time zones down here. But do me a favor. 90% of you are going to watch it. Maybe you don't live in LA. You're going to watch it on Budo Videos. Open up your computer Saturday, connect it to your TV, get some popcorn, get some fucking Blue Apron, a little pork chop, wouldn't fucking kill nobody, and you watch some world-class jiu-jitsu. My little brother Eddie has worked hard to put this together. And I'll tell you what, if you know anything about this fucking guy, you know he's going to give you the best fucking fighters he can get his hand. I mean, everybody wants to do business with this guy. This guy's one of the top fucking dogs in jiu-jitsu. So do me a favor. Do a personal favor to me. You're not doing nothing next Saturday. Fuck that wedding. Fuck that cunt's house. Go to fucking
budovideos.com.
Pay whatever the fuck it is and watch EBI. You're going to have a great time, all right?
Also, you can watch EBI 1, 2, and 3 on YouTube
For free, gratis on the house. Listen, if you don't watch Grace Gundrum next week, you're fucking wasting yourself. If you're a real jiu-jitsu enthusiast, you should watch this, and especially those little fucking girls. It's going to inspire you like it did to me. Ever since I went there, my game picked up because I go more to jiu-jitsu. If I saw that little girl do what she fucking did, I could do half of that. I'd be a fucking killer. Right or wrong, dog?
Right.
That's where it starts, with Grace fucking Gundrum. And go to the YouTube page. What is it? The GoFundMe. Cut this shit. You motherfuckers got money. You're holding on to it with your fucking long pockets and short arms. Anyway, next week, DC. I'm taping the CD in DC next week. If you see Mrs. Obama, tell her it's all over. Uncle Joey's coming to town, and he's eating that little black fucking raisin till it's dry. That little black raisin. Oh, my God. I get thirsty. Just thinking about it. He just laughed over my fart.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that was a nice and slow one. I love you, cocksuckers. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eddie Brown, for coming in. EBI next Saturday night. Lisa Ayat, Toronto for the podcast. Get down there.
Leastside.com for tickets.
It's all over. They shot 60 fucking bullets in 2 seconds last night?
Oh, really?
They had submachine guns down there. The fucking the chief of police, that never calmed down. It never calmed down. It never is. Because every time something happens somewhere else in the country, a little spark happens there. They don't forget that. That's the Midwest. It's not like they're living it up like the fucking Kardashians and their dads switching pussies. You know what I'm saying? They don't have much. So when you don't have much, you get stuck on the same fucking song and dance, my friend.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard for Ryan and I to really understand. Is it that terrible being a minority in America? I think for white people, we know it, but we really don't.
It depends where you live, Lee. It depends where you live. Ferguson, Missouri is probably the equivalent to, something like Harlem. I've never been there. It's like every other place USA where they have an African-American fucking community. And then inside the African-American community, they have 3 blocks of fucking hell where people go to buy crack and there's hookers and God knows what else is down there. And listen, man.
I mean, I'll say this too.
You're from Baltimore.
Well, and let's be honest.
Let's go.
I am from Baltimore, but when I say Baltimore, not those neighborhoods of Baltimore. You know what I mean? So I can't speak intelligently on what's going on. Just because you're from a city doesn't mean you can speak intelligently on what's going on in those, pockets and those areas of that city.
Yeah, people always ask me.
I don't hang out. When people hear Baltimore, they think The Wire.
Yeah,
I have never hung out in a neighborhood like that. I mean, they're there. That's all real, but I'm saying I don't go into those neighborhoods. There's no reason for me to be in those neighborhoods.
Right.
I can't tell you what's going on in those neighborhoods.
People always ask me when they hear Boston, is Boston racist? And I've heard stories, and I'm sure in some parts it is
just the white people.
Just the I never saw it, but then again, I'm white as fuck, and I probably wouldn't see it.
When somebody says racist, is it 5 guys in the bar giggling, and all of a sudden there's that, did you see that nigga chick last night? Is it that type of racist, or is it racist that people actually put a fucking hood on and go out and pick fights? No. Boston, everybody gets along because you got black guys in the Boston Celtics. See, once the fucking black guys got put on the Boston Celtics.
And Big Poppy.
That's it. That's it. That was it. They were like, you know what? I don't know about these black dudes, but they can play. Let's give them a fucking chance. But in all seriousness, I mean, in 1985, I used to hang out in San Francisco. And I used to hang out with these Cuban refugees. Cubans had just come over, and they were putting them in different pockets. And I remember that there was this one guy that they would give you 20 nickel bags. And let's say at $5 a piece, it comes out to $125 or something. They would give you like $50 out of the $125. And there were days when I was broke, and I just go out there just to hang out with the guys. You could do 25 nickel bags in an hour, just to hang out with the guys. I'd say, give me a thing, and they give them to you. And you'd hide them. You'd hide them under bumpers, in cars. You'd hide them. So if the cops come, you could just, you don't have them on you.
Right.
And listen, man, every 4 fucking days, cops pulled up. And I'm a white fucking dude on paper. Until you take my license, it says Jose Diaz. In those days, I didn't carry a license. But my point is, they would just pull up and jump out of cars and throw you against a wall. It's tough to be a cop in America.
Yeah, yeah.
And what's gotten taken away from the cops when I was banging heads and I was out there getting pulled over and robbing and all that shit is the sense of community. Okay, so Ryan lives where?
Now?
Yeah.
Santa Monica.
Okay, so you live in Santa Monica. You come up to the valley tomorrow. Let me see how I could do this. Okay, you live in Santa Monica. You live on a block that there's a Ralph's and all this shit. And there's a neighborhood cop. Same fucking cop. Same fucking cop that's been there for years. And he sees you and he waves at your kids. And sometimes he pulls over and you get in the car and let the kid fucking beat the horn. But his name is Phil, Officer fucking Jones. And you get to know him 3-4 fucking years. Now, God forbid you come up to the valley. You come up to the valley one day, we're all hanging out on the way out the door, so you get into an argument with some kid. And you smack him and you get in the car and the kid takes your license plate. They go up to the valley here in North Hollywood. They do the paperwork. They come down to Santa Monica to put that warrant. Guess who's coming to your house with the cops in the valley? Officer Smith, because that's his neighborhood. And guess what Officer Smith is going to do? The guys that are coming down.
Phil.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Officer Phil. That's what we said he was.
Yeah. Okay, Officer
Phil Smith.
Officer Phil The cops that are coming from the valley, they're coming from the valley with one side of the story in their head. Do you follow me? They're coming from the story that some kid was walking down the block on a skateboard, and my man, fucking Ryan, just bitch slapped him and got in his car.
And the cops could know that guy from the valley.
Okay,
So it could be like his
right. So what a shame. The kid's a great kid. Now they're coming down here with what? With blood in their eyes. All right? But guess who stops him?
Phil.
Officer Phil goes, hold on 1 second. To knock on his door, I got to come with you. And he explains to him this has to be a misunderstanding. I know him. I know his wife. I know his kids. He's a stand-up comic. He's a decent guy. So now the blood gets tanned. They want to hear your side of the story. They'll take you down booking. So you understand me? You had that type of relationship with the police officers. I don't know what's happened the last 10 years. I'm not out there. But I know there's no relationship with police officers. There's no more neighborhood cop. So I know what a black neighborhood is. I went into them to get drugs. I know how they shake you down. You know, in the old days, they'd have a gun on their holsters. Now they're coming out shooting guys. And if they see any infraction, how many shootings have you seen in the last 3 years that you're like, where's the justification for this fucking shooting?
A lot.
Where's the justification for this fucking shooting? There's none. He got on the floor, and the guy, what's the one? The guy shot him a couple of weeks ago, the kid in Cincinnati.
I can't look at the stories anymore.
Yeah,
It's
one
just too much for
dude,
me.
he told him to reach for his license. He went to reach for it, then he shot him, and he even said, why he's hit with? He's hit. He's like, you told me to go for my license. I'm getting my license. Yeah.
So who the fuck knows the pressures it is to be a cop?
But
I've
also,
never been a cop.
when you watch these videos, for me at least, when I see a cop's body cam and I see it from their point of view, to me, at any moment, it's like the end of Sopranos. Who's it going to be that's going to, you know what I mean? I think that it's so heightened right now that I'd be scared out there. I'd definitely be
If
scared.
I got pulled over today, I'd be scared.
Yeah, I'd be the
I'd
cop
be
too, though. I mean, I'd be scared if I was
I
the
would
cop
put my
too.
hands right out the fucking window.
Yeah.
And let the cam watch it, put my hands out the window. You know, I would do everything. I was thinking about it the other day. What if I get pulled over at night when I come home from the Comedy Store? I would just as soon as I open my window and put my hands on the
I'm
window.
with you.
And that's it. That's the end of
But
the
then when they
story.
get there, can I reach for my license?
Can I reach for my
I'm
license?
reaching for my
officer?
license. I'm the same way.
But even if things weren't heightened, isn't there always going to be some sort of like tension between the cops and I don't want to say just black people, but it just seems like in this
right
case,
now,
black
in
people-
this part, right now in our world today, in the United States, there's a hidden tension with black people and cops. And if you don't think I'm you have to.
Yeah.
You'd have to. Okay. You got a call tomorrow. There's some fucking Cuban dude smacking Jewish people. He goes into synagogues and just smacks you and runs out. He goes into temples. And I walk up on you. Is your defense going to be up or you're going to be glad to see me? You don't know if I'm going to smack you.
Right.
Same fucking thing. Every black person in America right now, whether they're a criminal or just a regular black person, after you see the shooting in Cincinnati,
Yeah.
you have to be a little scared subconsciously. You could say, suck my dick, they're going to suck my white dick or my black dick. But subconsciously, that goes into your subconscious mind. So you have to be a little bit fucking scared.
I was always scared of cops.
Always. Me too.
Yeah, me too. I've never been comfortable.
Me too.
My friend's his mom, they're black, and she tells him, like, get your fucking registration on your car up to date. Never give them make sure your tail lights aren't out. Never
give them a reason.
Never
That's
give them
the
a
only thing.
reason. Never give them a reason.
Can't give them a fucking
Don't give them a
reason.
reason.
You know, I see people and they tell you with stories and they come back again. You should fucking know better. Remember the night we almost got pulled over by the
Which
diner,
one?
North Hollywood diner, when we pulled into the cop thing. The cops were looking at that kid. He
Right,
got away,
yeah.
started running, and there we are. So they saw two people in the car. So they thought I had picked the hitchhiker up. They got right behind me.
What?
They thought I had picked the kid up because it was
Yeah.
him and I getting a milkshake. They pulled up right behind us. I shit a fucking prick, man. They got out of the car. They're going to wave their guns. They're looking for a fucking kid. We saw the kid.
Yeah.
We saw the kid fucking running. It's not like we didn't see. If I'm telling you right now, I'm driving at night sober, no weed in my car. I'm still paranoid. I still have a little paranoia in me. Even if I'm not a criminal, I have no warrants, nothing. I get pulled over, I shit my pants. That's why I do not drink. I have zero tolerance drinking rule. Zero. When I'm in the Comedy Store, listen, you know what, man? I love you to death. I'm already high. I don't want to smoke. I don't want it on my persona. I don't want to know it. I got an edible in me. They'll never know. I got Visine in mine. They'll never fucking know. Leave them the fuck alone. I do the speed limit double. Right, Lee? I don't fuck around.
Pretty much. My dad was freaked out in the car.
What did he say?
Well, because you took that turn, that left right after the Comedy Store, and he was high, so he saw the cars coming. He was like, "Does Joey always drive that crazy?" I was like, "He's taking it easy on you."
Your dad had a good time?
My dad had a great time. Yeah, we had fun. We had a lot of fun. It's just it's cool being older and spending like actual time with him. It's fun.
Listen, man, the coolest thing in the world is to be old and still be relevant in somebody's life. I can't imagine being 74 and kids coming up to me and putting a joint in my mouth and saying, "Grandpa, what up?" And I'm not even their grandpa.
Yeah.
They just see me and go, "Hey, man, my big brother used to listen to you. You want to get high?" And I'd be like, fucking, even if I didn't get high and I had a fucking oxygen machine, if I'm
Put it in the
78,
tank.
if I'm 78 and two young kids come up to me and said, "My brother said he saw you at the Improv one night. You want to get high?" You ever get high with somebody old?
Yeah.
They have a great time.
A great time.
They have, especially if you get them high for the first fucking time. Ari's dad is coming to the show on Thursday night. Ari Shafir, the
Oh, that's
DC.
gonna be so
Yeah.
fun.
And I threatened Ari, and I'm going to give him a start. Don't do it. Don't do
His
it.
dad's never smoked or never been
I
high.
don't know.
Yeah.
I gave him the CBDs for his arthritis. Mr. Shafir's a trip, you know. And I played the message for Steve Simone, and we both were like, that's where Ari gets his loyalty. You can hear it in this guy's voice. He's got like that Yiddish accent,
Right. Yeah.
you know, and it's just amazing. And what a great message he left me about. He'd love to reciprocate the favor. If you're ever in the D.C. area, please don't hesitate to go. At least let me
Guess what?
feed you. So Ari said they want to come see you Thursday night. So put them on the list.
That's awesome.
Should I give him a little edible? What do you think to make him dance?
Yeah.
Flip one.
What kind of Jew would I be if I wouldn't give him a fucking edible? How would the fucking Jew God look at me and go, "Joey, you're slipping"? That is a top Jew I sent to you, and you leave him fucking open-handed.
Top Jew.
Fuck yeah, you gotta give fucking respect to the top fucking Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Put it in their food. Have like a waitress slip it in whatever they're eating.
Nah, that's Mr. Shafir. You gotta let him know what he's in. You know, I don't want him to go home and see a devil and say, "Fucking Joey tased me."
Tased me.
You get back to Baltimore all the time?
I don't get back as much as I want to these days. I used to go at least once a year. It's been 2 since I've been back. We just had a baby, so.
Who's left in Baltimore?
So I have a twin brother, fraternal twin brother, left, but he actually just moved to Delaware, and my younger brother lives in Baltimore. I've got my cousins who I was raised by basically grandmoms and everything. We have a product of divorce, so extended family. So I'm tight with third cousins, great aunts help raise me, stuff like that. So all of them are all still there.
Not to insult anybody. Don't take it as an insult. How bad is your life when you move to Delaware? Oh my God, I've been to Delaware. Holy shit.
I tell him every
My brother
time.
lives there, and I don't know.
He does?
But that's where he had to move to change. Like his wife said to him, I have a sister down there, and there ain't dick to do. If you're into boredom, like they have 2 beaches though. The summers are good.
Yeah, there's stuff down there.
The
The summers are good.
but the winters, he said, even my brother said, "Dog, it's brutal. There ain't dick." I go, "Where's the bar?" He goes, "There's a bar." I go. He gets coke from time to time down there. They got coke at least.
Everybody's got
Well, the
college.
college. My brother went to U Delaware, so there must be at least some college town. I don't know wherever that is.
But you might as well be on an island. You know what I mean? Like you're so far away from everyone else, 2-3 hours away from everybody that. So unless they're coming to the beach and you're on the way, you get to stop by. You know what I mean? That's so far to pack up a family and go visit somebody 3 hours back and forth. And then, but
You got the ferry coming down from Jersey, because I know my brother.
yeah, Philly's close. A lot of Eagle fans down in that area and stuff too. But it's cheap. It's where a lot of people can afford these days too. You know what I mean? Property tax is so low, and there's no sales tax. It's weird when you go get something that says it's $367, and then they go $367. You're like, oh yeah, there's no fucking sales tax here. So it's got its advantages, but yeah, you gotta like to do a lot of nothing.
I never thought about that. Is there sales tax on houses? I have no
That's a
idea.
good question.
In California, it's 10%. That's a fucking lot of money.
That's a lot of fucking. California, they rape you. from A to fucking Z when you're looking to buy a home, especially now with the price of the home.
Is it crazy?
Oh,
It's fucking crazy.
It's crazy.
It's just you see these homes and you go 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
Even if I could afford that, I need another bedroom.
Yeah.
I need an office.
And another bathroom. Boom.
You need a fucking 2.5.
You got to have a 2.5.
And when you have family, I like that. Listen, give me the small cubicle in the back. That's just a shitter and a sink. I'm good. That's all I need. I'll turn that into the Taj fucking Mahal.
I just need it wide enough to give a good leg spread. And I'll tell you, a friend of mine, so we grew up together. His name's Eric. I won't say his last name, but he ended up developing this crazy stomach problem in college. So they were giving him all this shit to drink to try to figure it out. They're lighting him up. They can't figure it out. And he's got, at this time now, he had a kid young, so he's got a little girl. And he's just shitting himself with no warning, and he's going to the hospital. Like, what the fuck's going on with me? Like, I don't even know what's coming, and bam, bam. So, now I forgot what the fuck I was saying.
Your friend just shit himself.
He shit himself. Yeah, he couldn't stop
So he went
shitting
to the
himself.
hospital?
So he went to the hospital, and I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. The star just crept up on me.
Fuck yeah. My question to you was, when this thing was going down with the police in Baltimore a few months ago, were you communicating with your family at home, or were they saying to you, were the streets deadly? It was a different part of town.
Yeah, it's definitely a different part of town. It's the part of town that no white people go in, that they're not there. So a buddy of mine has a junkyard there in Baltimore, and he was talking to, he's close to it. So he was talking to the people in the neighborhood, and the normal people, the people that live there and work there, and they're like, they just burned down our CVS. So now we have to go get our prescriptions somewhere else. Like, they don't realize how much they put the community out. Like, we got to go to this other one. It's going to be overflowing. We're not going to get our shit. They burned that one man's business down, the business in their community. So, and then you hear all the other sides of the story with, the Ravens are out there and the Orioles are out there, and you're hearing it from the organization. So it's been an ongoing thing that I think exists in a lot of cities. And I think, like you said, they're waiting for that spark. And, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again in Detroit or Chicago or somewhere else, especially at this rate.
And it's only going to get worse because there's more there's more movie theater shootings. So the only way to stop that is by putting more police out there. And if you think about it, there has to be, they're going to start putting cops in movie theaters. When I worked in a movie theater, there were cops there on weekends.
There were?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
In the theaters or not in the lobby area?
In the lobby area. So they would need more. But, I mean,
with guns?
But at least you can neutralize the shooter.
Sure.
And you're there, and you have a response team there.
Yeah.
They're big enough chains. Those chains charge $6 for that fucking popcorn. You go to get popcorn, it's a $20, and then the fucking entrance is a fucking $20 for you to get there.
You should be protected.
Yeah, you should be fucking protected. I'm not, and listen.
How much more vulnerable can you be in a dark room with your back to everything?
And your guard
down.
Completely down. And if you're watching Mission Impossible, there's people shooting.
Yeah.
So the first 10 bullets, you don't even fucking know.
And that's what everyone else thinks in the other theaters. That's what they've said in the
guys, this is not good. This is not good.
Yeah.
This is, right now, studio heads are sitting there going, listen, we're about to lose. Educated people are going to they're going to wait till the movie comes out.
Especially with the TVs people have now.
That's it. I'm not going. I'm not risking it. Only, the other day I was watching, they sentenced the kid to life in jail. People were angry. And the lady who, listen, I love mercy. And one thing I told Terry since day one with anybody's children is, I would never put mercy in a bad position. There's no reason for mercy to go to the comedy store. People think it's cute. I'm bringing my kid. Listen, there's no fucking reason. There's no reason for mercy to be in the screening of Batman at midnight. At any age. They took a baby into the movie theater. I mean, God bless the baby soul and the mother. But listen, you fucked up. Your child is a fucking month old, and you're going to see Batman. Batman's that important in your fucking life.
Yeah.
Then you know what? One part of me, you should have been shot in the fucking head.
Yeah.
Because Batman is that fucking important to you at midnight. And this is what I don't understand. This is the other thing. Like, we become a fucking weak country by even supporting, Batman, the Fantastic Four, all these fucking movies. How old are you? If you're over 12, I can't see you going to one of those fucking movies. Seriously. I'm not being cute here. If you're over 13, I cannot see an adult going to one of those fucking movies.
That's all that go to those movies.
That fucking tells you the society we live in.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that stuff.
I would not go to a fucking superhero movie.
Some of them are good.
Fucking paid me.
Do you watch them at home?
Oh yeah, I watch them at home on my
Some of
couch
them are good. Some of the
with my
first ones are
fucking- with my
good.
fucking
That first
cable.
Iron Man was good. All those 3 Batmans were good.
The one Iron Man I went to see was 22 minutes too long. They wouldn't die. They wouldn't kill him with the fucking guy. I can't deal with that. There's a chance to go home. Let's go. End this fucking thing. They don't have an ending for these fucking movies.
Well,
It's
because
like
they
have a
That's because there's
beginning.
always a fucking sequel.
It's a beginning, and then there's no fucking ending.
Yeah.
It's this garbage ending. Like, listen, listen. Here's what kills me about a movie that you people are listening to me, and you're like, Joey's a fucking asshole. He talks about movies. Let me give you my perspective. I came to a country, and anybody who walks into the United States of America before immigration, and you ask them those stupid fucking questions, pull them aside and ask them what really made you come into this country. And they're going to tell you 3 things. And those 3 things, I'm going to tell you American film and how it influenced me. Scarface, the beginning. What does he say in the pitch meeting when they got him sitting down in immigration? I see the guys like Humphrey Bogart, James Cagney, any fucking immigrant that comes in here, when they see a big screen in a movie theater, your heart stops. When you see an American film in a movie theater, your heart stops. Your heart stops. Every fucking immigrant that comes in here has their favorite movie or pictures America, how that movie is described. They will tell you, Lucky Lady, or every Russian watched the one with fucking Robin Williams, Suicide Boy. What movie he made? The Moscow on the Hudson.
Moscow on the Hudson.
Every Russian saw that fucking movie.
Suicide Boy.
Yeah,
Rocky 4.
Rocky 4.
There it comes.
They see those movies and it means something to them. So when I came to this country, I saw fucking The Love Bug, which, come on, guy, when you can't speak English and there's no subtitles, because I never like subtitles. Till today, I won't go see a movie.
Is that how you learn English?
I learned English by watching American
Wow.
television. I learned English by going, and it's the weirdest fucking thing, because when people have this argument about their children not watching TV, I shut my fucking mouth. But if they ask me, I go, I lived on TV for the first years of my life. I know the Dick Van Dyke Show word for word. I know 3 or 4 mother-in-laws word for word, because that's how I learned English. I would compare what they said and then read signs and put 2 and 2 together at the age of 4 and 5. But I still remember going to see The Love Bug, America's Strongest Man with Jan Michael Vincent, when he picks up the weights and his arms fall down.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. There was a couple of them that you go see as a child. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Oh, I remember Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Dr. Doolittle with the fucking animals. Also,
Yeah.
I wanted to collect 2 of everything.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck it
Wizard
was.
of Oz came
Wizard
on
of
every
Oz.
year. It was
And
on
then-
TV.
and then
Yeah.
And then you got like a crazy uncle. On a Saturday, your mom is busy and she ain't even fucking thinking. She ain't even thinking right. She's like, hey, do you mind going with your uncle on Saturday? He's like, yeah. In fact, I'm going to take mine. You're like, what? And all of a sudden he picks you up and he's like, listen, what movie are we going to see? You're like, bananas, whatever. And he was like, no, we're going to see a Charles Bronson movie.
Yeah.
And at first you're furious. Fucking Charles Bronson. Who the fuck? Whatever the fuck it was. For me, I think it was, or it was Clint Eastwood. It was one of those Dirty Harry ones that they took me to. I was in shock. No. It was earlier than that. It was either Stone Killer. What year did Stone Killer come out with Charles Bronson, or the Valachi Papers? First time you were a little kid, a Cuban kid?
73.
It was before that. Which one's that one? Valachi Papers?
Stone Killers.
Valachi Papers.
F or V?
V.
Okay.
It was one of those gangster movies. I remember still going to see Death Wish and going home.
72.
And going home and like looking in the dictionary to see what vigilante meant.
Yeah.
Like vigilante was the biggest word I knew at that age. And I couldn't wait to go to school and drop it on these motherfuckers. And I fucking, I got that movie. In fact, go to YouTube, Death Wish rape scene. That was the first rape scene I ever saw in my life that I should have never seen.
Same situation, same thing. I was at a birthday party. The adults were watching something in the room. We had trickled in, get some more Kool-Aid, whatever, maybe like 9. Do you remember the original Bad Boys? It was Sean Penn.
Oh, yeah.
And
the kid from that
is it Esai Morales?
Esai Morales.
Is that right? La Bamba. He was Richie Valens' brother.
He hits him with the pillowcase.
Yeah, full of soda cans.
Yeah.
But that guy, I think it was a revenge thing. He raped his girlfriend
Right,
because Sean
outside.
killed
They
his
raped
brother.
Right, they raped her on the outside.
Is it this one? The one I have my mouse on. Rape 2. Oh.
Which one?
It says there's 2 of them. Oh no. Wait.
Death Wish.
But so that's the same way I saw
Death
it.
Wish Part 1. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, my brother. Yeah, that's it. Part 211. That's it. 211. They follow her home. Look who it is. Look who the rapist is. Turn around, guys. Look who the rapist is. You guys didn't see that? Look who it is.
That dude?
No. Look.
Oh, that's Goldblum. Yeah.
Eric fucking Goldblum. This is what year? 73?
Let me look it up.
Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, that is him.
This is a weird fucking
74.
This is a weird fucking this is a weird trilogy because then they moved to LA and they got raped again. Who moves to a different city and gets raped again? You gotta be the kiss of death at that point. At that point, you gotta put like one of those things on your pussy, like in the medieval times, with a
lock it down. But yeah, so I was at the party and I remember seeing him lay on her. He raped her underneath a train. The train goes by as she screams. They can't hear her scream. And I knew what he was doing, and I knew it wasn't right. But I remember asking, "What's happening?" And I'll never forget. One of the adults quickly said, "He's biting her." And I said, "Y'all don't want to tell us what the fuck's going on." But yeah, that's where I saw it in that movie.
It's shocking.
It was shocking. It's never left me. It's never left me.
I have the same story, but how far?
Keep going. Just keep going. Let's see what you'll see. They go in. There you go. Watch this. This is horrible. When you're fucking 10, this is horrible. This is horrible. I remember they ripped his shirt or something, and I almost shit in my pants.
If he gets hurt, mother, just hold still. Don't move.
What do you want?
Don't jive, mother. You know what we want.
You're not going to hurt us.
Not if you got money. Nobody. Hey, mother. Look at the artiste doing his art. Okay. Beautiful, mother.
My purse is in the kitchen.
Just stand still.
We'll do as they say, Carol. Where's your purse?
It's Rothschild. It's 1974. I don't fucking believe it. Where's the class, huh? Where's the fucking class?
Shit, you only got $4. I got 3. 2 bits. You're gonna get the shit kicked out of you, mother.
It's all we have.
Rich people like you? Shit, we want money, mother. Now get it!
It's true. That's all we have.
Look at the singer from the Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like Billy Corgan.
Billy Corgan before the songwriter. Yeah, this is 1960.
This is disturbing.
This is disturbing.
You seen this at 10?
Hey.
It's heavy now.
They say Trump was bad to women. Jesus Christ. Trump never did that to Rosie O'Donnell.
Let me beat your ass.
That's disturbing for a young man.
Oh, yeah.
That fucked my world
Oh,
up.
man.
I don't know if I should put this on YouTube.
And this is a much harder one than the one I watched. The only one I had to watch was him lay on her from the point of view.
This is horrible.
This is horrible.
I tell you, that's it. But what the fuck? The drama, I'm over here fucking crying over here. You might as well put on the fucking channel with fucking what's his name. No, oh shit! Look at
Lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah, just to pick it up. What the fuck? We got some time.
I want you to know I rallied around the star and I remembered the story I forgot to tell.
See?
So we were talking about, that's tight.
No, this is the
Yeah.
fucking.
I love telling you about it. We were talking about having the 2.5 bath. Okay. A friend of mine developed that crazy stomach problem, couldn't stop shitting. Goes to his wife's company Christmas party at someone's townhouse in Maryland. Okay. And when you walk in, like townhouse, you walk in and it's got stairs that go up, but they sort of go back deep, not terribly wide, but a little bit. And there's always a half bath right when you walk in the front door, right there on your right. Just a toilet and a sink. Okay. He's got these shit problems. He's going upstairs to the main bathroom. He's going to the second one. They're all being used. It's a small townhouse with like 100 people in it. And he's telling his wife, he's like, I'm going to have to shit in that half bath. And the living room is packed full of people eating and everything. She's like, don't do it. He's like, I'm going to have to shit. I'm going to have to go in there and do it. And he just said, sorry. And he went and did it. And I mean, he said he was in there for 25 minutes and came out. He said the food, everything. He ruined everything. The party they all left. They all fucking left. And she had to go back and work with him. He didn't have to see him. She had to see him. They were like, man, your husband shit this house up and ruined the fucking...
That's a horrible situation. That's horrible.
But you need that half bath.
Listen, man, I used to do a lot of coke. So I go to people's houses, I do 2 bumps of coke. And the first thing you got to do is take a shit. And I tell them, you got another bathroom? They go, no, use that one. I go, oh, Jesus. And listen, the worst shit you'll take are the ones in some of these houses, the sticky ones. You get 2 rolls of toilet paper. They don't have no more rolling paper. You got to fucking yell out for them for fucking toilet paper. The worst shits I have to take are when I'm out. You know, at that coffee shop we go to, Marie E.T.
Oh, really?
And you got to run to the bathroom and there's somebody in there shitting already.
Man.
I get furious.
Yeah.
Or sometimes I just drink coffee and got to pee and I run to the bathroom and somebody took a shit in that bathroom. My blood pressure goes 200 over. I get furious people who shit on the outside because I try my hardest not to shit in the street.
Oh, yeah.
I really do. I really fucking do. I hate and always have to shit when I'm leaving the house, it seems like. When I'm just about to leave the house, that's why I'm calm. I get up at 6. I give myself a few hours.
Fake it out a little bit.
There's people who leave the house and expect to go to somebody else's place of residence or business and fuck up their bathroom. Your friend, I understand. He was very sick. I don't want people coming over to my house and taking a shit.
No, hell no, not like that.
You know, when people come over, they look like Ari will come to your house and go, can I use your bathroom? That means fucking you're done. You're done. You're done.
I haven't had a house with a guy for a while. My dad was just here for a weekend. This is a family story that we went to hit my aunt's house, his sister's, and he pooped, and then my cousin went in and puked. And she was like 10. And
From
she
the
came
smell,
She came in crying. Uncle Dickie, you made me puke from your poop.
How many fucking places that I go to when I was doing blow and I destroyed the bathroom to the point where the toilet got stuck? Because when you do cocaine, it loosens everything up. You start dropping everything. Pow, 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 legs, chicken wings, bones. Oh my God, it's fucking horrible. I miss cocaine.
There's a matchbox.
That's the one thing about cocaine. You do it and it cleans you out, and then you're running on an empty stomach the rest of the night. Your stomach is growling, but you don't want to eat because you're fucking doing powder. It's tremendous.
I'll never forget. My grandmother used to tell me this story all the time. My grandmother was hip, and she and one of our cousins, he was older, but they shared a birthday, December 8th, I believe. And they would always get together for coffee and hang out on their birthday. And they went to this place. It was called White Coffee Pot Jr. back in Baltimore, and they were sitting down having coffee. My grandma said, "Oh my God, I need to use the bathroom." So she goes into the ladies' room. She's telling us this. And she squats over the toilet, and she's got terrible diarrhea. And she said, I cleaned myself, and when I was done, I turned around to put the toilet paper in, and nothing was in the toilet. And she said, I looked up on the wall, and it sprayed all up on the wall. And she's like, oh my God. So she runs out and washes her hands, and as she's getting ready to come out, here comes a female attendant to clean it. And my grandmother just looked at her and goes, I don't look what some sick son of a bitch in there did. That's disgusting. Hauled ass out of there, grabbed my cousin and said, we're getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it was the timing of death.
She just thought quick, like, it's fucking disgusting. I can't even be in here.
I almost shit myself the other day. I was at the urinal when my dad and Paula met, and I was taking a piss, and I thought I had to fart, and it like almost came out. I was able to stop it at the last minute, but
it's a horrible situation when you shit yourself. I do it once a year. Just do it. You don't know.
Only once a year?
But
You eat
I
like
do
bad
it.
food. You don't know. You go there for the first time, and people in LA, oh, it's great food. You go in there and they give you that fucking canned shrimp. That canned shrimp goes through me. I don't fucking
like water, yeah.
Last week, a bunch of my friends said that the golden chopsticks is good on Laurel Canyon.
I've always driven by it. Is it
So
good?
the other night, I go, you know what, honey? You want Chinese? I want Chinese. Let's go to the golden chopsticks. Mercy didn't want to go nowhere, so I go, I'll go get it. We ordered it on the phone. The shrimp was horrible. The wings were delicious until you bit into them, and then you could see they were glued together. Like the 7-Eleven wings, they're purple. They got like a low grade of wings. Like the chicken's got cancer or something. They got weak wings. Their wings break. The wings were delicious. The best wings in LA, 10, 15. My wife was saying, best wings you could ever have in LA are at Rice on La Cienega next to Vito's Pizza down there.
Oh, I know where
There used to
Vito's
be a
is.
place named Rice next door. Now it's something else. They serve sushi. But 15 years ago, when I was 418, I think I got to be 418, I would go to Rice and get 3 order of wings. 6 to an order garlic wings.
Oh,
Just no sauce, no blue cheese, no celery, just fucking wing meat with garlic juice on it. Chinese style, fresh, delicious. $6.95 a piece.
Really?
$8.95. I didn't give a fuck. Me and my wife would go down and get the lunch special and 3 order of fucking wings. The tables, and my wife said to me, she goes, we've never had those wings again. Just delicious. And this place, the wings were, like I said, I didn't get sick the next day. I'm not going to lie to you. The pork fried rice I didn't eat a lot of it. The shrimp and garlic sauce was just horrific. And it was the shrimp. If they would have used the size big, it would have been.
Yeah.
Once you give me those little shrimp, you're insulting me.
Yeah, thank you.
You want to use those for shrimp fried rice, I'm not mad at you. But for shrimp and garlic sauce, you got to go a little bigger. And we got something else. I ate some white rice, and that was it.
I love shrimp, but I don't get it very many places. Like if I don't, I'll have to go to like a Thai place for a while before I try like their shrimp pad Thai.
I'm a seafood snob, man. Shrimp cook in like 2 minutes. People overcook them. They're always rubbery and shit. And then you start freezing them. They don't know how to freeze them. Yeah, fuck all that shit up.
I told my wife to stop buying the shrimp from Costco.
Yeah.
The same thing. The big bag we went. And then you would go out and eat shrimp. And you're like, Jesus, that tastes like real fucking shrimp. They give me that old fucking, I told you, that's that old fucking, some Jew. Listen, when they drop that Exxon oil, some fucking Jew was like, go down there and buy everything. Sharks, everything that's floating with oil. We'll wash this shit off and we'll freeze it. We'll freeze this shit. And that's what they did. Some fucking sick fucking white dude went down
Probably
there.
right. No, you're
I think I'm kidding.
with the
They
net.
don't show you that shit. They gotta save them fish.
If they weren't sold here, they were sold somewhere else.
They were sold somewhere else. They
Oh,
scoop
man.
those little Exxon oil fish before the oil goes into
The
the
BP
skin.
one, I think you're saying.
You will BP, Exxon,
All
wash
done.
those motherfuckers off and you freeze them. You put some salt and pepper on them to freeze them like that, and you sell them to fucking whoever. They don't know what the fuck you. And that's why I think that Costco shrimp is. It's definitely like related to that shrimp, like they're second cousins to that oil fucking shrimp. All right, so you're going to school at Northridge.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when the fuck do you go? I'm gonna get into stand-up comedy.
Well, all right. So at 20 years old, a friend of mine was dating a girl whose dad was managing a club in Baltimore called Winchester's on Water Street at the time. I'm 20. And he was like, I think you should just try it. Go try it. So I tried it. And I did well, and I liked it. And, the funny thing is, this is 94? So, no, 93. And they paid me $50 to open. Fast forward to 2015, you get into the improv, $50 to open. I still think that's amazing. So I do it for a few months, and then a bunch of life shit happens, and I don't start again until I move out here. I moved out here. So let me backtrack a little bit. I've always wanted to come to California. I've always loved comedy, wanted to get in. I didn't know if it would be stand-up or what it would be. But I wanted to be here. So I used college as a way to get here. I majored in mass communication, got my AA at community college. And the day I'm coming to Cal State Northridge, I got, I'm going to have a room with 3 other guys. I'm like, oh, good, I'll meet people, get out to California where I want to be. Northridge isn't that far from Hollywood. I can do shows. And I'm sleeping at my friend's place. And his mom wakes me up. And she's like, turn the TV on. And I turn it on. And she's like, you don't have a college. I'm like, what? I thought it was a dream. Like, what's going on? And it turns out the Northridge quake hit Northridge, is the epicenter, destroyed the college. It was on MLK Day, so fortunately not a lot of people died because, offices are closed, all that stuff. But
that was January of 94.
That's right. That's exactly right. January of 94. I'm coming here, and I'm going to go to school, and I'm going to start stand-up when I'm here. But then the earthquake happens, and I come anyway. And I met a dude through a friend and just lived with him in January. Actually, it ended up being Deitz's old place. He used to get his mail all the time. Andrew Silverstein's mail used to come to us all the time there. And then I finally got out to Northridge because we didn't start the semester until February because the school was destroyed. I mean, you would drive these streets. Were you out here then? No. You would drive the streets. I mean, try to picture in your mind a business front just tilted on its face. I mean, just destroyed. Fires coming up through the streets from the gas pipes, and families at the corner of Reseda and like Burbank. There's a big park, and people who didn't have homes were in tents, and the National Guard bordered it for them and protected them in there. Like, it was fucked up. I mean, it was a big earthquake. So finally we start in February, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to class, and I'm on a sidewalk. I'm under a tree. I'm in a trailer, and the whole time now I'm in I'm sharing a bathroom with some other guy on the other side of this little studio, which is now I'm not meeting anyone. You know what I mean? I'm just walking to class, and the place is devastated. So I go back home in the summer. I come back, and they're like, hey, you're not an in-state student. We can't admit you because we've got to let all the in-states back. We're bringing, they're trying to get money, and I'm out of state. But they wanted to give me money to live there, and I wasn't going to owe some institution money to just chill in California. So I drove back to Maryland, graduated from Towson, and then came back. And that's when I really started to...
what year was that?
That was 97. And I got into improv first, and I did the Groundlings, and I went into the writing lab. And at that point, it was started to become, you can, start auditioning for the Sunday company and that. But I didn't want to do that. I was already doing stand-up while I was doing it. And I just wanted to write and learn how to do that and build characters and tell stories. And then just took that back to doing stand-up. The reason I got back into stand-up was because I went to do the Groundlings. And they have between level 1 and 2, can be up to a year waiting list. And I just didn't want to stop the momentum I had started with comedy. So I was like, I'm going to go back to stand-up. And that's when first show I met Sam Tripoli. And I mean, we've been buddies ever fucking since. I saw him do that goddamn stripper in a wheelchair, and I was like, I fucking love this guy. I love him. And then it's just been, built from starting then. I would just my first start, I would do once a month. It wasn't until I was probably 2 years of just gigging and doing mics that I started I got into the improv through the Comedy Store and started just opening. And I opened for, a lot of comics because it was easier to get opening work than it was feature because a lot of those guys brought their dude back in the day. So that's how I got into it, and then just stayed doing stand-up. I love stand-up, but podcasting, I mean, it's my new, you guys have been at it a while, and I haven't, but it's my new favorite format. I mean, I love the freedom and the, openness and being able to be you for a while and, not
you have a pretty popular podcast. You've been doing it for a while.
Yeah, we've been doing it a while, but, there's, guys, Rogan and Corolla and Marin, these guys just blazing, trailblazers.
We're still here.
Hardwood.
We're still here. A lot of people have started and gotten out of it. I got to tell you, I've always had a really emotional side towards Baltimore. And you know what? I got a memory for all dumb shit. And I could sit here and I don't know the name of the club. I went to Michigan when I started comedy. I went to Dearborn, to a place called Joey's in Dearborn. I think it was Joey's. It was that chain. And they were very nice to me. And the guy his name was Ed Belasca. And after my first weekend there, he booked me for a month, in the month of August. I went there Memorial Day weekend. And he goes, do you want to MC? He goes, in the summer, it's slow. So I do a 2-man show. I'll put you in the hotel. And your house MC. I said, okay. He goes, do you have any other work? I go, not really. Whatever they give me in Denver. He goes, I got a buddy in Baltimore. I'll give him a call. And he came back in. And he goes, this guy said if you drive there this week, he needs an MC. They paid me $300, Lee. And I drove to Baltimore, and they put me in a condo across the street, and they had just rebuilt the waterfront.
Yeah, the harbor.
The harbor, and that's where the club was, okay? Till this day, the guy was very nice to me. They fed me. I ate shit. I'm not going to lie to you guys and tell you. He did call me back. I'm lying to you guys.
Was it slapsticks back then?
Jesus fucking, I don't know. I know the guy was as sweet as pie. He didn't bring in national headliners. He brought in local guys once a month. He had Paulie Shore, and at that time he had Anthony, the nice kid from the show. Was
the
coming.
Boston show.
The Boston kid,
He did Last Comic. And Clark.
Anthony Clark. He didn't have, but besides that, it was guys from Detroit, and guys from Albany. And the time I did it was a guy from Detroit who got me in with Yoda. So you see how it works? He got me in with Yoda. I forget what his sister ended up marrying the singer with the dreads, and he beat her and cheated on her. But he got me into the Yoda and to the Milwaukee room. This is how comedy works.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people think, blah, 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 blah. So by me going to Baltimore for $300, I featured for this dude, and the feature act was a black dude that was cool as fuck. And he goes, I usually headline, but I took this because I come down here to eat the crab cakes, and my sister was here. So we started talking. He goes, where do you want to work? And I said, I want to. He goes, call me in a week. I called him in a week. He called Yoda. There was no package. There was no tape. There was nothing. Yoda gave me like 2 hell gigs, and I didn't call Yoda for years. But in the meantime, he got me into co-headlining at the Comedy Cafe with the gangsters. You ever worked for them? Mm-hmm. JD, when he used to own the motorcycle gang. He used to run the motorcycle gang. So the whole staff was fucking
vests.
Gangster suits.
Oh, really?
And he weighed 500 pounds. He was a big Indian-looking Samoan motherfucker, JD, and he would pay you with a gun on his desk. It was crazy. Thursday night, he would take you to dinner to this fucking place. They would
like the Booyah Tribe.
Oh, my God. This guy had always hot chicks, always hot strippers every time you went there. Thursday night, he'd take you to this fucking dynamite home cooking place. Home cooking in Milwaukee. Friday, he fed you at the club, and then Saturday, if there was 2 feet of snow on the ground, there was a guy outside grilling, dog. He paid the guy like $3 to build like an igloo and grill shit. And I'm talking about real deal barbecue with beef and shit. Yeah. He took care of you. He was cheap to pay you. That's why I didn't go back. I did it twice. The condo, oh my God. If there was ever a worst condo award, that one would be in the top fucking voting. The couch was worst. It was like beige from all the sperm throughout the years. It was, and you could smell it. What color was it originally? Oh my God, like a green, like a fucking lime green. Every room was different. God. Every room had tape on the windows and a fucking gate, you know, like a fire gate, so nobody could break in. The back window had a water bed from the 60s with a mirror on the ceiling. The fucking bathroom was disgusting. I decided as a headliner to take Jodie Fertig with me as the feature act. And I had to pick her up. She passed out in the car from being drunk. You know Jodie?
Yeah.
Okay, she passed out in the car on the drive. She got a bottle of Zambuca somewhere, one of those fucking exotic drinks. I said, drink the thing. I'm just going to drive. We get there at 4 in the morning. There's a foot of snow. I pick her up. I put her on the chair. When that poor girl woke up, she's like, Jodie, we're out. This is the comedy. It was disgusting, people. Horrid.
Was that the worst one you've ever been at?
A hotel in Wyoming one time, which I could not believe to this day. I just remembered it recently. What else? The La Jolla Comedy Club, the comedy store, La Jolla condo on the beach and everything. But I saw 2 rats and that motherfucker that would rival a New York City rat. And listen, people, listen to the church. You know I don't bullshit you motherfuckers. Once I see a rat, I shake your hand, it's all over, and I'll never come back to your house again. And if I see a mouse, same fucking thing. If I see a lizard, I'll make a comeback. But a mouse, a fucking water bug, we got no reason to talk because if they're in your living room, they're in your cabinets, walking on your fucking Wonder Bread. I know how those fucking water bugs.
Silverfish, how do you feel about
those little mice, those little field mice? I see a field mouse That's the last time I'll talk to you again. But it's funny, you were talking about Northridge. When Northridge hit in 94, I was a full-time, starving comic hustler. And if I got to tell you about the times I was having a great time, the only thing that was eating away at me at that time was my beef with my ex and her husband. At that time, we were going to kill each other. But besides that, guys, I didn't have it. I didn't have it that bad.
Yeah, that's
really, I had a Joey Diaz stop. I had a job which paid me like $600 a month. That covered my Coke bill. And then everything else I lived by was whatever I stole or I put together.
Okay.
It was fucking ridiculous. But I had people on contract back then. Like I tell a story about that time when I had a guy came up to me. He goes, "I'm going to join the mafia." He goes, "How do I join the mafia?" I'm Italian. I go, "That's easy. I'll make a call. You send some money, they'll take care of you." This guy gave me like $2,000. And he called to me every 6 months. Look, I never got a letter. I never got nothing. How retarded was it? But I had this guy. Listen to me. It's fucking, and he still calls me once a year. He lives up in like, but his wife's a millionaire. His wife's a stockbroker who hit big or something. And he just drives her around and picks the kids up. I can't, But then.
But you have to feel like he just thinks like, yeah, I'm asked an Italian guy.
I had a guy.
We should just send him a certificate.
I had a guy I put together for like a pound of weed, like for a month. I knew he wanted the weed, and every time I see him, I don't have it for you. But pretty soon he goes, "I got the money at the house." Guys, even when I needed money to eat and snort blow, I wouldn't hit this guy up because I knew all I had to do was ask him if the 800 was going to be there for me. I put him together on weed that didn't exist. You understand me? Martians, green with red flowers. Yeah. And I'm like, and he's like, "Come on, I can make money. 800. When am I going to get it?" Because I had some weed other time. And I told him it was 800. Dog, I went to this kid before I went to New York. I robbed this other guy for a Valium shipment. I told this other guy, "Give me, 1,000 Valiums. I'll give you $300, and I'll be back in an hour." Pew. And on the way out of town,
these guys are handing it over before they get the money.
Oh, please! I was around. Listen, I'm the best. I could set anybody up because I would give you time.
Right.
Amateurs will call Lee and go, "Lee, I'm in a bind. Give me $300, and Lee will call." "Well, no, Joey." But if I call Lee and go, "Lee, in about a week, I'm going to call you. I'm getting this Coke." Did I ever tell you about the chink? Well, who's the chink? The chink. He's a Colombian dude. They call him the chink. He gives you cocaine in a fucking leaf, and he gives you an orange peel for you to suck on at the end of the night so you come down off the cocaine. And people go, "What are you talking about?" Listen, it's like 3,000 an ounce. He's going to give it to us for 2,200. All right, give me about a week, and people would hang up on me. And I torment them little by little. It was the best coke you've ever seen. And if you're an addict like I was, I know how to get into your head. And I would just set you up.
Slow game.
And I would slow game you. And eventually, and then now you'd want to give me the money. Yeah. Now you'd say to me, "When are you going to give me the fucking blow? I'm sick of hearing."
Now they're bugging the fuck out of you.
The chink's coming to town next week. I have the 2,200 right. Over. Boom. Lights out. But this poor kid in Boulder gave me 800 for a pound. Do you know, 5 years later, I'm at a girl's house in New York. And the phone rings, and she looks at me and she goes, "It's rent for you." And she gives me the phone.
A house phone?
And I'm like, "Hello?" And the guy's like, "Hey, what happened to my $800?"
We're smoking it right now.
But anyway, I had this kid. He had a Chinese restaurant across the street from Mustard's Last Stand. In Boulder, there's a hot dog place from Chicago Hot Dogs.
That's a great name.
With pickles in that motherfucker.
Mustard's Last Stand.
Great. And across the street was a Chinese restaurant in those days. So I put together for comedy, right?
Okay.
So I put them together for comedy. I had my friends do me a huge favor. I had this kid, Todd Jordan, and this kid, Rick Kearns. I made the bar guy give me $100 tab, and I told him to give me $350 for the comedians. So I gave Todd Jordan $150. I gave the feature $100. I kept $100. So whatever that comes out to be. So I made a little money, but Ron sold $3,000 at the bar. He had never sold that much. And I met Ron selling neon. I used to sell neon door to door.
What?
So I come in, give you a flyer with an open sign, and then how much you want for the open? In those days, open signs were just becoming popular. 200. I don't stall it for you. 200. I give you
a little "yes, we're open" sign.
Yeah, and he goes 200. I give you $150 in Chinese food, $50 credit. No, fuck that, Ron. I want $200 and $100 in credit, cocksucker.
Fucking Ron.
Okay, you install
Ron.
it. Okay, his name was Ron. You install it right now. Do you know how long I milked Ron for? I had Ron paying my rent. I had Ron give me. Ron was a bad motherfucker.
For one sign?
Listen, one sign he paid me $200 for, and it cost him $10,000. In those days when I put my hooks in you, it was all over. It cost him $10,000. And then I did the comedy show, and I put money in his pocket. And if you know anything about Chinese people, once they do $3,000 at the bar, they lose their mind. He would call me every day, and I knew I had Ron. I go, Ron, listen, I got it. So I had Ron for like a year. I had Ron on the. Listen to this. I had Ron.
Ron still hasn't recovered.
Ron's been going through his books like
Ron would
there's
never
this
know.
whole area right here. It's all in the fucking red.
I had Ron.
He would never be your Facebook
I
friend.
would call Ron. Hello, who's there? Ron, this is Joe Diaz. Ron, you gonna be there in 10 minutes? Yeah. What going on? What's going on, Joe? Listen, I got a big deal going on. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'm gonna tell you all about. We're gonna make a ton of money. No, you tell me, and I'd hang up on him. I'd hang up on him, which drove him crazy.
Yeah.
By the time I got to the restaurant, he'd be out there. Where you been? Tell me about Big Deal. And I go, listen. And I just make up a name. Like, listen, you know John Wayne? Yeah, I know John Wayne. Listen, he wants to come and have him come in here and do comedy. Bring it easy to the deposit. Give me $350 right now from the bar. Yeah, $350? Yeah, and I already got the guy waiting on the corner for an 8-ball.
Yeah.
And I got the chick. I'm gonna take the dinner with the other 100, and I got a hotel room for 50. And I'm not even wearing a condom. I'm crazy as fuck at that time.
And no one's gonna show up.
Dog, I would take him for $300-400.
Yeah.
Finally, after like 6 months, one day he came to me. He goes, "When is?" I don't know who. I was telling Belushi was coming. Like I was just dropping names. John Candy's coming. I'm gonna get him. I did one. I did one. I did one. And I milked that poor Chinese guy. And then I was so broke doing comedy. I ate 3 meals a day in there. How did I go in there, Ron? Where's my tab?
You went in like 11 when they opened for breakfast?
11:01. I was in there in the kitchen.
Big shrimp, bro.
In the kitchen making my own soup.
Oh,
That's how
man.
pimp I had it in there. And he told me, don't make your own soup no more. You take all shrimp. Fuck that shit. I would take the shrimp and the fucking wontons. And that's once I learned how to make Chinese soup. I didn't like it no more. See, I always thought they had the same fucking chicken broth for each thing. All they do is take the chicken broth, put it in, put 3 wontons in, they sprinkle it with pork and fucking onions, and they bring it to you.
Yeah.
If it's egg drop, it's egg drop. If it's the other one, they mix it together with the noodles and whatever. But it's all the same fucking Chinese mix.
Yeah.
I knew that shit down. I got to be so friendly with Ron that then I took over another Chinese restaurant. This was the. I used to just take over
Now you
Chinese.
gotta change.
You're like the mob becoming like silent partners.
Listen to me.
You're bleeding them dry.
Oh my God! I was taking over Chinese
You
restaurants.
got a roster.
Listen to me. Now Ron was in North. Ron was by the college.
What was this guy's name?
Eric. Ron was by the college, and after 6 months, one day Ron questioned me. He questioned my loyalty and where his $2,000. I give you $3,000. You eat here every day, and then no John Wayne, no John Candy, no Clint Eastwood. I had this poor guy sweating. And then I started bringing him stolen shit. And then I would bring him stolen shit. Like if I would go to the mall and steal like 3 big pens, like the gold pens, I'd bring it. Where you get this? No, listen, it fell off the truck. I knew the mafia. Then I had this other dude, an Italian guy, and I used to tell him I was La Mano Negra, that I was coming to collect on Friday. This guy believed me and went to Tony Ledizio and told Tony Ledizio if I shook him down again, he was going to call the cops on me. This is Boulder, Colorado. I was going crazy, and I was just out of prison. I was just.
Is this what you thought of during prison? Like all these little.
No. So then, listen to me. So now there's a Chinese restaurant in North Boulder that was men's and men's. It wasn't that bad, but they were next to the biggest video store in Colorado, which I heard now they're huge. Boulder on 28th Street or 30th Street. Don't fucking by Arapahoe. They used to have a 3-floored a video chain. No porn. Oh, I mean, whatever you want. I went
Like
in
a
there.
3-story
I used
blockbuster.
to go in there and fuck with them. Yeah, like a 3-story blockbuster way before Blockbuster. And I used to go in there and fuck with them. I used to go in there and ask them for Harry in your pocket, just obscure names. And they'd hit me and go, we don't have it in stock, but we'll have it here in 2 days out of Denver. They had a warehouse in Denver that was huge. And that's where I used to go when I first started comedy. So I would go in and I rented every day the Rodney thing and
Dangerfield?
The Rodney Dangerfield special with all the guys on it.
Young comedians.
And I would also take the best of, what's the black one from HBO?
Def Comedy Jam?
Def Comedy Jam with Joe Torre as the warm-up. And I rented it so much that they wouldn't even charge me anymore. That's how good they were to me as a comedian. I'll never forget that. But next to that place was a Chinese restaurant. And they were okay. They had some good rice. They had some good, and the kids were good looking. They were nice boys. There was 2 or 3 boys and the mom. And I would go in there by myself. And then I started bringing people in there. And I would have people meet me there. That was the place where me and my buddies were sitting there one day. And I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Me and Rizzo. The kid's name was Rizzo. He's from Long Island. He's a big fat kid. And we're in there fucking eating spare ribs. We're going to go to the Comedy Works. He's driving me to the Comedy Works because I didn't have a car. And on Tuesdays, we would leave work together and we'd go eat Chinese food. We'd go. And this couple got up. After we were talking, this couple got up. And on the way out, they said, let me explain something to you. We were listening to your conversations. You two are barbarians. He goes, if I wasn't with my wife, I'd take his boat outside and beat your ass. This guy was like an older guy. Anyway.
What were you talking about?
So I started going into this Chinese restaurant. You know, once or twice a week. The lunch special wasn't bad. And I got to be honest with you, the food wasn't bad. And, you know, hey, Joey, hey, Tony, hey, whatever. I became friends with the guy. One day I went in there. I don't know if this is a true story.
I know it is.
With no do-re-mi. And I told the guy the truth. I said, listen, man, I forgot my wallet. He goes, Doug, you're always in here. You take it with you. I took up the food, and 2 days later, I brought them the $30. They were happy as shit. And after that, I became family. The mom talked to me. The brother talked to me. So I would talk to them more and more. I was lonely. I was going through a heartbreak with my ex-wife, and I would go in there 3 nights a week. You know me, Doug. I'm simple. I could eat Chinese food every fucking day. They had rules for the soup. They had the whole thing. One day, I had my daughter. I had the basement. I lived in the rocky basement. I had no money. I called them up like a man. I said, listen, man, I'm in a bind. I got my daughter. I got no dough. What do you want? And when they came to my house, the brother sat me down. He goes, listen, you've been coming to our restaurant for a long time. I see you bring people in there. He goes, from now on, you're on a tab. And you pay us when you have the fucking tab. That could only happen to me when I'm a starving comic living in a fucking basement, addicted to blow. I'm a fucking single dad. I got no dough, every penny. And I'm not feeling bad. I'm just telling you what I was going through. And look at this door that opens up for me. I could eat Chinese food every fucking day. And here's these people telling me, look, from now on, call us. We'll deliver it and we'll put on a tab.
Hell yeah.
And for a while, I would just give the kid a 20. He'd go, there's no tab. Because he was the owner, the delivery kid. They fucking worked. There were 2 kids. Well, finally, one day I go, Doug, I'm in there, and they're talking shit. And guess what happens? They're like, our delivery boy quit. Uncle Joey got a license. And I got a mount and some glasses. And they're like, you want to deliver Chinese food? I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll deliver Chinese food. What nights you got? And they're like, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Give them to me. Fuck it. Dog, I was walking out of there with a yardstick.
And Chinese food.
And Chinese food every day. And I became friends with them. And then guess what Uncle Joey started doing? What Tony Soprano didn't want. People selling cocaine on the fucking Chinese rides. So every time I had delivery, I would go out and sell fucking blow at the same time. People would call me up. You got a gram of coke? Yeah, but you got to order Chinese food. Boom, and then order Chinese. Come on, God. Who the fuck do you think you guys are dealing with? So I would tell the people.
I mean, what was the code word? No, not that. That's a good question.
They would call and ask for Joey.
I'm just saying,
and I would pick up the phone.
But the increase of business you must have brought
25%.
Oh my God!
And people going in there to see me.
Oh come on!
That's what I'm talking. I was just going to do stand up, and here's what gets better.
The delivery guy.
The delivery guy.
25%.
Listen to me, dog. And here's what's getting better. And I'm walking out there with a yardstick a night. I'm selling beer, and I'm weighing it. I'm doing everything there. And in those days, I was such a fiend, I would keep it there overnight. I would hide it there. And they would never use the back bathroom. So there was nights I'd go in there and put a line of coke out. 2 lines. I'd do one, I'd forget. And I'd walk out. I'd come back 2 days later, that line of coke was still at attention. It was still there with the American flag at attention, Jack. I couldn't believe it. These fucking Chinese dudes didn't snort fucking blood. It was tremendous. But here's what it gets better. So I'm there working, I'm hustling, I'm eating my meals. I'm living like a doctor in there. I'm bringing my daughter in there. I'm running fucking coke out of there. One day I walk in there, they're like, hey, Joey, we run pool. You want to play pool? And I go, I'll play the fucking pool. And they thought they were cute. They're like, we only have one team left, Houston Rocket. And I go, I'll take the fuck with the team. Fuck yeah, I'll take the Rockets. The Rockets are like, the odds were like fucking 12-1 that they would even get to the second round. They won the championship.
Yeah.
They had it when they gave me the 500 cash. You should have seen those motherfuckers. Not only was I running game out of there, after a while, listen, I swear to you guys, I've been with you guys for 3 years. You ready for this one? It got to the point that if the phone rang 5 times, 3 of those calls were for Joey. They couldn't believe it.
Coke orders?
Coke orders.
3 of 5 and
3 of 5
25%.
Every delivery I made, I knew the people.
Yeah.
People knew I was there, and half of them knew.
So it no longer became random people ordering from this Chinese place. It became you knew every fucking
me and my
person.
creepy fucking cocaine
Yeah.
chain. And there was a fucking trailer park where the guy, what did I tell you his name was? Alex. Remember I told you I was in the halfway? He called me to the show early on, the very beginning. Mexican dude. Years later, Alex lived in that trailer park behind there. And in the back of that trailer park in Boulder, it was like fucking La Bamba. It was like 20 illegal Mexicans back there. Look, that's why I was picking up coke. Listen, if cocaine was in those days.
Wait, that's where you went to get it?
Listen to me. It was a trailer park with white people living in the front. And then as you got to the back of the trailer park, like it was one house white, one house Mexican. But as you got to the back of it, this is 1980, this is 1994. As you got to the back of the trailer park, it got dark, but they were illegals. And they were the ones that mowed lawns and shit. But the half of them were there selling fucking powder. And I mean, right off the fucking brick. I don't know if they were cartels, but I mean, pop, and the thing would come out in the air like it would float.
Are you serious?
And they wouldn't even use a scale. They wouldn't even use a scale, these motherfuckers. Yeah. They became such friends with me talking Spanish, that I would go there and I'd pay them for 2 ounces, and I'd take them home, and it was 3.5 ounces, because they just break it down. They just put chunks all their way, and I'd take it. They were brown. They were brown Mexicans, dark, like they walked here, like they were out. I forget what their name was. You know me, dog. You know me, dog. I never fucking asked how they got here, if they used suntan lotion, what brand it was. I never asked them.
Gave a fuck about SPF.
Dog, I didn't ask these motherfuckers nothing. All I knew is they had some fucking coke that was tremendous. I was making money. I was working on this Chinese restaurant. And you know what, man? That was one of the. I knew I had no future there. I knew they were going to figure it out. And I remember going in there and going, I'm going to go on the road as a comedian. And they were all very nice to me. They were Vietnamese. They weren't Chinese. But they cooked Chinese. And they were so nice to me that I was like, fuck the war. Forgive you. What am I going to do? I'm going to hold a grudge against you.
You have the personal grudge.
But I don't know. I'm a little kid from Cuba. I come here and the country's at war with somebody. I want to be an American. So psychological, I'm supposed to fucking hate you if I want to be this gung-ho fucking white kid. That's in the back of my mind. I wouldn't even talk to Vietnamese people. They're fucking war with you. It took years. It took years to unwind my stupidness and my...
You got mad that I got Korean dumplings?
Oh, please. You know, we just went to war with
He called me and he said the Chinese were here first. They got dibs.
They got dibs. You gotta go ask them respect. They got dibs of Chinese. They've been here since the fucking railroads. You only tell me the Koreans been throwing sidekicks for 30 years. Teaching Taekwondo. The fucking the Asian Chinese people were here with the fucking railroads and shit. So how long did you do comedy in Baltimore?
Wait, I have a question for you, real quick. Do you dream in Spanish or English or both?
Both.
You do have Spanish? I mean, dreams where everything's Spanish, or? I always wondered that about. And do you speak other languages?
No, I just speak Spanish and English. I understand a little Italian. It's fucking crazy. Like, I've always been a spiritual guy, but I've always believed that my father looked over me after he died. My mom put it in my head. People that were his friends said, listen, we know one thing, he's watching. You know, just in 20 fucking years I've been watching The Sopranos. 20 fucking years I've been watching The Sopranos. I didn't watch it for like 3 years, and then you hooked me on them. I've been watching it again, so I started watching them again. And for the first time last night, I realized Tony found out pussy was a rat because of a dream.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a dream that it came to him. So sometimes I get something in a dream, and I don't know how I feel. And a week later, let me tell you something. What happened? I told you guys that fucking Foley died. And that day, I talked to him that Friday. He died on a Sunday. Or on a Monday. They found him Monday morning.
Yeah.
Tuesday, I was at kettlebell class with you. We were on our backs. And when he said to do the back thing, the Turkish get-up,
Right.
I went to the other side because there was more room there, and the air conditioner blows down on you. I'm not stupid. But when there's a fucking air conditioner blowing a fucking iceberg, and everybody's sweating like a pig, I go right on. If I got to do sit-ups, I got to go under the air conditioner. You know what I'm saying? If you got to do sit-ups, that's hard enough. You got to go under the air conditioner. That's the only time I put the air on a motherfucker. I don't care if I hate you or not. Listen, I don't like it too much. But you're going to be doing sit-ups with that 8-pound ball. Get the air conditioner. So what were we talking about? So I turned around. I laid on my back. You know when you pop yourself up to get air?
Yeah.
I turned around, and I looked at the boxing mitts. I swear to my mother, I don't know. And I looked at those boxing mitts, and right away I thought about Foley. And I'm like, when I get out of here, I got to give Mac a call. I might have to go to Hollywood tomorrow morning to give blood. And I get home, and I go on Twitter, and it says R.I.P. Foley on Twitter.
Are you serious? You went like that?
So I'm the type of guy. Listen, that first song I put on Twitter every morning, that first song, when I wake up, I put a song on Twitter. Guys, I got no reason to lie to you. That first song is the song I'm hearing when I'm pissing.
That's your wake up.
I'm talking about when I'm walking with the robe on with horrible breath, scratching my balls, and I go pee. That song that I hear when I'm peeing, that's the first song.
Like the song in your head, not even playing?
It's not playing. That song came from a dream I was having that night. I love music so much that I dream about music. Somewhere along the night, I dream about music. When you do the alpha brain, you have vivid fucking dreams.
Yeah.
They're scary fucking dreams the first couple of weeks. You get a couple of headaches. Then you get over it and you feel like you're mine. But there's, when I dream, Terry will tell me. My wife will say, you were speaking Spanish last night.
Yeah, you will. Okay.
Oh, fuck yeah. And I know the nights that I speak Spanish, the reason why she hears it through the sleep apnea mask is because I'm either having a conversation with mom, I'm having a conversation with my godmother, or somebody from that era, somebody I spoke to in Spanish. Way before I had sleep apnea, people would tell me, dog, you speak Spanish in your sleep. I was just getting on my mom's death. I could just imagine what my dreams were going through. I was probably talking to one of her brothers on the phone or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, I dream in Spanish.
I don't dream much, but I have one particular dream a couple years ago. So my father died when I was 16, and he was everything to us. I mean, he was everything.
Where was Mom's?
My mother decided to split. She cheated on my dad, and then they decided to get a split we were going in the 6th grade. And they were apart for a year. They got back together, and then like a couple years later, boom, she wanted out. So she left, and he took custody of us.
Now, where's your mom today?
She's back in Maryland.
You talk to her?
I see her at my brother's parties, like when they have the kids and stuff, and I'll never make that about me, especially in front of those kids. So the minimal, I would say, we both speak to each other. Yeah, which is really what she's involved in, mostly in the family anyway. Her choice. That's what she wanted. My dad wanted all of us. They went to court for it. And my mother said, I don't want Ryan. Derek can come with me if he wants. I want Todd, the youngest one. And my father's like, well, I want all my kids. But if you're going to just give custody to my wife because she's the mother, then I think they should all be together. Like, I'll sacrifice it. And the judge was a woman, and she just was blown away to hear a mother say that, well, I don't want this one. I'll take this one if they want. So she gave my father custody, made my mother pay him child support in 89. Like, you don't hear that often today. So we lived with him for a while, and then he died. He had a heart attack. We found him in his bed in the morning, and that was just when everything changed. Life changed. He was 42. He's my age right now. Yeah, I mean, I would be so. I think about it all the time. Like, God, 42 is fucking young. And he's got two 16-year-olds and a 12-year-old, and the day he's buried is my youngest brother's 13th birthday. So we end up having to be put back in with our mother, and we raised ourselves. We were two 16-year-olds and a 13-year-old. We went to school every day. We signed each other's permission slips. We drove each other to school. We had all our friends come over during the week. Like, their parents really, we had our normal. None of us got arrested. We certainly had the police over. You know what I mean? We had our fair share of trouble, believe me, but nothing, that got too fucking crazy. So the parents knew we were good kids and liked us, and they let their kids. I even talked to all those guys now. I'm like, would you let your kids go on a Wednesday night? And no. And I'm like, yeah, but yours did. We got to remember to be that fucking cool in the right situation, when we're parents. And I was thankful they did, because all we had was our friends. So we can come back to the dream I had was, and I don't dream much, and they don't really mean anything. They're, if I dream something, I'm like, I don't know, I was in this weird fucking place that kind of felt like the kitchen, but it wasn't the kitchen, that bullshit. But I was in a helicopter, and I'm flying it, and I'm not flying it well, and it's all cloudy around us, and it's bouncing off the ground, and it's going up, and I'm looping the fucking thing, and I turn around, and my dad says, pull up on it, and I look back, I'm like, oh shit, there's my dad here, and he's telling me how to fly this thing clearly, like he's done it before. He knows exactly what I'm supposed to do up there. I'm nervous because obviously this would be an emergency situation that I would ever be fucking attempting to fly a helicopter. And I feel that in my dream. So I start to get it. We're getting ready to go under an overpass, and I pull up, and then we get it level, and we come up, and then this other helicopter comes over alongside of us. And my father, I look back, he's face down now. And I don't know if he's dead or passed out or what. This helicopter comes up, opens their side door. Our side door opens. And my dad just points over at it. And then I fucking woke up. And I was like, that is probably the answer to everything and absolutely nothing at fucking all. But to me, I don't dream like that. I've never dreamt like that. And I was like, wow, that was so I've certainly looked into that a bunch as like, you need to fucking, take that jump, trust, and take that leap wherever it's going. And that's what I've been doing for a while.
That story broke my heart a little bit.
I didn't mean to break your heart.
No. All that shit breaks my heart. But at the same time, I'm very proud of Lee. Now, Lee, hilarious this morning. We were talking when Lee's father was in the car. And he goes, when I'm coming back in February, I go for a month this time. And I could hear Lee wanted to take his car and crash it into the fucking
I love my dad, but it's a long time to have someone there.
That is a long time.
Don't.
And you were tormenting me the entire time. Yeah, I have a Mexican girlfriend whose mother doesn't speak English. The entire weekend in front of me, he'd be going, hey, Mr. Sai, let's call the mother-in-law. Let's get you guys together. And I'd be like, well, she doesn't speak English. And he would go, perfect.
Oh, my God. He was down for anything. But you don't understand where a guy like myself, have you ever gotten over your father's death?
I mean, honestly, no. I've never gotten over that one. That was, I've gotten better about it with time, and I've certainly dealt with it. But there's, I mean, especially having a kid now too. Can't help but not think of him. Being that age, I'm 42. He was 42. Like, that goes through my mind. I always say this: I want to be something. And my father was everything, and I love the man. But I want to be something that he never was, and that's an old man. I want to be an old man. He was not an old man.
At least I don't give a fuck if you slag off on this job. I don't give a fuck if you don't show up. As long as you keep flying your dad out twice a year and spending time with him, that means more to me from a human being, especially me who lost my dad. And that's what you guys don't realize at home. I call you 10 times a day. Once I start liking you, Ryan, you're going to get calls for all hours of the day.
About nothing. You're like,
But he said once I start.
oh, yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh my God. Because people have been taken away from me. So the people I like, I want them to make sure we have no misunderstandings. If I die in my sleep, I want you to say, that motherfucker called me last night and said not to answer the phone for the cops.
He got me really high one night, and it was a night that we were yelling at this dude on the phone, like trying to beat him up.
Oh.
And then he called me, don't answer the door when the cops come. I mean, 15 minutes.
Can you imagine if somebody calls me, this is Joe, did you hear about Joe? He had a heart attack in his sleep. Oh my God, he's going to fucking cry. But then he's going to go, that motherfucker was calling me last night, telling me not to answer the fucking phone. Do you understand me? That's why you got to have fucking fun, man. You got to have so much fun. And if you have a parent, listen, man, if you're not in a relationship with a fucking parent, and this is why I'm pissed in so many ways at my ex-wife, because she knows how I felt for years. If you don't have a parent, you yearn for one.
Oh, yeah.
You yearn for one.
Yeah.
And sometimes I might not like a motherfucker. And all of a sudden I'm at the store, and a comic I might not like walk in, but he'll come home and go, this is my dad, Joey. And I'll go, that'll turn my whole perspective. Now I'm going to give this guy a second look. I didn't like this guy. But look, he's walking into the bar, he's buying him a drink. They look like I have a great relationship.
And his dad is also there.
And his dad is there.
That's supporting.
I respect that. And people don't realize as they get older that, when you go to that's a big issue in those nursing homes. When somebody comes to visit you. My nephew is here. You make like a big deal when you're old. So you just say it because it's big that people are even fucking thinking of you. I was telling... when I was like 16, when I was a kid, I used to hang out at my mother's bar, and there was a bookie there, Arnaldo the Campo. If I think of people who made me laugh growing up, nobody made me laugh harder than Nano, because he would always say perverted things to me. Like he would always ask me if I'm pissing sweets yet. He would
What does that even mean?
I don't know. He would, like if I'm coming or something, he would ask me if I'd eaten chicks' assholes and all this shit. When I was like 10, he would ask me and I started thinking this motherfucker's crazy. But he was at my mom's bar every day, and I learned to love him and his brother, and he had kids and daughters who were really dynamite. And after my mom died, they closed the bar, and they went around the corner to a bar called Otto's, and I got a job there in high school. I had no mom, and I had to make some money, and the guy knew me, so he gave me a job, even though I was like 18. And I had there was no bar backing job for 90 days. This guy hired me. He's a bar and shop bar. And Arnaldo now Arnaldo was his name. And he would sit there in the afternoons and take number till 3, but he would have drinks. And he had a great living, guys. He was on unemployment or disability the whole year round. I don't know how the fuck he did it. And he was a bookie. And he got maybe 50% of what he took in. He was probably taking in $10,000 a week, guys. And he'd sit there all day. Remember, in those days when you come into better number, you got to have a drink. Give him a drink, please, on me, and you pay him. Boom, you leave. Arnaldo would be tanked at 3 o'clock. So one night I tell Arnaldo, listen, I'm bartending tonight a bunch. He would always tell me, when are you going to fix me up with that hot chick? When are you going to fix me up with a hot chick? When are you going to fix me up with a hot chick? So one Monday I call him up and Arnaldo, go home at 3, take a nap.
Somehow I don't think Arnaldo's getting a girl.
I'm 18. Arnaldo's got to be 58, and he's a good-looking dude. He's a big guy, like he's got muscles, but he's got a big pot belly, huge, bigger than mine, the longest yard. And he went out like 5 feet, but he was built, and he would sit there. So that Monday night, this is like my third Monday I'm bartending, and I tell Arnaldo to go show up at 8, and there's going to be some chicks there waiting for him. And I had no chicks for him. I knew hot chicks were going to be there. And he would just get a kick out of it. Just because I knew the type of guy, he would get a kick out of it. So he's sitting in the corner, and I sent 3 chicks over there from high school. I go sit next to my uncle Arnaldo. And he don't speak no English. Right. He's Cuban. He don't speak no fucking English. He's fucking sitting there like, laughing. And also the girl's like, do you want to smoke pot? And he's like, get these things, Antonio. And I'm like, if you want to smoke pot? He's like, yeah. I'll smoke pot. I smoke pot. You know what I'm saying? He's old. He's trying to, and I'll never forget the look on his face. That these people that were young asked him if he wanted to get high. And listen, They used to be regular bamboo, like regular rolling paper, and then they used to be big bamboo. And it was like a joint and a half. And in those days, all those girls were potheads, and they used to smoke chocolate traumatized. But girls, that's what they, oh my God, this weed, fuck, it was chocolate Thai.
I've had chocolate
Thai weed from Jamaica. They would sell it up in the little Jamaica incense stores in Harlem in those days. So they rolled a joint of this, and we were smoking pot in the fucking bar in those days. This is before medical marijuana licenses. Yeah. We didn't give a fuck, Lisa. So we sparked this joint up, and there's our Nardo in the corner table with 3 hot chicks. 18-year-old chicks. And they're puffing away, and they're giving them the joint. And he's taking it, and he's doing the Lee at first. And then he's giving it to them. But I'm waving at him, and he's waving at me, and he's talking to the girls. And that joint goes around 2 times, and it comes to him the 3rd time, and he hits it, and he gives it to the one girl, and the girl doesn't want it. He gives it to the second girl, she don't. And I'm watching all this from the bar. But he's a soldier. He is.
So everyone says no.
And he keeps hitting that fucking thing. And he keeps looking at me like he's looking at me, like waving at me with the joint, like look at me. And he's giving it to the girl, and he's giving it, and nothing. And all of a sudden, I give it 10 minutes, I get busy, and I look back, and he's looking at the chicks like he's sideways with it.
And it's chocolate Thai. It's not just regular weed. And this, the high octane shit.
And this motherfucker.
He's still hitting it on the way down. That's what I love
This
about
motherfucker's
he's going down swinging. He's like, fuck this, I'm here.
He's got a half joint. It's burning his finger. He's on out the deal, and he's still passing the joint to the broad, and they go, no. Finally, I get busy again. I look over, and he's passed on the table. And the girl's got up, and he's snoring. He
just smoked himself to sleep.
Oh my God, we had to carry him home and bring his doorbell and bring him up the stairs to his wife. 18 years old. Me, Larry McNeil, Darren Reagan, and Glenn Conti. Oh my God, fucking hilarious. Otto's Bar and Grill, dog. Let me tell you how I had Otto's Bar and Grill on fucking lockdown.
You just taking over these bitches.
Let me tell you how I had these fucking momos on lockdown. All right, so at the end of the night, at the end of the night, you had to register. And what they did was you X'd out, which means you paid out, and then you counted the money, and then they had the credit card and the cash and the drawer and the people coming on the tab. And then he would come in the morning, but he was a drunk too. The guy played on the Chicago Bulls. I forget what his name is now. If you give me a couple of days, I'll give it. He was a white guy. He didn't really play. If you look at the lineup in 73 or 72, he was on the Bulls. He was a white guy from Unison. In fact, he just died. I looked his name up a couple months ago. He died. But anyway, to make a long story short, this is what you had to do in those days. So,
Wait, 1 second. 92 to 73 or 73 to 74?
What?
The Bulls.
He played 1973, but you got to look at the team picture. I don't remember his fucking name. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you look at the roster. That's another way.
Yeah, I'm at the roster.
Teddy Martuniak. That was his fucking name.
Wow, you just pulled that out.
Teddy Martuniak.
That is fucking professional.
Okay, and he had Otto's Bar and Grill. And in front of Otto's Bar and Grill, something I'll never forget, right in front of Otto's Bar and Grill, every day from 11 to 6, was a Sabre hot dog cart with those fucking, no, I'm lying to you. He did not have steak on a stick in those days. And he had moved 29th Street. He was on the corner of Chappie's in those days, a flower shop across the street. In fact, I used to run with a dude there. His name was Nunzio, a.k.a. his cousin is the kid from The Office, the Spanish-Mexican kid. Oscar's. Nunzio. How's that one for you? That's how I'm dropping fucking heat on you.
Oh, my God.
So let me tell you how I took over this fucking joint. So,
hold on. Was this hot dog stand better than Mustard's last stand?
Yeah, this was New York hot dog, Sabre, New York style chili with some raw onions. Stop it. That's a bad motherfucker with a can of Coke in the wintertime. You're out there freezing. Shit. All right, so you took the fucking cash.
From where?
Listen to me, from the register.
Oh, okay.
Let's say in the daytime they wrote up maybe $2,000, and at night maybe they did 3,000. So they have 5,000, maybe 4,000 in cash. So this is what the bartender was supposed to do at the end of the night. Whoever the shift was, you had a day shift and a night shift. You're supposed to reach under the fucking bar and take an envelope, a regular envelope from a box, and put the cash in there with the receipt, lick it, and go back to the refrigerator, open up the margarine thing, and put it in there. And you go in there, and Martuniak was a drunk. He wouldn't show up for days. So there'd be 10 envelopes. All right?
Yeah.
So while I was there, come on, guys. That's as easy as algebra. I take an envelope, rip it open, take a 50 and put the thing in the way it was. So now there's a discrepancy on one of the fucking nights. So now, listen to this, guys.
You're bleeding them dry.
I was bleeding them dry while I was working there. Right? Here I am in high school, a senior, bleeding them dry. I had all my buddies down there on Monday nights. They got 3 beers for the price of one. Or an Alabama Slam, I got them fucked up. Fucked up. We're in fucking height. Let's put this last star.
I'm good, man.
No, let's put this half star of respect.
No.
This is the star that they shot. This is the cousin to the star that shot Kennedy in the head. Kennedy was waving in Dallas, and the same star came out of a window and just blasted him in the fucking head like this.
Are we really spilling this right now? I already have to leave.
Who gives a fuck?
Oh,
I
fuck.
can't walk on one leg. It's Monday, motherfucker. Take out the jams, brothers and sisters. You gotta lead by motherfucking example. You know what I'm saying? Just because you march up and down the street don't mean you're fucking starting a revolution.
What?
So, don't worry. So they fired me. Listen to this one.
Yeah.
I made a spare of the key.
Cupball. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Of course he did.
In those days, I was fucking called.
He's definitely got a key guy.
That's the first thing they did to me. That's the first thing they did to me. That's the first thing I did when they gave me the key.
I put all my money on Joey Diaz as a key guy.
So what I did was, ready for this? I fucking would go to the city, get fucked up, and then like at 6, my friends would go, "We need more coke." Fuck it. Take me down to Otto's. I'd open up the bar, go to the back, take an envelope. And now, since I wasn't working there, if there was 4 envelopes, I'd take 100 of an envelope and take one whole one. Like fucking
for later.
So every envelope would be
no surveillance in there. Yeah.
No, it was 1982.
Oh.
And then they finally fight. Then they said fucking, because a Bagolino worked in there. A chick of Bagolino, and like her cousin was mobbed up. So she was dating a friend of mine that I grew up with, but her pussy was so good that he shook me down. He came to me and said, "Listen, you gotta stop robbing them. Because they're blaming Doreen and fucking, you know." And I'm like, he's like, "The next time you rob me, you're gonna deal with me." And I'm like, "Dog, I grew up in your fucking house. I was at your little brother's fucking wake. How dare you say you're gonna shake me down?" He's like, "I'm serious. You rob that place again, we're gonna have a fucking problem." So when we hooked up after 20 years, that's the first thing I told him. He goes, "Her pussy was so good. It was between you and her fucking little pussy."
Very honest.
Oh my God, yeah, he's my brother. I talk to him once every 10 days. Frankie Balzano. He was gonna fucking shoot me over it. I'm like, "How can you shoot me over it?" Oh my God, I used to take over shit like that all the time. For months, I'd bleed them. I bled them for about 90 days till they figured out that I had the key.
You did this all within 90 days?
I got fired probably in May, and I robbed them till September. The whole summer. You want to go down? You want to go down the shore? You want to go down the shore 4 a.m? Give me a ride down to Otto's. We're going to go down the shore. Let me
I can get right in.
Oh my God, this was so fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy.
So you would just get a new job every 90 days.
And rob in between. And remember, in those days, we had hashways. So we had a tab at Hashway, and we go in there and rob chips. We still rob Hashway for everything he had, even though he put us on the fucking tab. Once we take over your fucking restaurant, it was, and I just knew how to do it. I had another place in Boulder that I met him in the halfway house. His name was Antonio Lodiz. I loved him like a father. He had the best Italian food in fucking Colorado at the time, the best in Boulder, the best fucking bolognese I ever tasted in my life. You couldn't taste the lamb. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they put in it, the goat, whatever.
Yeah,
the goat,
the ram,
the hoof, the hoof. So you couldn't take, and he had something else I liked in there. And he had a great fucking, I told you, he had a baker. And I used to do, in those days, I was doing stand-up. And on Tuesdays was my big night at the broker. So on Mondays, I would have to prepare material. So I'd go to Odizio and sit with the baker, and I'd drink coffee and eat pastries all night. He would make pastries. And I'd just sit there and eat all the fucking samples, ice cream and shit. And I would sit there. I had that place shaking down.
How do you keep all these people straight? They're like, I could go for some pastries. Okay. A little Zizzy.
I just go with these. I'm not on the glass. And Joe Koch, who I still talk to, he owns a bagel place in Mississippi. I would knock on the glass and he'd open the fucking.
Your reach is impressive.
I thought if I'm in fucking Mississippi, that guy fed me.
Wait, did you fuck with him so much that he had to move to Mississippi? Or
No, he sold his house. That's my brother. Joe Koch is still my brother. He had a daughter that passed. They sent me an invitation to a graduation on a Thursday. And on Monday, they called me and she was dead. Oh,
jeez.
I still got the card. I light a candle for all my spirits.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And I have the card they sent me with a candle in it. He's my brother, Joe Koch. Let me tell you about Joe. Joe Koch was a white dude from Mississippi. Me and him used to hit it off. And you guys know.
Where you met him in Denver?
I met him in Colorado. He was the chef. Me, him, and his wife were tight. When they had Julia and then they had the other child, Emma. But his father, something was wrong with his father, so he said, move to Mississippi. At that time, they moved. He learned how to make bagels. He went to Mississippi, opened up a bagel shop in Louisiana, the Mississippi State. It was a gold mine. We thought of that in 1994, guys.
Yeah.
He's a millionaire today.
Oh,
you know, he's a fucking millionaire today. But I'm going to tell you what this guy did for me. This guy, and Lee, you know me a long time. At this time, I was starting comedy. And I'd be alone with him, and I'd go off on pussy and shit. He'd stop me. He's the first man ever that got away with going, Joey, excuse me. You know, I don't like that type of language. And I loved him so much, I would fucking say, you know what? I get it.
Was he older than you?
No, maybe 2 or 3 years. He just didn't like when I spoke perverted. He didn't mind if I said a curse word or if I said a racial slur. Like, he didn't mind. But he got pissed off if I said fuck her in the ass. Or,
that was his line.
He didn't fucking like it at all. He used to say, dog, you can't talk like that in front of me. But
gotta draw a line somewhere.
When I got into the beef
with who he was.
When I got into the beef with John, my wife's boyfriend, I wasn't allowed to pick up the baby, and he volunteered. So I never forgot that. He wasn't a guy from Jersey. He wasn't a fucking guy from New York. He was no mafia guy. He was a white dude from Mississippi that didn't like me talking fucking dirty around him. But he had enough respect for me. He knew what I was going through. That he was like, I'll pick her up and I'll fucking drop her off. And
That's
they
awesome.
fuck with me. I'll knock them out.
Yeah.
So you know what? I called him on Mondays because on Monday I light a candle for his daughter. So usually I give him a call. I go, Joe Koch, I'm thinking about you, cocksucker. He goes, I can't talk right now. I'm making bagels in the end. Let me give some shout outs and get you out of here, right? I'm having a great time.
Oh, me too, man.
Virus
so
Action Sports Performance Wear. They sent us some rash guards.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
For me and Lee to wear for jiu-jitsu. I put mine on today. Fucking comfortable as shit. Great material. It's durable. You know, I haven't beat it up a couple times. I wore it today, but I'll tell you, I just want to thank them, give them a shout out. I think I got their card. I hope I brought it with me. I always try to be very, you know me.
You always do that.
My man's name is Travis at virusinfo.com. 888-607-0990. It's Virus. Yeah. This is great stuff in Huntington Beach. Virus, whatever the fuck it is. Action Sports Performance. Also, Jamie Stanley, my girl, Lady Jane, Brian Singer, friend of mine's from VMAC, Amber Myers, Brandy Lynn, Zach Halverson, Mike Levin, Evelyn Black Price, and Pat Shea kicking ass with his little motherfucking podcast.
What about, I'm blanking on his name right now, our dude in Chicago in a wheelchair?
Yeah,
he got in an accident.
I know, Kern.
Michael Kern.
Yeah, listen, that motherfucker.
He's tough as shit.
He's tough as shit. Yeah, but I told him. I said, listen, I ain't even worried about you because you're in a wheelchair. You still sling dick. You smoke dope with 3 fucking legs. He gets that dick sucked in a wheelchair. Nobody gets that dick sucked. He's a freak. I love him with all my fucking. He goes to all the shows.
He's doing stand-up now.
Is he? Yeah, he's trying it. He's a good dude, man. I've known him for years with the Rogan show. And then we became tight on fucking Twitter, and I love him to death.
Yeah.
I love him to death. You know what I'm saying? So what else is going on in your world, mindset?
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Well,
Can I do that? Can I do that?
Hurry up. Take your time, but hurry up. We got shit crack a lack in here. You want to eat another star or what?
No, I don't even know.
I can't believe you made me do that.
You want to roll another joint? We can roll another fucking number. Smoking on Periscope. Let these motherfuckers know who's running shit. You know what I'm saying? Lee Sayatico, my brother from a different Manon.
Hey, buddy.
I'm very happy that you brought the old man out, even if we went to get sushi.
No, yeah, thank you.
We went to the fucking
He
store.
loves it, man. He watches. He always calls me. Joey did a great Periscope this morning. He goes, I always get high when I'm watching. He's not even smoking. Because he always blow the smoke in the camera. He's like, I feel high.
I fucking love those
So he loved
Periscopes in the morning. I really do have a great time doing that.
Yeah.
Sometimes if I like this one, I got up at 4. And I was so fucked up when I went to bed. And I get up this morning, guys, and I get some coffee, and I'm doing it all legit. And I'm starting to write, and after 20 minutes, I go, what am I doing? I got some sativa outside, and I go out there, and I blast off 3 or 4 hits of this little hash pipe. And now I got a little hash pipe, so then I break the hash off, Lee, and I just put it into a pipe solo, and I sprinkle a little loose hash on top of that. And I just smoke the fucking hash.
What do you call that?
Old school.
No, because it's a hamburger.
Yeah, no, I didn't make no Puerto Rican hamburgers. I got so fucked up at 4 in the morning.
Oh my god!
It took me till about 5:45. At about 5:45, I went in there. We went to the farmer's market on Sunday, and we bought a couple of white peaches. I inhaled all of them, and I fucking went to bed at like 6 and slept till 7:30 in the morning, guys.
Oh my god!
I was wiped out. I was so fucking high this morning. But you know what? I wrote for an hour and a half.
It's cool.
And then I got up. I went to a nice jiu-jitsu class with John Butt at VMAC. I got my fucking alignment on my car. I did a lot of this shit the last 3 or 4 days. I like when I take a bite, I gotta redo that room and shit. You know, I gotta put this piece in there, the bedroom. I gotta move shit around, the office. I gotta do it. Jesus.
That's exactly what I was doing today. Painting walls and moving furniture.
When you have children, the shit stuck up. So, yeah, you're one of the few guys that when your name comes up in a circle, everyone in the circle really fucking likes you, man.
That's nice to hear.
Like you. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
You're
that.
very easygoing for a guy from Baltimore. People always say you're a real stand-up guy. I didn't know if you did time or whatever.
No, I've never done it. I've hung around quite a few people who have, but no, I have not done time.
That's the first time I remember all that shit from Boulder guys. Ron and
Ron is the best.
Ron definitely hasn't recovered.
Oh my god, I was milking so many fucking people back then. I was a fucking.
What was your best hustle? What was your favorite? What was your favorite? If it wasn't Ron.
My favorite hustle always has been the process of the coke burn. That is the one I like.
The coke burn?
The process of getting a drug deal and taking them down. That's always been my. I was telling Lee, like my forte.
Yeah.
Let's say right now, everything ended today. Everything ended today. If everything ended today and I had to feed my family, I would book numbers and I would book sports out of an office like this. And in 30 days, I'd have me and Lee making dough. Just taking action on the phone, going partners with Lee, bankrolling motherfuckers and taking on chances. If we get on an amount we can't handle, we call it off. We got a utopia, we fucking sleep with it. But if there's somebody who calls in for 10,000, we pass on 5,000. And you can make a small living as a bookie. And if you get some momentum and build 10 or 20,000, you could do okay in a football season. You could pull down $100,000. And in today's economy, you collect it. You get 6 or 7 people, and they pay you your fucking money.
We should do that.
Yeah, you think it's that fucking easy. You have to do it correctly. There's a way to do it. That's why I come in. The problem is that as fucking good as I am with that shit, the computer adds a complete different dimension of betting and PayPal with the money. So there's a whole market that I'm missing that I know nothing about.
PayPal's just as guilty of doing it as a guy in the neighborhood. And they're getting their cut.
And the thing is, look at salute. I'm right. The thing is that, you know, a bookmaking charge becomes something else if we do it online. Mail fraud or something like that, which now becomes federal time, which might work out for you. You know, it's a lot better than sitting in fucking Newark I'd rather
Right.
sit in a lawn park with a bunch of white people talking about stock fraud and how to shine your shoes correctly.
I used to work at
allergies. I got to scratch the back of my throat. That's, most people do it like a regular person. They go, I gotta go and scratch the back of my throat. I'm sorry.
I'm glad that happened. I used to work at UPS in Baltimore, and I worked there for a few years, and I, worked my way up to supervisor and everything. I was fucking hustling. I've been on my own since 16. I ended up moving in with my grandmother, and she dropped dead in front of us. She was the only one that wanted us. And then boom, we're out and it's on. Okay. There's been no one to ever ask to borrow, $1 and nothing. So I worked at UPS, and it was, I put myself through college, and I would work there like 10 to 2 was my shift, 10 p.m. 2 a.m. And I started working doubles, and I would go right from college. I'd go 4 to 2. Well, in Baltimore in the winter, those trucks coming up out of Tupelo, Mississippi and stuff, if there's a blizzard somewhere on the way, you're waiting until 4 or 5 in the morning for that truck to get there. And these guys are union, they're full-time, one of the few hubs in still in the country, I believe, that had full-time guys. So these dudes are in Spice and Yardie waiting for that paycheck. And there will be a dude down in the cafeteria. So it's a big building. So this cafeteria, I'd say maybe had like 15 or 20 food, vending machines, sell subs and whatever. You had your choice of it. And there was a dude named Pat, who was not a UPS employee. He was employed by the company that owned all the vending machines, and he was paid by them, and the job was assigned to him by the state to refill those vending machines all day long. Now, he was there, and he ran that fucking joint. He ran, what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
He was the Joey Diaz of that fucking thing, and he knew everybody. He'd be like, hey, what's going on, Joey? Susie, what about that motherfucker's wife cheating on him? Like, he knew everything about everybody. His blood pressure. This motherfucker's going to die on the job. Everything about everybody. And he was the guy. He was the fucking guy. So what happened was he came home. Let me just tell you, this was his story. Okay, I'm repeating his story. He came home and he found his best friend in his bed with his wife, and he shot both of them. She lived, he died. No. Okay. And as he'll tell you, this was before temporary insanity or passions of crime of passion and all that shit. This was back then. This was just called murder. And attempted murder. That's what this shit was called. So he's like, I just couldn't believe it. So I fucking went in there and I just shot. And he said, I got 20. He got 20 years. He said he did 18 for good behavior. And then when he got out, the state assigned him this job. This is his job now, is to take, and also to raise, he's got grandkids and shit. This time he's white hair at this point, probably mid-60s. Coolest fucking guy. I mean, these are the guys I love. Like, I always say, that shit to me is Americana. Like, I don't care where you're originally from. Like, if it's here and it happens here, I love those characters. And so this guy's filling these machines, and he'll tell straight up, like, I can't live off of this shit. So he's running football. He's running basketball. Whatever the fuck you want.
1,000 angles.
Everything.
Every day you're waking up, your mind's going.
And every day he would just use, people understand his system, but you get it. I mean, when you run numbers, you use the existing lottery. You just don't give the government your money. You give somebody else your money, and you're going to get more money tax-free. So every night when he would leave, he'd leave around 7 o'clock. He'd do like an 11 to 7 shift or something. Long day for a dude just sitting there. He knew everybody. You go down, you say, I want to go to the bathroom, and you leave the primary where you're unloading and loading, and you go down the steps, and you go by his table in the cafeteria, but it's empty now. You just go by his table, and right on the table on the napkins to pick 4 to pick 5 every fucking night. And every supervisor all the way to the top gave that motherfucker their money. We all played in the one night. I bounced around. So much shit happened. My brother and I ended up getting into this apartment. And I was like, I'm just going to play pick 4 of this new address. Something good's got to come out of this shit. So one night I get there, and Pat's like, Ryan, I said, I hit traffic, man. He goes, it hit. I said, don't fucking tell me it hit, Pat. He's like, yeah. I said, come on, Pat. And I think it was like 6.546 or some shit. And it hit, it was boxed. It wasn't a straight, but it was still 2,500 that I could have fucking used. And I didn't. I couldn't get there in time. And there was no cell phone days back then. I could have texted him and shit. Like, Pat put that shit in for him. He's like, I waited as long as I could. I said, God damn. But yeah, man, that dude was the best.
I got arrested in November of '88 for kidnapping. No, November. I got arrested in November of '87. Okay.
Hold on. November of '88.
November of '87.
'87. Okay.
But my madness started, like my real drug madness, like a life that was crazy, started like in June of that year. And what happened was I was selling Subarus and I was making so much money and they were snorting there and I was snorting at night and it was just a joke. And I said, you know what? I got to get away from these cokeheads. You know, and I said, let me go over to Hollister, Dodge Chrysler Plymouth.
Yeah.
They had a Dodge building and they had a Chrysler Plymouth building. The Chrysler Plymouth building, after 3 days, I realized those 4 guys were doing as much coke by themselves as the 14 guys.
Holy shit.
And there was a guy, Artie, and he was getting an ounce. And then he had 4 salesmen, 3 salesmen. And everybody was getting a gram. Some people had a tab with them. It was hilarious. The cocaine was world class.
That's what I want to say.
It's
87.
1987. It's world class. There's days you would go in there and there'd be a customer, and those salesmen were so coked up that customer would walk for an hour. Nobody would come out and talk. It was crazy, crazy deal.
You paranoid?
Paranoid as fuck.
Somebody come help me.
So I get the whole hang of the operation. Now there's a kid I got on mental control. I got this boy on mental control. His name is Rabbi.
Of course it is.
And he used a red Parker pen, and it was the maroon one. So what I would do is, when I learned as a salesman that you got to crack people. Cracking people is get them off their game, and then you pick up where they left off. Sometimes it backfires, but if you're very good at it, you could do something good. It's like you're a great salesman. When I come up here and I go, hey, please get 18% of this deal. And you're like, what do you mean? I'm getting 15. Yeah, you got. So that right there is playing with your head. That's psychological warfare. Right. There was a kid in there that I had on lockdown. There was 2 guys. I had Rob Daniel and I had this other kid. He was from fucking somewhere up north, like North Dakota, and they had no weed. And I could get weed. So I'd buy a pound and take like 3 ounces out and I wet the weed and puff, and puff it up and get like,
oh, you son of a bitch.
And then he'd take it up and it'd dry out. And he'd go, I don't know what the fuck's happening. People yell at him. I waited. It was 14 ounces. I get it up there. It's 12 and a half. Fucking hilarious. Every time he came back, I had him on lockdown. Listen, I don't know what happened. It ain't gonna happen next time. Yeah. Next time I'd even take more. I put ice cubes in there on delay. I had that mother. Oh my god! I had that motherfucker. I had rocks in the bottom of the bag, little chunky rocks. And I would put little rocks into the buds. I was horrible. So I have this fucking moron, but I got this other moron that was driving me crazy. He was a very good salesman. He was very aggressive, but dog, I wanted the bonus every month. And there was only one way I could control this guy, and it was with mental control. So he had a red Parker pen, and I'd let him take it up, which is a custom. I'd let him demo ride him, and then when it came time to sell the car, there was always one detail, and he would leave his pen on the desk, and I would go in there and take the fucking pen in the middle of the deal. And he'd come in and go, "Excuse me, I can't find my pen." And he'd walk around for 20 minutes looking for that pen, and he wouldn't go back in there until he found his pen.
Jeez.
So he'd tell the people to go home and come back tomorrow.
Come on.
Oh my God, it was hilarious. And I do this to him every 3 days. I'd steal his red pen. If I saw his red pen laying out there, I'd clip that fucking pen, and he would crack. But here's what gets better. He had 4 kids and a wife, and he did more blow than fucking everybody. I mean, this guy would do blow at 8 in the morning and not eat
all the car guys.
All the blow. But this guy, I never saw anything like it. Listen, at this time, I knew my weakness was coke, but I also knew I couldn't do it in the daytime. So I would try to hold off till 6 o'clock or 7. This kid, Rob, did blow all fucking day. from 8 in the morning. He'd be in there doing little bumps, and he'd put a piece of gum in his mouth, and he'd be fucking that gum up. You know those coke dudes will fuck a piece of gum up. They'll chew that fucking gum with anger, you cocksucker. Right, so Rob would suck this gum to the death, but Rob was selling coke. Rob was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it this party. I might as well get a big package and sell coke to the Dodge guys or whatever. But he didn't know. But I used to watch him. You know me, don't count the surveillance. I used to watch him, and he used to have those ceilings that popped up, and he would hide his coke in the ceiling at this place. Guys, listen to me. You know George Kolodinsky that called into the podcast?
Of course I know George.
George was renting cars out to the girls at the strip club from the Dodge place for $100 a week with a license plate. Listen to me. You want to talk about running a joint?
Yeah.
Plus, we both had demos, top of the line demos that they didn't even know they had. Only the bank knew that they had it. We would take those cars as soon as they got there. Guys, this wasn't a fucking joke. We were out. Now, here's what gets better.
How do you keep all this stuff in your head straight? Like 30 scams you're running at once.
You're talking about your fucking moron buddy here with the fucking machines. I had the key to the vending machine. I would go in there every morning. The soda machine would take the money, transfer it to cash. Some white dude and would put cash back in the thing. I would go in there. There'd be $300 in cash. I'd take $200 off the top and a couple cans of soda. I had the key, and I put it right back in the bookkeeper's fucking desk. Yeah. I mean, the game I was running there was horrific. I robbed the lot guy. The lot guy was trying to sell coke too. I asked him one morning, "Where's your coke?" He goes, "I got it at home." I sent him on a mission to go get a car in Lakewood. I went and robbed his house. He came back. Somebody robbed my house. I've been here all day, though. I don't know what the fuck. Fucking horror show.
Holy shit, yeah.
I'm happy you came on today.
I am too, man. Thank you for having me on.
I always try to get crazier people on Monday night to get the party started. So people doing that thing on Tuesday mornings. Now you have a podcast.
Yeah,
very successful.
Yeah,
people fucking love it.
Yeah, we have great fans.
How long have you been doing?
I'd say 3.5 years now.
Okay, you've been doing how many episodes a week?
Just one episode every Tuesday.
Who did it last week? I just bumped into somebody who did it.
Josh Roberts.
Steve Simone.
Yeah, Simone's. I'm doing his.
Okay,
yeah,
somebody.
That's right. Yeah, but Simone's been on a few times. Yeah, everybody loves Steve Simone. He's great.
He's a good guy. I'm gonna be on there on the 28th.
You're coming. That's
25th. Right. One of those fucking Tuesdays.
Don't worry. We'll talk.
I'm happy. I try to get out there more. It's just, people hit me up. I don't have Skype here. It's tough to really give your podcast the best attention if I'm doing 10 podcasts a week.
I agree.
And I did everybody's podcast for a while, and I said, you know what? I'm missing some of my own podcast. Let me put some more effort. Me and Lee try to fucking give you the best we got. Now, you go on the road also a lot.
A little bit. I go on the road a little bit.
And Jay Larson's your partner.
That's right, Jay Larson.
You go on the road with him also, or you do your own fucking thing?
Both. We've done Crab Feast stand-up shows where we've gone to like Seattle and Portland and done shows, and then I'm up at Sacramento this week actually at the Punchline up there Thursday to Saturday. And I'll go do like a one-nighter in Chicago or something like that, all out of the podcast. I mean, it's been pretty.
Good for you.
Yeah, and Tom Segura is who we both love. He's the one I talk to all the time about it. Like, he's like, don't do that, do this, and I listen to him. He knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Tom's a very smart guy.
Yeah,
he's doing very well.
Yeah.
I'm really happy.
He just shot a special the other night.
Yeah, Seattle, right?
Right.
He's a great guy, Tom Segura. People have no idea. I like Tom because people like Tom aren't usually my friend. They fucking shy the other way. Tom sucks it all up. Tom is a great guy. I like people that take the fucking. I like when white people are crazy. That's what makes me.
Well, that's why Jay and I work so well together. He's the same way, and he's fucking great too.
I don't like conservative white people.
No,
I've lived too long around them.
Yeah.
They drive me fucking
nuts. Jay just fucking tell you straight up. Like, you'll be like, you want to hear this shit? And he'll just be like, no, I don't want to fucking hear that shit right now. Like, he's just straight. He'll be straight.
Good.
Yeah, they're great.
I'm happy you're doing your thing. I'm happy everything's working out for you.
Thank you.
You're a great guy.
This was fun.
We were trying to exchange, get on your podcast.
I know.
I just
takes
said,
forever.
Somebody canceled, get on here. And let's make it happen. So thank you. Let me give a shout out to our sponsors. I'll get you out here. It's late. Lee got his fucking high. Lee, you got something to say, cocksucker?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to Toronto this weekend, which is gonna be really fun. I have a live Find You Radio. I'm gonna get this high at the. Have you been in the Underground in Toronto? We're gonna have a live Find You Radio with Derek Birch, and then on Saturday I'm doing a podcasting seminar at the Comedy Bar. So go to leeside.com for tickets. I'm really excited. I'm super high right now.
I know you're
I
super.
have like 400 milligrams, but it's, I think it's really cool. And actually, I got Lepson to give people free hosting if you come. So it's go to leeside.com.
Hey, listen, I want to welcome a new sponsor to the family. They're not going to be around, but they're a great fucking app. I mean, everybody who's people have told me that they're excited about us getting it.
It's really cool.
All right, you know your time is precious, and you want to feed your mind with the best of what's out there. All right? I know there's a corny fucking line, but I'm trying to get it right. You know, and there's a lot of nonsense on the internet. Listen, I like magazines. I don't know about you guys. I go to a dentist office and I pick up fucking people. My wife gets Rolling Stone at the fucking house. I've been reading Rolling Stone since day one. When I was a kid, I was a fucking cream guy. But you know what I like about Rolling Stone? I'm such an ass. I'm like a fag. The first 5 to 6 pages, they show you little events and people who are together and shit. And sometimes they have pretty good stories in there, you know? Yeah, I'm a Sports Illustrated guy. I'm over the bikini issue. You know, when you're 13,
Yeah, that was fun.
if you're 22 and you still wait for the bikini issue, you got fucking problems.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But it was just, you told me about it and I downloaded it. It just, you can download like back issues. It takes like 3 seconds and you have like the full magazine. Like sometimes like I'm sick of reading just like text articles. Like I like actually looking at the pictures.
You want the whole magazine.
Yeah.
And next issue gives you this.
Yeah, no, it gives you the whole magazine.
And they give you magazines like People, Vogue, Esquire, Time, and they'll let you dive deeper into the story with interactive content for richer reading experience. Sign up for next issue right now. You'll get immediate access to all the top magazines, including back issues and exclusive videos and photos and stuff like that. Let me tell you what's on here, right? Like, for example, let's say you want to read...
they got Maxim, they got ESPN, the magazine. They got
U.S. Weekly, they got Time, they got the New Yorker, they got Sports Illustrated, they got People, they got Newsweek, they got Hello Canada for you Canadians up there. See, I'm always thinking of you cocksuckers. They got the Bloomberg Business Week. I mean, this is the real deal. Lee, when you fly, what do you do? Before you fly, you want to read your magazines on your phone? What do? They got Car and Driver. They got Clean Eating.
When you sign up for the app, it takes you like, what ones of these do you look good? And magazines are expensive, so I wouldn't buy all these magazines, but I just clicked all of them, and you can just scroll. They have they can recommend articles to you, or you can just go and click on whatever one you want to read. It was legitimately pretty cool.
Now the best part about this is Next Issue is offering you a free trial right now when you go to nextissue.com/Joey and capitals. All right. Again, you can try Next Issue free right now when you go to nextissue.com/Joey and capital letters. All right. Give it a shot. Have I ever fucking steered you wrong, people?
And it's free.
And it's free. Go to nextissue.com/Joey for a free ride. All right. Number 2, you know me, Hitty Sig. Always bring you the best in fucking e-smoke. Why? 1,200 guaranteed puffs. You're not going to get that from fucking some store. Or now you got to fill it up yourself at home. You got shit on your desk. You're a businessman. You ain't got time to have fucking oil and sit there like fucking Johnny Buddha. Go to Hitty Cigs right now and get 5 Hitty Cigs for 50 fucking bucks. You understand me? 5 for 50. You get 4 cigars and a 24 milligram cigarette. You can do whatever the fuck you want. 5 for 50. Go to Hitty Cigs right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
Boom! And get 5 for 50. Number 2, on it. I ain't going to tell you again. Let me get those, my brother, there. Look at these fucking things. Alpha Brain, complete earth-grown nootropic. You understand me? We ain't fucking around here today. On it, plus Alpha GPC and AC11. This is the real deal Holyfield. You can't think of shit. You're forgetting stuff. You don't know whether you want to eat a pussy. You're not decisive. Go for Alpha Brain right now. 100% money back guarantee. If you don't like the product, we don't even want the fucking product back. Nobody does that. That's why I believe it. Aubrey believes in this product. So do me a favor, go to Onyx and look at the great selection of supplements they got. I can't give you a deal on the barbells and the fucking ropes and the vest, but as far as supplements are concerned, I'll get you 10% off. Go to the box and press in.
Church.
Boom! Get the 10% off your first order. I ate 3 stars. I'm a little fucking parched right now.
I ate 3.5.
Shut up. I'm going to tell people. The feds are listening. Number 3, nailedinlife.com right now. Listen, don't worry about nothing. Listen, nailedinlife.com right now. Let's say you're into vapor smoking. Let's say you're into edibles. You live in California. Nailed in Life has the best selection of vapor pipes, all this fucking thing, the scrapers. But the reason why I like them is their vapor pen. They ain't fucking around. 100% money back guarantee, and they give you 20% off your first order. So a vapor pen is $50, you're gonna get it for $40. Money talks and bullshit walks. It's Monday. We ain't got time for chitter chatter, motherfuckers. Go to nailedinlife.com and press in.
Joey Diaz.
Boom! You get 20% off your first order on the vapor pen. The edibles, you gotta live in California, so don't be a fucking dumb fuck and hit me up. Joey, I live in Illinois. Will they send it out to me? The only thing you're getting is a bomb in the mail. You dumb fuck. On it. A shout out. I love you guys. Next issue. Welcome aboard. Please go to nextissue.com/Joey and get your free subscription right now. Hear these cigs, you know me, 5 for $50 and nailedinlife.com. Do mis hermanos. One more time. Excuse me, I'm getting gassed. One more time. My main man, motherfucking Ryan Sickler. He'll be at the Sacramento Punchline this weekend.
That's right.
Throwing some fucking heat up there. It's a great club. They got great wings. The waitresses are hot. The tall blonde one's always throwing heat. She got those fucking thighs. She gets in a head scissor. It's all over but the shot. When was the last time somebody got you in a head scissor? Fucking Ryan Sickler.
It's been a minute.
All right. Listen, this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm at the DC Improv. You know me. Spreading the love in the nation's capital. Smoking big reefer. A shout out to my girl, Mrs. Obama. You know I love you. I'm looking for that ass. I'm looking for that presidential little muffler. I'll sniff that motherfucker like I own it. I'll put some nose. When was the last time somebody put that nose in your muffler and sang the fucking national anthem? Dun, dun, dun. What's up, Lee? You're sitting there like
The feds are definitely going to be listening to
you're
this
sitting
one.
there like a fucking half a dunce. It's Monday night.
Half a dunce.
Kick out the jams, brothers and sisters. I want to thank Ryan Sickler one more time. I want to thank the Flying Jew, Lee Sayat. I want to thank myself, but most importantly, I want to thank you bad motherfuckers for staying up tonight and watching the church and what's happening now. Stay black. Have a good week. See you in a few days. Really hear to what the fuck he really got to say.
Do you think he would do it?
No. Oh, he would never fucking.
I think he would smoke.
You finally recovered from your coma last night?
Oh my God, that was
What did you eat
crazy.
when you leave here? You went and picked up food?
Yeah, we went and got a burrito, and then like 1 in the morning we got a donut.
Just one donut?
Yeah.
Who goes and gets one donut?
No. We each got a couple.
Okay.
Yeah,
Three.
no.
Three.
No, we didn't get
That's
three.
like when people
You
go
got
to the bar
two.
for a drink.
Yeah, we each
Nobody
got two.
goes for
We
a
got
drink.
we each got two. We got 4 donuts.
You bad motherfucker.
Oh my God.
1 in the morning, you were that
We give me
high.
like 400
Who
milligrams,
gives a fuck? It's
and
Monday.
we smoked 2 joints.
Who cares? It's Monday.
Who knows? I'm just saying, we were just sitting at home, and I was just throwing out. I was like, we have to go because we
So
were just
was
watching
I.
TV. It was great.
I had coffee.
That's all you had?
That's it. I had coffee and I
Aw,
had a fortune
you're better than
cookie.
I am.
There was a fucking
And then
for-
before it's a
I had
cookie.
2 peaches.
All those fortune cookies are good. They're sweet.
I had a fortune cookie, 2 peaches, and a package of 100-calorie almonds. That was my late night fucking snack.
Where do you get one fortune cookie?
It was left over at the house from Chinese food. What's up, Tate Fletcher, you bad motherfucker?
Good to see you.
Movie star, entrepreneur, weightlifter, jiu-jitsu technician.
You know, just trying to stay above water over here.
Tate,
It's awesome being in here, dude, and seeing this poster.
yeah.
That's awesome.
That's fucking crazy.
It's crazy.
That's crazy, Tate. That was 10 years ago.
I tell people about our
11
history,
years ago.
and I'm like, oh, and then you met Joey. I go, no,
No.
man, Joey precedes everything.
No,
man.
Joey precedes everything with
It's a
Tate.
trip.
Tate brought me fucking a bottle of oxygen. He got at Whole Foods for me.
Well,
Like
here's the deal. Yeah,
liquid oxygen.
like
That's what I was-
chlorophyll.
400 pounds I was, Tate.
Dude, I go up the first time I see Joey. There's like, who was it? Tracy Morgan or something there, and you're sitting on the bench, and we're out in a prison yard at 7,000 feet altitude in New Mexico, and on the set of The Longest Yard, and fucking Joey's rapping the whole Ready to Die album to these guys, fucking smoking a Marlboro Light, and I'm like, he might die right now. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, he's like, yeah, maybe I'll go just do a little bump or get a number in the fucking shitter real quick or like what. And it was amazing. So that was my initiation kind of into it, and then always talking about jiu-jitsu and like, oh, I know, because all these, like, Bob Sapp was there, so Maurice Smith and then Ivan Salivary were on set helping Bob for his fights because he was kind of in between, and like, yeah, jiu-jitsu and Eddie Bravo, and I'd always looked up to Eddie. I was like, no, I'm like, this is just one of these dudes talking about all this, and then I was like, he's not really like that kind of dude though. I'm like, this is weird as fuck. And then when we moved out to LA on it. And then I just ended up by hook and crook kind of down at Eddie's. It was close to the little apartment I was renting in Thai Town. And fuck, man. In walks Joey one day. Hey, little brother. And then fucking everybody goes crazy. And I was like, God damn. Yeah, that preceded. That was before I met Joe.
I met his wife first. I met Tate's girlfriend first.
Were you acting on the show or on the movie?
Yeah, I was like a stand-in on it.
It's so crazy because when you go to these places, like it's
so crazy. You met Heather at the bar.
I met Heather on the set.
Okay.
And she fucking gravitated to me because she was like, I gotta tell you something. I just heard your fucking accent. Just talk for 5 more minutes. Because her in-laws, her parents, her roots are from Brooklyn. So she's in fucking Santa Fe with, surrounded by Gentiles and people who wear sandals. She hears me talking and I'll never forget her face. Like, she was like, this motherfucker's bringing me back. So she came over and introduced herself and right away said to me, there's a Dunkin' Donuts up the corner. Because that's it. That's how we bond. She's like, there's a Dunkin' Donuts up there. There's a place that makes pizza in Albuquerque. And she just started rattling off
she got
the New York haunts,
Yeah.
And then she's like, Tate. And then I remember I was in my trailer. And you guys came by.
Yeah.
I couldn't breathe. And in those days, when we first did The Longest Yard, the first week I didn't work.
Crazy.
But we were at a high school. Remember the first week we were at a high school?
On a football field there. Yeah.
On the football field. Listen, bro, they wouldn't let me on the field. They gave me oxygen. And they assigned me this little Asian trainer. And all the Asian trainer would do is make me walk around the field with this oxygen in my mouth. It was hysterical. They were fucking paranoid as fuck I was going to die. So for the first week or two, all I did was like do this type of stuff with my hands, like little circles with an oxygen thing on. They're like, no, we don't want you doing much. We don't want you.
Were you feeling bad?
You know I couldn't bend over. Do you know that those scenes where you're supposed to put 2 fingers on the floor?
Yeah.
Like a down lineman? I couldn't put my fingers on the floor. They had to put a fucking 4x4 under my feet, guys. That's how sad that was. That's a true story. They had to put a 4. I still see the kid, my double.
Yeah.
He's got stand-up. I see him around town. I bump into him at the Improv.
Tell me his name.
Man, I forget. Nice kid. Really.
Is he at the store sometimes?
No. He's at the Improv. Like, he does all the labs and shit.
Right.
I bump into him. And, I still talk to. I'll tell you who reached out to me. After 9 years, I never heard from him again. Romanowski.
Really?
When the movie ended, months later, Romanowski sent me a box.
Of muscle milk.
Of all his protein.
Yeah.
Muscle milk is?
That's his shit.
No, it's
that
not.
fool's papered up.
No, it's
yeah.
Muscle milk is him?
That's his shit.
He sent me the other shit, the shit for your brain that tastes like Tang.
Oh, okay. I don't
that
know.
you put it in water and you fucking. It was the first Alpha Brain.
Really?
That was the first shit that.
That's a smart guy, man.
That would send you. It was tasted like orange. So I'm like, if I drink this shit, I'll beat the blow.
Right.
I was doing it with blow.
Right.
I was drinking it.
Right.
I was
like when you're like, I'll do ecstasy and vitamin C or whatever. Like,
it was crazy, but he emailed me.
Yeah.
What's say hello. He didn't say much. I just want to say hello. Somebody mentioned your name. It's good that you're still out there.
Doesn't he live up in Colorado or something?
He didn't fucking say. Yeah. He teamed up with that doctor. Remember, he showed up with a doctor.
He was really trying to do.
No, he showed up with his own fucking doctor, Dr. Nelson. And Dr. Nelson would touch you, would work by feel and shit like that. The first time Dr. Nelson, I came in before they put the shoulder pads on me, and Dr. Nelson goes, lay down. I'll never forget this, guys. And I laid down, and he touched my back. And he goes, what time did you do your last line?
What?
And I said, about 4, but don't say nothing. And he goes, I'm not going to say nothing. He goes, but you got to get this shit out of your body. And he started talking to me. He's the first guy that knew on the set that I had a drug problem. Little by little, him and I
were you shaking or something?
No, he just knew. I had done it like 3 days earlier.
So crazy.
I had gotten high like on a Friday. This is when we were up here in Paramount.
Okay.
Because he didn't show up down in Santa Fe. I don't remember him in Santa Fe.
Down south at that football field down there.
Right.
And when homeboy ran off and holed up in a hotel for
Michael
a few days.
Irvin. Oh my God. Look, the problem with those movies is you have too many personalities.
There's a lot there.
That movie had too many personalities and too many people that had demands.
Yeah.
Nelly was cool as shit.
Super cool.
Super cool. But like Irvin had to leave.
Yeah.
You know, there was somebody else that had to keep leaving. The Japs came and got Bob Sapp. Tell that story.
Oh,
The Yakuza came and got Bob Sapp. Listen to me. He kept saying, I have to go to Japan to take contractual obligations. And Adam and DiBernardi kept saying, no. You can't leave.
Right.
We have you here. One day, you're click. It was two Japanese dudes with a suit with the fucking wooden shoes. When they show up with wooden shoes, those clog fucking things, they're not fucking around. They had a cigarette with the stick. They had 2 cigarettes with those sticks. They were both smoking. There was 2 of them. And they came onto the set and they started talking. And next thing you know, Bob Sapp was going to wherever the fuck he was going.
It's a shady business.
That's a shady. That's when they was fighting. Yeah, that was shady. They came and said, he's going today. He kept fucking around. They kept fucking around with his contract. 2 more weeks.
Dude, he got into shit later too. Like I think he was in Denmark maybe, and the Japanese and I think the Russians got involved also. But they came up and he was going to fight somebody, Bojanski or somebody that was kind of a killer and in kickboxing in K1, and he was going to get $1 million or something for it. And they go, okay, you fight tonight and. No pay, though, that will pay your taxes because they hadn't paid any taxes on anything of his. And he's like, fuck that. I'm not going to fight and not get paid for this. And they said, yeah, that's what you're doing. And then it got more insistent. Yeah, no, you're doing that. He got in a car. He said there's a high-speed chase all through the hills and shit. Getting out, he had to escape from these motherfuckers and get to the airport and get the fuck out.
They came and
they'll
got
put
him
you
at
in
the
a
airport,
bag.
though. They came and got him. The people who owned Pride, whatever the fuck they weren't fucking around. That's the first time I seen all that shit. But New Mexico,
wearing the wooden shoes.
They have wooden shoes. They have wooden shoes. They had high tailored suits on.
Yeah,
but they had those shoes that click. When you have those shoes that click, you ain't fucking around.
I can't believe Bob Sapp was scared of anybody. I'm just thinking about how big he was.
Just imagine that.
And two little Japanese guys are like, he's coming.
Imagine the kind of weight a dude carries when a 400-pound, muscle-bound killer like Bob Sapp is like, no, okay,
I'm coming.
That he's seen
he had a house
the
in
weight.
Japan. He had people in Japan. They would have fucking slaughtered everybody.
Oh, it's crazy.
He had obligation. Remember at that time, Bob Sapp was the hottest MMA guy in the world. They had just done a feature on him on HBO Real Sports.
And in Japan, huge.
Right, he couldn't walk down Japan. And
they said in Japan it was like if Michael Jackson would walk out on Fifth Avenue in New York City. He would shut down the streets.
He was fucking 3 Japanese girls at once with one dick. He would slice them like a fucking Japanese shish kebab. And then they would just fall off. They'd push him off the balcony and get 3 more. It was craziness. But all those type of personalities were on this movie.
Yeah.
And then you had
Goldberg. He got fights with the producers, I understood.
Then you had fucking the kids that were the real football players.
Right.
You had real football players on the set mixed with college players. And so it was very interesting fucking dynamic. Then you had who I see now all the time. And I'm really happy for him that he gets movies. Kevin Nash is one of the nicest.
Really?
Bro, he's in a ton of fucking movies. He's in Magic Mike. He's one of the dancers or something in Magic Mike.
Killer.
And I think he's in Wick. Yeah. He's
John Wick?
Yeah, Wick kills him. Outside the door. That's who John Wick kills. Outside the fucking door at the club, at the Russian club at the end.
Yeah, he was in John Wick. Francis.
Huh.
Yeah, he was in a bunch of shit.
He killed me.
He's in the WWE.
Did he kill you in John Wick?
Yeah.
Who did?
Keanu.
So fucking Higgins in John Wick and the two.
Higgins is too. I missed that.
No, he's in the 2. They're doing John Wick 2.
Right, yeah.
They're shooting in New York, so he's playing one of the cab drivers, one of the Brazilian.
Yeah, cool.
Crazy fucking cab driver. You digging this other side of the business?
Dude, it's neat, man. It's it's always been something like what they said, like in 2000 when I first got a SAG card, they're like, the dude that helped me out, he was like a guy named Keith Willard. He says, yeah, you should keep doing this and da-da-da-da. I'm like, man, I'm like, there's no way. I'm a kid from Michigan. You're not going to like be in a film. I got this one job at the nightclub. I'm fighting. I'm doing this stuff. I like doing this and just call it good there. And then years later, after like a whole fight career unfolds and all that, and like a whole other life happens, I come back into this thing and it's like, it's not only like possible, it's happening, And I just kind of ran after it like the way I did fighting. I'm like, I trained for it. I work out at it. I'm like, it's like you guys with comedy. It's like, I was telling somebody about comedy. They're like, oh, they just go up and they're just naturally funny. I go, them motherfuckers work like they call it working out. Like every day they're burning up their gas tanks trying to get 4 different sets on for 5 minutes a piece all over town. Like it's different than what anybody and I think that's the beauty of those things too, is like everything that people are excellent at is way different when you're inside it than when you're looking at it as a spectator, and I guess I just never liked being a spectator, so I'm in it, and it's dope. I'm really grateful.
You just opened up a question I want to really ask you, and we have friends that are affected by this. I just want to ask you this just for when we met, you were a skinny fighter, blah, 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 blah. You came up, you moved up here, you really worked hard for where you're getting at. But the situation happened, you got on the Ultimate Fighter.
Right.
And he came to you and he asked you if you wanted to fight, and you said no, because you saw it for what it was. How happy are you about that decision today?
It's weird. I said a while ago to somebody, like, what appeared, what I thought of at the time was my biggest failures. It turned into my biggest assets later, and it's like, with this life, it's like I don't see the big scope of it. I don't see the big picture, but I just kind of, you go with everything that I guess, that you've, like, whether all the people you meet and every experience you've ever had, and it all culminates into this thing, and you have an intuition, and then you let that guide you at that time. At that time when I said no, like, I was really disenfranchised with it, but there's like 3 of us out in the waiting room. I go, listen, they're going to call me in. I don't give a fuck about this. Like, the only guy I want to fight here is Ken Shamrock. This is all bullshit. And, like I said, I'm just like, I'm done. Like, I'm about to stab somebody in here. And I said, if you guys want to scrap, though, you want to really make a run for this, let me know. And both the guys that were sitting out with me were like, yeah. And then I go, okay, then I'm going to take myself out of it. And they go, okay. And so I did that. And then I don't know what happened when they were in the room, but like that, I think neither of them took that fight either. But I kind of, I've got things that, like, back and forth. Like, I miss all that too, for sure. But I think it's the thing about putting things away in your life and starting the next thing, especially stuff that has
But you saw something.
Time period for sure.
You fucking saw something.
Sure.
And I want to know, the question is, what did you see? Was it a personal decision? Were you really scared of the brain damage? Did you think there was more to life? I always tell people, and this is where I got this saying from, not because of tape, but when it comes to tape, I always tell this to people. There's 2 things. It's better to want than to have, sometimes for some people. And sometimes that's why, remember we were fucking around in Atlanta, and I took Duncan aside, we made that tape, and my key words are, before you get into this, I want you to really think about what you're getting yourself into. Because it gets whooped up fast. 1 minute you were doing neck bars at 10 Planet, next minute you're on a fucking show. Yep. Okay? And how fast did it happen? Bam, bam, bam. It's like bam, bam, and all of a sudden you saw something. It wasn't that you were a pussy, you didn't want to fucking fight, because you'll strangle anybody at any given time. And I've seen it. It's not about that. You saw something, Tate, and today, 10 years later, I kind of applaud you.
Well, thanks.
Because today, you wouldn't be where you were.
I know Gardine says the same thing you're saying.
And I'm not telling you this because you weren't a good fighter.
Right.
I'm telling you this was going into a different direction.
For sure.
It's gone into a different direction. I see all this different, and nobody's happy with the UFC.
No.
At this point, nobody. No. Nobody. The fighters and people around, they want to do a union. Did you foresee this? Did you?
For sure. I mean, ever since I first started, I was like, we got to have a fighters union. And like, this doesn't work. And I started looking at guys that were like, this was their whole life. And it's like, and when it becomes that, like, and you're in poverty, like, that's not a good play. It's not a smart play. And then you're going to diminish your cognition also, like, that you're in a fuck spot. But like, what I saw was like, and Dana White told me a story, and he goes, I came in, I was a fighter, and then I started managing guys, and I started looking at the fighters that were ahead where I was, and they were already punchy, and they weren't really maybe going to go anywhere, and I was behind them, and what was I doing anymore? And then I started looking at everybody in the UFC, and I go, and at that time we had longer careers, but like right now I think it's like 16 months or something. It's like almost nothing, like for an average career of an MMA fighter in the UFC. And but who's perpetual? Well, Herb Dean was always there. He reffed a bunch of my fights, John McCarthy. So those guys are there. And then the ring girls are there. But they're new fighters every 3 months. And it's like those guys are just thrown away. But you do put your whole life into it. So I put my whole life into this thing that was going to have an empty return later. Now, I say that. I'm completely fucking grateful for I never did it as a career. I did it because there was an expression of me as an artist that I wanted to be able to exact inside a cage and in those walls.
and I love the camaraderie and the fellowship of all the brotherhood of what fighting is, you know, in the gym, and all my brothers at Jackson's and Winklejohn's MMA, and everybody that touched me and formed me there as a man, and I want to be who I was without it. However, to continue on with it would mean that I was going to forgo any future life that I had, because I, like, at the top levels, I'm mediocre, you know, and so what does that look like? And I see the guys that I look up to, and I'm like, those guys aren't fighting for a belt yet. And I'm like, and I'm late in the game. And so when the opportunity to go back into film work came up, I was like, maybe this is the thing, because the only time I ever felt alive when they're like, are you ready? Are you ready? And then we fight. The only time I ever felt that is when somebody saw the action. And when they do that, and it's yours to fuck up, and it's like, and you're all that, and it's like, okay, let's go and see if I can make this moment work for everybody. And so I ran after that just like that, man. And I was like, you got to, you know, and I've only been back into Jackson's gym once since then, and it's so uncomfortable because you want to spar and you want to go in and you want like, I've got all those things in me still, but it's like I exercise a bit of denial with it. Like, I got to deny myself certain things so other things can happen. I think it's just like a maturing man. You got to ask yourself, who are you now? Who are you that you're not the best football player in college? Or who are you now that you're not this? Or who are you now you're not the fighter guy? Who are you not? Like, who are you underneath what you do, who you are, what's in your pocket, and all that shit? And like, that's a scary fucking question. Most guys run from that question. They don't want to know any of that. And I've been forced in positions where I'm like, I've had to ask myself that question a lot. And so you get okay with you know, you go, well, fuck, man, this is where it's at, you know? And you got, you know, like without guys like you, like, you know, and like Rogan and fucking a bunch of my friends around, like, I got these pillars around me that are like, that are balancers, that are diffusers of all the bullshit and everything, and things get distilled into purity where you can see life clearly for what it is and for what matters, and who you are outside of the midst of all the bullshit and trappings, you know? And that's the stuff that is like, you know, like what makes me is you, you know, like it's like, it's to me, it's like that, you know, because without that reflection, I get lost in it.
It's funny, you were with me when I still had my addiction in a fucking bad way, and we talk about it. And I was thinking about the time we went to Austin, and I got the coke from that crazy guy, and I gave some of it to Brian, and he got caught in the bathroom snorting. And they threw him out of the bathroom or something. But I'm thinking about how big you have to be. Like, when I was 16, one of my biggest heartaches is when I had to come to a conclusion I was going to play high school ball. At the end of my freshman year, I knew what time it was. I knew how good I was. I knew what I could do, but I also knew the system around me was going to be a little harder than what I anticipated. I didn't anticipate this. You know, I was watching the making of Wish You Were Here. Okay. And Have a Cigar is about their not being happy with the entertainment. Come on in, have a cigar. You're going to go far. Right. You're going to fly high. You're never going to die. You're going to make it if you try. I mean, he just, you know, and they asked him, they're like, at that time, all we want to do was play. But they wouldn't let us. You know, they wouldn't let us. It had to be bigger. We want a bigger production. We want bigger lights. And all they want to do is fucking play. And there comes a time you take control of your life. You took control of your life at that moment in front of Dana White. It all clarified, and people lived their whole fucking life, and they'll never do that. And I still remember coming to the conclusion, like May of '78, like, holy shit, I'm not going to play high school, college ball. I had such a hard time my freshman year. I could see this is going. I'm not part of the boys' club, and that fucking killed me for years, deep down inside, because in the way I quit. Right. But all I was doing was making my life easier.
You know, though, too, I think we want to believe that we could be the best at anything. Like any human anywhere could be the best at whatever if they put their mind to it. Like, it's the American fucking, let's get in there and do it. We can do it. Make it happen. But that shit's not true. There's people that are fucking highly gifted that'll never make it because they don't work very hard. But those that are highly gifted that work hard, you're never going to catch up to that guy. Like, you're never going to, like, and that's one of the things that, too, I started looking at. I'm like, I love this ability to do the thing that I love doing, this art that I love doing. That being the case, what's really distilled here also is that there's not the time or talent within me at this point to be a champion. Like, I see who all the time, I see Anderson Silva dance like that, and I'm like, okay, like he moves different than me or whatever. And so I go, so you get to be a journeyman fighter, kind of. You get to be a prize fighter that isn't going. So how good is that after, like, so for everybody that's had 10 fights, they've had 10,000 wars in the gym. Like, and I've been knocked out a couple times by that point. And I was like, I just can't, I can't in good conscience put myself here. Like, I feel like, I was pulled from prison and pulled from death when I was a kid. And to be, and I started thinking about family, and I go, I've got a responsibility to my mother. Like, I've got all these, I'm like, I got to find a new life. I don't know what that is, but I know that this isn't going to take me there.
Did you see what Shogun Rule got paid? He got paid $5,000 for that fight.
Is that right?
Could you imagine putting in all that work?
Shogun Rule got $5,000.
I'm almost positive. I'll check it.
I can't believe it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So,
and listen, man, 70 million 4th of July.
Yeah.
And people got $5,000. 7 million at the door.
And look at like you see Big Nog walk out in that fight. You can see the brain damage on the guy when he's walking out to the fight.
He's had brain damage for the last 5
And so check this out. So he doesn't have any money saved. He's one of the most popular guy, multiple champion of the UFC and Pride. And like, that's the things I'm looking at. And I'm looking at that, and that motherfucker still has nothing. And so, and after he stops fighting, after he stops earning, he'll really have nothing. And a diminished capacity to where people can only put him around like a puppet. Be like, yeah, we have this guy before the candle of his fame extinguishes completely, because there's going to be another 30 guys in the next 2 years that are bigger names than that. And that's the sad facts of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So I got it. So Rua got $10,000. He got 5 to show him.
Holy shit.
Antonio got 5. Let's go down. Stefan Struve got 10 and Nogueira got 10. Antonio Silva got 5.
I don't even understand what you're saying to me right now.
I know, it's crazy.
It's fucking crazy.
Some of the lower ones got 2,500, and it's just
crazy.
What does it say what Ronda got?
Yeah, $40,000.
It's got to be, Reebok's got to be paying them all a note then, right? Like, or I don't know how that works, but those are the funniest numbers I ever heard.
$5,000. That means you're really taking home $2,800 after you pay jiu-jitsu, your fucking corner.
And that's the other thing too, is all these guys, they don't know how to pay taxes. Here's a check. Good luck at the end of the year when the tax man wants his. I made $400,000 this year. No, you didn't. You better save $180.
What 180?
To pay the tax man when he's coming.
That's
you know what I mean?
I'm just saying, what 180?
Yeah. That's some.
I know that if I was still snorting coke, I would have been a journeyman comic, and I didn't want to be a journeyman comic. When I see a journeyman comic, it bothers me. A journeyman comic is a guy that headlines here, features here. I just did Columbus with a guy that's been headlining for 30 years.
Right.
Now he's opening for me. That's when I quit.
Yeah.
That's when I get out of the bit. That's a journeyman.
And that's the thing about being proactive like that. You feel what I'm saying.
As soon as I stopped doing blow, I kicked it up to different levels. I became a headliner.
Yeah.
I was doing comedy all those years. That was no headline. It's a big difference.
Right.
And you see Joe and Greg Giraldo, and they're headliners. They have a beginning, a middle, and an ending, and they have a message, and they're taking it to different places.
And then you go from these little rooms to a fucking real comedy club, and then to a theater.
And the fighting and the comedy, to me, is a lot of the
same.
I watch it, and I know when you don't see a guy for a year, and you go to a comedy club and you're excited, he does the same set he did the year before. Right. It's me when I watch a fighter and he's still just doing that same.
Yeah, we watched Tito and Stephan Bonner in Bellator earlier. We're like, so this is still happening, huh? Okay.
No leg kick, nothing new.
No,
not a double jab. You didn't even throw up a double jab. Just work on a double jab. I see a double jab 3 times. You ever watch a fight and the guy keeps throwing a kick and it's not working? Dariush on Saturday threw a flying knee. He threw 1,000 fucking flying knees. Dariush, give it a fucking breather. Give it a fucking breather with the flying knees. After the 4th one, they're not working, Dariush. Yeah. He sees them fucking coming. That's all. A little light, I was watching my man up in San Francisco, who I love, the guy that Rasamir Palmares. Oh, yeah. He's got the worst leg kick in the world. It's like one of those, it's like when Mercy kicks me and runs away. It's like a little, and he runs away. Really? You're going to show up with that fucking leg kick? A leg kick is supposed to make that leg red. Leave your leg in there. Don't even put it out if you're going to do that. Right. If we're just going to sit there and tap each other, leave the leg in. Because you're fucking bothering the shit out of me. It's true. Leave the leg in. You're not doing that with that little tap.
You should be in their corners.
Unless you're going to blast me. But why are you throwing
up a leg?
How good would
that be to have Joey be the corner guy for these guys?
I'm from a different set of fight. You're eluding and you're fucking waiting to set him into your fucking trap. It's like my man Rashad Evans says. Once Greg Jackson told him, I want to hear them boo.
Yeah.
I want to hear them booing. That's when you know you're doing your job. You're sticking to your fucking game plan. Fuck them.
Yep.
You're sucking him into your fucking world. Every fight is different. When I see a fucking preview and I hear this, it's going to go back and forth, but my power, your power is shit. Ask Joe Lozon. You're going to throw a punch, you might clip him in the jaw, but you're going to momentous and keep going, and he's going to take your fucking power and break your fucking elbow. What power are you talking about? Power. Then they're sitting there throwing these fucking bombs for 2 hours, and you're sitting there bored to pieces like you deserve to lose. You deserve to fucking lose. Same thing with comedy. Writing, to me, is like working on your back. That's it. Nobody wants to work on their back. I got tremendous power. Who needs jujitsu? Boom. There you go. You need jujitsu.
Yeah, now you're drowning.
Now you're down on the ground and you're dead to the people. Why no half guard? And I know Eddie taught me a lockdown.
So crazy, dude.
It's fucking crazy. And you're getting into the ring. I wouldn't go into a UFC ring unless I was a second-degree black belt. And I've been doing jiu-jitsu every day since I was 5.
What's crazy, too? I was thinking about people put all this emphasis like that, that guys are awesome at jiu-jitsu if they're in the UFC or something like that. But you think about it, you reel it back, like a lot of those guys were not blue belts. Like Clay Guida started, his jiu-jitsu is not a blue belt. Like at the beginning of his career, goddamn George St. Pierre would walk out in a purple belt. You know what I mean? Like that's where he was at when he was a champion, and which is crazy. He got promoted throughout the years because he was a champion a long time. But it's it's a different game. It's a different game. And if you get lost on the ground, man, you are lost. You can see the guys that know and that capitalize on it. A lot of 10th Planet guys capitalize on it now, See my man Kukui, and he's fucking, like you're in trouble. If you trip and stumble, you are in trouble. You're in trouble. He's going to strangle you, and that's just how it's going to go. But there's other guys, you go to the ground and you're like, they feel safe. They're resting there,
It's funny that I went to Houston's with Eddie way before I knew any of the terminologies and shit. He was just one day being Eddie. Eddie being Eddie. Eddie just dropping knowledge. He was telling me, and this has to be 10 years ago because I still lived in Hollywood. I lived here, this has to be 2006. And he was telling me how you really need to learn how to fight in your back now the next 5 years in jiu-jitsu. But a bunch of wrestlers are coming in and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And I really started listening to him. I'm like, you got a point there. These wrestlers will take you down all fucking day long. And,
you look at why Chuck Liddell was successful. Because he could stop and take, because he knew how to wrestle. People are like, oh, he's a striker. No, man, he is a fucking championship wrestler. Like, he's a fantastic wrestler. That's why he's still on his feet. Because the guys coming at him are savages. Like, you watch Jeremy Horner, only wanted to take him down. Guys couldn't take him down,
That's my all-time favorite.
Yeah, Chuck?
To this day.
He's amazing.
To this day, I look at this Conor McGregor, and I look at half these guys, and I go, you know what? They don't have half the class Chuck did.
Yeah.
Half the class. Honest to God. Chuck made me
get skinny.
Chuck made me join Kempo Karate. That's, and I would never talk. You guys know me, dog. I don't fucking give a fuck. I never said a word to him until about 2 years ago. After he retired, I just go, hey, man, I want to tell you something. You're my all-time favorite.
Yeah.
If I was to have a post on MMA guy, he was at 10th Planet with Einstein. And he goes, really? And I go, man, I like everything about you.
Yeah.
Everything about you. And I miss you. To be honest with you, I miss you. You're fucking...
he's an icon, man, for sure. And he's a, and a family guy like him and his girl Heidi, his wife, she's the sweetest thing. And the way he takes care of his kids, man, I mean, you see him around and it's just like, he's about it, man. I
seen him on a weigh-in with a baby stroller.
Yep.
With the cutest baby stroller with slippers on and fucking
toes painted.
And I'm like, this motherfucker. Yeah. And he came over and gave me a hug. I mean, just a hell of a nice guy and crazy. He had the perfect attitude when he was fighting. I loved everything about him. Yeah. Every time I heard a drunk story of him falling asleep on an interview, everything I heard, I always was like, you know what? I love that motherfucker.
Yeah.
And when he started getting knocked out, I hated it. I got to be honest with you. I fucking hated it.
Well, but even him, bro, he come up to my gym in Santa Fe. We're talking, we're doing sprints and doing a little wrestling. And it was before his last knockout, I guess. And he says, Dan just wants me to retire. He's really pushing me. But
Sickle driving around in his Ferrari, and like, man, you're living like this, and like everything goes away, evaporates for me. Like if I don't have paychecks, I need like 3 more years of paychecks. I got kids to take care of. I got planning to do that I'm not into.
I'm gonna take over the world from this motherfucking place.
My volume was down. Sorry. How you doing?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
Did I mute you? No. It looks like you're muted on your end.
Can you hear me?
Let me hop out.
Yo, can you hear me? Doug, I can hear me. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I see the little microphone with the stripe on your side.
Hold on. How about now, baby?
There you.
How are you?
What up? I'm doing all right.
I'm gonna take over the world from this fucking Discord.
Doing doctors in court, and apparently I'm supposed to deep die when the police are staring at me. I have another court date.
Wait, you have? Hold on. What happened?
But I have a court date with my parents, and it's to make sure that I can go stay with them and everything. So everything is going to be good.
That's really good.
Good parents.
Wait, what was this thing about you staring at a police officer?
I'm basically shy when a cop is staring at my cock telling me to go pee in a cup.
Oh yeah, no, we know that.
I'll be holding my bladder for like 5 hours, and as soon as the cop is like looking at me, it just goes away. I just don't have to. I can't. I'm unable.
Yeah, dog. We used to call that back in the day stage fright. All right. So when's your next court date? Oh, that's decades away. Did your internet reset? Are you covering your microphone? Are you covering your microphone? Oh, yeah, now it's better. You okay? Okay, so are you live streaming? Are you like planning on live streaming?
Yeah, as soon as possible. Right now, I'm just getting everything ready for moving and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So when do you think you're going to move with your parents? After the 17th, maybe?
Hopefully before, but definitely after. Absolutely after. Hopefully before to get some smaller ones going. You know what I mean?
What smaller ones?
Just not 24-hour.
No, you didn't hear me. I said, when do you think of moving in with your parents? After the 17th?
Hang on, let me make sure I have you on priority or something. Voice call. Is there a way to prioritize your voice? Because the microphone is barely picking up on your end.
Okay.
What's your question?
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, but the voice after it might be the sound blocking. Discord is like it's cutting you off early.
Oh yeah. You can shut that off, by the way.
Is it on my end?
There is a sound noise cancellation.
Yeah, I think that's on your end that you would put that in, but I'm not sure. It's all good.
No, that's noise suppression. That's on the listener. Okay, just one moment. Let me see if this is better. Just one moment. I'm going to switch devices. All right. I think you could probably hear me really well on this one. Can you hear me? I mean, I can fucking hear you. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Can you hear me? I hear myself like 15 fucking times.
Oh, you know what? If the podcast is playing in the background, then noise suppression is going to be going wild.
Dog, I'm not too worried about that. I don't have a podcast on right now. Look at this athleticism, folks. I haven't seen anything like this since the Heisman race of 94. Look at this, man. All right.
Heisman race of 94.
You got it, dog.
You got it.
All right. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, so you can hear me better.
Yes, I do.
A lot better?
A bit better.
A bit better. Fuck.
But it's not cutting off.
Oh, but it's not cutting off.
The other mic not cutting off. Yeah, it's not cutting off. I at least hear everything you're saying.
Okay. That's cool. Okay, so your plan. Now we're talking about streaming. We're talking about streaming. All right, so your plan is to now stream here and there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a couple live streams. I should do one today, but I'm just drained from the way everything has been. So it's been just me running around for a day, random drug path. It's a bad doctor's appointment, and it's pretty. Things are going well with me and my family, but like emotionally, it's very draining. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude,
it's good. It is. We are being peaceful. So things are working out, but it's like it's all a talk of the system. You know what I mean? Prepping to move.
Right.
I'm just trying to mentally get myself gathered because I don't want to spaz out or anything. I'm getting my frustration out. I found a guy named Rational Potato, and he's a bad guy. So he lied to me and said he wasn't, but he is. He did a bad thing and lies about it. So.
Wait, what happened?
Doesn't look like it.
Hold on. What'd you say?
I've just been, harassing pedophiles online.
Okay.
Blow up the thing.
Be careful with that.
It's not healthy. I need to stop. But I want to talk to a doctor today. And they're like, do you have any hobbies? And I was just like, yeah, I'm on the internet a lot. I like stream. I sometimes do this, that, the other thing. And there's some, do you do anything else? I'm like, yes, I have friends. I talk to friends a lot. We go out. So, but yeah, I've just been sleeping a lot lately. I need to not, but I've needed the recovery. I went for a 10K walk the other day. It was actually like 11 and a half kilometers, 7.2 miles.
That's quite a long walk.
Just needed a walk,
Hey, sometimes you just need a walk.
Yeah, it felt like it. Felt good. How you been?
I've been well. So, what's the deal? This Discord is going to blow up. It already has far more people in it than I ever thought that it would. I figured it would be Rabbi's 15 alt accounts, and maybe Caspian Sea. As of right now, we have chicks in here, which is cool. We had last night. We had like a total of like 7 people in here or something. So, and that was the first night it launched. So I'm very happy with that. What I'm doing now is I have put that link for my Discord, for this Discord, in my robots, and have my robots just sending out that Discord link all day. And so we get random ass people who are just like, what in the fuck is this? Now, it all depends on Rabbi ensuring that Rabbi keeps the bots going. I don't have a perfect system right now. I could program it, but there's some kind of limitation in the software that does not allow me to make this like a perfect loop where I never have to fucking touch it again. So if they do ban me, or if something else goes wrong with the computer, I will have to make a change, which is no big deal. I'm not really complaining about it, because what's it doing? It's literally just randomly sending out this fucking link, and people will just get in here. So what am I going to do with this fucking Discord. I have plans to continue to send out this link and get people in here. I also have bigger streamers who are members. Like this one guy I invited last night. He was in here with his friend earlier today. He is. I forget. It's like he's Slum in here. If you ever see Slum. Anyway, are you still in here?
I'm here. I'm right here. Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. Why the hell can't I see you on this device?
Weird.
Weird is correct. Okay. Oh, just one moment. Let me see if it. I can see it on this. Okay. What are we doing? Discord. As of right now, we have. There we go. All right, it's so much better. All right. Just one minute. I have to turn on push to talk on this device. I was in this guy's fucking Discord last night, and he required you to have push to talk on, which I can see is cool to some people, but to me, it's annoying as piss, because then I have to just sit there and always press this fucking button, instead of me just being like...
Sound just got way worse.
Just a moment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It will be worse. I mean, I can't always use this device that I'm using in my hand.
I understand.
Now I just have to get to the Discord.
Are you still in the TG?
Yeah, I'm still in TG. Now, I might make the change. You know what? That's what I should do. I can stay in the TG and just have my have a device on in there and use that device for another camera in here, because that one at least people can hear me and I can hear them. So I'm gonna work on that. That's a good idea. I don't know what's going on with Harry Potter. It's quiet, and I think, well, I can tell you my opinion. What really hurt the project. Do I want to say it hurt the project? Yeah, it's inevitable that this kind of shit happens, though. Where you have a project that is going, and then somebody creates a branches off of it with other currencies. So what I saw happen was we had Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, which let's just say had, on a scale of 0 to 100, when it comes to momentum, it had 100, let's say, starting out. And then you'll get somebody who has been in the coin for 6 months and they need to sell their bag, which we understand. Then another person's in for 8 months and they want to start another coin. And so they start another coin and they take out another 5 or 10 people from the coin. And now there aren't those kind of people who are interacting, and other people get bored, and the leaders of the coin don't have as much time to do things that they were doing. Like in this coin, at least, we had some pretty big events, I would say, particularly with more like the developer of the coin being on karate combat, which is pretty giant. So
on Twitter, somebody was talking shit on Harry Potter coin because, and my favorite part of this post was this guy says, as a Jewish man, I find the way they talk to be very anti-Semitic, and I'm very offended. But if you look, there's only one person in the fucking VC, and it's Rabbi Michael Rothschild. So this guy is talking about how anti-Semitic they are, and I'm just first of all, how long have you been on the internet?
Right.
Have you not been on the internet before?
Right. I can see.
There's a picture of fucking rabbi living in the VC. So why are you trying to say that there's a rabbi living in an anti-Semitic place? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, when people don't like something, they just use that term, especially in the Jewish world. And At least
Exactly.
I do my best to not use it, just because I'll use it whenever I want. I'll say fucking Jews who don't treat me well are fucking anti-Semitic. I'll use it against our own people. I'll use it against anybody. It's a very powerful weapon. That's why I don't use it. It's like, dude, we're not going to nuclear arms on this fucking deal. We can fucking have normal conversations. So when you pull that up, it's like, I don't know what the fuck that means. No one knows what the fuck that means. If you come straight after me because of my religion, it's anti-Jew.
Yeah.
Anyway, I know the history of it. I just think that for someone to be like, as a Jew, I think that X, Y, Z, there's a certain way to connect yourself with something, but you can just say, I don't like this. You don't have to always say like your position. Like you don't have to say, I don't say as an LGBTQ plus, not just ally, but legally non-binary, and actually a woman, according to the state of California, person, I don't like the taste of this hamburger. I don't fucking do that shit. I just say, this hamburger sucks cock.
Exactly.
People do that though. I'm sure there are all kinds of psychological terms for this, and I know I've read them, and they're just not coming to me at this point. But basically, where you put yourself on a platform, and it makes it seem as if you have a higher degree to be able to have this discussion. It's like, no, we're all on the same fucking plane here. As a whatever, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's like at the same time, like, are you trying to say something about anything? I don't even know. It's like it just
I could see
something and then make a blanket statement. I mean, are you trying to say that nobody who's Jewish should like it, or are you trying to like get your own bandwagon? It's probably one of these people you're talking about who left the coin, trying to get more people to come to their coin. That's probably what it is.
It could be. It could just be someone who doesn't know anything about what the fuck they're saying. If anything, they should say this. They're extremely racist, but not against Jews, against African American people. And I could see that. And the reason why I say that is this coin allegedly started like 2 or 3 years, or I should say like a year before it was relaunched, and apparently it was really fun in the community to say the N-word. And so I could see someone saying, I don't like this coin because it had its foundations, and in the foundations they had troll-like behavior that, spouted the N-word, and I just don't want to associate myself with that. That's totally fine. That's a legitimate argument. But anything else is essentially moot.
I guess by that same logic, though, then all Jews need to leave Anaheim, right? Because it was started by the KKK, and they used the fucking Nordic name Anaheim, right? Because it's Nordic. And they did it on purpose to be anti everybody who wasn't KKK. Literally, Anaheim was started by the KKK. It wasn't until like the 80s that they got all the members of the city council.
Well, I can say at least in one county there used to be signs that say no dogs and Jews allowed.
Crazy. I grew up in Anaheim, so that shit is everywhere. That shit is everywhere.
I'm confused what you're saying about Anaheim having a Nordic name, though. I thought that the name Anaheim was an indigenous name.
No, Anaheim, it relates to Vanaheim, or like Jotunheim, Asgard. It's part of like the 9 realms or something. But I think they took the V off of Vanaheim to make Anaheim.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it was Nordic. It was, so Germanic, basically. But maybe even Irvine. You know what I mean? Because of
that's named after James Irvine.
But it's also like it's a place where It's Southern California. People flock to it. It's a melting pot, and everywhere started out racist. Everywhere started out racist. But yeah, on the internet, you expect more. Yeah, I mean, to find out like the city that you grew up in 100 years ago was started by racists.
Oh, this makes complete sense.
But I guess if people want to,
Anna refers to the Santa Ana River.
I don't know. It's hard to draw the line when the internet's like the wild, wild west. And even if people aren't racist, they call it the gamer word. The N word. They're like, they call it the gamer word. Because
yeah, dude, I just don't think that that's cool. Honestly,
really stupid, but
I think it's.
I just lost one of them.
Yeah, you did.
I'm using the restroom. I'll be right back.
Excellent. Yo, just a moment.
I only have one video feed right now. It only shows one Rabbi Rothschild in the chat, and it's the one to your right or left, if the camera is flipping it. I'm not sure. There's a new one, and unmuted.
Can you hear me?
I do, yes, sir.
Oh my god.
It's something, yeah.
All right. So
yeah, I don't know. If people are gonna be talking shit and flooding on the coin, that's what happened.
I think just like anything, things lose momentum, and that's what happens with these cryptocurrencies, particularly. Personally, I think that. Hold on, I'm getting double pickups. Whatever. Let me fix it. Whoa. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. All right, can you hear double things now? You shouldn't be able to. Dog, can you hear me? All right, can you still hear me? Okay. I understand. Podcast is not on though. There's a radio on. That might be it. But usually that doesn't cause an issue like at all. Just one moment. I was trying to do this last night, and I personally was getting pretty frustrated with, well, I shouldn't say that, but I was like, I couldn't explain to people what was going on. They're like, they wanted me to teach them about basically the future of the world. And I love to talk about that shit. But when you're trying to talk to them and they're like, Rabbi, your microphone's going out. Rabbi, your microphone's going out. I'm like, I know it is. I know it is. Just give me a few seconds to answer, to fix it. Give me a couple of seconds to fix it. And they're like, all right, well, but what is the answer to it? I'm like, I need a few seconds to fix the microphone so I can properly say what's going on. Anyway, we eventually got it. And we talked into the wee hours of the morning. All right. What in the fuck? Are you fucking serious with this horse shit? Okay, I've got... Oh, dude. Horse shit. Okay, so what are we doing now? I gotta adjust another phone. All right, I'm gonna play a podcast. I'm gonna test it. I want to see how it works.
Boxes that I had from years and years ago.
Are they still any good?
I don't know. I haven't never
Get
taken
one.
them.
Let's split one with Lee.
Hold on, I actually haven't tested it yet. I know it seems like I'm testing. Oh fuck! I can't test it. I have to log in with this fucking device on another computer. Okay, so what's the issue? It's Discord allows you to join multiple Discords under certain conditions. One of which is you can join, but you can't join with multiple accounts in the same Discord. Wait, what am I trying to say? You can be on one account in 10 different Discords, live on video on 10 different Discords, but you can't do that all in the same Discord. They all consolidate to one account. Yeah, basically, if you have 10 different devices, you can have them in 10 different video Discords. But if you have them all join in one Discord with the same account, it will no longer allow you to do it. It just basically, they don't want people gaining the system, which is what I do best. Exactly. Word dog. All right. We'll get there. It's like I have some devices, the speaker doesn't work. Other devices, the microphone sucks. I'll figure it out. Okay, hey, what's this? Are we logging in? Log in, bitch. Oh, I have like 6 different fucking microphones on me, so that makes sense. Okay, excellent. I was able to log in. This one. Let's see here. It's an account. It is Oh wow, this is a really good account. This is just the Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, display name. Do you know who Vitali is? I was really trying to have that guy investigate me because I know I like MILFs and I don't like kids, but I wanted him to fucking like do a deep dive on me just to get me some fucking attention. So I created this account that was like, Vitali, please investigate Rabbi Rothschild. And okay, now I got Rabbi Rothschild. It does not have my normal background. That's big. It is. Hold on a second. What did he do?
He beat a woman up. He beat her up, and he's doing this predator hunter thing. As like I don't know.
I got you.
Internet redemption arc.
Yeah, I get you.
But he's also making a joke out of it in a way. You know, not doing a proper investigation. Whatever he's doing would actually mess up any actual police investigation if there were one into somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's a very good point that you're making. Apologies, just a moment. Let's turn that down. I think that there's a certain amount of psychological. Hold on a second. Let's see if I turn one of my off. But one of them is okay. Let me see what else I can do. So that you don't get an echo, but I can still use the speaker. Okay. I get what you're saying. I think it makes a lot of sense what you're saying about chasing clout and this redemption arc. No, dog, you fucking hate him. You hate that shit. Fuck that. No, I know. Nobody's saying that you are. I'm saying that he's doing everything he can to get views, no matter what it is. And right. And there's some things presupposed to people who there's something like, I don't know, if you do that kind of chasing of people, there's a high chance that you're a pedophile yourself. Higher chance, not like a super high chance. But to me, he's going after people sometimes who look, I don't want these people on the streets and I don't want them on the internet. But he's going after some people. At least I've seen some people who aren't all there, and maybe he's gone after people too that who are like, dude, what are you doing? But he's doing it all for views, and I don't. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's just about what the market wants, and if it's considered legal and he's allowed to do it, then let him do it.
It's about predator hunting, bad, and I get some pleasure out of talking shit on Cyrax or getting potato. So potato like I couldn't find any evidence of her because all the fucking videos that I found were all like dubbed over and everything. So I didn't actually hear it. Finally, somebody let me know, like they sent me all the information I needed. Bro, fucking life, straight to my fucking face. Ask if you were fucking, if the allegations were true or not. He told me no, you're a good guy. So now I just go and download it once in a while. I say hi. But
You're good. All right.
But yeah, like the Italians like set people on fire. It's like, hold out your arm. I'm gonna put lighter fluid on you.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how I feel about that situation. I know how I used to feel about it, which is like, get all these guys off the street. This is great, blah, 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 blah. But then I learned more about it, and basically, what did I learn about it? I feel this is a job for police. That police should have these teams that do this. And it shouldn't be up to like random not-for-profits, somebody who just, needs a job and they can just like work for this company on AOL Instant Messenger or whatever. Just because I don't feel that they're properly trained, and they also, like if you're going to have that, in my opinion, the whole surveillance thing should be all on camera, and there should be some better things. It shouldn't be some random motherfucker on YouTube who's like, hey, but that doesn't mean that I'm not glad that these guys are off the streets. So I'm glad that, that's not a child getting hurt. But then again, I also think that this person is doing it for the wrong reasons. And they're also, they're doing it not because they want to keep children safe. They're doing it for publicity. That's fine if you want to do that. I just think that that's a job for the police. Honestly. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, the new video feed's the one? That's good to know. Just one moment. Tell me how the new video feed is with the podcast. Just one moment.
Like, I don't grow at all. Like, and the better you get, the better I get, man. And like, the more I'm open to that, the better it is for me, And it gets proven to me over and over again.
You're a fucking savage. Let me give some shout outs.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Just want to lay here for 133.
Oh.
Can you hear it?
I hear it, even that is coming from Choppy in the
Okay. Let me try it one more time with volume. All right, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can tell that the microphone's far away, but I do hear you.
Excellent. Okay, here we go.
Promoter, and we're going to talk about what it's like from his point of view. So I'm hoping that a lot of young comedians are going to come. And
so you can hear it that way. Okay, cool. So when I need to, I can just do that. All right, just one moment.
Yeah, then when you want to talk, you have to walk all the way over. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. That is not going to be how it is when I am famous. I'm going to have all this shit working, and there's going to be a mid section where I'm just going to say, motherfuckers, I don't know what it is. Just mute whatever it is on your settings. I don't want to make that the standard. And since I'm not listening to the podcast right now, it's much better for me to do this. But as you know, what happens is, just like with anything, people come in and out, and it's like, all right, well, if they're coming in and out, I keep myself entertained one way or another. That's good. Yeah. Okay, so how can we fix that? It's probably the volume. All right, if I just shut this one off, because it's like delayed. All right, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Is there anything you can't hear? Excellent. Now, hold on. Now, this might get fucked up, but I'm going to try this too. I'm going to come over here. Now, you might get double volume. Can you hear me from this one? Okay. How many times do you hear me now? Okay, good. They're both on. Okay, good. And can you hear the podcast now?
Yeah, right about Guinness.
That is either pussy or money,
Hi.
or don't leave a message.
Hi, Joey. Hi. This is.
Excellent. All right. You want to listen to some JRE? All right. JRE had a podcast debate recently between who just personally, I don't have a lot of respect for either of these guys because they don't make fucking sense to me. I shouldn't say that. Hold on. Yeah, Brian, that Brett Weinstein. Dude, I know exactly what you're saying. That's why I want to hear somebody just rip through his ass. Dog, I know exactly what you're saying. He didn't make any fucking sense. Dog, that shit was wild. And it didn't make any sense to me either. So that's why I want to hear somebody rip him a new asshole. I imagine so. I'm putting it through like a phone holder. Just a moment. All right. In 3, 2, 1.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Gentlemen, here we go. Terrence, thank you for coming back. It was a lot of fun having you on the first time. Obviously, a lot of people wanted to talk to you after they heard all these ideas of yours. And then my friend Eric reached out and he said he would love to do it. Eric, one of my most brilliant friends. Tell everybody your background, like your academic background, so people understand what you.
Sure. So I'm a PhD in mathematics, specifically in mathematical physics. I've had positions in economics, mathematics, and physics departments at places like MIT, Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Harvard, after my doctorate, Oxford, and I'm a podcaster in part.
Very good podcast. Bruce, bring it back to Portal.
You have a lot to do with all of these things.
This is one of my favorite episodes of any podcast was your interview with Werner Herzog.
Oh man,
that was a great episode.
Have you had him in here?
I have not, but I would love to,
because it seems to me like that's the conversation I want to listen to.
I would like to corner him because I believe that Grizzly Man was a secret comedy. I really do. There's something about the way he edited Grizzly Man. I'm like, this motherfucker is being funny on purpose. I know he is. I know he's like editing these like short clips, so the guy's so ridiculous that you start laughing.
I didn't see it because
you haven't seen Grizzly Man?
We have different tastes.
How dare you?
By the way,
it's a work of art.
I need to also just say that I was not Terrence. I think I heard about TMZ. I was not looking for a debate. I wanted to make sure that Terrence had his position steel-manned, so that anything that he didn't know how to do within mathematics that was legit. Gave a chance to put his best foot forward before he got reviewed. And I didn't ask to come on. You asked to have me on. I'm happy to do it because I'm a friend of the show. But
you reached out about the episode specifically,
sure.
and I felt like if anybody could talk to Terrence and actually understand what they're talking about.
Yeah, and after I watched the interview with you and Brian Keating, I realized that you weren't trying to eviscerate me or anything like that. You actually wanted to hear a well put together argument concerning these things. So I appreciated you taking the time to come and examine these things, and love to hear your stuff. But I wanted to say thank you to you, Joe, and for putting me on the show initially, and for your audience for how they responded, and the support, and the people that were against it, because it raises the idea of critical thinking, because that's what we're supposed to be doing at this crucial time, is the critical thinking. So I thank all the haters, and I thank all the supporters, and I thank the people that's on the fence, and I'm hoping that today we can move people over to one side or the other.
Well, at least we can better inform people. And Terrence, it's been really cool to meet you, because I'd heard about you, and you're an exceptional human being. You really are. You're very, very unusual. For a guy to be that good of an actor, I almost always dismiss them as being a moron. or at least crazy. But in a different kind of crazy. Like you're super friendly, and your recall's insane. But I wanted you to talk to someone who's had a deep education in it, and let's see what he believes about these ideas, and maybe you guys can collaborate, or just let's start from Eric. What out of the podcast that I did with Terrence really stood out with you, or something that you wanted to?
Well, what I thought is I have to be honest. I've been listening. I was not so happy with certain things that happened in the podcast, and then I started hearing the response to it. And I was much more infuriated by the response than anything I heard in the podcast, because I thought that a lot of people just used their position of greater formal education in some of these areas to be jerks, and to be really dismissive and pretend that they couldn't understand things that you were saying. And no, I'm not kidding.
I know, I heard,
because I think this thing goes out to millions of people. And whatever, let me just say something else positive about Terrence. What he just did was very big. He said, "Thank you to the haters." I haven't gotten to that plane of existence.
You gotta stay offline. I keep telling you. Some people just shouldn't be reading the comments.
It's not the online stuff. It's the academic stuff. The academic stuff is really it's vicious stuff. Yes. And it's always with a pretend smile on the face, so it's the worst. Mm-hmm. And what I thought I would do is I can't critique a man if I haven't built a model of what he's actually saying in my own mind that he agrees with. In other words, if I start coming after Terrence and saying, I think this stuff here is bullshit, and he's like, I didn't say that, that's what you inferred from what I wrote, then I've just basically insulted a person incorrectly. And if I praise something, I don't know whether I built that in my mind or he built it. So the first thing I thought we would do is I would try to recapitulate what I understand of Terrence's sort of grand arc, and see whether or not I can steelman it. And then Terrence can say yes, and then I can evaluate it. But until we do that, I don't know whether I'm actually reacting to the real man.
I think that's really important. And what you said about the viciousness of academics, I think that's just a human thing that exists at the highest levels, where people are doing something very difficult, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety involved. Sure. And you attack even your peers, because your biggest fear is your peers attacking you. And usually, generally, it happens with people that are getting more recognition than someone who thinks they should be getting more, deserve. Someone thinks they should be getting more recognition. They see someone getting recognition, especially for something that perhaps could be controversial, and then they start attacking them viciously. But it's generally people that wish they got more attention. It's part of the thing.
Sure. If you think about it, though, the number of people in podcasting who sort of have tried to lift each other up, it's pretty good, right?
Yes.
Like you, Lex, Sam Harris, all sorts of people have been good to each other. And one of the reasons that is that there's enough money in it. What happened in academics is that it went into a contractive state in which you killed or you died, right? And so basically the ethics of academics plummeted after the early 70s. It was always very competitive. But really what it is it's the Hunger Games. And in acting, for example, if there's money among the elite set, people have trouble with each other. Same thing in tech.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of fight each other, but they all get rich together, and then they bury hatchets and things like that. You don't see that as much in academics because it's kill or be killed. And so we've had an implosion ethically. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was to try to just begin by steel manning, because I've been really disappointed in a lot of the critique that Terrence has experienced.
The funny thing is the scientists that attacked, most of them was upset that I got into their lane and climbed into their lane talking about science. But here, they're not inside a lab somewhere. They're not in Cambridge or Oxford somewhere. They're on social media. They're on the entertainment world. And I've never sat up and said, "Oh, you're full of this because you have no business doing this." But they got upset that I'm talking about the foundational problems associated with mathematics that's held us back.
I think if you think people really care about these ideas, though, what they should do is talk about the ideas. It's the personal attacks that are attached to the ideas by people that want to be taken seriously. It fucks the whole thing up. Because, like, either you're correct or you're incorrect. Tell me what you think is right, and then you tell me what you think is right. Let's work this out. But this personal attack shit, if you're talking about something as complex as the things that you discussed on this podcast, there's no room for bullshit. There's no room for bullshit. You're dealing with such highly complex ideas.
Says that, and to his credit, you know, I found that interview you were doing with that woman where you seem to be wearing a wig.
I was doing the movie. I was in the middle of doing fight night, and they had a shooting. I had to do the interview in between shots.
It's amazing. It's an amazing interview with the wig on. It's amazing.
Well, I remember that line from High Heels. Put that wig hat on.
But bro, you can pull that wig off. You can just start speaking at Oxford with that wig on. Fuck it.
But anyway, so Terrence was there, wigged out, and he was saying this thing.
Wigged out, literally.
Literally wigged out. And he's saying this thing. He said, "Look, all I care about is the truth." And that freed me up to come on, right? Because the spectrum of Terrence, from the best to the worst, is a broad spectrum. And he seriously wants to improve what he's doing. He cares about it. And if I can play a part in that, I think
I love you. I want to offer to you. I want to be able to show you the things that I tried to show Neil deGrasse Tyson that he would not even really take a look at and to see.
But no, he did take a look at it, right? He responded in a long video recently.
Yeah, but his response was disingenuous.
Guys, may I make a recommendation? Let's start with the ideas, because I think we all care about those.
Yes, for sure. But hold, please, because this is an important thing that just came out.
He was so disingenuous because I sent him a long email after he sent me back the red line thing, thanking him for reviewing it and saying, look forward to when we can discuss these things, because I sent the treatise to him so we could discuss that on the show. His whole point was, I'm going to bring you on my show and we're going to talk. So here's the stuff that we're going to talk about that I would like to talk about. He never followed up from that point forward, just sent one-line emails. Any other thing you got to go to somebody else. So he's pretended like, oh, I was trying to be, very helpful, but that's not what the email trails show.
So he did make this one very large response, though. Right, he did go over the treatise all the red line stuff. He only has so much time, he might be in a position to defend him, but he might be in a position where he's like, look, I just said what I said about all this stuff. Good luck. I don't have the time to sit here and discuss these things in depth.
And that's great. That's great. But it's like you invited me to come and do your show. I put this stuff together to come and talk to you on your show. And then there's no follow up with the show.
Got it.
So where's the beer?
I understand it. I mean, I understand your perspective for sure.
It's like, come on, man.
He might have got to the point where it's like a thing where he thinks it's ridiculous and he doesn't want to engage it on the show.
Ridiculous. Amen. And I believe that, but if you got 97, 98 patents and 4 supersymmetrical systems that you're claiming you have, and all you need is someone to review.
Jump in, and I don't want to do it this
That'd be great.
Listen, we're just having a conversation.
This isn't about Tyson.
What's the problem? It's a colleague of mine.
Yeah, this isn't about Tyson, and I love him. I love him. I grew up watching him, and I appreciated him.
But what is the problem? We're defending him. I certainly am.
Because Neil's a complicated guy, and part of what's going on is that there's a problem in general, which we scientists do not behave honestly with respect to certain things. We'll make these claims, but science is about communication and challenging ideas and all these things, and everybody can be a scientist, and all these sorts of things that we say. Science is interesting. Science is fun. Well, very often it's not interesting. Very often it's not fun. Very, very often you can't really say that everybody can do science because it's super demanding. We don't welcome people. You're a mathematician too. We'll say that to kids, and then the kid will say something, and then we'll say, "Be quiet."
Yeah.
And so, this is not peculiar to Neil. It's like science in general has portrayed itself as a place where everyone's welcome. We debate out the ideas. We have the scientific method to tell us what's true and what isn't. And that's disingenuous. It's not really how the game works. And this is going to involve peer review. It's going to involve people who are dual in terms of both doing research and being public figures. People who are public figures who we think of as researchers who aren't really doing much research. People who are, pushing crazy agendas in public without a recognition that their colleagues don't think much of what they're doing. I mean, this is a very complicated story that Terrence has walked into. And I have to think about my colleagues, and I have to think about how they hear things, what they will say. And so I am in part speaking to your audience, but I'm also partially speaking to 1,000 people who are seeing this at a different level.
But just for the record, like
Sure.
I said, I grew up watching Neil and having someone that was light-skinned, that looked like me, up there making these grand steps towards helping people to understand. I admire him, and I still would like the opportunity to sit down and show him these things and have that beer, because I think that he will be pleased once he sees the supersymmetry associated with it and understand where all of the passion came from. And I hope that other scientists will take a look at it, but that's the whole point of us doing this.
I don't know how serious he is about that beer.
No.
Right, because I saw him say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, that was a very complicated thing that he did. And it had many layers as to whether or not you took it on the surface, you took the hidden meaning, and you took the meaning below that. And so plunging right into that from the beginning, in my opinion, is not served very well by having the three of us here. Because the first thing is, what is the nature of Terrence's ideas? I don't think Neil actually understood some of your ideas, to be entirely honest.
No, and what he forgot is when I say 1 × 1 = 2, that's a metaphor for challenging the status quo. Despite the fact that the square root of 2 has all of its issues when you cube it or you multiply it by 2, which creates a contradiction, despite the fact that the square root of 2 has a problem with the prime numbers, the fact that they call number 2 a prime number, when it's clearly a composite number. Any other prime number, and I'll jump into this, any prime number that you subtract from another prime number, you always get a composite number, except with the situation of the number 2. And there's so many people and that's why the prime numbers are unpredictable, because of that problem associated. So there's been a problem with 2 for so long.
2 is different. I mean, you will find that mathematicians will often talk about proving something for characteristic not equal to 2. So they'll single out 2 as being just very, very different. So look that up when we're done.
Yeah, but why? But why would they do
because
that?
in part of what you're saying, the prime 2, it does belong as a prime, but it is also special. And in other words, I have the opportunity to strawman you if I want to, because what you just said sounded crazy. And I also have the possibility to steel man you. So all the algebraic topologists who just heard, for characteristic not equals to 2, they're like saying, yeah, that's fair. And so in part, by just jumping into the middle of this, we don't have the benefit of putting your best foot forward, because, if you say 1 × 1 = 2, everybody knows that that's crazy. But what you actually may mean, and what the fact that you don't use certain terms, or the fact that you use certain pronunciations that communicate to me something very positive, which is that you taught yourself. You learned this stuff from reading about it, because nobody taught you, or you wouldn't pronounce certain words the way you pronounce them.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So, in part, you always have the ability to make fun of somebody who pronounces a word the way it's read on the page. And then you also have the opportunity to say, holy cow, that guy actually taught himself. That's more impressive. And so in part, what I want to do is I want to start by giving you your best foot forward and see if I even understood what you said when you went into this whole flower of life riff that becomes your larger theory. And the only way I know how to do this is to see whether or not I actually grasped it. Because I also had to spend some time. I didn't spend a ton of time, but my time is valuable. Your time is valuable. Mm-hmm. So let's do this thing.
Yeah. So I'll follow your lead.
All right. What's going on with the number 2?
The CIA is in charge of it.
What's up with 2?
2 is different because of what he said. The fact that the even odd distinction.
Isn't that odd though? That 2 is different. What a strange thing.
The problem that's associated with the number 2 is because of the identity principle, which I call the Jim Crow laws of mathematics. That A times 1 equals. I know you don't want to go into it yet.
No. Let's get into it.
As a base.
You're going right into his neighborhood.
Just as a
You're
base.
in the mathematical hood right now,
trying to keep the black man down.
No, you have Marie von Franz, who argued about the problems associated with the identity principle. You got Kurt Gödel, who talked about it. You got Wells. All of them said it made everything incommensurable just because they gave that identity principle to the number 1. And that has been the stumbling block for mathematicians because it's what's held everybody behind because they keep trying to make that work. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong if we do it that way. In other words, I can take.
Is anything that he's saying correct?
Terrence has several influences, which, again, I don't think it's clear to me. I have to ask him questions to find out whether I'm even right. Look, one of the problems is I may be wrong about my model of Terrence. This is the first time I'm meeting him. I didn't know who he was before the podcast. And I need to know whether or not I'm even building the right model of Terrence, because otherwise it's just silly to have me here, and I'm going to critique what I built in my own mind from Terrence's words.
Right.
What I was hoping is that you would be able to explain your geometric unity model.
That's a different day. This is about you.
Okay, then all right, then.
But you guys can definitely get it. That could be a whole nother podcast. But what about what he was saying is incorrect just now?
He's saying things that are often at a level that are allegorical, and you could make them. So Terrence sometimes mentions something called category theory, right? And there's a weird way in which category theory can take something that seems to be an analogy and make it precise and powerful, right? So you can have two systems that don't look the same, and you spot an analogy between them, and then you say, holy cow, there's an exact mapping of one system onto another, in which it was unexpected that those are the same structure. So for example, we're going to get into something about multiplication where Terrence has an issue with multiplication. But to the best of my knowledge, you don't have an issue with addition.
I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with multiplication either.
Well, then one times one is what?
1 times 1 should equal 2. And action times an action. If you can show me one place in the universe.
You just shifted.
No. Show me one place in the universe. One natural observable phenomenon where 1 times 1 equals 1, where an action times an action doesn't have a reaction.
So then you just went into there's a concept called logomachy, which is arguing over words. And what you want is not to be caught. If I can beat you in a word game, or you can beat me in a word game. You
can beat me in a word game. I didn't go to MIT.
By the way, I heard you with B.B. King, where he was having trouble improvising on the spot, and your mind just rescued him with a partial rock. I really appreciate that, because he's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he invited me to do a show.
That was
I
a
got
big
to
deal.
play with him. Wow. I was scared to play guitar though with him. I should have put off the guitar, but I was scared. I was scared to get on the stage.
He was happy to
it's
have
BB
you.
King, man. I sang with him. But
it's BB King.
Appreciating that.
So let's get to this flower of life, because that's sort of the beginning of this exploration. Also,
but can you correct what he said about 1 time? What about an action and a reaction?
So I was trying to get to something. Do you have a problem with the way we do addition? I understand.
The addition, the subtraction, and division is all right. The only problems I have is dividing by. You can't divide by 0. but you can multiply by 0. And if division is the inverse operation of multiplication, then you should be able to divide by it. But if you divide by 0, you end up with an infinity. And there was a great system put together by Marco Rodin, the vortexual based math system, where they remove the 0, but it's able to predict all the things necessary. It was 100% precise as a model, but it's been abandoned, or it's been relegated to the outskirts.
Don't know that we do things where sometimes we can divide by 0. We have concepts like the pointed infinity, where you can complete a structure that the original structure can't accommodate a problem, an operation, but you can complete it to a larger system in which that thing does become sensible. So, as an example of the 1 times 1, assume that Terrence doesn't have a big problem with addition, because addition doesn't have the division by 0 problem. Okay. It is the case that if you take any 2 numbers, A and B, 2 real numbers, right, or make them positive, and take the natural logs of those 2 numbers and add those together, then you take the exponent of that. So we haven't done a times operation at all.
Right.
The exponential of the ln of A plus ln of B. That is equal to the A to A times B. In other words, addition and multiplication are what we would say is isomorphic, or an ordinary person would say exactly the same thing. So in other words, if you don't allow me multiplication, but you would allow me, because you like waves, so with waves you need exponentials and you need natural logarithms, there's no way of changing the law of multiplication and accepting the law of addition, because they're the same system.
Multiplication should initially started as exaggerated addition. That was the whole point of it.
Well, the precise statement would be that the positive real numbers under multiplication, with the identity element being the multiplicative identity being 1, are isomorphic to the total real numbers under addition, with the additive identity being 0. And the natural logarithm and exponential are group homomorphisms that connect the 2, with one being the other's inverse. So by the principle of explosion, the reason that people are in part going to freak out about your stuff is that we have a vulnerability. And that vulnerability says that from a single contradiction, if you can sneak one contradiction through TSA,
am I shooting?
the entire airport collapses. Everything that we do
no fair.
Just is destroyed. And so the idea is that the security on mathematics and physics and physical sciences is extraordinary for outside ideas, because the first contradiction in the unity of knowledge destroys all of it. If you've ever seen one of these warehouse racking collapses, where some forklift guy hits some strut and the entire warehouse goes
well, that's so much
that's what you're dealing with the principle of explosion.
And that's that's the problem with the identity principle that they've been trying to work on for years.
Oh, dude, I got my first kill.
For years. Norman J. Wildberger talks about it. It is what's, because you have to cancel conservation of energy, and you have to cancel the action and reactionary laws in order for 1 times 1. Now, I understand you're seeing one time, but because of the associative law that says if A and B are both positive integers, then A is to be added to itself in multiplication. A is to be added to itself as many units as is indicated by B.
Well, hang on there. If I change the word itself to the word 0, which you're going to say there is no 0.
Why do I say there's no 0?
Because you have, well, this is why I keep trying to get back to what I understand of Terrence's underlying metaphysics.
No, what I'm saying is that to say 0 is supposed to represent no thing. Nothing whatsoever, but they have 0 as a number, set up as a number. But to say no thing, your brain creates a chemical structure even in saying nothing. So there is what I'm saying philosophically.
There's a difference between the empty set
and empty set.
0.
That's the difference.
Right? So if I say to you, Terrence,
can you jump?
What is the collection of kittens that you have sold to North Korea to be used for spare parts? You would say, It's the empty set. I've never sold a kitten. I say, hey, Terrence,
So it's like
what is the number of
Counter-Strike with
kittens
robots.
that you've sold for the internal organs to North Korea? You would say 0. So
Correct.
0 is
I would
the.
say none. Yeah.
That's
zero.
right. So that there is a 0.
But to multiply something by the nothing, to multiply something by nothing, don't they have to be dimensionally equal to in order to multiply? Like you can't multiply a human by an ant because they're not dimensionally equal.
Well, if there was a thing called a human ant, no, that was your point about dollars, right?
Yeah.
What dollar times a dollar times a dollar? That was a
That's
problem
the
that
Dewey
people.
Decimal System.
It's
That's
not
the problem
Dewey
with
Decimal.
No, the problem comes up with the Dewey Decimal System. Why a dollar times a dollar can be different values based on different currencies. That was the point of that. I was pointing out, hey, the Dewey Decimal System is where
Terrence makes a correct point that we say 1 times 1 equals 1, but if you say a dollar times a dollar is not a sensible thing unless a dollar squared is a unit that you can interpret. Right?
Well,
that was your point about dimensionality.
Right. Now, the moment, what is a dollar squared? What does a
I don't know
dollar
what that
squared
means.
become? But since the dollar is no longer based on a hard asset, it's no longer gold, it's just an integer. It's just an integer in a computer being multiplied.
It's a unit of account.
It's a unit of account, but it's an integer that's still now you're able to multiply it under different currencies. States are not allowed to print dollars, but states are allowed to print as much change. So who's to say that the state isn't saying, okay, we're going to print.
We can get into seniorage, which is the concept of theft that it occurs when either the Fed or the counterfeiter creates more script, thereby devaluing, increasing the unit. The number of units that are in circulation decreases the value per unit. Right? But my claim is you're going to do a series of things. Like I've watched how you deal with people in interaction. You've created an incredible effect. Rick Rubin, the hip hop producer.
Yeah, he did my album.
Okay, well that makes some sense because the first thing that happens is I'm awakened by a message from Rick Rubin. He's like, "How come you can't explain physics the way Terrence Howard explains? It's not a way to get on my good side at 8 o'clock in the morning."
Yeah, but he's probably baiting you.
What? Oh, he's always baiting. He's the best. He's the best.
I'm trying to explain physics the way you explain it.
Well, okay.
I'm looking for a partnership at the end of this. That's what I'm hoping to win you over as a proselyte.
And there's part of you that's
information does that.
There's at least one area that you have won me over in, which I'm very excited about. But I'd like to get back.
What is that area? Don't leave us hanging.
The linchpin. We'll get to it.
Yeah, but you can't leave us hanging.
Well, I'm trying to get back. Look, I'm trying to do a service to this.
Listen, let me let you talk. I'm just gonna talk. Stop trying to control everything, you freak.
He's got a plan.
I know he's got like a very rigid plan.
He didn't
Can I have a good time?
Can I get an ayahuasca chino? Actually, is there a way to bring the temperature?
Yeah, we can lower the temperature in here.
Yeah, because I'm schwitzing.
Well, you are wearing a jacket, sir.
Well, because I'm trying to be professional.
That's hilarious. Isn't that adorable? I like how you dress, Matt.
I do pictures that cool.
Beautiful geometric pattern on your hoodie. Looks much more comfortable. This thing you're doing, everybody does that. Smart as you are, you can wear a fucking dirty Nirvana t-shirt.
You come in.
You don't need this nonsense suit.
Okay.
Although I do enjoy a good suit.
But most of the stuff that I've been pointing out.
Don't try to control it.
The stuff I've been pointing out has been the blaring inconsistencies that they shove down until you just accept. And if I didn't come up with a separate cosmology, I didn't come up with it. If a separate cosmogony hadn't been given to me.
Right.
That's why I explained that. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet because
Let's start with the flower of life. You're wearing it on your shirt.
I'm wearing some aberration of the flower.
That's right. So I think the way I came to understand what you're doing, because it's confusing, right? And the one thing I can't go with you on is I can't go on the Nantucket sleigh ride where we're talking about the Bose-Einstein condensate, and then we're talking about the
I'm going to show you that.
We can do that.
I'm going to show you
but he wants to stick to specific topics one at a time.
Because otherwise it's just I'll be chasing after you and you'll get nothing.
Yeah, that was part of the plan today.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of let some of it
So you
play
want to
out.
start with
the flower
of life. Jamie, can you pull that up front, please, from my book? It's on page 134. TCOTLC.com, or it should be in the regular thing.
And also that blender thing is very cool.
Yeah, which for rebuilding of Saturn? Or
the one that you were talking to this other guy where he's asking you questions about the
Jeff
5 forms, and you have
Jeff Mimsy.
I found that through sleuthery on the internet where it was doable, and because it's in particular when you do them opaque, it's very hard to see. Sometimes when you let it become translucent, it's easier to see.
Well, that's why while he's getting that, I'm going to.
Got it.
It's on your one. No, I don't. I'm on your website. I don't know exactly where the book would be.
Oh,
So one of these links.
Just go down. I think it'll be a little more square root of 2. No. Yeah, if you'll just type into my book, TCO.
That's what I'm looking. Well, where's the book?
It's.
Or you could also Google OTOET.
OTOET will take you to that.
Yeah, 1 × 1 = 2 is the acronym.
If you go to TCOTLC.com and I'll be able to pull up. I'll then TCOTLC.com. Yep, right below there, Terrence Howard. Yep, tap on. Yep. Let's see if you just open up the book. You got to open it though. Download. Yeah.
Right there.
I don't know if that's what downloads the book.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see. Open.
I'm clicking that, and that just takes me to this, and then it's not doing anything.
It's not doing it.
Let's try searching Google OTOET. And then several. All right. So if you go and then put in Howard.
No.
Or put in PDF.
Hmm.
Should be able to pick. Yeah. Okay. That's probably right.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
And then go to page 134 on the right-hand side.
You do have several editions.
Yeah. I didn't even. That other one somebody else set up there to probably distract and keep people from being able to find it.
It's probably the government.
Yeah, we're gonna do that later. You're gonna love that. They're coming. Just tap on that jewel right there.
Okay.
So this is.
And we can rotate that with the cursor and get
What's great about this, I'll be able to pull pieces out of it. Yeah. So just tap onto that drill. So we can start with this.
So the way I understand it, because I didn't know anything I've seen this pattern before, didn't know its history. I know you can sort of construct it with ruler and compass, which is sort of a mathematical thing about what you can and can't construct with 2 simple instruments. But what these overlapping circles are is a question. And the way in which I got to understand how Terrence sees the world is he says, look, there's this very old pattern that's distributed all over the world. And there isn't a great explanation for why it's found in so many different places, at least as far as I'm aware, and part of your point. And so I think you took a sort of Straussian approach to this by saying, I bet that this thing is hiding a secret. And that the reason that this is widely distributed is that it's cryptic. There's something that has to be understood that is not on the surface. And then you said something that's very reminiscent of Plato's cave, which is that maybe this is like a shadow on a flat wall, and that those two things are exploitable. And so the idea that this is occurring in a surface is, first of all, suspicious to you because of that curved linear triangle that you see in black. And so you said, I wonder if, people always say as above, so below, but what if you said as below, so above, and you imagine that there was a 3-dimensional structure floating above this that actually projects down to this and distorts down to this. So that's the first idea. First idea is it's not this, it's the thing that projected to this. And that's what you mean when you say opening the flower.
Because the flower, when I was researching where the Platonic solids came from, this is the oldest version that I got from all of antiquity. It came back to them.
Well, there are no Platonic solids because you're in dimension 2, except for what you built, which is the thing above in black.
But what they did years ago, 6,000 years ago, was draw straight lines where the circles overlapped. And I thought in what I was reasoning with
Yeah.
regard to all energy being expressed in motion, all motion being expressed in waves, all waves being curved, and that there were no straight lines in the universe. So I was like,
there's several errors in what you just said. If I stop there, we'll get off track again.
Yeah, but you should correct those errors while we're there.
Okay. It is not true that all energy is expressed in motion.
what energy is not expressed in motion?
Potential energy is not expressed in motion. If I have a weight on a spring, which is sort of the quintessential, people don't know this, but most of physics comes out of the system represented by a weight on a spring.
Mm-hmm.
So the simple harmonic oscillator is the heart of all physics, even the most theoretical physics. It's very, very strange thing. Hooke's law. When that weight is going up and down, if the spring is frictionless, energy is conserved. Now, at the top and at the bottom, that weight is not moving because all of the energy is in the potential of the spring.
It's in the stress of the crystallization that has occurred within that system.
And then you will say something like,
the moment but that energy is still being held together. There is still energy there, and it's still moving at a microscopic level. It's still spinning centrifugal.
So we have to get into what you will make a point, for example.
But is that true? What he's saying is that it's still in motion. It's just in motion in a lower frequency.
No,
there's nothing moving at
Let me show you what goes wrong in the interaction.
Okay.
Terrence says, "Show me in nature a single straight line."
Okay.
And I liked your point about Euclidean women. That was awesome.
that was from Alan Watts.
All right. So if I show this to Terrence, because I just bought this from the end of the seventh ray,
mm-hmm.
A lot of straight lines.
A lot of straight lines. Now Terrence is going to say,
you would think is a straight line. But
exactly.
When you look at it under an electron microscope, you're going to see the crystalline structure. So again, this configuration is an illusion.
You're just saying it's not perfect.
It's an optical illusion because crystals form in symmetrical.
Yes, very often.
But a lot of straight lines.
A lot of straight lines.
Perceived straight lines, but
but every atom is filled with empty space. I mean, we could take this down to there is no matter.
That is.
We could get crazy.
So we're about to.
Well, you've seen that Mexican cave. It's the best example of it ever. The Mexican cave's amazing. It's insane. The best example I've ever seen of crystals.
Yeah.
Where you've seen it?
No.
Oh my God, it's insane.
Okay.
Just for a little sidetrack, let's take a look at it. Because this Mexican cave is probably one of the most spectacular things that exists on Earth.
By the way, the spaceship behind you is supposed to be a mushroom, Joe.
No, it's a spaceship. That's the classic UFO. And that's me with the headphones. Look at that. How insane, how insane is that this was created on Earth
by nature?
Just by nature.
Crazy.
It's so different than anything else we see that it makes our mind go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like those are crystals? How? What happened?
Okay.
Wild.
So in this
straight lines.
Beautiful thing, I would say there are a lot of straight lines, but I've also studied Terrence enough to know that he's going to say,
they're not perfectly straight.
They're not perfectly
They're not straight at all. The moment you look at them through an electron microscope,
so,
you see all
this is part
curves.
of where we get into.
Right. So they're not precisely straight, is your point.
And in fact, let's imagine that
the Earth isn't precisely circular, right?
No.
It's
a 5 mile.
Very far away. We use this thing called the geoid, which is not circular either, but at least it's smooth.
Right.
We have many different geoids. Let's not get.
It does seem odd though. The Earth isn't round totally.
No, the Earth is aging. It's on its way out. It's on its way out. It used to be perfectly spherical.
We're falling apart. We need some Botox.
No, we don't.
The Earth needs Botox.
The Earth.
You want to drink? We can drink.
No,
not
this early. Not this early.
This early. What does that mean?
You're
an American man. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. God damn it.
I'm in Sweden.
And you're in Texas. You're an American man in Texas. This is a free state, sir.
What do you have?
We have whiskey.
Oh, I would love one.
That's what we need. We need whiskey. Let's get some whiskey and some ice.
Yes, and then we're going to get into the wave conjugation.
I want to show you something, and I wanted to ask your opinion before I forget. There was I recently found it online, of these two photons that were entangled, and it looks like a yin and a yang. Have you seen this?
No. Yes. No. It's not true. I have seen it out of the corner of my eye. I did not study what caused this.
I had to run it by you because you're probably the only one that I know, other than maybe Terrence, that could understand what the fuck they're saying.
I have a model of it.
Okay.
I do.
And I don't.
I do.
I believe you. I believe you. So what are they saying? How did they see this? Like this biphoton digital holography? Can someone explain that?
Maybe, but I don't know what those words mean yet.
Okay. Do you know what it means, Terrence? Like how they could see this?
A biphoton. Bi always meaning two, but
someone got Michio Kaku on the phone.
Oh, no. Did they smash them? Are they smashing them together? What's the process of looking at it?
That's a very good question.
And they're using the same interferometer that Michelson-Morley experiment, which turned out to be. It turned out that it actually proved there was an ether. There's
a way in which you're right about the ether. To be blunt,
that's
just
what I
listen to this statement in the beginning. Look, put the bong down and listen to this. High-dimensional biphoton states are promising resources for quantum applications ranging from high-dimensional quantum communications to quantum imaging. Just that phrase. What fucking percentage of human beings breathing on Earth right now have any idea what any of that means?
I imagine that you have a state in a bosonic Fock space, which is multi-particle. So you've got something in the degree 2 level of the bosonic Fock space where the two photons were created together. And that's going to be where the entanglement comes from. High dimensional, I don't know what it means because I know too many different, I assume it's a term of art in this area. And what they're saying is if I can create something that is geographically distributed, but also linked at the point of creation, like if a photon decays into an electron-positron pair, those two are going to be entangled. And if you make a measurement in a quantum sense of one, you seal the fate of the entire system. And so what they're trying to say is, if you want to get jiggy, people always want to talk about faster than light communications by taking an entangled pair and saying that if I do something in one place, I know what happens outside of my light cone. So we can give meaning to these things, and then you have to say, well, it doesn't allow you to create information transfer faster than the speed of light. You have to be very careful and precise about it. But if you just start getting jiggy, then you start thinking...
You introduce the ether.
Thanks, sir.
So the ether, in part, when I've been here on previous versions of Jerry, I talked about vector bundles. And in a certain sense, how do you have a wave without a medium? The medium was supposed to be this ether. But the medium is actually something called a vector bundle. It's a little bit weird that you're a wave.
No, it's perfect because the vector bundle. Go ahead. I'm not going to.
You're a wave in a medium, and you as a wave don't know that you're a wave, and you don't know what medium you live in. And it's funny that you go through life not understanding what you are.
No, but that medium, that luminiferous medium, ether, that Maxwell wrote all of his equations off of, Newton believed that light was propagated on that same medium. The only reason that special relativity came along was because they had misread the results from the Michelson-Morley experiment, because it did show a slight change or some drag, but from that point on, because Einstein's theory of relativity was so easy and it predicted all of the movements of things, they abandoned.
They had a bad idea of what the ether was going to be, and special relativity
they thought it was still.
Yeah, in a certain sense. And what you were trying to say, the way I interpret it, again, and I don't know if I'm right if we don't do the work, is, hey, the spiritual successor to the idea of the ether exists, and that thing has properties. And if you say, if I put a vector bundle on top of a Lorentzian manifold, then you don't have a contradiction. And if you call that the ether, that's more or less what we work with. And then we do this weird thing where we say, well, they used to think the ether existed and it didn't, ha ha ha. And that's not really...
No, because that's when they said that space was a vacuum, and they realized that space is not
a vacuum.
It's not a vacuum. Yeah. It's not a vacuum.
Do you know how much is going on in that vacuum? It's all going on.
Yes, all of this stuff.
I understand. So this is the thing, which is if you step on this thing the wrong way, everybody laughs and says, ha ha ha, he doesn't understand the Michelson-Morley experiment. He doesn't understand why there's no ether. And then we secretly sneak it back in this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Cheers.
Cheers, Joe.
Yeah, cheers.
Man, look at these professional spherical cubes.
Yeah, they're cool, right? brown ice cream.
Now I can have a conversation.
Oh yeah, no. So
mental freedom in a glass.
So
or in prison.
If you're careful about it, it makes sense. If you're not careful about it, the whole thing blows up in your face.
And the reason that I speak about the ether, all of the wave conjugations, all of my patents have been defining different aspects of the ether. I believe that I've defined the electric side, the plasmoid side, and I believe that I've defined the magnetic side and the constitution between them. I mean, that's what I want to show.
I want to get to that.
Let's go back to the flower.
Oh, but before you go from that other spot,
Okay.
if you look at that picture again of those two
The yin yang.
photons interacting, it looks like it's at the center of what would typically be a whirlpool. This is like the very center of a whirlpool. So they've got them moving right by each other or in creating that vortice, that natural vortice. That's what they took the picture of. They looked directly down at something being, at two lights moving a fluid.
And they described how they take the picture. It's so complicated. Jamie, go back to where it was, where they were explaining the what they use. Here it is. Here we introduce biphoton digital holography in analogy to off-axis digital holography, where we coincidence imaging of the superposition of an unknown state with a reference state is used to perform quantum state tomography. What the fuck?
See, but that's because of the uncertainty and Schrodinger,
Right.
all of that. But if you were able, because they started off trying to predict an electron cloud, and find a little particle inside of it and couldn't predict it, so all these uncertainties and probabilities came out. But they were doing things on a two-dimensional basis. That's what I believe that I've figured out with the wave conjugations, because they talk about they show the pieces of hyperbolic space to where you don't have to go through all these unnecessary steps to reach it.
I'm just so happy that someone's doing something like this. I'm so happy that we can talk about it. I don't think most people have any understanding of what's going on at the highest levels of this kind of science, because it's so damn fascinating. These people are finding the very building blocks of the universe and studying them. It's fascinating.
But this is a bit up from that. I mean, the tomography is like how we assemble a picture of you when we do an NMR or a CAT scan. We have this thing called the radon transform, where we send waves through your body, and then we assemble a picture of what's inside your body, reconstructing it based on sending probes in and measuring how the system responds. We could get through this, but I can tell you that I can't read this instantly. It's gonna, that would take me 15 minutes with looking things up.
See, and the things that I wanted.
I was just going to say, it's just an unbelievably fascinating time that we can actually look at these quantum entangled photons like that. But we just see it.
But we need to do a better job. Look, right now we're in a crisis where no one knows what's true. Nobody knows who's full of shit. Nobody knows where they can trust, what they can trust, who they can trust. And one of the things that actually, moved me to come and to reach out to Joe is that by default, I think, I've addressed the National Academy of Sciences 4 times, I think, because they were lying and I caught them. And so they wanted to know how much I knew about their lie. It's weird to think that this little studio, in a weird way, is one of the rivals of universities when we don't know what's going on at Harvard. As you've recently seen, we don't kick out plagiarists. We don't check what's going on at the National Institute of Health. And so it's very strange that this table is one of the last things that is trusted by many people. And that's one of the reasons I'm here, which is people have a chance to see people in conversation about things. And, you screw up, but the conversation's recorded and we all go on and people have a chance to see what's coming out. If we can go back to the flower of life, I can try to.
I love that. But like with the flower, all of these things I went up to Oxford 8 years ago and tried to present them there to be examined They didn't want to take me seriously.
Because you keep coming at it
Because
in the
the
way
one
that you're
times
doing.
one, when I said the one times one, but like I said, that was a metaphor to say
Nobody hears it that
something's
way.
wrong. Something's wrong, but they know something's wrong with the math. It's not adding
so
up.
you bring up renormalization theory a lot.
Right.
Renormalization theory is a way of saying we know that we're working with math that's wrong. And on the other hand, we have a way of working with math that's wrong, even though we know it's wrong. If you have an error of a particular kind, and you can find an expression with the same error that's different in the denominator, sometimes you can cancel the part that's wrong because you introduced it twice. So introducing two problems is better than having only one problem because you have the opportunity to have one problem kill another. So in this
is there a potential future where human beings, through whatever means, develop a superior method of mathematics that doesn't have a problem with the number 2, that doesn't have all these issues that we're talking about?
Well, that's what I think I've done with my wave conjugations. It solves all of those problems. That's what I can't wait to talk about it.
Okay.
It solves all the problems.
Let's
so this is, like we said, we start with the tetria. Now, I believe...
No. We haven't gotten to the tetria.
You're just talking about the flower.
Look, you have a story.
Yes.
And by doing the Nantucket sleigh ride, you lose everybody like me because nobody thinks it's real. And what parts of it are real, what parts of it are wrong, and what parts can be improved, and what parts should be improved, and how important it is never going to get adjudicated.
Beautiful.
So you start off with the flower of life. It's a very coherent story that this thing is found all over the world. I learned from this. I didn't understand how widespread it was. I didn't know that there was a mystery of it. I know something about sacred geometry as a kind of spiritual geometric thing. We can talk about it later. Terence has a couple of ideas, maybe 3. One of which is maybe it's not about that flower of life because that's in a 2-dimensional plane. Maybe that is a shadow cast by something in higher dimensions. And it's a cryptic message from an advanced consciousness that will open its secrets when we finally understand it. Now, there was something, for example, called the Antikythera mechanism, which is a bunch of gears found by this Greek island of Antikythera. And famously, it was just in the Athens Museum.
It predicts the constellation.
We didn't know that. There were 2 cats who really focused on it. One was named Derek de Sola Price, and the other was Richard Feynman. And they were obsessed with it. And it turned out that thing completely rewrote our understanding of how much ancient wisdom and knowledge there was, because this was a mechanical calculator for understanding the positions of celestial objects, far more advanced than we had any idea was possible.
Yeah.
So if you want an analogy, in part, I'm trying to steelman you.
Yeah, I'm helping.
We have a situation in which the Antikythera mechanism gives you a possible example of what the flower of life might be. It might be a cryptic instruction. And a different version of this, the Kerala school of astronomy, which was a religious school in the south of India, in the west coast of India, more or less worked out.
Look at that beautiful thing.
Well, that's a reconstruction.
Yeah.
That thing.
Yeah, that's the real one.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you look at the actual reconstruction, what they think it actually looks
Oh,
like.
and if we
Fascinating.
can we get the video for the reconstruction?
Yes.
It's mind blowing.
What year was this that they believe it was constructed? 2,000 years ago?
This is when they still
2,000
believed in
years
the
ago.
Ptolemaic, example of the world, but this doesn't seem to follow Ptolemaic equations, those 39 equations from
Well, it's, because of so many different factors, war, natural disasters, there's been a lot of moments in history where shit got lost. Just the pyramids are the best example of that, right? Like, what the fuck did they do? We don't really know. We don't really know how they did it.
Well, we're just talking about Werner Herzog.
Yes.
Werner Herzog created an entire film, Fitzgeraldo, just to test his theory about how to move heavy objects over a mountain. Right? So he wrote an entertainment to test an engineering theory. And this idea about entertainers not being scientists or engineers is just total bunk. Like, Werner Herzog is an engineer. And
he's also an actor in a cheeseball movie. He was in Reacher with Tom Cruise. He was the bad guy.
It was... It gives that guy an opportunity to cut off his finger or something.
Hilarious.
It's hilarious.
He's good, though.
Hedy Lamarr, famous for spectrum technology. So I don't find
Wi-Fi, essentially.
That's one of the reasons I believe that we listen to people who have things to say. So if we go Back to the flower of life. So Terence has a couple of ideas, one of which is this is the shadow. Another of which is that once you go into higher dimensions, you should be thinking in, so you should be thinking of these curvilinear structures. And then instead of focusing on the spheres, you should focus on the areas in between, the voids. And in crystallography, you might call this the interstitial voids. So there's several ideas that this confused, by the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson, because he said, I don't know where these shapes come from, but they are beautiful. That was like the faint praise that he ends his critique with. So what Terence is doing here is he's saying, look, the circles are cross sections of spheres, and the spheres have to be placed in very precise places to generate what Terence is going to start talking about as wave conjugations. And he has different ways that spheres run into each other. Then he says something very cryptic, where he says, if you drop a pebble in the center of a spherical lake, circularly symmetric lake, the wave will radiate out until it hits the wall, the shore, and then it will radiate back. And so he's talking about this. He says wave conjugations, and wave conjugation didn't call up anything directly when I heard him say it.
They would call it a phase conjugation.
Well, or they would talk about, the conjugate wave coming back. If you do something like a garden hose that's affixed to the wall, it'll hit the wall and come back or something. So what Terence is talking about is the idea, and you could do this, where we could drop, like, let's say 6 stones in precise places in water, and then, using super slow-mo, watch what happens as these waves in precisely placed places run into each other. Because really what physics is waves in collision.
And they're going to create a particular cymatics, which is going to show the harmonic points where matter and all of those things occur. That's predicted.
I'm not going there yet.
Okay.
So then what Terence does is he has in Blender some means of bringing up platonic solids that are not the usual. So I bought some of these platonic solids from Amazon, and you see that they're all extremely Cartesian. They're made up of flat faces, our best attempt to do flat faces. Terence says, I don't think that has to be the case. If you generate these things from this pattern, and he focuses on the tetrahedron and an octahedral structure.
Can you go up, Jamie, please, so we can see it as from that side perspective of it? Yeah, go around.
Okay, so what that is a curvilinear tetrahedron with spherical, and it's not actually hyperbolic. Those are going to be positive curvature, not negative curvature. No, that's going to be positive curvature.
Compressing in.
Yeah. I think it's positive curvature because those are going to be parts of spheres.
The spheres are interacting.
Yes,
pushing
but negative curvature would be more like a Pringles chip, where the principal axis of curvature went in different directions. So I think it's not negative curvature.
So this isn't the negative space between 4 bubbles?
No, what you mean by negative space, negative curvature and negative space are different concepts. So the word negative is appearing twice, and that's why we're confused. Again, there are a million of these gotchas where you're not.
Can you describe the difference between the two?
Sure. If I take the tip of my nose, that's going to be positive curvature because I've got one
extending out.
One curve going in one direction, the other is going in. They're curved in the same direction. On the other hand, if you look at like the crease of my nose, that's going to be negative curvature because I've got one that's going like this and another that's going like that. Jamie, is it possible to take a look at a monkey saddle? So that would be negatively curved, right? Because you'd have things going in opposite directions.
That looks like a cool seat.
Yeah.
That looked a little comfortable.
Okay, so negative curvature is
model of that.
Yeah, so negative curvature would be what we would be talking about with like hyperbolic space, and spherical curvature would be what we're talking about with the inside of those curvilinear triangles on his. So he's making, again, I don't see this isn't where I think it's worth, saying he's wrong. He's just doesn't know the language and doesn't know that there's a formalization of it. Now, if you take, so the other structure that he keeps running across is an octahedral curvilinear, I don't know, it's not really a platonic solid because it's not flat.
If you go and push, you have to push on the jewel on the side, Jamie. If you go to the side of the thing, press on that jewel, and then go to the to that blue on that right. That blue, yep. And then you get where 8 bubbles meet.
So now what he's doing is he's saying, if I have 8 bubbles, and these bubbles, each face of this object, this octahedral object, he's taking a sort of curvilinear triangle on a sphere, and he's imagining that these things are all sort of racing towards each other. And how would you generate? No, don't. If you put those 2 in, he's going to go into a different world.
No.
So if we take,
you can just tap on each one of those tetraons. Just tap it; it'll go away. Tap it; it'll go away.
Now, how would you generate? So Neil doesn't know where this comes from, right? Now, the way in which you would do this, I believe, is that you would take a. Let me think about how you do this. You take the 8
tetraon.
You take the 8 vertices of a cube, and you'd put a sphere at each one, small sphere. So imagine that you had a vertex at 1, 1, 1 in 3-dimensional space, and then you had another vertex where all of the vertices are going to have either 1s or negative 1s. So you have 8 possibilities. So you could have -1, 1, 1, or 1, -1, -1, etc. You allow those spheres to increase to a size of square root of 2 radius, and that will close off all of the means of escape, leaving a cavity in the center of your cube. And that cube will have an octahedral cavity that looks like this. That's how I think you generated this.
I actually generated this by putting 8 of the pieces together. I took 8 of those triangular pieces together and I put them together. They basically became the basis of 2 tetraons.
Yeah.
Which this would be seen as a neutron. And the interesting thing about this piece right here is nature always makes things in pairs and they're always balanced. This doesn't exist. This exists only as a result of a pressure condition, a higher pressure condition. Jamie, if you go to that last blue, tap that last blue on, past not the last blue, go around one more time. That one right there. That Huntian only exists as a result of the 8 pressure conditions created. But hold on, you'll appreciate this. Tap on that the Huntian in the middle. No, not that one. Damn it, you got to start it again. You can, hit that one again, and then tap on tap that. Make that go away. That right there is the pressure condition created from 8 tetraons interacting, and they create that other greater pressure condition. That's the negative space that they generate, but it's a massless area, because the moment that the tetraons disappear, that space goes away and the energy generated disappears. But it's a part of everything in my model.
You're putting a lot of words. Like, first of all, let's just admit that this looks gorgeous. It's cool. Incredibly
Turn it around, Jamie, so they can see it, please.
So, the problem, Terrence, is that you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means, right? And before you get to what it means, people don't even know what it is.
True.
Right? So what I'm going to claim is I've got these 8 rambutans here.
What's a rambutan?
It's like a gorilla testicle. You ever had these?
No, what are they? Is that fruit?
They're
Yeah,
fruit.
it's like
Really
lychees.
Oh, lychees. I've had
But,
lychees.
but this is, I think rambut is the Indonesian word for hair.
Where'd you pick those up?
Ranch 99 Market.
It would have got you some flowers, but the light changed.
If I take 8 of these suckers,
okay,
and I arrange them in a cubicle formation, there's going to be one of Terrence's things
in the center.
In the center,
right?
Except they're going to be 6 holes for the sides of the cube where you can get in. Now, what Terrence is saying is, imagine that these are special magical rambutans. Can't even hold this thing. And that you allow them to grow a little bit bigger so that those holes close off by moving through each other. Imagine that they're made of magical substances. In the center, you're going to get one of his curvilinear octahedral structures, which is the thing that he just subtracted
If you
off.
go
He
back
calls
to
it
the
the
pink,
Huntian.
if you tap on the pink right there,
Yeah.
you'll be back to that. The next one next to it. Wow, I shouldn't have done that.
Okay. So what's going on is that, for example,
Thank you.
Neil can't figure out, well, where did this come from? So what it is spheres of radius √2 at the 8 vertices of a cube passing through each other, but closing off an octahedral cavity with positively curved triangles inside.
That's what I needed you for.
Well,
That's just when I needed you most. Thank you.
pretty glamorous. Okay.
Can I ask you, Terrence, before we go any further, what was the inspiration for diving into this? Like, what revelation did you have that caused you to start looking at this as a 3D structure and the space inside of it?
They're going to call me crazy again, but when I was 42 and had been kicked out of the world as a result of the allegations, I had another dream, and that same being woke me up and took me back to where I was when I was a child, and I started putting the pieces together, the all shapes
in your dream,
in the dream together, and then I was like, oh, so it's where 4 forces meet that makes a difference. So when I put 4 spheres, 4 circles, I cut 4 circles out, and I made the all shape. And then when I started adding them together, then I saw the flower of life. I didn't see the flower of life initially. I saw that after I'll show you the piece.
But the all shape is a different thing, because in this case, in order to do this, what he did is he said, I'm going to make mathematical spheres. They're going to start to intersect each other, right? And the intersections are going to be ignored because it's made out of fictitious math material until they close off the holes in the cubical lattice structure, leaving octahedral voids with this kind of curvature. To make what he calls the all shape, you do something very different. You'd start off with a tetrahedron, which is distinguished among the 5 Platonic solids as being self-dual. That is, there are 4 vertices and there are 4 faces, and you can interchange faces with vertices. And in fact, I don't know if you guys have these things. You have this?
No. What is it?
So this is an engineering feat. So if you think Platonic solids are old, a guy named Chuck Haberman figured out how to take the self-duality of a tetrahedron, and you can change the color of the sphere by throwing it up. And effectively, if you think about the 4 dots on the surface of one of these, in between them are 4 triangles. And he figured out a mechanism. We can cut one of these open. There's a gearing mechanism inside that's hidden from the public, where you get a dot.
Hold that up so they could see it, so the audience could see it.
So as you pull this thing apart, it can change colors.
Yeah. You spin it ever so slightly, Joe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah? All right. That's for you guys. It's cool, right?
Yeah.
That's very bizarre.
All right. Now, my point is that one of the things that Terrence has going against him is people are saying, oh, he's just playing with stuff people have played with since antiquity. There's nothing new. And then I would say, well, and then why did Charles Haberman create a mechanism realizing the self-duality of the tetrahedron? Nobody even talks about it that way. And by the way, here's something that people, play Dungeons and Dragons, they don't really even have any idea of, is if you take the 5 platonic solids here, and you put the tetrahedron in the middle, and you put the triangular structures of the octahedron and the icosahedron off to the sides, there's a duality that interchanges the pairs with the center being self-dual. In other words, the cube has 6 faces and 8 vertices. The octahedron has 8 faces and 6 vertices. The dodecahedron, 12 faces, 20 vertices. The icosahedron, 20 faces, 12 vertices. They all these pairs have the same number of sides, because the number of vertices plus the number of faces minus the number of edges has to equal 2 for anything that is spherical in nature.
Now, if all of my things, when they come together, if they create a natural dodecahedron and they create a natural icosahedron, what does that
They
say?
do and they don't.
They do. No, I'm
No.
going to show you. No, I'm saying you haven't seen yet. I haven't shown you yet. But they will when you see it.
So, Terry,
why don't you show it to him right now? We're on it right now. Show it to him right now. Shout out to all the homies right now trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Like, what are these guys talking about? Holy shit. Legalized Schedule 1.
And then I'll have to explain.
So we can't hear you, Terrence. You're not on camera right now, unfortunately.
I'm speaking to myself right now.
Right.
I'm speaking to myself right now. But
The problem is it's the middle of a podcast.
properly.
How's the family?
Everything's great, man. How you doing?
Good. Saw your dog. I met Marshall for the first
time. Oh, that's right. You'd never met him before. Yeah, he's the best.
He's a lovable guy.
Him and Carl, they were getting after it. Is Carl worn out? Oh, he's done.
Yeah, I wore Carl out.
Everybody wore Carl out. So
here we are. I'm going to church.
Terrence, no one can hear you.
I know you.
I know, but we have a podcast going on right
yes,
now.
we're about to put the headphones back on.
Okay, here we go.
Right here next to it.
The problem is you were talking off in the distance.
Oh.
No, I can't even hear you. I'm right here.
So this is where, if you'll go to where the 12 bubbles meet.
Yeah.
On the thing. So these. Joe.
Okay. May I finish my riff on those toys before we get to these toys?
Sure.
My point was that I call bullshit on the idea that because Terrence is playing with stuff that people have been playing with since antiquity, that you can't come up, that there's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
Because if there's nothing new under the sun, first of all, how did Charles Haberman come up with something so cool? Second of all, that means that there's an object that hasn't been invented. I give this to high school kids. You should be able to throw one of these up as a cube and have it come back as an octahedron. You should come up with a gearing mechanism. And you should be able to throw up a dodecahedron and have it come back in your hand as a differently colored icosahedron. And I've never seen those toys. Just the way the Rubik's Cube came out of nowhere, or Hungary, and that thing took over the world by storm. So to claim that a guy can't do engineering on platonic solids and come up with something new, the Rubik's Cube, the Haberman's switch pitch, these things prove that that's not true.
I think it's a foolish thing almost always to pretend there's nothing new under the sun. You should always consider it.
Well,
you might not be correct, but there's only one way to find out.
Well, there's a difference between, you see, Terrence has much greater odds of contributing to the world of engineering than he does to the world of mathematics. I mean, the odds that he's doing something new in mathematics, I'll be blunt, are very, very small.
Even though I have patents on it that shows that all of this is
I
novel.
don't want to go there. The patents do not speak to what you think that they speak to.
That's okay.
Look, you can see into my heart. I'm not trying to.
No.
All right.
But we were talking. I told you that you produce a supersymmetrical structure.
When you say supersymmetry, I don't know that you know what a supersymmetry is.
What does supersymmetry mean to you, Terrence?
Supersymmetry means that all things come together, fit together, relate to each other. They're self-referential, and they are from a fractal that comes back to that same fractal space. That's supersymmetry.
So what you mean is a symmetry that is amped up, but supersymmetry is a reserved term that means something hyper-particular.
And that's what
between bosons and fermions.
That's what this is. This is the bosons. for the layman out there, the boson, the cloud, that the whole boson thing is the force field or the energy field. That the fermions is considered the matter aspects of it.
So if we can go into he's got 5 of these patterns, one of which he calls the.
What is wrong with the term supersymmetry?
Then I want to see an algebra, which is a linear vector space, which has an object called a bracket. And I want to see that bracket obeys a super Jacobi identity. And otherwise, there's no supersymmetry.
But so it's a specifically used scientific term.
It's a
and he's using it
reserved term of
incorrectly.
art.
Yeah, but it's geometry is its own proof. Supersymmetry in geometry allows you to visualize, like you look at the ocean and you see the supersymmetry associated with it.
I think what he's saying is you're talking about a thing and you're using the term supersymmetry, and he's saying that supersymmetry only applies to a very specific thing.
Because in their
that's
math,
been defined.
No, in their math, the platonic solids, like I said before, have a discrete symmetry. You can only line up the blocks and all of those things. You can't put all of them together and tell a full story to where they fold into each other.
I don't think he's disagreeing with you with that. I think he's disagreeing the term
You're
that
using
you're
a
using.
reserved term of art.
Okay.
And you're using it incorrectly.
That's what he's saying.
And you're going to pay a penalty.
Okay, I don't want to pay no penalties.
Like, this is a thing where, like, if I'm watching an MMA fight and someone's doing commentary and they call a kick wrong, I'm like, why are you doing this? You don't even know what that is. Like, you incorrectly reference something that's very specific that we've been talking about for a long time.
If you're if you're getting intimate with your lady and you're into rough play and she's not wearing any clothes, is it a rear naked choke if she grabs you from behind? No, a rear naked choke is a particular move.
Yes,
it doesn't have anything to do with what she did.
Right.
So is there?
Unless she gets the hooks in.
Question in the world of physics, in the world of mathematics, is there a supersymmetrical system, geometric system, ever been produced in mathematics?
Yes, in mathematics, yes. We've never seen super Poincare algebra.
Yeah, but that's not that's on a plane. That's not volumetrically. That doesn't scale up.
Terrence, you have an entire way of thinking that is completely foreign to everyone that I know. And I've tried to understand what it is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not a question.
No, it's not, I don't think he's saying this is a negative.
No. I didn't see it as a negative. But
what I'm trying to say is, if the reason that science works as well as it does is that up until very recently, there were clear rules, cultures. We agreed to leave certain things that are at the door, like our religious beliefs. We agreed to submit to certain sorts of things. We were decent to each other. And that system is in a process of collapse at the moment. All right. Now, Terrence comes from an earlier way of thinking when things were much more wide open. You don't find many polymaths anywhere in a respectable position anymore. Terrence is coming from a polymathic perspective. He's all over the map in terms of the quality of his thinking. As far as I understand, some of his stuff is really, really good. Some of his stuff is offensive. And it's everything in between. Now, I'm not gunning for you.
No. I don't take that offensively.
Okay.
I take it in the fact that you're here. But let's get back to what I was saying about if my pieces naturally come together and form those same structure. Well, here we have.
How do they not, Eric?
I'm going to show them. Here's where 12 bubbles meet. If you go to the yellow one right there, Jamie, please tap on that. This is where the negative space where 12 bubbles meet. I call this the Arbrian. I named it after my oldest daughter.
Okay.
You can take a look at it, at how it behaves. Here, Joe.
Okay.
So you can have it. And you can have a larger one or a smaller one.
By the way, I would be honored to have
I'm gonna give you some of these
anything that you make of this type in my home. It's very, very cool.
So when I put 10 of them together, they look like this.
Yeah.
I put 20 of them together. They make a natural icosahedron.
Yeah.
Without breaking any rules. I'm saying that
I believe in this. This I don't disbelieve. I haven't gone through the math, But I don't disbelieve this.
I said the same thing about one other thing. So here's the light unit. If you'll go back to the green, Jamie, please. This is the light unit.
Now we're going to get into some stuff that's not going to be so much fun, but it is going to be, you are going to get what you want.
No, you're going to love this. You're going to love this because what I'm going to show you, as I said.
Whoa.
And what you said concerning, here.
Now look at that.
It's pretty dope.
Put that down, and it'll show you, this is where I've put 20 of them together. The same way I put 20 of these together, and it makes a natural dodecahedron. But what it's showing you is where electricity is being pushed into the center, and you'll see these magnetic waves coming out. It's showing you the magnetic field. So these predict and create a natural dodecahedron, whereas these come together and create a natural icosahedron. That's not something that just happens by accident.
No, this isn't an accident. What's going on, Terrence, for me?
Can you connect all these together in one big ball of fury?
Yes, they just keep getting, because it's supersymmetry. Yeah. They all fit together.
I want to see these and these together.
It ain't supersymmetry, but it's freaking cool.
Right. I know what you're saying. But the problem is that term, right?
Well, that keeps using that term. My point is that you can run into all kinds of terms of art in a field that you don't know well.
Right.
And Terrence is like, I come on your show and I do this thing, which I've never really discussed why I do it. I have this feeling that somehow Sean Carroll 15 years ago started talking about a suite of ideas like entanglement, the multiverse, these Boltzmann brains, whatever. And people have been talking about them ever since because it was a very successful tour. Much of the coolest stuff in mathematics and physics that's completely established, that's non-speculative, is not discussed. And I don't know why. And one of the things that I tried to do is I tried to show you the Hopf vibration. I tried to do the thing about the Dirac string trick. Terrence is bringing cool stuff from the world of geometry. It's a proof, effectively, that people don't know where it's coming from. A lot of this is real as geometry. If you look at the thing that he calls the Terrenton, right?
The tetrian. The tetrian is the
tetrian.
The tetrian is just
so the tetrian that is the thing that is closest to us, the black thing that is closest to us.
That
one. So he then starts to make noises about it, and he says things that I don't love, which are that those faces he associates with the electric field, and the vertices, which sometimes he calls vortices, and sometimes I'm not quite sure, he associates with the magnetic field. Yes. Now, I don't have a clue why he says the next thing, which is, and because the number of magnetic and the number of electric things are balanced, they cancel out, and therefore it's the weak force. And to me, it's just like super cool stuff, and then suddenly turns into horseshit.
But listen, why? Here we have those two tetrians on the end. They both have equal poles, 4 electric poles and 4 magnetic poles, according to how I see it. That where magnetism is spinning off of the tips, the vortices, because it's no longer able to maintain that center space of spinning centrifugal.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, what brought you to that conclusion?
With what?
The way you're describing the energy involved in that.
Well, anytime you look at electricity, that was one of the things that Victor Schauberger was talking about. Electricity it's when water starts to spin to the right, it cools down. That's the natural nature of electricity. Electricity is colder. It flows better in the coldest environment. So as it's cooling down, as it's spinning down to a higher point, trying to get to that higher point, that's the highest point there. It's looking for the highest density. That's the north. North is always the highest density. South, no matter where you are, south is always away from the higher point when you're talking about universally, not talking about geographically on the earth. North is always seeking a higher position. South is always seeking a lower position. That's based upon stuff that Walter Russell talked about. based upon the stuff that Victor Schauberger talked about. But it's a problem with the definition of the words, the terms.
Right, but your description of electromagnetic force and magnetism, like what is happening that it's bringing you to this conclusion that you're so specifically saying that something that you literally can't even see with the human eye is happening very clearly.
I'm saying 4 magnetic fields
right
are pushing in on that area.
I don't see magnetic fields. I see those spheres.
Would be magnetism. What does magnetism do? It expands
but
out.
What brings you to the conclusion that electric...
Well, let's say radiated field. Let me use the term radiated.
Do you know what we think electricity and magnetism are?
You think it's the same thing?
No.
Part of the same force. They have them coupled together.
Think? Jamie, could I ask you to find a Faraday tensor?
Yeah, what I was trying to get to the conclusion, like magnetism and electricity, like what brings you to this definitive conclusion that you can so clearly state that this is what's happening there?
Well, based upon anytime there's an electric force acting on something, it causes a cavity. Electricity is always pulling in from the inside. It's always trying to tighten the density.
And you assume this energy exists in the flower of life. Why?
Because that's where all those circles, the overlapping circles, they represent the magnetic field. They represent the radiative field that's coming out and coming back. Well, why does a bubble take the shape of a ball? Why not a square or a triangle? What's the why does it expand into a sphere?
A sphere is an abstraction that it's going to be the solution to many different problems. If I ask you to give me the maximum possible volume with the minimum possible area, I'm going to get a sphere. If I ask you what is the best thing to launch out of an old style cannon and to stack next to it, you're going to say a sphere. Then you have a question about, is that the same concept of a sphere? You know, if I take the 3-dimensional sphere of unit quaternions, is that the same concept of a sphere? You are in part freely associated repeatedly between things that remind you of other things. Now you have an incredible storehouse of things between your ears that you know to associate with. And your brain is like, I mean, in part, it's like, if you think about the totality of your brain, it's like a Ferrari engine and a Volkswagen. The Volkswagen chassis is not capable of supporting something else that you're doing really well. And so what you're constantly doing, as far as I can tell.
So the chassis being education, formal education.
It's not just that. I mean, it's in part. People who see many connections are often bad at cleaning up their own stuff. And people who don't see connections are often very rigorous and they don't do shit for their entire life, right?
See, that's why I love the geometry, because the geometry demonstrates, even though I've been autodidactic and have learned these things on my own, the geometry is its own proof. Like even in showing that these become that these create an icosahedron. If you'll move those just for a second.
Eric, you pulled this up though before we get any further away from that. Explain this, please. Electromagnetic tensor.
What you see, that F super mu nu is an anti-symmetric 4x4 matrix. That is, there are only 6 independent components, because if you flip that matrix from the northeast to the from the northwest to the southeast as the line in which you flip over with the zeros, the things above the zeros determine the things below. So there's 6 independent entries in the top triangle. Now, the top 3 are the electric components in a Cartesian coordinate system of the tensor, and the B fields are the magnetic. Okay? Terence could say something closer to what we understand reality to be. He could, for example, hold up a cube and say, you know, the 6 faces of the cube remind me of the 6 independent entries in the electromagnetic field strength. And then the idea is there's a duality, and the duality relates the electric field to the magnetic field. And then he might invent something called Olive-Montonen electromagnetic duality, right? So in other words, if I took the top 3, if I hold the cube up like this and I put electric above and magnetic below, and then I did a transformation that took top faces to bottom faces, he would be doing something that might bring him to recent research on electromagnetic duality. But instead, what's happening is that the spheres are reminding him of waves, like, wave fronts that are expanding spherically. And he's got super cool geometry. That the reason that this is so cool is that we haven't seen much of it. It's not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying he's the inventor.
Well, I am the inventor because I own the patents.
Okay,
to it.
but you can find out that there's prior art later. Look, everybody's
I would
been
love
hurt.
to see that.
Okay.
Like I said, though, I think you're doing
Terrence, I have no desire to take this way. So far as I know, you're the first person to do this. Okay. Now, with that said, you're taking something where he's saying real stuff about geometrical understanding based on a spiritual undertaking. And it used to be that spirituality and science were hand in hand. That's what I was trying to say about the Kerala school that figured out, almost got calculus coming out of religious verse, like stuff that rhymed. It's crazy. Terrence is coming from an older perspective where he's drawing tons of inspiration from all these different sources. I can track it, but good luck finding people who can track this, because the number of people who can do this is very, very small.
But that's the problem. Okay, go ahead.
Agreed. Now, then every time he steps on a landmine, my colleagues just start laughing, and that makes me crazy, because they could help him figure out what he is trying to say. So if we go back to his
electromagnetic tensor, how does this apply to these patterns in the void in between these patterns?
That thing we did not understand until the mid 1970s. Remember, I tried to tell you to get Jim Simons on this podcast, and then he just died. Jim Simons and C.N. Yang figured out, and this is going to figure into what Terrence is saying, that all forces are curvature. It's not just gravity, which we've known has been curvature since 1915, actually 1913 for Einstein-Grossman. It's actually the case that electromagnetism, the weak force and the strong force, are a different form of curvature, which might be called Arrhenian curvature or fiber bundle curvature, which is not necessarily Riemannian intrinsic curvature. This object encodes the curvature, it encodes electromagnetism as the components of curvature. To your point about nothing is a straight line.
But this is where I have issues. You're talking about this is in Cartesian space. And in Cartesian space, curvature is not allowed.
Mm-mm.
There's no curvature that's allowed in Cartesian space.
That's wrong.
Really?
Yeah, because what you have, and by the way, this is a super subtle thing. We've only really known this for 50 years, thereabouts. There is a weird, mysterious circle that none of us can see at every point in space and time that we can't derive from space. Okay, you can have space-time, and something else put a circle at every point that is obscured from us, and that thing has a curvature, even if space and time is flat. So we call the idealization of flat space-time Minkowski space. You can slap a curvature tensor of a circle on top of it, generate this. And it wasn't until, and this is mind-blowing, can we get the Aronoff-Bohm effect up here?
See, but that's where my biggest issue is, why go through all of those steps to define curved space with flat plane matrix when you have the definition of it right in front of you? That's why when you get a chance, I'd love for you to lay these out so you can see it predicts every distribution, every waveform. There's nothing that this doesn't predict.
I want you to think about, you ever played blackjack?
I've never been good at blackjack.
Okay, well
I've never been
because
good.
you're sitting
always
there.
Overbet.
You're sitting
always overbet.
You overbet 17, and you're sitting there on 19, and you say, "Hit me," and all I hear is "Hit me" on 19, and you keep going over.
Okay.
All right. Now, this thing here is a proof. This is a gift for you. This says we did not understand classical electromagnetism until the late 1950s, well after Mr. Maxwell. Now, what happened is we thought electromagnetism was that thing with the electromagnetic field components that we just saw. If you put a wire coming out of the plane of the screen and you insulate it where it says solenoid. Can we just isolate that?
Mm-hmm. We can see it.
Yeah. Okay. Now you have this crazy thing, which is like you have a cathode ray tube at A, let's imagine, and you shoot it through a double slit, and you want to know whether or not there's current flowing in this insulated thing that you can't see. Now you think that the insulation is going to keep you from being able to tell whether there's current flowing. It turns out that the interference pattern changes whether there's current, even though there's no E and B fields outside of that insulated structure. And that proves that it cannot be the electromagnetic field strength that actually determines electromagnetic phenomena. What's really going on, can we call up the electromagnetic 4 potential? So one of the things is if you want to hang with the cool kids on any of this stuff, you don't try to map the electromagnetic fields because it's the electromagnetic 4 potential that's got it going on.
Look at that thing. That was cool.
I'm looking for something that looks like A equals and then 4 components. Well, let's hit that thing, what you just had. That's good. That A, where you see partial derivative of A, that thing is called the gauge potential. And the gauge potential
is the force potential.
The gauge potential is really where the electromagnetism is happening. This thing over here on the right, the Faraday tensor, is a consequence of the real star of the show. A is the thing that matters. And we thought that A was a convenience product that constructed the electromagnetic field strength until the late 1950s. I think one of these guys who developed this, his name is Yakir Aronoff, who's at Chapman University. I think he's still alive. So in other words, we fooled ourselves into thinking we understood electromagnetism until the late 1950s, which is one of the reasons that you listen to your heterodox colleagues as opposed to making fun of them mercilessly, because you're not nearly as smart as you think you are. Now, most of the time, what Neil says is, oh yes, 1 in 10,000 heterodox people have a point. And Neil bets on the 9,999 who don't. And so he doesn't listen. This thing here is a proof that you can find elementary omissions very late in the game that change everything. And everybody who pretends that peer review works and that we've known this since antiquity, all this stuff, they need to understand the exceptions we've already found. If Terence wants to do good, he would take that A with the new at the beginning, and he would say, okay, electromagnetism isn't about the electric and magnetic fields. It's about 4 of these suckers rather than 6 of those.
On a simple level, how would you describe electricity?
Well, I wouldn't know how to do it simply. Electricity is really, electromagnetism is really about rock, paper, scissors. In other words, is rock better than paper? No, it's worse. Then you do it around that thing. The failure of these things to knit together. If I had, Terence, give me your hands. I want to put my hand over yours, and then you
go your right hand under. It's like jujitsu. Go right hand under, on your hand, and I'll grab his wrist. There you go.
That thing. Who's on top?
All of us.
Okay. The electromagnetic field strength. So now make your hand into like a plane. Measures the degree of the Escher staircase. The Escherness in that Penrose staircase is measured by that E and B stuff. Okay? That A basically is the collection of hands that we had, the planes.
Right. Jamie, show the Penrose staircase just so people know what the fuck we're talking about, because it's a very bizarre optical illusion. There it is.
So the key point is the Penrose staircase is not just an optical illusion. It's actually an effect called holonomy. And those things are called horizontal subspaces. And the electromagnetic potential, which gives rise to the photon, actually is a series of stairs that appears to be in some kind of a contradiction. The curvature that he keeps talking about is the thing that actually resolves that contradiction. And in a weird way, the photon is a function, the photon is a derivative, and the electron is its function, and you use that derivative to differentiate the function. That's a crazy way of saying it, but at its deepest level, That's really what we are. We're in a geometry in which those flat planes say derivative equals 0. And you're trying to take the derivative of an electron based on this stuff. And geometrically, this only got worked out in Stony Brook, Massachusetts in the mid-1970s, except for a guy named Robert Herman, who nobody listened to in Boston, who was off self-published.
Well, let's consider one of the things that this is talking about. Again, this is where I have issues because we're talking about 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional space that does not exist. We're still talking about imaginary things instead of talking about real things, like math's departure from where numbers started representing actual things. Math departed from that to where now math doesn't represent actual things. The numbers don't represent any true things. And so anything can happen inside the mathematics that they build from. But when you have the actual stuff, like what I wanted you to do, if you could lay these out just for...
I'm so worried I'm going to break
No,
these
you're
things.
not. I made these over the last few days. Just lay them out. If you have to move those other things so you could see. And what I'm talking about, the interesting
Bro, I
thing,
want to see a YouTube video of you in your lab putting these things together.
if you shine a light on these,
Yeah.
they end up creating all of the cymatics. No, don't even stack them up. I don't even want you to stack them.
All right.
I just want you to align them
I can put a light to
like I'm saying. If you move this one out of the way,
All right.
and some of those, this will continually predict every harmonic node, every wave function. It will continue on. They overlap on each other to where any size, any crystalline configuration that somebody could hope for occurs. This is the supersymmetry that I'm talking about that defines the entire wave field. This is one part of, this is the crystalline electric wave field. That's not even,
Okay,
that's just
cool,
one
how
of the
cool
crystals.
is this?
Pretty cool.
The problem that you're in right now is everything that you touch in this space made of spheres and platonic solids and whatever. You could spend your entire life, and I've seen people do it, staring into this and just finding cool thing after cool thing, thinking that you're seeing Jesus. I promise you. Okay? I want you to hold this in your hand. This is made by a woman named Bathsheba Grossman. Pleasure to shout her out. She is a mathematical artist par excellence.
Shout out to Beth.
That is an 8-dimensional lattice called E8 projected into 3 dimensions, which is one of the craziest sort of sphere packing gadgets. This is ultimately maybe the weirdest object in the universe. It comes from a 248-dimensional group. Wow.
Let me show you this in real life.
No. Wait.
No,
You're gonna bob and riff and all this.
Hold on, let him keep going.
And what I'm trying to get at is, look, I want you to think about this legitimately as a drug. Okay? And if you're not very careful with the mathematics that you're playing with, you are going to get so high. You're going to see everything connect to everything. And there's a reason that this stuff takes place in Islamic art. There's a reason, if I bring up, this is another version of the self-duality of the tetrahedron. And I believe in sacred geometry, they call this the Merkaba, which is like Hebrew for chariot. Everything connects to everything else in this unbelievably beautiful way. And the concern that I have, Terrence, to be entirely honest, is you have to get disciplined about this as a drug, because otherwise you're going to see everything in everything all the time, and you're going to have the same repetitive conversation where people don't take you seriously because you're going to keep hitting on 19.
But if light passing through these show the same cymatics that we look at when we're looking at natural occurrences of individual frequencies, doesn't that become its own secondary proof beyond the symmetry of what it does?
Okay, you say geometry is a proof, and one of the things is you are at your weakest when you have you have an equal sign. No. You're your strongest geometrically. You're at your weakest when you have an equal sign. You say the dumbest stuff about equalities, and you say the coolest stuff about geometries. And I wonder whether you mean something. Like, it took me a long time to figure out what I think you mean when you do this riff on the square root of 2. Jamie, could I trouble you for that portal group / TH? Okay. If you do the square root of 2 challenge, right? You say, Howard's unbalanced equation. You say, okay, take the square root of 2. You cube it. That's equal to 2 times the square root of 2. That is illogical. It is unbalanced. It is unnatural. Now, at first, I had no idea what the hell you were doing. So I came up with something to prove to you that I'm trying to understand you. And I said, take the number of magi at Jesus' birth. He was born on the 25th day of the 12th month. If I raise the 12th root of 3 to the 25th power, and I take the fact that Jesus died in the 9th hour according to the Bible, I see the same Trinity rooted by the number of apostles. Now that seems to be like a profound statement. But the fact is, all I really did is I created an equation based on 2 numbers, x and y. And your version of it, I put in 1 and square root of 2. And in mine, I used 12 and 3. And the reason I got 1225 was that 25 is just 2 times 12 plus 1. So in other words, the danger of this stuff, right, is that when you start to see patterns and you start to see stuff that looks crazy, you don't realize what you're actually doing. What you're really saying is you're coming from a perspective that is philosophical before it's scientific or mathematical. And you have a statement which says, everything is in motion. And then you go into a riff about loops. And you say, take out your calculator, turn it to the side, take the square root of 2, cube it, take that
divided by
2. Then you do this thing where you happen to know the large decimal expansion up to a point, which is increases people's confidence. You got to be worried because that's like the confidence in con man too. But you make a point. We have a name for the thing you call a loop. We call it a fixed point.
A fixed point.
A fixed point. Now, a fixed point, you have something called a transformation. The transformation, let me see if Jamie, if we can bring that back. So I'm just trying to standardize your, can we go below that? Let me see. Okay, Terence loop. You have a mapping T for Terence from the real numbers to the real numbers given by x cubed divided by 2. If you take the polynomial y cubed minus 2y equals 0, that factors as y minus square root of 2 times y plus square root of 2 times y minus 0. You claim that there's only one number that satisfies a fixed point relationship according to that mapping, which you call a loop. There are actually 3, 0, negative square root of 2, and 2. You make the correct point that if you iterate that for numbers above the square root of 2, it's going to go off to infinity. If you were to go below numbers of square root of 2, but above 0, it'll go towards 0. 0 will go to 0.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll have the same thing below negative square root of 2. It'll go off to negative infinity. And above square root of 2, but below 0, I think it'll go off to 0. Okay? That thing is studied under fixed point theory. And you can look up the Lefschetz fixed point theorem, the Kakutani fixed point theorem, the Brouwer fixed point theorem. All of these are proofs that you have to have fixed points. Now I thought, why does he keep doing this riff? And then I realized that he's got a thing about everything is in motion. So for him, it's unnatural and illogical, you use both words, that the square root of 2 would be fixed under this iterated experiment. Now, that is not unnatural. There's something, I hate to say it, it's called the hairy ball theorem. Can we bring up the hairy ball theorem?
Before you put your hairy balls on my pieces.
That was good. Okay, the hairy ball theorem says that you cannot comb the hair on a rambutan without creating a colic. So let's see if we have any cool images of it. In other words, if you have a map of the wind that is going along the surface of a sphere, there has to be some point which is perfectly still. If you have a map of a sphere to a sphere, there has to be some point that doesn't move. In other words, what you're saying about things can't be still is not only incorrect, it is impossible to avoid stillness. And this is in part what John Nash got his Nobel Award in economics for, because he took work of von Neumann and Morgenstern on two-person games, turned them into multi-person games with a higher dimensional fixed point theorem, and said a multi-person game is more interesting because that's a market. Therefore, markets have equilibria. So you're saying real stuff in a way that fundamentally just doesn't. We don't know how to talk your talk.
Then
but we
teach
know,
me.
Yeah, I know.
Teach me. I'm learning. I'm learning right now. But Jamie, do me a favor. Pull up the calculator. I want you to pull up the calculator. We're going to look at this loop, and you tell me that this loop isn't a contradiction, and says that the math.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want a scientific calculator. There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Hit 2. Square root. It'll be over one more. I think that may be it. Yeah. Yep. Cube it. Hit x to the third. No. Go back. Yep. Hit 2. Square root. Cube it. Up. Right up there. Yep. Now divide by 2. Hit equal. Cube it again. X to the third. Divide by 2. That is a loop. Cube it again. Hit x to the third. That's an unnatural equation. It's a loop. It's a tuck inside of the matrix. It does not allow for math to make sense because of the identity principle.
Okay, Eric.
You're trying to say something. What you're saying is wrong.
What I'm seeing,
no. What you're saying is fine. I agreed that you have a transformation that I called T. You can put those two steps together, which is cube and divide by 2. That thing is going to be dead still till the end of time. That's your point. And then you pass judgment on it. And you say that is not logical and it's irrational. And I don't know what you mean.
Well, because here we're multiplying something basically 3 times, and it's coming up to the same value as if we multiplied it by 2. And you keep doing that.
Yeah, I did that with that's a 12th root of 3, and I have a transform just like you.
But that 12th root of 3, that hypothetical situation you put up there does not affect the rest of mathematics.
Sure it does.
That loop right there,
is your point that there's something special about the square root of 2?
I'm saying that the square root of 2 is a manufactured number because of the identity principle. If the identity principle was not involved, then they wouldn't have a problem with 1 times 1 equaling 2. Or
why are you offended by 1 times 1 equaling 1?
Just because action and reaction, the universe, it's the separation of math from science, when math was supposed to define physical things. So when they have things that doesn't align, we can't make sense. The rest of the audience don't understand. They're like, wait a minute, well.
Okay, objects in motion tend to remain in motion, right?
That was his first law.
Well, what do objects at rest do?
There's no object at rest.
So you have a problem with Mr. Newton.
There are no objects at rest because everything is sitting on something that's in motion. Everything is in motion within
So this is
itself.
like there's no straight lines in nature. So the idea is you're saying at some level that you don't believe. I mean,
that anything's still.
At a subatomic level.
That nothing's still, because everything in the universe is connected. So if you have one still thing, then everything connected to it also has to be still.
If I understand what you're doing, and I try to steel man it, you're trying to say, look, first of all, the vacuum isn't a vacuum. It's roiling with activity, right? The void isn't a void. Stuff is happening. Virtual particles are coming in and out of existence. There is no vacuum, right? You're very much in tune with modern physics on that. You really are. Okay. Then you have this idea of math is supposed to be about the physical world. It's not supposed to be unto itself. And if there is no vacuum, then there is nothing at rest, because the vacuum is going to be in constant quantum tumult. And then you get to the point which is something that is rest, therefore is unphysical, therefore it is unnatural. It took me a long time
I'm literally saying there is nothing in the universe that is at rest because everything is moving and communicating through vibration, and vibration requires oscillation, and oscillation requires motion.
So what you're trying to say is that if the universe at its deepest level is a quantum mechanical system in which there is no ability to create vacuum, in a naive sense, that the vacuum that we talk about is not the vacuum that people naively think. Therefore, any mathematics that references anything that is zero or still or whatever is invalid.
Is it imaginary? It's talking about an imaginary space.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you about this, because if I say something about a sphere, you might say, hey, Eric, what is the thickness of your sphere? All the points unit distance away from the origin. And I'd say, it has no thickness. And you'd say, show me one thing in the universe that doesn't have thickness. And then I'd say, well, wait a second. I'm talking to you about a mathematical structure that exists as math. You're like, I don't want to hear about math that is immediately referenced to physics. First of all, that's not how this game goes.
When did math separate from accounting for physical things? Was the beginning of imaginary numbers?
The beginning of imagination. I mean, if I have a picture from AI of a woman that doesn't exist, but no, you can't tell the fact that was generated by an AI, are you going to say that graphics file doesn't exist? No, the graphics file exists. Mathematics has a physically independent structure. It is a system of logic. Then you have this very weird thing, which is, Eugene Wigner famously talked about the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in the physical sciences. But, David Tong, I think, talked about the unreasonable effectiveness of physics in the mathematical sciences. Many of us have had that for the last 50 years since Simons and Yang. And then there's also this thing which people associate with Max Tegmark, which is older, which is the mathematical universe, that the math is the basis, that there is a point at which the map becomes the territory, to borrow from our friends in the psychedelic community. Now, I can hear you, I can understand you, I can track you, but what you were doing when you were lecturing is terrible. It's really, really bad, because you have points. And by going over them and saying the super dramatic thing, you are in fact causing people who don't trust Tony Fauci, let's say, because Tony Fauci shouldn't be trusted, to say maybe we can't trust mathematics. Now, I have a lot of competitors, enemies, people I really don't like. I have stalkers who actually stalk my family and interfere in my personal life, who have PhDs. Okay. My level of disagreement with them about the physical universe and the mathematical universe is essentially zero up to 1973. We don't really start to see a breakdown in the community of science, I think, until the 1980s.
And why is that?
Well, money. And power. Money and power. Ronald Reagan brought in a guy named Eric House to the NSF, and the university stopped expanding and they started playing games. We had a thing called the Mansfield Amendment, which got the military out of science, which was a disaster. There's a lot of things that happened. Okay?
But imagine if science took a wrong turn when it walked down the road of relativity, if in abandoning the ether. And now they've walked down this road, and now they realize that it's a potential dead end. But instead of turning around and saying, okay, well, let's use the luminiferous ether that all of these equations were built off of. And here a young man that's outside of the world has come in and said, okay, I have the wave conjugations that make up and prove the etheric nature, the etheric substance.
So
that's what I want to.
Jamie,
walk
if we could bring back
pieces.
the portal group page, I can sort of show what Terrence is talking about, what his geometries, how he relates them to the physical world. So if we could go up to Howard's unifications claim. Okay. So you say you've come up with the grand unified field equation. First of all, he's doing something very unusual. He's saying grand unified, which actually is less than unified, because unified would include gravity. But he's also drawing from a group, I think, called the electric universe.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm drawing from Lorentz and Hein's work when they were deciding. They were trying to prove that it was electricity and magnetism. They could derive all of the effects of nature that we see from electricity and magnetism.
All right. So if we go down here, hopefully, because we just prepared this. By the way, shout out to Dr. Brooke Dallas, who put this together and just got her PhD from Caltech.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations,
Brooke.
Okay. So all of this, these four things are how the community that you're trying to unseat thinks about nature at its deepest level. Now, let me see. Is there anything under there? Maybe not. So go up to, let's do David Tong's, because you brought up David Tong. Okay. I think I understand this, and I'm able to talk to you about it. Is this something, so this is my community and how it thinks of everything in the world. All right?
Right.
Do you have a way of relating what you think about in terms of what my community has wrong? Does this mean anything to you?
If you remove gravity outside of the equation, you take gravity out, because gravity is affected. Gravity is actually covered by that strong electrical force.
Terrence, 1 second. Without, this is not a gotcha. And it's
No,
not me.
I know. I'm just saying.
Do you know how to read this?
As best as we're talking about, I as imaginary.
Yeah.
You know, D to the 4. I don't know what the D represents.
So that's the volume element saying that you're in four-dimensional space and you're going to take an integral.
And y to a negative g, y to a negative gravity.
That's the determinant of the space-time metric with which you might have an issue. Okay, so in other words, you're normalizing. You're saying that if the rulers look one way or the rulers look another way, according to Einstein, you have to put more weight or less weight on a region of space. Do you know what that R is? That's the foreplay, and then in the parentheses is where the stuff gets crazy.
Explain it.
That's what's called the scalar curvature. So after Einstein did his big general relativistic field equations, that was like Einstein scaling the shear face of Half Dome. Hilbert walked up the backside like a week later and said, you can derive your super complicated field equations from the simplest thing in the world, which is the scalar curvature. So when you say everything is curved, that R is the scalar curvature of Einstein's pseudo-Riemannian metric. And then, remember F mu nu? That's what we were just riffing on before. That's saying we don't know what to do with the electromagnetic stuff. So we're going to do the stupidest thing possible, and we're going to figure out how big it is and square that, and we're going to shove that into this thing to be minimized, which means make this as small as possible. So give me the configuration that gives me the least electromagnetic size. Then, because of 1954, a guy named C.N. Yang and his sidekick Mills, who didn't do nearly as much afterwards, said, you know what, the strong and the weak force are exactly the same structure as electromagnetism, and we didn't know that. So nature, in that first line from the R to the W, takes curvature 4 times, and 3 of those are doubled, like FF, GG, WW, but one of them is singly in there. And that is really sort of the soul of the incompatibility, not what Ed Witten says about you can't quantize gravity. That's not the discrepancy. We've been lied to for a long time, in my opinion. What it is that the curvature that enters as gravitational and the curvature that enters as the internal forces, the nuclear forces and electromagnetism, occurs differently. One is Riemannian, one is Ehresmannian. The line below that, Dirac, in that term psi bar d psi, is telling us the kinetics and the interaction through minimal coupling of the matter with the force that's in the line above.
Right.
And then the last 3 terms are the fudge factor due to Peter Higgs, because we found out in the late 50s, A gal named Madame Wu, the Dragon Lady of Physics, told us that if you put cobalt-60 and let it beta decay in a strong magnetic field, all the particles come out spun one way. And that left-right asymmetry meant that you couldn't put in masses in a standard way for the matter, which is showing up as psi. So instead what we do is we have this thing, which is a field called the Higgs boson.
Psi is the wave function.
Psi is the fermionic wave function of the matter. That's the quarks, that's the electron, and that's all the neutrinos that are penetrating us all the time. That kinetic term, the DHs, tells us how this Higgs field will move. But mostly, you see, imagine that in this room it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? You think that it's the same everywhere, but maybe where Joe is actually like 68.7, and over there it's 70.
There's a different frequency, a different
and so
space.
that H thing is said to have a VEV that varies slightly in the world, vacuum expectation value, because the vacuum isn't boring.
Right.
Now that V of H, that is the potential term that you neglect every time you say that all energy in the world comes from kinetics. That's not true. And that V, and there's a portion hidden in those FFGGWWs, which is pure potential. That last thing, which is not commented upon here, is called the Yukawa coupling. And that last term is how the Higgs field gives the illusion of mass to the matter, which was prohibited from having a naked mass because of the efforts of Madame Wu and Yang and Li, which is the same Yang of Yang and Mills. That thing that we just went through, which may have been boring to people, is the source of everything we know about the world at its deepest level, right? This thing right here, which might be called the partition function, is a Feynman path integral of this. And if you could understand what this is, we don't know of anything that isn't in what you're seeing. It's a whoa. Can I get a whoa?
Can I get?
I live for this.
Now, this is the difference between having, they've been working on this for damn near 60, 70 years, but they don't have any physical models that represent any of these things. And if my physical models describe the electric force and the magnetic force and is able to account for all of the actions that takes place or the effects that we see, then it should be a better replacement instead of having to go through.
You didn't do that.
I did do that. Let me show you.
All right.
Let me show you.
Okay, show.
Now it's time to show.
Okay, here we go. I really want a YouTube video of him creating these things.
I would love that. So,
just you with an acetylene torch.
I want him in glass. I want him in glass, brother.
Yeah, somebody needs to make these.
Yeah, well, I tried to do that before.
Well, we
seems like someone could
we have a
3D
community of
print these.
mathematical artists. I want to hook you up.
I would love that. So this tetrium, as I say, begins the entire dance. It's I would call that would be Planck to me. That would be the proton. That would be the beginning of everything.
You map 4 different things to this. You say, 1, it's dark matter.
I said
because it's interstitial. Wait.
Okay.
You say 1, it's dark matter because it's interstitial. 2, you say it's hydrogen.
It becomes it takes
3, you say, well, look, it's got 4 electric and 4 magnetic because you associate the faces with electric and you associate with the vertices with the magnetic. You say, you go back to Walter Russell, who has this whole thing about exhaling and inhaling, expanding and contraction. It's a lot like Ecclesiastes. There's a time and purpose to everything under heaven. And then you say, because it's balanced as 4 and 4, it must be the weak force because there's no net voodoo on it. Okay? Then when you get to if you can bring up what you call the Huntian.
Hold on, let's stay on this one.
All right.
Okay.
I say that this right here, like nothing in the universe does nothing for a single motive. Everything has multiple purposes and accomplishes multiple things. This becoming the geometry of hydrogen, or the very first visible element, is as a result of all of those forces pushing on it. But the first, I can use another here.
Yeah. It's called explainer juice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank both of you.
So, if we start with this as electricity, then we want to go to the very first phase from it. The first thing that happens to it is it decays. The first line of decay, and that first line of decay is literally just putting on two magnetic fields. If you'll hold that for a second, I've got to get something else out.
I gotta say,
go ahead.
I love these things.
They're pretty
really,
dope.
they're really dope.
Yeah, you need a shelf in your office.
Yeah, for sure. I put this in my house, but Terrence, I just don't see.
We're not done.
All right,
we're not done.
All right.
So when you put,
didn't you see the box it came in with, bro?
What kind of
that?
No
box of stuff.
So when they line up,
yeah,
then they begin to create. And if you lay it down on your thing, you can lay them down.
Yeah.
And you'll see them align. If you can.
I want to design a skate park around these.
Sharp surfaces. Dude's gonna get fucked up.
Anytime you're urinating, a man is urinating, he sees this pattern where it's expanding and contracting, expanding, contracting,
Right.
that braiding behind the boat. This describes that motion from that. But then let's go to the next stage of decay. The next stage of decay would be four sides. Now, what these are responsible for, boom, boom.
How you doing, Eric?
All right, Joe.
Yeah, here we go. And this is
the hard part for me.
That's the fun part.
Okay.
This is the part
Watching
I've
you
been
squirm.
waiting for. This is the part I've been waiting for. Now let's put this.
This is an elaborate hoax.
Yes.
My whole life's
And
an elaborate hoax.
Now I should be putting the patents up so that everybody isn't out there saying, this isn't his shit. But so when you get to this level of decay, they start to come together and they create this natural
How gorgeous
curvature.
is that? Look at that.
But do me a favor, they also create these spaces, and if you lay them out, one on top of.
Well, I'm still riffing on this one.
Well, you're about to see that interact with the other side. Like we came to play today.
Boy, nothing like these conversations make me understand how different people's brains work. There's just different humans out there.
Here we go. So, all right, if I can move some of your stuff.
By the way, I just didn't know what I was getting.
Yeah.
I brought some weird tools in case you were going to make weird points.
So if you're laying these out, you're starting to see this pattern. But what's interesting, these have chirality. These spin in opposite directions from each other, but they ultimately reform together to fully tell that story.
So this is why category theory is so powerful, because you're analogizing brain. I mean, let's be honest. I want everybody to form without saying anything to each other. What is this most similar to?
The DNA.
All right, I was going to say the same. Right? And if it was DNA, what would be the interstitial between these two things?
That would be that ladder. Each line, it would be the ATCG, the hydrogen.
That would be the hydrogen bond.
It would be phosphorus, oxygen, oxygen.
Now, if I was a protein scientist, what would I say this was?
You would say it's a ribosome.
I would say it's an alpha helix.
Oh.
Right? I would say this was secondary structure in protein. So my claim is that one of the reasons that Rosalind Franklin didn't actually get to the double helix is that she was a really good scientist, and Watson and Crick were not good scientists. She said, look, I can see right through you. You just found out that Linus Pauling figured out the alpha helix in protein, and you wannabes who don't know jack shit about biochemistry want an alpha helix. And you want to do nucleic acid as an alpha helix and look based on the X-ray crystallography of the Maltese cross. You're going to try to shove DNA into something so you get to be Linus Pauling all over again. I don't want any part of it. And the problem for her was, helices are ubiquitous at all different levels, right? So in other words, Watson and Crick didn't own the double helix. What happened is that a very common structure that's going to come up over and over again, it's going to come up in viruses, where you have helical viruses, you have it in protein, you have it in nucleic acid. That structure is because there's a platonic form, which you're finding here. You're going to find helices over and over and over again because you can't really have nature stop finding the structure. It doesn't belong to any instantiation of the system. And so everything is going to rhyme. Now, your big problem is that everything rhymes to you because you know a lot of stuff and you know a lot of similarities. Your brain's very good at that. And what your brain is not very good at is pruning the amount of rhymes that it sees.
Well, what I'm saying is this is defining all motion. We just define the motion behind the boat. We just define that other aspect. And remember, I was saying about the Huntian being a massless particle. It only exists as a result of these 4 to 8 tetraons pushing down because of pressure. The moment that these 8 tetraons disappear, that interior space, it's no longer there.
Okay.
The moment that disappears. So
I don't know how to stop you from doing this.
I hate doing that.
Well,
I hate you stopping me from doing what I'm not supposed to be doing.
No, I don't. Terry, I'm so far out over my skis. I promise you what the internet is going to say the next day about me is, Eric Weinstein sees blah, blah, blah.
Read stop reading the damn
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is you're taking all the good stuff that you're doing and you get into 19 and you're saying, hit me. And each time you do that, I want to slap you and say, don't do that. Because even if what you're saying is true, let's imagine that we find some structures like the ones you're talking about in wave fronts, right? I think what you're doing is totally canonical and it's very, very natural. And I think you're building models and you don't know how to do the algebra probably, and you probably don't know how to do the differential equations, all that. Fine, I can point you to books, I can try to help you.
I'm a geometer. I like doing geometry. I would love to work with a mathematician that can define and redefine these spaces and write new axioms if there's real axioms to be made from it or postulates to be made from it. That's what I wanted to do with with Dr. Tyson.
Okay, but part of what you're doing is you're coming into another community. Like what you said about David Tong is so unfair to David Tong.
What did I say?
David Tong. Okay, first of all, do you know who David Tong is?
I know him on the internet. I know, but I've watched a few of his things. I was very impressed with it. That's why I reached out to him.
He's amazing. And I have my difference. He's an acquaintance of mine. I haven't seen him since 2011. Okay. He's an amazing treasure because that guy has a gift for explanation in our community. And in a world where a lot of people in string theory have lost complete touch with reality, right? This guy knows every aspect of physics so well that he can explain it with razor sharp clarity. So he's an absolute, he's a national treasure of the UK.
And I reached out and I said to him, look, dude, you're talking about these 16 fields. I said, I have the models for your 16 fields, which was in
teaching.
Yeah.
That's okay. If you want to say, I don't understand this, you get a positive reaction from us. If you say, I have something and I'm not quite sure what it is, can I get an evaluation because I think I might have something? You should be able to get something from a guy like me.
And that's what I did. I went to Oxford.
I know.
Didn't get that.
But I'm trying to say something.
Okay.
Then you do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not good. You tell us stuff that's not true, that we can tell is not true. And then we say, okay, I can throw out the entirety of what he's saying.
What did I say that wasn't true, though? That's what I'm,
well, 1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start there. In fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe is in awe.
The calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1 because of that square root of 2
Can we pull the portal group back up?
There's a lot of wild shit I don't push back on if I'm not sure
No,
what the fuck that person's saying.
I understand.
That's why. But also because I know that people are going to eventually
But
respond
Joe,
to it.
right now we've got a crisis where nobody knows what to believe. And unfortunately for you,
I'm just saying
you were
there's
in a bad spot because you wanted to have fun. You had a show and it got really big.
That's
No,
why you're
I'm
here,
just
Big Daddy.
Okay, wait.
I'm saying people have.
Can we go to the Terrence product? Maybe below that. I think you were in the right place. Yeah. Okay. Here's how we would do this in mathematics. Assume you were a colleague, right? And I wasn't trying to get rid of you and get you out of my office. I'd say, okay, I'm not kidding. That's
I know you're interested and want to have further conversations. So go.
Okay. Standard thing, what we would do is we'd say, okay, wait a second. I don't really buy your claim that 1 × 1 = 2, but let's try to evaluate what you're saying. Then I'd create something called the Terrence times binary operation star sub t. And I'd say that provisionally, I define A star sub t times B to be equal to A times 1 + B, because your rule says that you should add A to itself B number of times. So that is the formula in standard mathematics for what you are introducing as times. Then I come up with the Terrence root of C equaling D if D Terrence producted with itself equals C. So now I have Terrence binary operation, Terrence root, and the Terrence square operation. And I say now, okay, now that's a totally legitimate object. Until you try to blow away times or multiplication in the normal sense, now what I've got is I've got a new operation, and I want to know its properties. Is it commutative? No. A Terrence times B is not B Terrence times A. Those are 2 different numbers. Then I ask, is it associative? Yes, it's associative. So now I'm trying to make standard math out of the crazy-ass shit that you say when you go to Oxford. And this is how I would start to understand it. I would say, Terrence, do we get anything new out of Terrence times Terrence root Terrence square? And I would therefore not incur the penalty that you're incurring. The penalty that you're incurring is when the rest of us work our effing asses off. And you come in and you say, I've developed, like, imagine if I got on this program and I said, is John Jones out there? He's a huge pussy. He doesn't know how to fight. I have a one-touch technique. And if I lay a pinky on John Jones, you're going to see a quivering little pat of butter. Sean Strickland has no discipline. Guy's a big fatty. It's not going to go well.
No.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at is that's what you're doing to us.
I didn't mean to. That's not what I meant to do. But in me saying 1 × 1 equals 2, like I said, that's a metaphor that there's something very wrong with the math, because math should not be done.
There's nothing wrong with the math.
I'm saying the math that we are doing is still based on linear projections, even though we are in a multi-dimensional space. And if the square root of 2 didn't have that problem.
Listen to me very carefully. Assume you have the most beautiful curvilinear object.
My wife.
Yeah. Can we do a full timing? I don't want to talk about. I don't want my words back. I saw what happened to Will Smith. I want to keep your wife's name out of my mouth.
No. You'll meet my wife. She's
I'm sure she's dope. Okay. If you take the most beautiful ski slope you've ever been on, and you imagine it was perfectly groomed so that there's just all it is smooth. You cannot create nonlinear smoothness without giving rise to something called the tangent bundle. And the tangent bundle is made up of linear objects. The nonlinear includes the linear. And it actually goes with your philosophy, which is that everything is an action and a reaction. The nonlinear creates the linear, but the linear encodes the nonlinearity. So if you actually wanted to practice, if you wanted to get as high as you could on Walter Russell, you would not try to deny the linear. You would say that the nonlinear is part and parcel with the linear, and that creating the nonlinear requires creating the linear. The differential operators at a point on a nonlinear structure form a linear space. And that's how we encode the tangent bundle when something doesn't sit inside of something else, because you hear that the universe is expanding. You say, well, what's it expanding into? Well, what we do is we encode that
expansion without having a structure around it, no ambient space, by saying that the differential operators at a point are linear. So we've got an entire language that you don't know about.
But let's unpack that.
Sure.
For something to be linear, something to be straight,
yeah,
that means that it is no longer having to deal with the equal and opposite forces that nature puts on everything, because the greater the action, the greater the reaction, greater the reaction, greater the resistance, greater the resistance, greater the curvature. Everything in this universe has the resistance, and that's where the curvature comes from. So when they talk about, I don't mind them trying to go in a straight line or but the curvature of the universe is that phi at 1.618. That expansion aspect of it, that's the only consistent thing that you see in everything in the universe.
All right. If you take the concept of why is the cosmological constant almost zero?
I have no idea.
Well, nobody really knows. So you're not alone.
I mean, and them saying that the cosmological constant is zero, which means...
Do you know what Jim Gates is?
No.
Jim Gates. Can you explain what the cosmological constant means?
Can we bring up the Einstein field equations with cosmological constant?
Is that the
dark energy?
That's that dark the quantum field that they, not the quantum field, the, what do they call it? The the vacuum.
All right.
Is that the vacuum?
So yeah, let's pull that one. No. Yeah, I like that one. Okay. So that RMU nu is the Ricci curvature. That is a sub packaging of the full curvature. So you throw away a piece, like filleting it and you throw away the vile curvature.
Plus a bivector.
Well, these are symmetric two tensors. Sometimes people call bivector. I find that terminology confusing, but yeah, you're in the right neighborhood. That lambda is what's called the cosmological constant, and there's a raging controversy as to whether that thing is a number or whether that thing is like the temperature, which might vary subtly. And this was this thing that where Einstein supposedly said his greatest blunder was to put this in. He then found that you need this because Hubble shows that the universe is expanding. And then very recently, in the end of the millennium, they said not only is it expanding, but it's expanding at an accelerating rate. And that's when this whole dark energy thing really took shape. That thing, and where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. Jim Gates, who's probably the finest African-American physicist we have, brilliant guy at the University of Maryland College Park. He's a string theorist, so he and I are naturally like Montagues and Capulets, but he's a lovely guy, very, very brilliant. He says, look, we need supersymmetry because that thing should blow up. And it's almost zero. And the only way that it's almost zero is because the bosons and the fermions, if supersymmetry is true, have to be balanced, right? So imagine that you had two gods pushing on a door, and they're of exactly equal strength. The door doesn't move practically at all, not because they're not powerful, but because they're perfectly balanced, like unnaturally balanced.
And it's what happens when an irresistible force hits an immovable object.
Well, but these are two irresistible forces pushing in different directions and creating the immovable object between them, to carry through the analogy. So that thing has to do with a balancing between two incredibly powerful but opposite structures. And I think that you're negating the idea very often that you can have perfectly balanced things through fine-tuning issues. Now, one of the fine-tuning issues that we don't talk about, we usually talk about them in physics, but the most famous one should be the one in biology, which is before we had DNA. There was a guy named Erwin Chargaff, and he gave Watson and Crick the worst peer review in human history. He said that these are two idiots, that they were pitchmen in search of a helix. They didn't know anything about chemistry, and he totally dismissed them. He is the guy who figured out that the amount of A was equal to the amount of C, and the amount of T was equal to the amount of G. And the only reason that that's true is because of hydrogen bonding that fixed the amount of A to be the amount of C on the other side.
Cytosine.
That's right.
Guanine and thymine.
And so the idea is that that was the fine-tuning solution. Why did you always have equal amounts of these things? Oh, because you didn't see that they'd been paired in a helix. You just saw it once it was broken. But the actual nucleotides had been paired, and so they're always the hydrogen bond enforced that. One was a double bond, one was a triple bond. This is like this. We're trying to figure out why lambda. We would understand better if it were 0, or we would understand better if it was enormous. The fact that it is almost 0 in a world where the vacuum is filled with crazy stuff, to your point, this is one of the greatest reasons for, this is probably the greatest, I agree with Jim, this is the reason for supersymmetry. Without supersymmetry, we don't have an explanation for why that thing doesn't blow up.
So if you saw a geometric structure that defined and worked together completely, would this qualify as a supersymmetrical system?
Well,
and we haven't even got to the magnetic field yet, but you see how these things fit together and what they might do in replacing.
So you have a metaphor, and you have a metaphorical mind. So you have this thing that you call what's the tetrahedron one?
The tetrahedron.
Tetrahedron. You got one called the Huntian.
The Huntian, that's my son.
Okay. And then you have a different one where the Huntian is flanked by two tetrahedron, which you call a transformer because it's
I call it a light unit. I call that a light unit.
It's a photon.
Yeah, it's a step up and step down.
And then here's how your unification scheme goes. You say, look, I don't need gravity because I simulated Saturn without gravity. By the way, electromagnetism looks very similar to gravity, which causes all older electrical engineering.
Electricity is the cause of gravity. Gravity is an effect. It's a draft, like the thermos.
Will you stop teaching, man? You gotta stop teaching because you're saying interesting stuff and then you just always go over. Okay. Look, you want to know what the DMT of this stuff is? I'll hand you the stuff that'll blow your mind. Right now, where this is something called the double copy. The double copy is a relation that was totally unexpected between the amplitudes associated with gravity and the amplitudes associated with the Yang-Mills stuff. And I just met with a guy, Zvi Byrne, at UCLA, who's one of the guys who brought us this double copy. And it's a great mystery. It's like looking directly into the equimolar relations before you have the double helix. So there is a relationship that is much deeper than the superficial relationship between, can we bring up the Newtonian force of gravitation?
And then let's do a bathroom break.
Sure. We could do one right now. We could do it right now. Do a bathroom break right now.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
No.
You don't know who he is?
No, the last 3 weeks, all I've been doing is watching your shit.
Bob Lazar.
I'm like, let me see what.
Oh man.
Bob Lazar was a guy who claimed
TMZ suddenly talking about me. It was like, what's my name doing in Terrence's mouth?
That's hilarious. TMZ asked you a question
Yeah,
about him?
they said, do I have anything going on? And I was like, yeah, me and Eric Weinstein. I said Weinstein. I said Weinstein because Brian Keating said Weinstein. He said Weinstein.
Yeah, Weinstein is Weinstein.
He was
not Weinstein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Weinstein. So I said Eric Weinstein.
Keating said Weinstein. Is that what you're saying?
He said Weinstein. No, he said Weinstein. So I thought I said Weinstein, but I didn't know if that was just a joke or a play on things.
They got super sensitive after Harvey.
Yeah. Shoot, I don't.
So what we were talking about was Bob Lazar, who was a guy who claimed to be back engineering UFOs for the government back in the late 80s. That's what we were just talking about.
I did see something about him.
Yeah. He was on a podcast many years ago. It's a fascinating story that I hope is real. And that's what we were discussing, like whether or not Eric could make sense of it. So that's what we're talking about. We walked in here. What were we talking about right before we went for our bathroom?
He threw up an equation. Not threw up.
The Newtonian, and then what was after that? We're about to
do the analogy between electromagnetism and gravitation,
Right.
Newtonian gravitation,
Okay.
force law. So we have these inverse square laws, and because of the similarity, can we do the electromagnetic force law with two charges separated by a distance of r? Joe, who has smoked weed in this while we're waiting for it? Okay.
Nobody.
Okay, just Elon. He's the only one who. Okay. So if you look at, let's do the electromagnetic, the Fe equals KQQ over R squared. Yeah. Okay. So fix that in your mind and imagine that I turn the Q1 and the Q2 into masses, and the R is the distance between them, and that K becomes a different constant. So now let's do Newtonian gravitational force. Okay. You go above? Yeah, let's do the one with the two big spheres right there. So you see that it's like very, very similar formally, right? There's a constant in front, there are two different objects, and there's a distance. So one of the reasons that I wasn't, I have the same feeling you do about that Saturn hexagon. Like, what the hell is that? That's unexpected. And I've never understood this great red spot on Jupiter being if it's a gas giant, it's so stable for millennia. The whole thing doesn't super make sense to me.
It's going to give birth to a moon.
Okay. So partially what happens when electrical engineers get older, they start to have this idea about electricity and gravitation. And you get this stuff about electric gravitics. Sometimes people call it gravitodynamics. And the formal similarities between these things appeal to people, and they want to see one as the other, right? And of course, the Kaluza-Klein theory tried to connect gravitation and electromagnetism super early on. So part of what happens is that Terence tries to say, look, I keep coming up with these ideas of somehow wave fronts. The wave fronts create these shapes that are related to the Platonic solids, but curved linear versions of them. He associates the tetrahedron with the weak force. He associates the octahedron with the strong force. He associates an octahedron flanked by two tetrahedron, all curved linear on opposite faces with the photon, i.e. electromagnetism. He replaces gravitation. Then he says, weirdly, that he has a grand unified theory because he doesn't have gravity, so he doesn't need to put gravity in because of the similarity. And then he's got these shapes. And the disconnect is between the shapes and invoking forces, right? In other words, there's a moment in the story in which it's just this massive leap.
From the shapes, creating force?
Well, it was the issue in which I tried to show you the Lagrangian inside of a partition function for encoding everything. And in order to unseat, let me just give an advertisement for the establishment.
The Lagrangian, most of the time when people hear Lagrangian, I'm just saying this for the Lagrangian points are those points in space where the magnetic fields meet up into where there's almost a balance.
Same cat, different issue.
Okay.
Like when ZZ Top is singing about Lagrange.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. When most people hear Lagrangian, that's what they're thinking is Lagrangian, but I'm sure you're thinking about something else.
No, I'm thinking about an objective function. I'm thinking about something to be minimized. In effect, normal human beings think about physics in equations, like Einstein's equation or the Schrodinger equation or all this kind of stuff. Physicists don't think in that way. And if you permit me an analogy, imagine you have four forces, and the four forces are analogized to the four different configurations of the Beatles. When Ringo is singing Octopus's Garden, he's in front and everybody else is supporting, right? So when it's, Well, My Guitar Gently Weeps, George is out front. Penny Lane is going to be Paul, and Strawberry Fields is going to be John. Those four different configurations of the Beatles are all the Beatles, but they're different configurations, right?
Yes.
And the equations are like the different configurations of one person in front and everybody else supporting that person. But the Beatles is like the Lagrangian, right?
Okay.
So the Lagrangian is a machine for creating those four configurations. Now, in the case of physics, right, you have these different equations for the different fields. The gravitational field equation has gravity and the metric out front. The Yang-Mills equation has the photon, the gluons, the WZ particles out front. The Dirac equation has the matter out front. And the Klein-Gordon equation with potential has the Higgs field out front. And those are the basic fields of reality, so far as we understand it.
But the Higgs field is responsible for like 1% of the force applied upon them, right? So that I understand the Higgs field.
The Higgs field has to do with the fact, like, none of us are zipping off at the speed of light, yet we're all made of matter that has an asymmetry due to the weak force. If the weak force was not around, we would not need the Higgs force and the Higgs field to generate an as-if mass. But because of the asymmetry built into the weak force, which is the only thing that has this left-right asymmetry, we can't have normal mass. There's a place to put a normal mass in the equation that's forbidden if the universe is left-right asymmetric. This has to do with this thing called the tau theta puzzle from the 1950s. We were freaked out. Can we get a picture of Cindy Crawford?
That's a good transition.
No, it's important. So, by the way, I'm dating myself because, okay.
How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
58.
Okay, you got me by 3 years.
Well, you said you were a young man. I was flattered to hear. Okay.
So we're good.
Now let's notice how beautiful this woman is and the fact that she's asymmetric, right? And the asymmetry has to do with a mole that she didn't remove from her face. So we can tell when you have an image of her, like if she wasn't holding a can of Pepsi and she wasn't next to a Pepsi machine, you wouldn't be able to tell, but for the mole, whether you were looking at her or a reversed image of her down the center line. So Marilyn Monroe, Sidney Crawford have this left-right asymmetry to them. That thing is like the weak force. It's the only thing that can detect this difference between left and right. And the weak force is the thing that prohibits a normal mass that forces us into a Higgs mass through something called a Yukawa coupling. So that's the whole reason that it's in that thing, is it's a crazy Hail Mary to save all of physics. Because normally, if the world were left-right asymmetric due to beta decay, the thing that causes a neutron to decay into a proton and emit an electron and an anti-electron neutrino in the process, that process is the thing that denies us mass. And we would be at the speed of light, and we would all zip off in opposite directions, but for the Higgs field.
And that process is the radiative process. That's the process I call magnetism that that tears apart, that rarefies that which was concentrically drawn together through electricity. That weak force is an equal force to electricity.
Terrence, let me ask you a question.
That's what I feel.
I'm taller than Joe.
Right.
Imagine I challenge Joe to a fight. What do you think happens next? I get my ass kicked.
Well, Joe knows some shit that you
Joe
don't know.
knows some serious shit. I have an advantage on him in terms of weight. I have an advantage on him in terms of height. He's in great condition. The guy knows how to fight, and he's got a spinning back kick to die for. Okay? What happens is I get my ass kicked. You do not know when you're going to get your ass kicked. And it's a big problem that you're going to keep courting, because I watch you. You keep finding the space where we could come together, and you insist on teaching into it. And it's like, I'm trying to be nice as pie because I'm inspired by what you're trying to do. But you have no idea, like, when you're fucking with a guy with an Italian last name and a shiny suit with a funny collar that you don't recognize. You got to stop.
Yeah, and I see the metaphor in it. And
can I ask you, before we go on further, you feel that the theory of gravity is incorrect, and there's something else that accounts for all of the effects that we call gravity?
Yes, I feel.
And what do you think that is?
I feel that's electricity. I feel that gravity is the draft left behind from the electric force. As the electricity moves through, there's a draft that's generated because it creates whirlpools. Each of those whirlpools is the gravity or the cosmic foam, or I forget, there's another term that they were using for this foam, but it's a flowing in it the same way that thermals are affected by by magnetism or radiation, creates these thermals that you're able to fly on. The opposite of those thermals, I believe that gravity is the opposite of those thermals in the electric force. It's the pulling down the same way the thermals push up.
What do you think about that?
I didn't even want to touch it. Well, because I'm going to get into the same thing. I'm trying to say to you.
No, I'm just saying, and I could be wrong, because based upon what I am putting together is taking commonsensical geometries and taking definitions of words and putting them together in a manner by which the layman sees it. Because the whole point is for everyone to understand science.
But you're teaching repeatedly. And that is going to be your downfall.
No, I'm listening. Right now, I'm a student. Right now, I swear to you, right now, I am a student. Right now.
I don't know how you generate all that stuff. Like I've tried to understand your mind. I try to do this. By the way, this isn't peculiar to you. So far as I know, I'm the only person who's tried to understand Peter White's theory of the universe, Garrett Lacey's theory of the universe, Stephen Wolfram's theory of the universe, your theory of the universe. My colleagues don't do this.
See, I thought I was special.
No.
You just made me feel not special anymore.
Brother, you are certainly special. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that physics and science is broken down. I will steel man you. I will try to put your best foot forward. I'm not out to get you. Where we are right now is that the Brian Greens of the universe will not look at anything that isn't string theory. They're really like that. So whether it's Ed Witten or Sean Carroll or Neil deGrasse Tyson, this generosity of spirit of collegiality, it's dead. Yeah. Okay? And what you get is gotcha artists, right? And that's all they do. They're just trying. There's also something called gripe and swipe, where they try to find any flaw in what you do so that they can throw you aside, and then they can take every right thing that you did and put it under their own name.
That's why I patented. That's why I patented everything before doing it, because I thought that might be the case. Because I went to somebody at MIT and I showed him the wave conjugations. I can't remember his name.
Because it's a small community. We all know each other.
I will remember his name by the time I'm done. But he said, "Oh, I've seen these before," and I was like, "No, you wouldn't. No, you haven't, because if you had seen them, I wouldn't have the patent."
So this is part of the problem. Is that what you need? And this is a very important digression. You need help from the community.
Yes,
but the community also sees you as a 17-year-old blonde girl from Minnesota getting off the bus in the Sunset Strip, having no idea where she is.
Even though I've got the 97 patents and all
matter,
that stuff, it doesn't
first of all,
matter.
you cannot patent science. They took away our ability to earn a living from doing science, right? You can do technology and patent it, but you cannot patent fundamental mathematics and physics.
Well, see, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that they ultimately take the patents from me, because they become basic general.
Let me tell you something. It is more important that you get a small number of us to say he did something than you fool some patent examiner who has no idea what the hell's going on and can't actually earn a living the way he dreamed of being an engineer. And so, at some level, the most important thing that you've done is weirdly based on an error, so far as I can tell. So, can you bring us a linchpin?
Bing, 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 bing.
Okay. And Jamie, could I trouble you for bringing up that same page over and over again? I'm sorry about that.
Just bring one.
No.
Okay.
Can't we?
But we're dead air here.
Okay.
Okay. Howard's linchpin. Howard's extraordinary claims for the linchpin appear to mirror Green's extraordinary claims for the string.
So let's look at Terrence Howard filling up the dead air here, talking about the linchpin.
Okay.
The linchpin is the lowest common denominator of all matter, either seen or unseen. The linchpin is the internal dimensions of a torus. The linchpin is the universal wave conjugator for all things matter. It is the true currency of the universal flow because it is the common factor of all things. It is the smallest. It is the measurable constitution of a quantum or quanta, the smallest reflection, ultimately in collective potential of all things, which equals the multiverse. Blah blah blah. Let's now just watch our friend Brian Greene do the same thing. It's a great expression on Brian's face.
String theory comes along and suggests that inside these particles there is something else. So if I take a little quark and I magnify it, conventional idea says there's nothing inside, but string theory says I'll find a little tiny filament, a little filament of energy, a little string-like filament. And just like the string on a violin, I pluck it and it vibrates, creates a little musical note that I can hear. The little strings in string theory, when they vibrate, they don't produce musical notes, they produce the particles themselves. So a quark is nothing but a string vibrating in one pattern. An electron is nothing but a string vibrating in a different pattern. A neutrino, nothing but a string vibrating in a different pattern still. So if I take all of this back together, I have my ordinary orange, and if these ideas are right, they are speculative, but if they are right, deep inside the orange or any other piece of matter is nothing but a dancing, vibrating cosmic symphony of strings.
Okay. Now, if you take what he just said, this is entirely respectable. This is a Columbia professor lecturing me for 40 fucking years about what they're going to do one day when they grow up. That everything is just a string. And just the way a violin can vibrate in different modes. All of the particles come from this excitation of the string. It's exactly how you sound with the linchpin. Now, string theory is not a terrible idea initially. It becomes a terrible idea when the string theorists suggest that nothing else has happened for 40 years. And they've sought to kill off every single person who has pointed out that there are other ideas and that they don't listen to their colleagues. And so, in part, you're going to incur an emotional penalty from me with the linchpin, which is a terrible thing because the linchpin is actually incredibly cool. So the same basic pattern, which is one thing explains it all, has a terrible kind of cadence.
I'm about to get you. I'm about to get you.
But my point is, this thing that you created is based on an error. And it's a beautiful error. And I think people are just not going to grasp it.
What's the error?
The error is that the arc cosine of minus 1/3 is not equal to 3/5 pi.
Garlic makes my feet stink.
Okay.
That was perfect.
Okay.
Terrence with the timing today.
I'm sorry. It may be the whiskey.
It is the whiskey.
But no, I'm not mad about it at all.
All right.
No, it's hilarious.
So what's going on is that inside of a tetrahedron, if I understand you correctly, I've got these vectors that point out towards the vertices. And between any two vertices, any of the four vertices, there's one of the 6 edges.
Right.
What's the angle between those two vertices as measured from the center of mass inside of a tetrahedron?
Still be at 120 degrees.
No, it's the arc cosine of minus 1/3.
That's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Now, you say this is an undiscovered geometry. Now, why is that an undiscovered geometry?
Well, because they gave me the patents.
No. You got to stop that with the patents.
I did the patents because I have watched so many people come and take somebody's work. So it was a protection.
Okay, we've covered the patents.
Okay. My claim is that what you discovered is a little bit like even temperament. Now, even temperament is a lie.
Right.
Do you know about even temperament?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They're going up to 440 instead of 432.
Well, no.
You keep retucking it back together. It's an attempt to modulate or keep everything, start right back at the beginning and avoid the Pythagorean comma, avoid the necessary expansion.
Now we're talking the Pythagorean comma. The difference. All right, Jamie. Can we get the 12th root of 2 raised to the 19th power?
Good luck with that, Jamie.
Come on, Jamie.
No way.
Well,
Show it on a calculator.
all right, I'm going to do this Terrence Howard style. There's a flaw in all of mathematics and all of music. So take out your calculators. They won't allow me to project it right out. So if we take the scientific calculator, turn it on its side, take the number 2. Okay. 2. Now, we have an x root y. Can we find root right below that? Yeah.
Chart again. 2.
Okay. 2 x root y, and then do 12. Just type in 12.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to show it. I'm not going to show it.
Okay. And now raise that to the 19th power.
That's this one, right?
Yeah. Oh shit. It's almost
The
3.
speed of light.
It's almost 3. It's 2.9966. That is, if we take the national anthem, can you sing? I think you can. Give me Oh Say.
Whoa, say.
Okay, now take from Say and get me to Land of the Free.
To the land of the free.
Okay. That is supposed to be the ratio of 3. But if we did it on a harmonica, and the harmonica was properly tuned, sorry. That's not going to be 3. It's going to be 2.9966. Because the reason we divided that octave into 12 parts is that we couldn't figure out how to get 3 to be perfect, because what you said, Pythagorean comma, which most people don't have any idea of. By the way, you have to get Jacob Collier on the show.
We call it the Procrustean fifth, because when I put these together,
Yeah.
you'll see that there's points where they will not connect because everything is expanding by phi. And that expansion.
You've got a Pythagorean comma in the middle of your linchpin.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
With 109.147 yes.
rather than 108.
Yes.
You bastard.
Yes.
Yeah, so I caught you.
Okay, well, you didn't catch me. I just used a little thing that they don't know about.
No, I know about, and the reason.
But
wait.
I'm going.
Terrence, come back here, Terrence.
I'm about to bring you something. We're talking about this.
Terrence.
I'm coming.
Terrence,
I'm coming. I promise you. I'm coming right over to you. I just want to have these so when it's time to.
Terrence, I don't think you understand the dead air principle at the JRE.
Dead air principle. I'm here. As long as I'm here, everything is well and alive.
Terrence, okay. So the reason that you came up with an undiscovered geometry is that you figured out something that is analogous to even temperament, which is if you shove a pentagon, which should have 3 radians distributed around 5 angles, in degree terms, that's 108. But the angle between the vertices of a tetrahedron is 109.47 and change.
0.47.
And so effectively, the same game that we played when people like Bach started playing with even temperament is, where do you pay for even temperament?
Well, you end up paying for it in the expansion of the song. It does not follow a natural
That's
expansion.
true. There's no circle of fifths. There's what?
There's
spiral of
there's
fifths.
A phi.
Yeah.
There's a phi.
And you know what the worst note is? The worst note?
C and between, it's C and B and E and F hitting at the same time.
No. You're saying something different. I mean that in the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, right? Do to me is an abomination, right? Can we do I Can Turn?
Yes.
Left a good job in the city. Let's go.
Left a good job in the city.
Okay.
Working for a man every night and day. But I never lost a minute of sleep. Thinking about the way things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, Proud Mary, keep on burning.
Keep on burning now.
Rolling,
oh Lord,
rolling,
oh Lord,
rolling down the river.
Rolling on the river. Okay, it's basically Mary Had a Little Lamb, right?
but it's much cooler. Now, left a good job in the Cite. Cite is going to be the third, and that third is wildly sharp to the Pythagorean third. That's the penalty we pay for dividing the perfect octave, right? Can you give me somewhere in Over the Rainbow?
Somewhere over the rainbow, birds fly.
Way up high. Let me see, what would it be?
I feel like I'm in a boxcar.
I feel like I'm on the launching pad where the UFO lands on Close Encounters.
Do, 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 do,
All right,
do.
somewhere is a doubling of frequency, right? The doubling is perfect. The fifth is a lie, but it's a good lie. The third is an abomination. It's not until you get to 53 notes, which the Turks use, that you get a better fifth and a better third. You get a better fifth at 29 notes per scale.
Yes.
And you get a worse third. So there's no reason to do
It's
that.
the 12th, the 29th, 53rd.
Yeah. Now, my claim is that you pulled off the same thing by finding a cheat inside of the linchpin, which is why it's genius. And I don't even think you know how genius this thing is my guess.
I'm about to show you noble gas,
Oh,
and
stop
I'm
it.
going to show
I'm
you
gonna
matter.
fuck the whole thing up.
So,
Listen to me. The number of edges in a tetrahedron is what?
And the tetrahedron is 6.
And that's why you have 6 pentagons. But these 6 pentagons are not, either they're not perfect or they're not joined perfectly. You put 6 motors in these things with propellers, and you have 6 degrees of freedom.
There you go.
You have an object. So we talk about pitch, roll, and yaw. But those are basically, if I understand correctly, the basis vectors for the Lie algebra of SO3 or spin 3 or SU2.
What's Lie algebra?
Well, so the idea is I have a rotation group of symmetries of this object about its central vertex. Okay?
Right.
And that's one of the things. You can put one of these things up, and with 3 degrees of freedom, I can spin it, right, like a full-on UFO, and just have it moving in crazy ways that nothing else can move. Because a quadcopter has only 4 degrees of freedom because it's got the 4 motors.
This is unlimited.
Okay. Well, but it's going to distract us. Let's get to that in 1 second because
Okay.
it's super cool.
Okay.
By the way, that's a CGI.
Yes,
but I've
that's a
actually
CGI.
seen
I'll show you the
guy
real
actually flying this around. So I don't want to
Yeah,
do
we've
this.
got like 19 of them. That's actually.
So what's going on with this is that you have 3 degrees of freedom, which is the rotations that I need here. But you've got 3 extra degrees of freedom to move in different places. Now there's something called the affine group, which is the semi-direct product of SO3 with the R3 group of translations.
And the SO3 has 8. It introduces the chromatic aspect of.
Don't go chromatic. Just
don't go chromatic.
You've got
Okay.
something brilliant.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm just trying to understand.
The best thing that I've seen out of Terrence Howard, I will tell people, this is why you never throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I don't know that you invented it. I think you did.
I did invent it.
I promise you, I think
No,
you
I
did.
didn't invent it. It was given to me. An angel gave that to me, and I'm sorry that everybody.
Terrence, I'm sorry to say this. There's a way in which we all feel pressure to give away the genius stuff that we do to some other higher power. This is why if you ask like Khabib Nurmagomedov, like, how do you do such great things? He'll say, mashallah, or astaghfirullah, right?
Inshallah.
Alhamdulillah, right?
Inshallah.
Because Islam is very good about, you always give away the compliment because you can't hold it because it'll cause you an ego distortion. This thing here has 6 degrees of freedom based on the relative speeds of the motors that you put into it. Plus, there's an affine group called SO3 semi-direct product R3, which has 6 Lie algebra elements. That means that this thing can potentially span the Lie algebra. And if you have a trackball over here as a controller, and you put like 3 theremins so that you could control in 3-dimensional space, you could potentially have a drone that can rotate itself in 3 dimensions and get anywhere based on these 6 objects. Now, I could be wrong about that.
No, you're right. We've actually done that. So,
Okay. So my claim is if the only thing you'd done, forget the art, forget the science, forget the this, forget the that, if the only thing you did was to introduce an error, which is 109.47 is not exactly 108.
But 108 is that key of A, which is.
God damn it, you won't stop.
I'm not stopping. I'm working with you.
I know.
Keep going.
All
right, you talk.
That is a really cool grade A idea until I hear that somebody else did it, or that when you machine this, because this is the thing.
Now, this is when you put four of them together.
Now, the thing is, it's very cool if you take what Intel does with drones, where they sort of synchronize these swarms. This thing comes together and it forms a stable structure. Now, if you look at it, the tolerances that you've built into this thing, because these pentagons do not exactly come together.
109.47
is not 108. That thing within engineering is like even temperament. Even temperament is a lie. It's a fraud. But oh my God, all the most beautiful music in the world is built on even temperament.
But look at what it generates.
That's what I'm talking about.
You put four of these come together and make this. 4 of these come together and they make this larger structure that is the same exact thing. So that's not a lie.
It is a lie.
This
You're
right
trying to
here
build the whole universe off of the lynchpin.
I'm defining something new.
You are. To the best of my knowledge. By the way, I looked at this years ago. Wait.
Hold on. No. Before you go there, this is the other side of it.
Yeah.
This is what's very interesting. Like these, they'll come together and meet. You can see where they meet up.
Yeah.
Their natural meeting up.
Yeah.
Now this one looks exactly like this one, but they don't have the same mixture. So what this is creating, this is actually showing. This is the equal and opposite. This is matter. This becomes the antimatter.
I can't stop you doing that.
You can't stop me. I'm so sorry. I'm my own worst enemy and my own best friend.
You know what? That was a beautiful statement.
But what I'm trying to say is the fact that they keep, and these 4 will keep. This is just the magnetic, what I consider the magnetic field.
You see, you stopped yourself.
I consider this to be the magnetic field because they're expanding at the center, and magnetism, in my language, magnetism expands out and becomes greater.
And you know when you just said in my language?
In my language.
That's what I just did with the Terrence product. In other words,
said in your language.
I'm trying to get you to stop pissing my community off.
I don't want to piss them off. I want friends. I need friends.
Terrence, that's why we're here. Right?
But this right here, when you have it, and these will keep bonding with greater ones and keep making the same structure.
The point is, it's good enough within engineering tolerances to be a dodecahedron.
This dodecahedrons are. I'm not going to teach.
Now, if you, Jamie, can we bring up T4 bacteriophage capsid? Because I think, do you know about what a capsamere is?
No.
All right.
I know what a pap smear is.
It's the second time you did that. I enjoyed both of them. Okay.
I think you got a bad doctor.
Okay. Now, let's do the one below the cartoon. So you see where it says collared sheath? Let's do, yeah.
Oh, those are those quick things that run along. They move so very quickly along.
No, you're talking about something else. You're talking about a transport thing. This is a virus.
This is a virus. It looks like the transport thing.
This is phage lambda. And what this thing is, that thing is an icosahedral capsid. So all of the nucleic acid is upstairs in that compartment, but it's not a perfect icosahedron because it has the elongation of some triangles and the truncation of others. Now this thing is an example of imperfection in nature, right? So nature wanted to do something very rigid to protect the nucleic acid by coming up with an icosahedron, but she didn't do a perfect one. Can we find any other that, like you see above that one, that's way too perfect. It's not true. That's a good one. So in some sense, what you find often enough is that nature actually chooses imperfect perfection.
Nested.
Yeah.
They're just nesting instead of...
Now, what the way this works, can we look up capsomere? Again, I'm way out of my element. CAPO, CAPSO, caps. Omir. Yeah. And then images. So the idea is that you have these little units, which are very much like your drone units, your linchpins, that come together to form capsids. So when can you hold up one that in case is a dodecahedron?
Oh,
like right here.
Yeah.
So that is like a capsid made from capsomeres. So I want you to spend some time on the protein data bank. Maybe let's go to the protein PDB capsomere. And you'll get an understanding of all the ways in which nature has been doing this engineering that we've been learning from. Maybe actually just go to the site PDB. Yeah, let's try that. Herpes. Basically what these are little nature's version of linchpins that come together to form platonic solids, which are the triangular platonic solids are valued because the triangle is a stable structure. If you think about a square can become a parallelogram very easily. So they're not very, engineers will use triangles over squares. What you need to do, in my opinion, is to figure out the Eternal One's understanding of these structures and how he or she creates these things with the stability that actually use the imperfections just the way you were using the imperfections. And by the way, I did look at this years ago and totally discarded it because 108 wasn't equal to 109.47. Right. It's close. And the fact that you're willing to deal with something doped with imperfection is what actually is the genius akin to even temperament.
Well, it's like, how do you walk? You don't walk by a perfect gait.
Yeah.
You walk by moving past the point of equilibrium and catching yourself.
Well
it's
said.
It's the catching.
I don't know how to think like that. I think perfectly, not imperfectly, and it's to my detriment in many situations.
Well, you've got an incredible mind.
As do you, sir. Can we go back to the main page? Because another thing that I see you taking a lot of guff for is the periodic table. Now, I don't like your periodic table, but you are also the only person I know who's pushing into the public consciousness the understanding. Okay, so first of all, do you know Stanley Jordan?
Not by name.
All
You
right.
smoke weed?
Stanley Jordan is one of the, I don't even want to call him a guitarist. He's an alien intelligence from another universe. But if you go up and you click that, people have been saying that Terrence Howard is making up this thing about the periodic table and the sound of the elements. And I want you to hear what he calls sonification.
The ionization energies of the elements as represented here in a periodic table, and we are going to produce tones representing those energies. The way that this app works is each one of these elements in the table is actually a push button, and I can play tones with these push buttons. The settings in this control panel here will determine how those energies will be converted into tones that we can hear. First of all, we're just going to look at a few of the controls for now. See, we have transpose frequency. The frequencies corresponding to these ionization energies are extremely high, so we have to transpose them down to arrange them.
As you said.
So here we're going to transpose it down, in this case, 42 octaves, negative 42. So let's start with hydrogen. If I transpose it 43 octaves down, I get that tone. Or I can go 44 octaves down. I can also transpose it chromatically. As you can see here, I can go up and up again and up again. But normally I set that at 0 and just leave it there, and I only change the octave. Let's go back to 42, and I'm going to show you some of the other controls that we have here. The duration is in seconds. So here we go, 1 second long. Or we could go longer, let's say 2 seconds. And the damping factor controls how quickly the tone decays. 3 is kind of like a nice...
So what he's doing is he's preparing you for the fact that he's going to play the periodic table. And by the way, I just want to say this thing. Stanley Jordan is a friggin' mega genius.
I see that now.
And what you're talking about, I was talking with him about several years ago, and what he was going to do is to mine the periodic table for the music of the elements, and also go beyond that for molecules.
See, I tried to do the same thing, and I called.
People treat you like you're nuts.
I called UCLA asking for the prime resonant frequency of the elements, and they wouldn't give them to me. Nobody would give them to me.
Well, because in part, wait, listen to this.
Boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Now, what happens is, as you start listening to these, you start to notice patterns. Let me go and go through this second row again, but I won't say them. I'll just go ahead and play through them. Kind of a beautiful melody, isn't it? Now, these pitches that we're hearing are determined straight from a calculation based on the actual energy of the element. So we are getting tones that you couldn't necessarily play on a piano. A lot of them would fall in between the keys. So they don't fit our conventional
They're sense sharp or sense flat
system. But if you want it to fit, we can enable this. It says quantized pitch. So all these pitches are slid to the nearest note.
So when you say key of E,
chromatic scale just means all of the notes that we could play on a piano.
And I'm talking about 432 when I'm talking about the key of E on it.
Well, you make an error again. So you say this thing about hydrogen 40.5.
Well, no, I wasn't saying.
Wait a second.
But I wasn't saying that hydrogen is 40.5. I was saying that the key of E is 40.5 hertz and doubles to 162. Those things.
Yeah, but you said it in a very authoritative way. And the 40.5 is not 40.5 hertz. It's 40.5 megahertz associated not with hydrogen but with mercury.
But you have to keep once you keep doubling that.
But wait a second,
get
Terrence,
to the.
You activated a bunch of chemists who said, I don't know this frequency.
Because they're looking at 440. They're looking at their
440 is an irrelevance. 440 is concert A in a time when we've decided that that is concert A. If you were to use the Hindustani system, let's say, instead of do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
It was ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la.
No, they do sa, re, ga, ma, pa, sa, re, ga, pa, pa, da, pa, ga, sa, re, ga, ga, re, sa, re. They use a different.
I did the Cephalgians. I did the Cephalgian
I know.
skill. That's what I
But I'm saying this is that for North India, right? It's an irrelevancy because everybody is allowed to tune their sa to a different tone. They don't have to tune their sa around A440 because there's only 3 instruments. There's a tabla which doesn't have that tone as an important part. There's a tanpura which is tuned to the soloist, and the soloist determines what their sa should be. So can we do sa re ga? So in that system, the absolute value doesn't matter because you can tune it to whatever you want to tune it. You're not trying to come up with an orchestra. It's only the orchestral aspect of Western music and the need for even temperament that forces us all to listen to the concert master as to what A440 is, right? Okay.
Joseph Goebbels pushed that around the world.
Okay, not do Joseph Goebbels. Just keep drinking whiskey. What you have is a situation in which nobody understood what you said about the periodic table, except for a tiny number of people. Now, if we go to that page, Jamie, that we put up, back below that, the sound of hydrogen from WSU. So this is an academic page dedicated to the idea that you're trying to figure out how to play these things, and this is the sonification. Now, you attribute more meaning to this, I think, but you need to know about a guy named Luca Turin, who's a buddy of mine in the UK at Buckingham University, which is trying to do some wild radical stuff. They are working on the idea that smell is not based on shape, but is based on frequency of the valence electrons. And that particles that vibrate the same way smell the same, even if the shapes are different. And if their shapes are very similar, but their vibrations are very different, they don't smell the same. So there's an entire book called The Emperor of Scent about the academic, like all the people who try to push you down. They're trying to push Luca Turin down as if he doesn't know what's going on. He's written the Bible of perfume. I don't know if you like scent.
I do.
He understands the vibratory quality of scent. And so trying to sort of synesthese these things by saying that everything that has frequency and vibration can be understood in each other's terms is a small freak community of very smart people trying to do what it is you're doing. The only problem is you gave us, people ask me for an analogy. What do you think of Terrence Howard? That's all I got for like a week. Can we pull up the
Terrence Howard, Joe Rogan experience?
Yeah. No. We're having that right now. The Janet, it'll come up as Janet left step periodic table. What you did to the periodic table was, by the way, what a gift. That I hate the periodic table. Can't stand it. The problem is, I had to analogize when people ask me what I thought of it. Let's click on that thing. That periodic table is one of the alternate periodic tables that's much more in favor with people who are mathematically minded like you are, rather than the Walter Russell periodic table. Because what this does is it uses the quantum mechanics to stop with those exceptions. Isn't it weird that there's like a footnote in the middle of the standard periodic table in which you just say, well, these things are exceptions to the rule? This is an attempt to use the electron orbitals in terms of the spherical harmonics, where you're looking at complex valued functions on the two-dimensional sphere. And this sort of Aufbau principle, imagine that there was only a Coulomb potential centered at the origin in a hydrogen situation. You would go along and say hydrogen first, helium, then lithium, then beryllium, then boron, carbon, nitrogen, etc. And this is the way in which you would build up the outer shells of the electrons, in which you have this principal quantum number, which is basically the energy level, but then the L quantum number is what we would call a highest weight for a highest weight representation of SU2 or spin 3, which is the double cover of SO3. Mm-hmm. That first one is one-dimensional, but it's spin up and spin down, so you get 2 elements. The next one is going to be 3-dimensional, but you're going to get 6 elements. And then you're going to get 5-dimensional because it's SO3 that determines the representation theory. This thing is what I wish you had given us, rather than the Walter Russell thing, which is sort of a historical artifact. Now, no offense, but the big problem is that if you are trying to talk about like hydrogen, and then you imagine carbon is an octave above, I think is what you said, doubling the frequency. What is that thing below hydrogen? And you say, no, it's too dense to be perceived. Like, bullshit.
But there is ultra low frequencies, even though we cannot hear it.
Yes, but
there's ultra low frequencies, and that's what I'm saying.
That's where your analogy broke down.
No, because hydrogen sits in the same exact position as carbon does when you're looking at it.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't come off at the same coloration. It doesn't have the same tone.
Terrence, you're talking about a periodic table from like 1926, something like that. And Walter Russell had some decent intuitions that he instantiated terribly. Now look at all the shit that you're doing. And look at the fact that he's locked in 1926. Dirac is not going to come up with the Dirac equation to supersede the Schrodinger equation for another 2 years. Quantum electrodynamics isn't going to be born. The neutron isn't going to be discovered until the early 30s. And you're taking the wrong fight. You're saying when David Tong, here's what I really didn't appreciate about what you did. David Tong said, this is all a lie. And you took the wrong meaning from that. What David Tong was saying was different. David Tong was saying, we teach hard little ball theory, right? There's an up quark and 2 down quarks in every neutron, and 2 up quarks and 1 down quark. And they're all little hard little balls stuck together by rubber bands. And then we've got 1 electron going crazy around it. He's like, that's not what's true. And what did he say? It wasn't a lie in the sense
he said that's the best knowledge that we have.
He said, I don't know how to say the word field to a 7-year-old. They're fields. They're not hard little balls.
But that was my problem with David Tong, because here I showed him.
You don't have a problem with that.
No. The problem that I had was with his response to me. Was here I was showing him these are the wave fields that your particles sit
Every time
within.
you teach, you incur a penalty.
But see, that's the problem. How do you not teach when you have something new?
I'll tell you how to do it. Okay? First thing is, you try to figure out who's ethical and who isn't. I'm not kidding around with this.
You got to be Jesus Christ to figure that out. Because most people, they have a good faith.
Terrence, let me ask you a question. Have I been fair to you this time?
You've been amazingly fair.
Okay.
You've been very kind.
Been uniformly? No, I haven't been uniformly kind.
You have. You've been honest.
Well, you're talking to me about my heart. My heart is open to you.
No,
right?
You've actually talked about the things that I've talked about.
That's right.
You've given me criticism on things where I've made mistakes. You've told me where
this is
I've
not available
offended
as a service in academics.
I know.
In academics, basically, it's a closed little world, and if you don't come with protection, we stab you in the eye. This idea that Neil said about why doesn't he just submit to peer review? It's the biggest bunch of shit I've ever heard.
We've got 2 papers, the geometry of the proton. Did you get to see that?
Can we pull up the Neil stuff on that I prepared on that page? Because I cannot believe how disingenuous this is. He calls you the worst insult in academics, which is there was a study called Dunning-Kruger effect. Is both an effect that is studied and the ultimate insult. It's basically your mama, right? Mm-hmm. Let's just click on that and see what happens.
I spent a lot of time on it, and I thought, out of respect for him, what I should do is give him my most informed critical analysis that I can. In my field, we call that a peer review. You come up with an idea, you present it either at a conference or you first write it up, and you send it to your colleagues. It is their duty to alert you of things about your ideas that are either misguided or wrong, or there's the calculation that doesn't work out, or the logic doesn't comport. That's their job. Not all ideas will turn out to be correct. Most won't be. But to get to that point, you need to know things like, what has everyone else said about this same subject? Am I repeating someone else's work? Is this a new insight that no one else has had, but has foundations that are authentic or legitimate or objectively true? Am I making a false assumption? Am I making an assumption that someone else has already shown to be false? All of this goes on the frontier of science. Let me make it clear that I'm delighted when I see people with active minds try to tackle the great unknowns in the universe. It's a beautiful thing that people want to participate on this frontier. What can happen is, if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. And so there's this sort of valley in there, a valley of false confidence. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the phenomenon where a little bit of knowledge, you over-assess how much of that subject you actually know. And then when you learn even more, you realize, no, I didn't know as much as I thought I did. So then there's a sort of a lull there. And then when you learn even more, you come back up. Ultimately, learning enough to know whether you were right or wrong. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study, especially looking through journals where new ideas are published and contested. That's what we have learned is the most effective means of establishing that which is objectively true, or determining that which is objectively false. Both of those work hand in hand to move the needle on our understanding of the universe. I'm going to read you just my opening line here. It's titled 1 × 1 = 2.
Okay.
So I lead off.
So that was now if we go below that, what do we have? Is that let's try that.
Hi, Sir Arthur Eddington, an astrophysicist, provided the first experimental evidence for Einstein's general theory of relativity, which, by the way, was published in a peer-reviewed journal. Crazy idea. The platform to be accepted for the ideas is not social media. It is not Joe Rogan. It is not my podcast. It is research journals where attention can be given on a level that at the end of the day offers no higher respect for your energy and intellect than by declaring that what's in it is either right or wrong or worthy of publication or not. I wanted to post this to my website so you can see my comments mixed in with his treatise, but you got a sense of it. Thanks for listening.
Okay. I want to be very careful about my words. Is there anything below that we've put together? This is let's go above. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just so you don't feel bad about yourself, talking about me and my theories based on a question in an Ask Me Anything. Will you be able to talk to Eric Weinstein about the new theory of geometric unity? This is from 2013. We are all wondering about that. Cosmos is not your normal talking head documentary. In fact, it's the feature of the original that enabled the series to live for an entire generation beyond the shelf life of hundreds of other science documentaries that came afterwards. So the answer is no. Let me explain where you are. Neil is not unaware that you are never going to get your hearing in a peer-reviewed journal. Your ideas are going to come through. You're a self-taught, autodidact polymath. You haven't been cleaned up. You haven't been taught how to speak properly. You don't know the fact that when you say loop, we know fixed point. I know how to do all of this stuff, right? You're not getting a peer review from me. I know a lot more than you do about a lot of this stuff. You're getting an elite review. And my elite review says that a lot of this is bathwater, but a small amount of this is baby. And that's not available anywhere. It's not available in a university. It's not available in a journal. That's available on the Joe Rogan Experience. And Neil's right. If what you want is peer review, you should go to a journal and they will laugh you out. They will take one look at your email address. And if it doesn't end in .edu, I promise you're not going to get hurt.
Do me a favor, Jamie. Can you pull up?
Let him finish.
Hold on, because
let him finish because this is a sustained.
Let's go below where we just were, Jamie. I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson actually knows the history of peer review. This is Google Ngrams, and it tracks how often a phrase is found in the corpus of English language books published in the world. Peer review basically begins in the mid-1960s. Now, there were various forms of review. Editors, in particular, were very distinguished individuals who were chosen to not peer review things, to simply take a look at things and see who should be published and who should be not. Can we bring that back up? More or less, from what I can piece together, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who started Pergamon Press, destroyed
Jeffrey Epstein's Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, correct. He figured out how to destroy science and make a fortune by blowing out the number of journals and forcing every university to subscribe to every journal that he could figure out how to publish, because to not subscribe to all of the journals required an admission that you had an incomplete library. So that he diluted the quality of the editorship of the leading journals. This was a very informal, high-quality enterprise. Now, most of the destruction of science, in terms of how high quality it used to be, has taken place relatively recently, post-Robert Maxwell. Because now we have an enormous number of journals staffed by people who can't spot publication cartels where we agree to cite each other's work and we agree to publish stuff, pay for play. All of the nonsense that you see with irreproducible research comes after this peer review thing. The peer review thing got woven in so that people think that the scientific method and peer review are effectively the same thing, where one is an unwanted infection from the biomedical universe, which had peer review much longer than everything else. Neil is giving you a very cursory back of the hand brush off. Okay?
I felt it.
All right.
I
I'm here
it.
because I love this man, and this is a higher quality environment. We have to sort out what happened with Tony Fauci and the origin of COVID. I was very distressed when Joe was sort of credulously accepting everything that you were saying at a level where he did say, look, I can't evaluate this. He was letting you have your piece. Joe has established an extraordinary thing where he can call on a Roger Penrose. He can call on all sorts of amazing people.
He called on you.
Well, he has lapses in judgment, but he has his good quality. My point being that this is actually what science was supposed to be. We were supposed to listen to each other, not go after each other with an ice pick to the eye. We were supposed to try to figure out the best version. Remember at the beginning of this when I was trying to say, look, I want to do the best version of your idea and build it up.
So what you're saying, though, can I just summarize this? What you're saying is that Neil deGrasse's understanding of peer review is flawed.
Sure.
And that it is not really available to someone like Terrence.
It really isn't. He knows that. You see, peer review is not one thing. One thing peer review is the ability to get rid of the axe murderer who's just wandered into your office with a manuscript in red crayon.
Well, while you guys are talking this, I've got to run to the bathroom.
Go ahead. Because just this alone,
it's an important point.
Yeah. Okay.
So what Joe and I were just talking about.
Yeah, we're back from the bathroom break.
Is what is peer review actually, and why is it controversial? So imagine that you have 4 types of people, right? You've got 2 establishment figures, one of whom is screwing up the field, who's in a very powerful position and should be removed from the impediment, being the impediment to progress that they are. Another person is an establishment figure who's killing it. They're the establishment because they're supposed to be the establishment. The establishment has recognized how valuable that person is. Now you got 2 other figures. You got an axe murderer who desperately feels that they've got the secret of the universe and anybody who doesn't understand them is a horrible person. Or you have a heterodox person who actually knows what they're talking about and can overturn the established order, which is where you get a revolution. Peer review just sees establishment versus non-establishment. It will lock in a terrible idea for 40 years. And it will stop somebody coming from outside. It will reapportion credit. So suddenly you do a lot of work and somebody, this is this thing I said about gripe and swipe. We notice one flaw in your work and we take the entire corpus that you've produced away from you and we publish it under our own name. I can tell you a dozen terrible stories of peer review where people have confessed to using peer review as a weapon against their colleagues, particularly younger colleagues. And to simply say peer review, it works, bitches. Holy cow. How can this be? I thought I was upset with some things that you had said and done. No. They're dwarfed. They're dwarfed by this. This is so disingenuous. Basically, this is saying, please submit your stuff from a gmail.com address. We'll take one look and say, it doesn't look like .edu to me. And we'll throw whatever you do in the trash heap and we'll say, well, you got the benefit of my peer review. Now you look at what Neil said about your stuff. And by the way, he's right about 1 × 1 = 1. You're wrong about that. That was your opener. You picked a terrible move. On the other hand, you heard what I said about the linchpin. It was a combination of bath water and baby. I do not have any economic or authoritative interest in taking anything that you've done and putting it under my own name. I am simply here to help you. And when we talked about the angle and all this stuff, I can tell you that that's a great idea. It may have been had by somebody else because I don't know, but I assume it comes from you. It may not work in practice. I think it's pretty promising. And I think if you don't do anything else and you create one drone that just does that really cool thing, it'll all have been worth it.
No, we've got
No. I know.
tons of
It's
those.
not-
It's now.
You already created this. You're obviously doing cool stuff. What I'm trying to say is we in science have lost the ability to talk to people who do flawed stuff from outside. All we want to do is get rid of you. And it's because we have this fake openness. We have a fake scientific method. Peer review has nothing to do with the scientific method. We got along fine without it. Peer review isn't even peer review. It's something called peer injunction, where your peers can stop you without shorting you. I'm happy to bet against you in all sorts of things that you're doing. And if you win and I lose, I'm on an unbounded negative experience. But if I block you and I won't short you, that's saying that I think you're dangerous, because it's too dangerous to go short. And the idea that we're handing old people and established people and very politically savvy people the ability to block you without shorting you is unforgivable. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to offer, I'm not pretending to be your peer. I know a lot more than you do. I'm giving you an elite review, and you're welcome. And the elite review doesn't find you as baseless as the peer review that supposedly got handed to you does. So that's, in part what I'm trying to get at is, in my field that I care about, for 40 years we've heard this unbelievable trope that only the string theory people are doing real work and everybody else isn't. And it's total hogwash. And there's no way we can get out from under these people. In the case of Anthony Fauci and Jay Bhattacharya, I was just with Jay Bhattacharya in Italy. You have this guy who has a PhD in economics, and he's a doctor, and he's a professor, and he becomes a fringe epidemiologist overnight because some bureaucrat who is probably in control of the bioweapons portfolio, because we signed these two treaties during the 1970s, the Geneva Convention and the Bioweapons Convention. He and Francis Collins suddenly convert a respected colleague into a fringe epidemiologist. It's like, no, we're going to have a mutiny. And the mutiny is going to be based here, because this is a place that you'd invite Tony Fauci and Jay Bhattacharya.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. We could do any of that.
I'd bring garlic.
Yeah.
We could have Michio Kaku in
some
here.
Crosses on the wall.
Let's have Michio Kaku and Brian Greene. Let's have a discussion about string theory. Let's fundamentally discuss neoclassical economics. Shall we discuss whether or not random mutation is the true engine of neo-Darwinism? Is that reasonable? Or do some of these crazy people who say, I don't know what it is, but random mutation isn't powerful enough to build proteins because stability is too difficult? The sad fact, Joe, is that you built something that has some credibility. And even though you think of it as, I just like having conversations with people and a lot of them are fighters and I'm just a meatball, we don't have any other place. We can't go to the National Academy of Science. It's too politicized. We can't go to Harvard. You saw what just happened with Claudine Gay, who's still a professor. We've lost everything. And podcasts, as dippy and shitty and as variable in quality as they are, Jerry very much included, this is all that's left. And my claim is that I'll challenge Neil. I actually think that this is a better place to do review because I'm on the hook. And by the way, some of the shit that I've said is probably wrong.
The thing that pisses everybody off is the fact that I have the models behind what I'm talking about. When I talk about when we describe the electric field or the plasmic field, I've got models that define every aspect of that motion, and I'm waiting for it to be reviewed.
I will short you.
I would love that. I would love that.
I'll take some of your money.
I would love that. I would love that.
But I'll also try to help make them better.
But it's having the proof. And then, mind you, like Jamie, if you pull up the
But Terrence, you know what he's saying about like not being an expert in teaching and then coming from the outside, and that it's insulting. It's insulting. It's insulting. It's a bad way to approach a concept, because the people that have been studying these concepts for so long instantaneously are told that they don't know, but you know, and that's offensive to people that are actual experts in a thing. I think the same ideas could be portrayed in a way that does not do that.
I have to learn that nomenclature.
It's just you're so much smarter than most of the people you're talking to. That's what the problem is.
And this is one of the failures of Joe's bullshit detector. In other words, you believe what you're saying, and you're obviously very, very smart, and you obviously have a huge amount of things that you've been introduced to. Like, how many other people bring up Hermann Grossman and geometric algebra and Clifford algebra? I think I'm probably the only other one in the history of this program to do that, right?
When I saw you mention Clifford algebra, I was like, okay, there's a commonality.
Right. Now, Sean Carroll for sure knows what a Clifford algebra. I'm not sure whether Neil deGrasse Tyson does. Brian Greene certainly does. But in general, this stuff doesn't get introduced in places like this. And then, and you'll watch this in yourself. I'll try to put a circuit in your mind so you'll know exactly the point where you start pissing my community off. Can we bring up the cruel tutelage of Pai Mei?
What's that?
I love chick flicks, and I think the ultimate chick flick, Joe.
It sounds like my ex-wife.
I'm seeing you there watching Legally Blonde. No. I'm seeing you right now with your socks on.
Let's go. Let's go earlier than this.
Is that from Kill Bill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't show this. That's why we can't.
Yeah.
You gotta be more specific. I can't show this stuff on YouTube.
Well, the bride goes up to the top of these stairs.
Okay.
And Pai Mei asks her, "What do you know?" And she says something like, "I am acquainted with such and such so-and-so, and I am more than proficient in the fine art of Japanese whatever." And Pai Mei completely kicks her ass because she doesn't understand where she is. And my claim is that you need your ass kicked. And you need to apprentice to some of us who know more than you. And believe me, let me just tell you this. I've had my ass kicked, and I will get my ass kicked more, because you need some kind of humility. You're coming across wrong. By the way, never pick a fight with Jamie Foxx. Holy shit, is that guy good at everything?
I learned that the hard way.
Jamie, if you're out there, I totally love you, and what you did in Ray is just unbelievable. But that
He
guy
does it in every movie.
He's so damn good.
Yeah, he's an insanely talented
He's an insanely talented person.
He's one of the most intelligent people I've met. I was sitting on the set of Ali with him, and I'm playing chess with him, and I'm playing a serious game of chess. He's having a conversation with two other people while he's playing chess with me. As if it's nothing.
Yeah.
And I play chess well. So I've never been more impressed with somebody who can compartmentalize, and he's an organizational genius.
He's whatever he is. But you know what? I had my guy. My guy was named Noam Elkies. I don't know if
Noam Elkies.
You never heard of Noam Elkies. Noam Elkies. I entered Harvard at 19 with a master's degree. Noam was 18. He didn't have a master's degree, so we were sort of in a weird way neck and neck. And everything that I thought I was good at, Noam was better. Noam, I played a little piano. Noam could compose anything. I mean, this guy's just like super genius beyond genius, right? And he wasn't a bad guy at all, but he was so powerful in his mind that like he composed, I think, an 11 by 11 crossword with no black squares. I don't know, stuff that just can't be done. And I thought, well, geez, there's just no point in competing with Noam Elkies. And one Christmas party, the professor named Raoul Bott heard me trying to play boogie woogie piano. And Noam sat down and like Raoul said, well, why don't you play us some boogie woogie? And Noam started playing what he thought was boogie woogie, but it was like Rachmaninoff. And Raoul would say, no. And Noam would go into Chopin, and then he'd go into Liszt. He was playing ever more brilliant things, and finally his brain just blew because he couldn't think through boogie woogie. But Noam then became the youngest professor in the history of Harvard University. And I realized that I had accidentally entered in a year which a Noam Elkies was president. And by having my ass kicked repeatedly by this guy, I had to ask myself the question, well, what am I doing on this planet? What do I have to contribute? And all the things that I see Jamie Foxx doing, he's not trying to do anything like this, right? There's a creative spark and a spirit in you that I really see and appreciate. And it comes from an older era, and we don't have people like you in the academy anywhere. We used to have lots of these polymaths who would connect fields. And right now what we've got is a specialization epidemic. And as far as I can tell, what you need is some discipline. And you need discipline from coming into contact with people who know a lot more than you, who can educate you as to what we already understand, how to communicate those things.
And not just shut them down.
It's
that's
what
the thing.
happened.
And the epidemic we have is assassins. We have an assassin epidemic because the midwits in the system, all they do is see things in terms of like Dunning-Kruger, Dunning-Kruger, Dunning-Kruger. The funny part about it is that that's the midwits endpoint, is that they see heterodox thinkers and they can't figure out how to place them. And so they just say, if I can find one error, I can reject everything. And you keep triggering that. And that's
with
why
the
you are
one times one, but that's why I keep saying the 1 times 1 is more of a metaphor.
It's not a metaphor to us. It is life and death. You try to sneak 1 times 1 through airport security.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's just a Glock 19.
I understand that, but it was really to gain the attention.
They never do it.
To gain the attention.
Listen, you didn't know, and now you know.
Well, okay, there's one more that's going to keep us from ever getting you through this thing. Can we pull up my page again?
And we're going to wrap it up with this one.
Yeah, I want to do this. It'd be a little bit.
But we didn't even do the linchpin.
Terrence, we're so far down the road.
This is 4.5 hours?
Okay. I want you to take a look at the chemical engineering PhD, because if we don't do that, I can't actually help you.
Oh, that right there.
Talk to me.
Let me explain that.
Yeah.
Here I took over to what was the name of the university? South Carolina University.
Yeah.
I was working with Apollo diamonds. We were growing diamonds. And I developed a way in which to grow diamonds larger than the 2-carat diamonds. I went over to South Carolina University and I talked to them about introducing the diamond process, into their university. They were going to give me an honorary degree.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking they're giving me an honorary degree in chemical engineering because of what I'm doing. And it's just an honorary degree in humanities that they gave me. And so I went on the show and I was like, yeah, well, I got an honorary degree from them. But that ended up coming across as if I got an honorary degree in chemical engineering, which I don't have an honorary degree in chemical engineering.
Assume you did. An honorary degree
is worthless.
It's like, would you take, if your child needed brain surgery, would you go to Dr. Dre?
No.
Okay. Here, I want you to hold this. As a guy who was 19 with a master's degree, Harvard University and I got into a fight. And it took me 7 years to get that away from them. And they would have been happy to bury me without it. Okay? That is blood, sweat, and tears. And the work that I actually started doing ended up in somebody else's name because Harvard University in part credited with them with it.
That's the PM person?
When you screw around with a PhD, like this Claudine Gay, this woman needs to be fired. Okay? Harvard University needs to go back to the business of kicking ass and taking names and being the place that is the shining city on the hill. Enough with the anti-Semitism, enough with the woke, enough with the DEI. Don't ever let me catch you talking about Jim Crow mathematics. You're getting absolutely treated seriously for the serious stuff that you've done. You're getting treated properly for the wrong stuff. That thing about the PhD, it's basically fraud. What I'm saying to you is, I don't give a shit. Merit is merit. If I can catch you in a fraud, if I can catch you in a lie, I can catch you in an error, I don't care. My question is, what did you do? What was the cool stuff you did do? I'm not an assassin. I don't care if you in part exaggerated your achievements. I know what it feels like to be shat on. I know that you have no ability to fight what's being said to you from on high. Okay? What I'm saying is the only thing that matters is what you contribute in the end. And imagine that there was fraud, imagine that there were lies, imagine that there were errors. And imagine that the linchpin turns out to be the next level drone that defines everything, because accidentally there are 6 degrees of freedom and there's 6 dimensions in the semi-direct product of SO3 with R3, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's that cool. Gregor Mendel probably faked his Peapod experiments. And there's a guy named David E. Kaplan at Johns Hopkins University who said to me something, it's so beautiful I can't reproduce it. He said, physics is based on everything. It's the backstabbing, it's the frauds, it's the geniuses, it's the craftsmen and the workmen who get the job done, the experimentalists who toil on papers with 1,000 people. And this community of all of these people have come together to produce something which is something close to the source code of the universe. And if you're interested in that pursuit and you want to get rid of some of the baby fat and some of the bullshit, I'm happy to help. There's a lot of work to do it. It happens that I had done a lot of the work over my life, so I didn't have to put an infinite amount of energy into this. But what happened is that you created a mass delusion. And it was a mass delusion in part because we're not aware of what mass delusions actually are. They start with a nub of truth. They start with creative sparks of genius. So we're on the lookout for people who are just frauds, who have nothing that they actually can contribute. And what we don't realize is that you have these things about kayfabe, which are these melanges of reality and fakery, right? And they're interwoven. What you've produced is something that is part bullshit and part real contribution. And we don't have a system to pull it apart, and we don't have any experience for how to sense when that's what's going on.
But they consider the bullshit to be the 1 times 1 equaling 2, and the 97 patents, the supersymmetry.
It's not the 97 patents, it's not the supersymmetry. It's simply the residue, the reduction of when we get rid of all the stuff that wasn't supposed to be here. Because you're a self-taught polymath. You're obviously incredibly intelligent. You're obviously not taught by the system. And you can't do that work all on your own.
No.
So you got to come in and you got to find somebody who's not looking to kill you.
And that's been the entire dance. What I've tried to do is introduce a new set of tools to the scientific and mathematical community so that they can advance past the Platonic solids. It's the Platonic solids I still see in a 2 or 3 dimensional position. And since we are living in hyperspace and hyperbolic reality, then we need to have tools that define that hyperbolic space so we don't have to go through Lorentz transformations and all of these unnecessary steps in order to get to defining curved space.
I think that the real story, Terrence, is going to be whether you can stop teaching long enough to accept some help.
I'm here to accept the help.
And I'm here to learn from you, because I'll tell you something, the linchpin is a good example of something which I didn't know. And to the extent that I did know it, I threw it away. And I think it's a great idea. And I think that the art, and I think that some of the higher dimensional stuff, and I think that a lot of this stuff has a kind of beauty that if John Horton Conway were still alive and hadn't been killed by COVID, I'd know where to send you. There's a guy, there are sphere packing people, there are combinatorists, there are all sorts of people who play with stuff in this realm. But the one thing that you've got to stop doing is that when you get on a program that has millions of people, you can't create one more mass delusion. I've got a Fauci mass delusion. I've got a string theory mass delusion. I've got a Biden is fine mass delusion. I've got a Trump is not a problem mass delusion. All I have, morning, noon, and night, is mass delusion on mass delusion. But people don't understand that the reason that these mass delusions get started is that there's a nub of truth in them. QAnon can't be total bullshit because it's got some core in it that's right and some craziness. If you think about Dianetics and Scientology, the first thing that they teach you about is the reactive mind. That's not a terrible theory. And then before you know it, it's Xenu and volcanoes, right? So what's going on is that people are not aware of how kayfabe works, right? Wrestling is one of the most dangerous, demanding sports of a certain kind. Now, it happens to be theatrical and pre-programmed. But if you've ever dealt with anybody, like the wrestling community suffers a death rate unlike any other sport in the world. What you have to understand is that kayfabe, and I highly recommend you look at my essay from 2011, is about what happens when fantasy and reality intermingle. And that's what you did on the last time that you were here. And I can talk to you about the fantasy, I can talk to you about the fraud and the lies, but I'm also going to talk to you about the contributions, the genius, and the insight. And what I want the world to learn is you're getting sucked into mass delusions that you're not properly imagining. There's almost always a core of truth and reality that the mainstream won't acknowledge. And then there's almost always a bullshit payload that gets leavened in because in some sense the mainstream is our official cult. And then all of the rest of us produce these other cults. And in my situation, I've gone 40 years and I haven't had a really deep conversation about GU, geometric unity, with my own community. Where you are is that you're in a world in which the number of people who are both competent and honest and ethical enough to have the conversation with you is dwindling to fewer than 10. It's been a pleasure and an honor to appear with you. Thanks for being a decent guy. I know that not all of this has been welcome.
This has all been welcome. Any truth. And like I said, I take you up on examining and exploring these into the areas, because like I said, these are tools. I just want to offer a new set of tools to that community so that they can now advance past the points where we are.
Try not offering, because the first thing you need to do is not necessarily be a student. It's not a higher versus lower, but just recognize that you're bringing gifts and you're bringing problems, and it's very expensive to help you. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. And one of the great things about this program is that if there is anybody out there, they can hear it. Now, I'll be honest with you. I've been on this program maybe 6 times before. I am often astounded that I can reach all of planet Earth and there isn't a single soul who can hear me. And I think that one of the things you're going to have to reckon with is you're saying certain things and you may get hundreds and hundreds or thousands of responses, and there won't be a single meaningful response among them. And I don't know what to do about that, but
stay off Twitter.
I did my best to give you whatever response I could.
All I really want is if you saw some benefit in the things that I've displayed and shared with you.
I want them in my house.
Then let's have a conversation. Okay. I've got a set for you.
We got
as
it.
a gift.
We're all connected now. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys.
It was very interesting, very informative. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie, very much.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
down 30%. He goes, this. This is down, this is down. He goes, you know what's going on? We're depending too much on faxes and too much on emails. There's no more belly-to-belly sales. And that's what this company was made on. And he started giving out plane tickets, and people were cracked. You got to go back out there. Yeah. If you text me for work, if $1,000 bill don't come up over that text, I don't get back to you.
Right.
I think it's unprofessional. You want to suck my dick? You want to text me?
Yeah.
You text me. If you want to suck my dick, text me.
So that'll work.
I might bump into it. If I open up a text, there's a picture of your pussy and your lips like this, I will text you back. You understand me? But if I see, hey, are you available October 4th on a text?
Right.
10 out of 10 times I erase it. I don't even accept the job because I don't want to do business with you. Okay? You want to suck
There's
my
a big thing, man, about like this, about coffee and shit, about the K-Man deal, is that like, you know, with people, we get wholesale accounts that people call us. They're like, we want it. And so we'll put like one of our guys and go, hey, do that. And then they won't check up sometimes. And I'm like, it's like weird, like people that are of the digital age that are kids, you got to reteach them and go, no, dude, go shake that man's hand, have a coffee with him, sit down with him. And I want you in there twice a month. You need to check on these guys, make sure everything's
fucking amazing.
It's a trick, just polite manners. You know, that goes so long.
I am embarrassed. Sometimes I walk into places with a pocket full of fucking 20s, ready to drop a dime. And the treatment I get is unparalleled. The salesmanship that, listen, I don't want you selling me tape, but I'll tell you what I want you to do. I want you to come up to me and say, hi, my name is Tate Fletcher. If you need any help at all, come get me and leave me the fuck alone, because now I'm going to hunt you. That's like that girl with the hot pussy. She don't chase you. You chase her.
Yeah.
Same fucking mentality. I remember going up to the Fat Man store in Thousand Oaks, the Triple XXL, 3 fucking years ago when I was 418. I had $1,000 cash. Nobody would talk to me.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what, Terry, let's get the fuck out. She's like, we came all the way up here. I go, these people have forgotten. I'm old school. I know what it is to sell. I know what it is to sit down.
I've done all those jobs. Yeah.
So, listen, I get an email from you. It's interesting. I email you back. I know how to follow up. I sold cars. This is cars. You ready? Hi, Tate, Joe Diaz, blah, blah, blah. My philosophy was different on cars. I push one time. Listen, I could get you this today. No, I'm not ready. My wife, no problem. Come inside. Let me give you a brochure card. Let me get your number real quick. Da, 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 da. Boom, over. The card had your address. So the first thing when you went out that door is I handwrite a letter. This is 1987, before I went to prison, guys. This is street.
You're Colorado Springs?
I'm in Boulder. This is street. This is what I learned from street. This is street. Okay, this isn't, I didn't take a course. I was 23 fucking years old. I didn't take a course. I sold blow. I knew how to do blow. I know how to I know how to put a package together. Yeah. I don't know how to change a flat. And I don't know how to do this podcast, Lee. I love you like a brother. I don't know what I'm doing. But I tell you what I do know. I know how to leave the house at 8 and come back at 6 with $1,000. I borrowed it, but the point is, I came home with $1,000. What did you come home with? Nothing. And you know what? Tomorrow I'll go out and make 800 because I'll rob that chick across the street at the fucking thing. I've done it 1,000 fucking times. I don't know how to do a lot of things, but I know how to rock and roll. And you know how taught me how to rock and roll? I did by watching my mom. I bought a book on sales. Way before I got into sales, telephone sales in 1980s, and I read this thing front and back. And when I used to sell cars, so you leave, you get a letter the next fucking day. And 24 hours after you come in, you get a call. Listen, Tate Fletcher, Joey Diaz, I don't want to bother you. All I want to say is maybe you have a question for me that I didn't answer while you were
right.
No, but thank you for calling. And when they come back, you know what they say to me? We don't even like the Subaru. We came back because you sent us a letter and you called us. We went to 6 different places. Nobody fucking called us or sent us a letter. And I'm very always thinking, I want to do what the other guy ain't doing.
Well, and the thing is what I found when I came to LA is that it's so fucking easy to be better than the next guy because they're worried about different things. And I'm like, I want to be the best guy so I can make this guy's business the best. And like when you come with that attitude, fuck, and you show up on time, that's a wrap. You're the guy. You know, you got to be consistent and be polite, smile, look at people, shake hands. You're ahead of everybody in the world. Everybody. Because it's a trip. New Mexico's like that too. Live with a bunch of entitled motherfuckers. And like, if you're the one guy that's not entitled, you're going to rise to the top, man. Like, that's for sure.
I'm going to tell you guys a story that I haven't told anybody. I think I told my wife the other day. Let me tell you how fucked up. And I don't feel bad about it. I feel like this is LA.
Right.
This is LA. So I sign up at Higgins last August 6th.
Okay.
And I go to Higgins the whole month of August and I get knee surgery. And I take the month of September off. And they have a manager there. And he keeps calling me. When are you coming back? You know, we're worried about you. We're thinking, okay. And I go back there and we start doing exercises. I go back there and instead of me rolling and stuff, he'd make me drill and he'd make me do all this hip work to strengthen my leg. Guy was a solid guy. I like the fucking guy, you know. I keep going back. At this time, Hegan was getting busy with his other school, and he wasn't teaching a lot.
Yeah, he was down at 8711 down in Englewood for a little while, I think, at a stunt school.
Right, a stunt school.
Yeah.
So he wasn't, and I was going, and Dave was teaching. This guy, Dave, was teaching, and I'm just going to tell you about LA people. So we're going back and forth, blah, 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 and I'm really liking this guy. I like the class. In fact, you called me when you come to class tomorrow. They're real cool down there in Beverly Hills. I just go on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
But I'm going there, and it's December, and one day I go, and this guy's not working at the thing no more. They go, I don't know what happened. So I'm working out with the guys. About 3 days later, my phone rings, and it's this guy, and he goes, how you doing? Blah, 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 blah. I go, good. And he goes, listen, man, I know I don't know you too well, but I'm in a really bad bind. And this is what I usually get to work with people for jiu-jitsu. If you give me this number, I'll give you this amount. And you know me, I counter rough it because I'm a Cuban Jew. And I go, I'll give you this amount. This is what I want. And he did it, you know. And I completed the 10 sessions. Fucking great. We got along great. He taught me a lot of jiu-jitsu stuff. We do conditioning, and then we do jiu-jitsu to finish it. And then he'd stretch me out really well. I mean, fucking tremendously. You know, I got to say, somebody came to me and wanted to refer him. And this went on. And I would call him and go, hey, man, how you doing? I go, listen, we need cash. He go, yeah. Let's do the same deal as last time. So there was one thing left, one training session left. And I went like 3 of them, 3 different times I went with him. And you know what? The guy was consistent. He did a great job. He was always on time. I think one time he was fucking late. But he gets a job. He says, you have to come here now.
Right.
He goes, you can't meet me over there no more. You have to come here.
Because did he get kicked out of that spot or something?
No. We were working on it.
Okay.
He had like a basement downstairs.
Right.
Moved. But then he got a job at this popular gym in town. And he went over there, and he called me over there. And one day he goes, hey, you have to sign this. And they wanted like fucking 3-something to work out in there a month. And I'm like, listen, dog, I can't do that.
Like, I'm not the one.
I got a 2-year-old at the house.
Yeah.
This is Hollywood people here, you know. He's like, well, come on down. This guy hangs out here. And I go, listen, I don't want to see these people. This isn't my life.
Yeah.
This is not what I'm into. I'm into a dark corner with guys sweating on me. I'm
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
I'm a man, dog. I'm cool. And he goes, all right. And you know what? He came to the store the other night.
Really?
And I said, what's going on? He goes, I have NHL people. I'm getting $200, you know? And I'm like, that's funny because he did a movie thing for me. It's like when you do a movie, when we're shooting a movie and I call you, you answer the phone.
Yeah.
The minute I'm off that movie and I call you, now I got to leave a message.
Yeah.
And it was so weird how he went from A to Z. Like, I said, when are you going to come down again? And he goes, oh, no, I'm too busy with these guys now. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm getting like $300 an hour.
Wait till you get that next phone call.
Can you fucking believe that? And I wasn't surprised. Lee, wake up, you fuck.
I'm up.
Jesus Christ. Drink some coffee. You look at a heroin guy over there. He's like,
just giggling.
He ain't giggling. Not at that point. He was nodding to the fucking side like I used to when I had to sleep at.
I'm worried about you driving home.
Oh, he's fine. He does it all the
Are
time.
we gonna go up to In-N-Out and just neck a few burgers just to get some energy?
That's what he wanted.
I'll be here for a while.
He's lost 100 pounds.
Really?
Almost, yeah.
Yeah,
God
96. He's in jiu-jitsu now. We did kettlebell class.
Awesome. Fucking right on, dude.
I'm trying. It's hard.
It's funny that
You're
this
not trying,
fucking
you're
guy
doing it.
here would call me when we were on the road and we go, hey, man, come downstairs. Let me train you. And I'll always give you some excuse. And now the first thing I do before I leave my fucking house is go to that hotel webpage to see what type of gym they have and if they have a pool so I can bring my goggles.
Cool, huh?
I remember I wouldn't even go to those gyms. I would walk past them and run away. Like, pew! I wouldn't even consider going to a gym in a hotel when I was on the road. Fuck you. Who goes on the road?
You know
to
what's
work
crazy
out?
is when you flip it and you're like, you get a little consistent. You're like, I don't feel good unless my blood is moving through my whole body. I don't feel good unless I'm in this fucking conversation and movement.
I work out Monday
Awesome,
hard,
man.
Tuesday hard, and Wednesday hard, and Thursday I fly.
Right.
So I take the
Right.
day off. I don't think I'm going to make jiu-jitsu tomorrow.
How bad does that fuck you up too? It's like if you're not working out and moving and you fly as much as we do,
Oh, my God.
you're a stiff bitch.
Yeah, you're stiff.
You're fucked.
So Friday I try to lift
It's not
weights,
good for
and
you.
Saturday I lift weights at the hotel. When I fly back Sunday, then it's business as usual. If I'm home on a Sunday, I'll go roll at 10 o'clock over there at VMAC.
Right
I
on.
really like it, though. It took me, I remember he used to take me to Alberto Crane's place in Santa Fe.
Yeah.
Well, with me, you,
Back
Ivan
in Long
Salivary,
yeah, back in the day, yeah.
me, you, Ivan, Maurice Smith, and Bob Sapp went over there one day. Remember you were in the van with me one day when I called him Godzilla or King Kong?
Dude, and that's exactly when
In
we
the
were
morning.
talking about like what he is in Japan. He is like King Kong incarnate. He is that to Japanese. It's like there is a big black fucking like that is, and that's who Bob Sapp is. Fucking huge. Like he is like a behemoth of a dude. They look at him and they're like, they think the city is getting attacked. And they love him. He was like, I got bobblehead dolls, keychains.
He got everything.
He's like, they got dildos. I'm like, they got Bob Sapp dildos. He's like, dude, everything. Watches, Swatch watches with his name in it. They marketed the fuck out of him.
They did
It's
it.
crazy.
It was crazy.
He maybe is the most marketed fighter there was. And then he had these cats. They were like feral or like they were like onyxes or something. They're like right outside of the jungle. Like they were bigger and they're piss and shred everything. I was like, why do you have that in your house? That's a wild animal. He's like, oh, I love these things. They're great. All right.
Hey,
I know ocelots. That's what they were, I think. Ocelots.
It was great to have you on.
Man, it's good to be here, dude.
Pleasure to see you. You're doing well. Every fucking movie I see you jumping through the air and getting shot. You know, it's fucking tremendous.
There's a big one coming out, The Accountant. You're going to love it. It's Ben Affleck. And right when he got done doing Batman, Superman, he went on to that. And that'll be coming out shortly. And then a movie called Bloodfather with Mel Gibson. I got a little role in that too. It'll be out in a little bit.
How was Mel Gibson with you?
He was fucking cool.
Cool as shit.
Dude, you know, everybody says all that shit, and I always go,
No.
God help me if somebody takes a snapshot of me at the worst part of my life and passes that off as the total of my life. Because that to watch him work, that is a genius. Like, when I'm watching him, dude, I'm like, I would love to spend a week with this guy just talking to
He's
him.
badass. He's badass. He knows his shit. The director from the cinematographer from our movie, Longest Yard, and him were best friends. Dean.
Okay, I remember Dean.
You worked with Dean and him were best friends all the way that he was the first AD on Road Warrior.
Yeah.
So he has all those stories about them crashing the car.
Was that
They
before
got-
Gallipoli, do you think?
I look it up. It was Mad Max, Road Warrior.
Mad
82.
Max was
82 was when they did
late
Mad
70s,
Max.
early 80s, I know, yeah.
Mad Max was 80. Road Warrior was 82 because I just graduated high school. They know each other. And here's the funny thing, that way before all that stuff came out.
Was it Dean Semler?
Dean Semler.
Yeah.
Dean Semler. Dean Semler. Let's give him a round of applause. And he goes, I won an Academy. No, 82 film.
What'd you say? How you doing, dog? Get world peace? World peace? Right, world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. Oh, hell yeah. So I have more data online than any person in global history. It's 3 years of 24/7, 365 content from over 8 different angles. So what does that mean? I'm going to be able to monetize that. Content is king. Bill Gates coined that phrase in the 1990s, and I'm making it true. Additionally, the Economist magazine stated that data is now its number one resource. It's more valuable than food, than water, than gold, than air. So once this goes viral, the people actually see how much data I have. They are going to be fulfilled with their like unlimited amounts of content. And I'm going to be very rich, and I'm going to make you rich. I'm going to make everybody in here rich. I'm going to make everyone who has helped me along the way rich. I have all of it archived. It's all on video, so everybody's taken care of. Well, I'm going to be able to monetize this data, and I'm going to just straight up give you money and allow you. Pardon me? Human data. It's the most valuable kind of data that we have. So this is essentially a study of humanity, of a human for 3 years, their sleeping patterns, their eating patterns, their behavioral patterns, their emotional states, their circadian rhythm, everything about the human body that can be studied will be studied on this because it has so much data associated with it. It's essentially a time capsule for the world. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You want to see my robots? Dog, that's a great question, and I study that shit all the time. I don't know. I'm doing my best to figure out that question. How about you? What do you know about reptilians? What? Reptilians? Oh, yeah. It's an interesting argument. I've heard a couple arguments for it. Especially, I heard this one really interesting story one time. It was on all kinds of forums, I would say, like 10 years ago. It was just a random day in Westminster Abbey or wherever the fuck she is, Windsor Castle, and she was gonna give some kind of speech in a courtyard or something, and there were all kinds of people there to hear the speech, and all of a sudden, Twitter went down everywhere within like a 5-mile radius of where she was, and then only thereafter there was this downage on Twitter. All these people started tweeting that literally the queen came out like a little old lady and her eyes changed into lizard-like reptilian eyes, and she shape-shifted before our very eyes. And all of us who wanted to tweet it or take pictures of it, we all had some kind of issue with our phones for like 5 minutes, and when it was all said and done, we had no evidence of it. I know, isn't it? And I got another one for you that's kind of similar too. Now, again, I don't know or believe it, but it's really interesting. I mean, I'm sure you find it interesting as well. Okay, so Lemon, here's what else I've heard. Okay, you know the singer Adele? So apparently, I don't know if you remember, but when she came on the scene, it was kind of like out of nowhere. I mean, she was just like this British sensation, and all Americans were supposed to love her and all this other shit. Okay, fine. So she had some fans who won behind the scenes backstage passes to go see her. And they were really, really excited. They were there to go see her before the show, I think. So all these girls, let's say 4 girls go, and this is just their account of what happened. They go to the Adele show, and they go, and Adele's handlers let them into her dressing room. And so it's like these 4 girls and Adele, and Adele's like, all right, well, I really appreciate you guys being here. I love my fans, but you should know there's something that I would really, really want to tell my fans. And they're like, oh, what is it, Adele? Like, we're here for you. Even though we just met, we love you. We'll do anything for you. And Adele's like, all right, well, you promised to keep this a secret? And they're like, yeah, I mean, whatever it is. And she shapeshifted in front of them. And that freaked them out, and they ran out of the door of their favorite artist. Now, I can tell you a flip side story of this. I used to watch all those videos, Lemon, as I'm sure you have, of like people on YouTube where they take pictures of celebrities and they say like, oh, do you see their eyes here? It's like got a double lid, or they have like a reptilian eyeball. And they try to use this as evidence that these people are reptilian. Have you seen these things? Exactly, all that. So do you know who Stephen A. Smith is? Excellent. Okay, so he was included in these videos because he's always on ESPN, and he's like a huge spokesperson for Disney. All right, so they would take pictures of like Stephen A. Smith from like First Cut, First Take, or all his shows, and they would say that he had like these reptilian eyes. Okay, fast forward to me. I'm a managing director of a company, and we in Los Angeles, and we had the opportunity to market our app. I launched an app on the App Store and Google Play, the most successful app for car washing in global history. You press a button on your phone and a car washer comes to you. Can't beat it. It's a beautiful service. And we were getting people to be spokespeople for the application, and one of the people who we were able to sign, or who I was able to sign, was Stephen A. Smith. So I had the opportunity to meet Stephen A. and not just meet him, but we had negotiations and we broke bread together. And I can tell you that from what I saw, I mean, this was like the best example that I had of like a celebrity before my eyes. I couldn't tell if that person was reptilian. I mean, I looked deep into their eyes and I did not see that reptilian look, but not to say that it couldn't be true, but he seemed very, very normal to me. So I've heard this reptilian theory in multiple ways. I've heard it, yes, from people, but then when I had my own opportunity to see if that actually existed, it did not come out to me as obvious. Now, I'm not saying that it can't happen, that stuff can't be kept under wraps. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you, Lemon, and I'm only going to be honest with you. The older and older I get, the more and more I think that there's a hybrid alien race that has, I guess to say, invaded the world, and they're able to do so with like amazing like shape-shifting abilities. Now, again, I'm not someone who, they never taught me this in school or anything. This is all stuff that you learn about on the internet. But when you start to learn like that we may have been visited and that there may be a civilization on Earth that is simultaneously living here alongside humanity, that's a wild, wild thing. And then on top of that, when you get into alien abductees, it's wild. Well, that is certainly a theory that is espoused, and I just say, in my opinion, it's too early to tell, but I'm definitely not someone who rejects it. Lemon, how did you find out about this theory? That's okay. Hell yeah. And that's what I saw on YouTube. And the only reason why I gave Stephen A. as the example is because he was in the video that I saw. I recognize that he's not of the stature of the Queen or the King or any of that other stuff. But I can just say that he was someone who was included in one of these videos, and it was the closest that I was able to say that. He's been on ESPN basically nonstop for 20 years. And that's a very difficult thing to do. Exactly. You're 100% right. He is the face of ESPN. If we go to ESPN right now, I'm going to go to ESPN.com. Just randomly. He could be on vacation, but chances are we're going to see this motherfucker's face somewhere on this front page. And if we don't, it's quite a surprise, and it's probably because he's on vacation. I don't see anybody on here, to be honest with you, but just sports people. So they must have their big dogs like on vacation. But I can tell you, if I do this during a normal sports week, like during the NFL season, it's Stephen A, Stephen A, Stephen A, Stephen A. It's like almost like, dude, are you fucking bribing them to be on the fucking front page? They hate everyone. They literally, the heads at ESPN hate everybody, especially their own talent. Whenever their talent gets at all successful, the talent wants more money. ESPN says no, and the talent then goes to Fox Sports. Yeah, so do you know who Dan Patrick is? Okay, so Dan Patrick was the first one to really have this issue with the House of Mouse and Disney. And so Dan Patrick and Stuart Scott were like the big 1-2 punch for SportsCenter in like the 1990s. You also had like Rich Eisen, Linda Cohn, but the big ones were like Dan Patrick, Stuart Scott. And Dan Patrick also had the Dan Patrick Show on ESPN Radio. There you go, the Dan Patrick Show on ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio. I mean, that's how well I can fucking remember. And he had a falling out with the bosses at ESPN. This is all he wanted. He wanted to continue to do everything the same. He would do he would do all the sports centers. He would do his radio show. The only thing is, he didn't want to have to come into the office to do the radio show. He said, look, we have people here who can hook up this so I can just do it from my basement. I don't want to have to go into work multiple times a day. I just want to be able to stay here in my man cave. And ESPN was like, yeah, have fun with that. So then all of a sudden he was able to get his show on like Fox Sports or CBS Radio and a bunch of other places. But they basically said, okay, fine. You think you're bigger than ESPN? Go do your own thing. The same thing was similar happened with Colin Cowherd. If you know who Colin Cowherd is, he was like the young, fresh look of ESPN for probably like 5 years. And then all of a sudden he got to be pretty big and he wanted more money and they said no. And then he took his show, The Herd, to like CBS Radio. And now he has his own show. So when it comes to those guys and ESPN just realizes that those people don't put people in the seats. The sports do. So who cares who is saying what the clip is? We can have anybody do that. What's important is that we maintain the contracts with the major sporting organizations so that we have basically a virtual monopoly on all of their footage. And if you want to read it, that's great. You're going to read it for the price that we're going to tell you to read it. And if you want to go higher than that, that's fine. There's the door. How'd you find out about me, Lemon, if I may ask? Oh, tight. Yeah, so you would always see me streaming in Aiden Ross's Discord. Very cool. Have you seen my robots on Kick? Oh, wow, you're missing out. Hey, to my friend Benz, you ready to play? Excellent. I'm getting in it right now. Just one moment. So, Lemon, if you're not familiar, I just learned how to play this game on Discord, and it is a ton of fun. It's absolutely a blast. No pun intended. So what is it? It's like Counter-Strike with Minecraft. And if you're like, okay, so how do I play? You go to the chat here. I'm going to log in with an account. And then I'm going to press in the corner. Don't worry, I'm going to mute my microphone in a second. Okay. Rez, do you know, is it possible for us to always be on in the same level?
Yeah, you can click on the name on the right side, and you can click join. It's like clicking on their icon.
Perfect.
The game works up.
Is there a way to crawl?
I don't think so on phones, but there used to be.
Oh, okay. You know all about this shit.
Oh, I see you. Yeah, Ren's.
Oh, tight. You're green?
Yeah.
Fuck with this fucking bitch. Is there friendly fire?
No, there's no friendly fire.
Dude, we're doing well. Going like a SWAT team. Oh, that guy has a pretty good strategy of just jumping all the time. Defeat? How the fuck did we lose that?
You came in the game late.
I'm sure. Well, we had a really good last 2 minutes.
Then you got more kills than me.
Hell yeah. Boom. Do you know how many? Oh, I just fell off the map. Do you know how many different levels there are?
Maybe like 5.
Okay, so it's limited.
It was running good for that. Make sure you go to extras, and in the marketplace, you can get like 40 free coins. You can do that like every 4 hours.
Oh, great! Like airdrop.
Yeah, so you get those points and tickets, and then when you stack 10 tickets, you get legendaries.
Do you ever use the Zoom?
Sometimes.
Do you ever snipe?
I don't have a snipe. I just have the assault rifle.
Gotcha. Hell yeah. Revenge. Headshot. Fuck yourself. Oh shit, I just jumped off the... I got an assist. Hell yeah. Do you spawn just randomly? Or is it like you're on one side of the map?
To not be pissed off except for when deadly needed. You know what I mean? It's nice.
It's hard. Nice. It's Joey's one of the worst people to get those truth bombs because you in the back of your head, he's right.
Oh, and that's the fucking worst.
And he's not right about it. Like I'm not saying you're right about everything because no one's right about everything. But when we've had a couple of those talks, and during it you hate him. It's just
brutal.
You hate, and I think it's just anybody who you hate. Like it's so.
Like the most. 9 out of 10 men are mad at their dads because they confront us. They're our mirror.
But they're not doing that anymore.
You hate the people. Growing up, I hated my stepdad because he would break my shit. He would break whatever move I made. He was 2 steps ahead of me. You always don't like the people. I grew up around people that in all those years I was fucking up, at the end of the night when I was coming down off the coke, they said, listen, we had a great time and stuff. I got to talk to you. Somebody came and talked to me. They know that this guy, you robbed his house. I don't mean to bring this up, but I didn't want to ruin your night last night. Sleep on the couch. Get up in the morning, and we got to handle this. And they're not telling me what to do. They're not asking me what to do. They're kind of hinting to me what the right thing to do. And I get pissed. And one of the worst conversations I ever had was with Matt Wood. And when he came up to me at the Comedy Works and he goes, why do you come here? Ralphie, 95.
Yeah.
I'm ready to kill my ex-wife. I'm living in a basement. I have no food in the refrigerator. I'm sustaining just to do blow, pay my rent, and pay child support. I'm lifting weights. I'm doing the right thing, but I'm on a fucking roll every night. And I would cancel all the time the open mic. And this guy came up to me and he goes, can I talk to you? He's like, hey man, why do you come down here? Why do you waste your time and their time? He goes, let me be as honest as I can with you. He goes, just being you, you're the funniest out of all these open micers. God forbid you wrote a joke, and God forbid you showed up. Look at your T-shirt. You got a white T-shirt on. You got a white T-shirt on. Dog, my hands were fucking clenching to punch this guy in the mouth. And he goes, I'm not saying nothing bad about you. You're funnier than these guys just being you. And you're throwing it away. I know you're doing blow. I know you don't do it here, but I know you're doing. And this guy just read me the rider. I walked to the bus in Denver, Ralphie, and walked back to beat him up. And when I went back, God let him know to get the fuck out of there. He got out of there. You know where I seen the guy again? Bumped into the guy again in '98 at the Brave Bull in Alhambra. And I followed the guy that used to come out with the hat and go, hi. I like my wife and I like my tits with brown coffee. The guy was like a detective.
Yeah.
Dwight something in the 80s and the 90s.
Dwight Slade?
No, Dwight Slade, the guy's from Portland. That's friends with Hicks. This is a different guy. Dwight something, and I followed him and ripped the room apart. And he was back there with Brian Dunkelman.
Oh.
They had just moved to LA together.
Man.
And he came up to me.
Dos pesos de la muerte.
And I pulled him aside. I go, Matt Wood. And he hugged me. He goes, he goes, I'm really proud of you. You know why? Because of that talk you had with me. And he took me outside. He goes, I was never more scared in my life. But you had to hear it. He goes, me, Todd, and a bunch of comics talked about it. And Todd didn't have the balls to say something. He goes, I thought you were going to punch me in the face. I go, it changed my life. It changed who I am today. I'm in LA because of the fucking words you said to me. As much as I hated them that night, you know, you are, in my eyes, when I talk about headliners of this decade, you're the top guys I learned from. You had no time to slip. And The Godfather, there's a line that every time I hear it, I want to punch myself in the face. And it's the fucking worst line you could ever say. But where I come from, it's true. Women and children can slip. Men don't slip. That's it.
Yeah.
Women and children can make a mistake. Men can't make mistakes. We don't have. I don't have time to make a mistake anymore. I do not have time to do anything. We've got handed the keys to the castle, Ralphie, man.
Yeah.
You and I have been handed the keys to the castle.
Without a doubt.
I haven't had a job in 20 fucking years. That's the reason I never had to answer to somebody. After I went to prison, I didn't like a man kicking my bed and telling me to wake up.
Right.
I haven't had to answer to somebody, or I haven't had to answer to somebody since I was 15, but for a job, to make a living. And somehow it came together. Even when you were in your fucking apartment over there, it always came together. As long as you were out every night,
right?
You were writing every night.
You fucking hustled, right? Every day, work every night.
is it scary when you see like how close it is? Like, so I just did that seminar, and now I'm trying to start doing more of them. And I wasn't even really scared before the first, but now that I'm like, oh, I could see I really enjoy doing it. And now that I could see, not that it's going to be easy, but I can see that but it's possible. Like after you guys do shows and you see that it's possible, and you know that there's a ton of work to put in. Like at least for me, it got scarier.
I'll tell you what your market needs right now, and this guy's a genius at getting the business for you. But I think right now what you're doing, fuck these little comedians. I think if they're going to start a podcast, they're going to start a podcast. They know how to do it.
Okay.
I think your people is like computer people.
Yeah.
Tech people. People who really are uncomfortable. They don't know this world, and they want to learn it from A to Z. Comics know this world. They have friends that are doing this right now. Every comic's doing this right now.
Okay.
It's you're going after pennies when you could go after dollars. It's just going to take you a little work. But when you strike one of those companies, you're going to hit.
Oh, you mean go after companies? Okay.
Go after fucking AT&T and go, how come AT&T doesn't have a podcast every week?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Talking about their services and what's going on with phones and technology
and like answering people's problems
tweets.
and shit. Yeah, they love
That's
it.
where the dough is right now. That's your next move. That's who's at home going right now. There's a board meeting going. We're losing 22% because we're not computer. We're not
savvy. Yeah.
What is going on? Tell us about
Man,
this
look
Twitter.
at fucking Amazon. Amazon today's getting slammed by fucking shit work conditions for people. I mean, they're keeping people working in fucking warehouses over 110 degrees with no breaks. They time everything. They need some fucking counter that shit. I mean, I don't want to buy Amazon now. I mean, but if they would have a podcast that could explain it and tell me, hey, the air conditioning broke. You know, maybe I don't know the full context. Maybe the full context is not being reported. You know, those fucking news agencies is always a fucking by the way. I'd like to hear the other guy's fucking side of this shit. All right? And that's exactly what they need, Lee. I mean, you can fucking kill that shit, dude.
And you know who told me this once? I remember Houston was the hottest comedy thing of all time.
Yeah.
And in the late 90s, it was really booming. And one day I went to do Latino night, and Dane Cook was there. And I go up to Dane. I go, Dane, how was Houston? He goes, man, that's a great club. He goes, you know what? It was too many shows for the money. I got to figure out how to just do one big show there. 5 years later, he was doing theaters.
Yeah.
So my point is, Lee, that, you could go to comedy clubs around the country. There's expenses. And, you know, how expensive is being out there, Ralphie, man?
It's fucking the biggest expenses.
So there's a lot of expenses for the price you were charging. I mean, your thing is a workshop.
Right.
It's 9 to fucking 5 type deal for these people. Like, your thing is a workshop. Your thing isn't just 1 hour. Your thing is a fucking workshop.
Yeah, we did like almost 2 hours and there wasn't enough time.
No, your thing is a workshop. There's 2 parts to yours. They got to go eat lunch and come back and have questions.
Do you think I should just do like rent a room at a hotel? That's what I've been thinking about.
Like fucking yeah.
And do it off days. You can save a lot of money if you do it off days, bro. And you know, if you could and book into it that you can adjust the size of the room. All right, so if you have a big turnout, then they can open it up. If
like
not,
bananas.
keep it small. Boom, like bananas.
Bananas in Jersey.
Yep.
And you could do it. You know, you ever see those commercials for real estate people that come to your town and teach you how to make $1 million?
Yeah, but that's a scam. I don't want to scam anyone.
You're not scamming nobody. I'm just saying it's the same type of thing. Lisa Ayat will be in your area, and then what you could do is maybe do a big one and then do a comedy club. So you get 2 bangs for a buck.
Okay.
I bet Zanies in Nashville would do it, bro.
Yeah, Zanies in Nashville.
There's a ton of comics there that need to be podcasting. And if you had there, I mean, you could do, they put it out to all the comedy clubs in the Southeast and all these comics that come. There's fucking 40 guys in Memphis. There's fucking shit ton in Louisville, Lexington, fucking Knoxville, Chattanooga, Atlanta, Birmingham. Man, all of those guys will come up.
I'd love to do them everywhere, and that was the one thing that I was surprised by. Like the crowd that came out to Toronto wasn't a lot of comics. There were a couple there, but it was mostly other people.
You need right now. There's businesses that really need your services. You have to find a way to reach them and go, listen. You know how long you've been plumbing? 32 years. Not for nothing. If you're making a living doing it, you know a thing or two.
Right.
Get somebody else on there, even if it's for a half hour. The plumbing show. Who gives a fuck? Today didn't fucking Home Improvement. Remember for years?
Oh yeah, man.
He would teach how to tear up a floor What's the difference doing it on a fucking podcast?
No, there is no difference.
What's the difference? People want to hear that. I'll hear it on the radio.
Yeah, and a lot of those guys are fucking funny as shit,
Yeah,
man.
they are, naturally. They just need a co-host, somebody in between.
Yeah, and to steer them. Somebody's got to steer them.
There's got to be a program also, Lee, that you could push these people on to go 1, 2, 3, ABC and do what you did. Call them and go, hey, I'm referring these people.
I did that.
You know, I know you did that, but you have to do it more with more companies now. Now the next one is the people they contacted download it because you're leaving. So they don't know how to fucking download it. So there's got to be a company to teach them how to do that. Now you got to go to them and go, oh, yo, I'm going to send you 18 fucking people $1 a piece every week. Whatever. I'm just saying.
Right.
You just sit on a gold mine.
Lee,
Just you have to point it at the right direction.
Yeah.
You have a
Brother,
great book.
just come to Nashville, okay? I'll set it up. I'll get you a night, okay? I know everybody fucking run out there and support you. Nashville always supports us podcaster comics, okay?
That'd be great.
And dude, and not only that, you don't even have to get a hotel, Lee. You can stay at my house. My house is like 8 blocks away from the club. And it's empty. It's a big fucking house.
There's food in the freezer.
Fuck
There's
yeah,
chili,
man.
There's fucking everything.
I got everything in there ready to go.
I'd love to.
Yeah, man. Lee, it'd be my pleasure. And I even got my buddy Aaron who'll pick you up from the airport. My car. You can drive my car.
Oh my God, thank you.
People talk to me all the time about starting something. And
yeah.
Especially like on the road that they do this. I had a dentist talk to me about it. I had a shoe guy. But I fucking lost the car.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, in Boston, yeah.
The Boston. I had people are interested in this. They just don't know where to start. It's like, what's his name said in The Sopranos. Everybody wants a cooler. They just don't know where to buy one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
But that's the issue I found when I was building it. It's just, if you Google it, there's 8,000 people telling you 20,000 different ways to build a podcast. So, like, that's what I said at the beginning. Like, this is just the way I did it.
Listen, but here's the fucking thing. Okay, this is me. This is fucking me. Okay. Yes, I bought the fucking Judy Brown workbook.
Right.
And I read about comedy like every other comedy did. But I learned from watching Ralphie May. I learned from watching Bill Burr and Greg Giraldo and Joe Rogan and Ari and Duncan. You learn different things. Okay. Right now, I saw that ad for the people on TV. Hi, we can up your marketing and do this and this and this. That's great. Well, I'll tell you what you got. You got some kid that went to school for marketing. The difference between that kid and you is you're living it. You've seen it. You've seen how our numbers went up, what we did, what works, and what different works in some markets. How many times have you called me and said, wow, we had this guy on who's a celebrity and he's got no hits, and this guy's a plumber and he's got 2,000 fucking hits. I wonder what the fuck happened. We learned not to release a podcast on a Friday.
Right.
But it's a dead fucking thing. We learned not to edit a fucking podcast. These are the things we learned by doing. We used to do a podcast, we used to edit it. We stopped editing it, the numbers went through the fucking roof.
Right.
When they hear you say fuck and yum and fucking Chinese and,
They love
all
that
this
shit.
They love that
You
shit
gotta
because you're
drop a
talking from the
spick, a
fucking
chink,
heart.
and a nig
So
once in a
this is
while.
So this is what you have to tell the people that they're gonna sit there and look at you. If I had any type of business today, flooring and fucking tiles, if I wasn't a snappy guy, I'd have somebody in there, but I'd have them pushing the envelope. Because I want people to say, what the fuck is Ralphie May Flooring talking about?
Right.
Fingers up an asshole. This could not continue. I'm a Christian.
I'm a Christian.
These are the people that push you more. These are the people that are going to go, you own that company? And that's what you're trying to do. That's what you're trying to do online. That is the social whatever. You could go on Facebook and dick around and show people what you had for lunch. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Unless you're eating...
especially because people follow so many people, you really have to stick out.
Yeah, man.
And especially if you have a business.
If you say, you'll get a lot of hits if you took what you had for lunch and it's like Giner. If it's a nice pussy meat, all right, that'll get a lot of hits. All right, but that's the only hit, man. If you're taking a picture of your fucking sandwich, go fuck yourself.
Why don't you tape your workouts? I like going to VMAC for the kettlebells, but when they tape my workouts, it drives me crazy. I do it for them because I like them. But I don't do it for me. I fucking hate that shit. I hate that shit. For me to go to the gym and periscope myself. Listen, I go on the periscope and I do what I do best. And that's smoke reefer for 5 minutes. I don't want to talk to nobody after 5 minutes. Right or wrong. If you're smoking good weed, you smoked the joint, you had your soda, you had your donut. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Pasadena Lena.
I'm putting the
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm putting the stereo on. I'm getting fucking.
That's right, man. I'm fucking YouTube music.
I want to sit here and smoke dope and look at you, scratch your feet.
Yeah, right.
Go to your own house and scratch your feet. Let me sit here and meditate on this fucking hash I just smoked. I'm hearing fucking sirens and shit. That's the point. That's the fucking point of this whole thing, is to get away, and people want to fucking crowd you.
Yeah,
I love
right.
getting high, but I love getting high. I don't trust it anymore. My favorite thing in life was to get high and put fucking speakers on and just go for a fucking walk in the sun. You can't do it no more.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna come up behind you and shoot you in the head, or you don't hear explosions, or fucking,
Man.
you know, ISIS is running through the park, and there you are listening to fucking Prince.
Man, fucking speaking of ISIS, I was down in Irvine. Holy shit. That is the most Arabs I've seen since fucking Kuwait. All right? Holy shit. Dude, these fucking retards, they throw their goddamn carpets out in front of the fucking fountain. It looks like valet parking for Magic Carpets. It's Arabian nights.
Why are you talking about these beautiful
It's
people?
Arabian days. Hey, because it looked blow uppy as fuck out there. That's why. Because those fucking, they're very combustible. That's why.
No.
And I've gotten shot at by those cocksuckers,
That's
Coco.
those people over
I've
there.
been to Iraq.
Not the ones here.
I've been to
The
Iraq.
ones here, they're nice people.
Hey,
I'm telling you.
I don't know they're nice people, Coco,
I trust
because I
them, they're
can't
here.
see, I can't fucking tell their
Listen,
difference. They're walking around with that
Listen,
fucking
I know
hottie
these
or whatever
people-
the fuck
these
that
people are
shit
very
is,
nice.
looking blow uppy like a
Listen,
motherfucker.
I'll tell
Man,
you what.
I'll throw a ham sandwich at them. They'll kill themselves. I saw this
I've
fucking problem.
always had fucking success with people from those communities. I don't know why. And when I was young, you know, I had my.
I like some of them. You know who I really dig, and it's fucking crazy? Iranians. I fucking like Iranians more than I do the Arabs. All right,
I love
fucking
them
way
all.
more.
I love the Iranians. I love the Armenians.
Oh, I like the Armenians too. They're
The
fucking
Armenians don't
crazy.
fuck
And it's
around.
like, hey, comb your shoulder, bro.
I like, at this point in my life, I like
mean,
everybody. I got you.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, listen.
I hate Russians. I'll tell you that.
I don't like
Fuck
fucking
Russians.
Why don't you keep it
Fuck
up?
Russians.
Keep it up. They're gonna drop a grenade. And fucking hit it.
Good.
Russians
Good.
and fucking Arabs.
I hate fucking Russians.
Russians are nice
I've
people.
hated since Russians
So
since
don't-
goddamn '84.
Why you
And when they
insult them,
killed
man?
Swayze and Red Dawn, they
No,
could suck my dick.
no.
And you know what? They killed Apollo Creed too,
Listen,
nigger.
so what?
Don't forget.
Both
you
of them died
slipping.
on the street,
Hey,
too.
go fuck that stuff.
Fuck,
All right,
Patrick
those
Swayze
cocksucking
look-
Russians. They put baby in the corner. Fuck them motherfuckers.
No, I like
I hate those
Russian
cocksuckers.
people. Very
Eat
nice
a dick,
people.
Russians.
They got nice fucking wheat stores. They don't bother nobody. They always give you an extra gram. They know what's going on.
Yeah, the Russians
like them.
here, they're the ones who seeking the great American dream and
That's
taking
it.
over white people and punching them in the face. I'm talking about the cocksucker Russians, okay, that in Russia. Okay, I mean, Lee's probably fucking Russian Jew.
I am, yeah.
Yeah,
He's
he's
a Russian
Ashkenazi like a Nick, man. I love that guy. All right, but that's what it is. That's what it is. Lee's down. Okay, I like
Ashkenazi
Lee.
like a nigga. That's
Yeah,
good.
right. For real, because look at you, Lee. You ain't wearing no sweater in the fucking summer. Okay, you ain't smoking shit, crazy cigarettes. You don't smell like smoked fish. All right, those Jews always smell like fucking fish. Those fucking crazy Russian Jews over there in West Hollywood.
That's all they got.
That's all they got, bro.
Where are they? On Fairfax?
Oh man, I wish they were on Fairfax. They're on Sunset. That's a big place. That club by that urban ramen place. That used to be that. I mean, it's been like 1,000 places. It was right across from Green Tea House where we used to go. Remember, we used to go over there for fucking. It's right across. That's a big Russian hangout, dude. They're all Russian gangsters. All right. One of their girls hit one of our cars, and they came out and said it was our fault, and the car was parked, and nobody was in the fucking car. And they started fucking saying something. And you know me, Coco. I carry a pistol a lot. Okay, I've got a Class 3 weapons license. Okay, and I've got distinction from the FBI. All right, I can carry the fucking thing anywhere. Okay, I can fly with it. All right, and I'll just fucking pull my gun. I just pulled the gun, and the guys backed the fuck off, and we got to exchange information and fucking went and no drama. All right, but they were fucking surrounding my wife. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
I got hit by a Russian lady in a parking lot up here, and she refused to admit it was her.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
she was like 90 years old, so I felt really bad. But she was like, no, that wasn't me. And her car was filled with dents. Just, oh my God.
I got hit too. I got hit by a Russian
Me
chick.
too.
She
On
paid
Stanley.
me. Fuck you, pay me. You
Fuck
gotta
you,
pay
pay
me. I got that one insurance. I don't know who the fuck they are.
Fuck you, pay me, and see you later. Bye. Are you?
It's crazy though. I used to, I always crack jokes, and like I say on stage, I'm not really a racist at all. I'm not whatever, but I say racist remarks for a laugh for myself, at least to keep me the fuck
You're
sane.
insensitive.
Because in the back of my mind, I know they're saying shit about Spicks.
Oh man!
If I'm not around, I know people are talking about Mexicans. I'm not even fucking Mexican. I hear them. I hear people talking about Mexican. They're real views.
Yeah, man.
And I giggle and I don't make a joke, but I fucking
Right.
know now. At least I know how you feel.
Right.
You know, it doesn't bother me. I'm not. Listen, I've never felt. I felt insecure growing up to like being second, like being third tier because I was Cuban. But I never got offended when people said shit to me growing up.
Dude, I was white trash. I was
never really
fucking
got
white
offended at
trash,
all.
and now
I
I'm
never
fat
got
white
offended.
trash. You know?
What are you gonna do? You on what the fuck you
Right,
want?
exactly. Fuck it.
I learned early on if they say that type of shit, just giggle, and I always did.
Oh, they're just
I never
dumb.
had a beef with it. One time I had a beef with it, and I was mad anyway, so he just gave me an excuse. What's up, Lee? Look at you. You're back in coma, fucking.
Hell yeah.
Mama waiting for you tonight?
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she's there.
What you making over there? What's she making
cooking?
for dinner?
I don't know what's for dinner.
She's surprising you?
Yeah, I guess.
What do you think? What do you think it is? What do you bank on?
Probably like a sandwich. I don't know, like a turkey sandwich.
You think
Oh, yeah?
That's what she's making you for dinner?
I don't know.
You know what I
mean?
made my kids for
Fucking
lunch?
turkey sandwich?
I don't know. It should be like 11 o'clock at night.
So
You know,
who
Lee,
gives a
you
fuck?
gotta come to my house for a turkey sandwich. I get Jewish rye, all right, and I put a little Russian dressing on there. I know I hate the Russians, so it's ironic that I like the dressing. All right, and then good ass turkey right there. A little sauerkraut, make a Reuben right there.
I've never
pan fried
tried
and
sauerkraut.
cheese. What? You'd love it,
You've
Lee.
never had
You'd love it.
sauerkraut in
No.
your
You'd
whole life.
love it. Man,
maybe I've
you are
tried
the
it once.
shittiest Jew of all time.
All
You know
time,
that?
all
All
time,
time.
all time.
Yeah.
He's so removed from the rules of
Yeah.
I
being
love how
a Jew
your guidelines for
and
is
the
what food
rules
I've
of,
eaten.
Right.
and the rules of being from Boston. He fell
Did
right
you even
out.
get bar mitzvah?
Yeah.
Okay.
My portion was Noah.
Your what name is Noah?
No, you have a portion. Like every week it's a different story, and my story
Mhm.
was Noah.
Your story is
Yeah,
Noah.
he read part of the scroll.
Who was Noah? He fell in love with a Mexican chick.
No, he's the one that had
Did a
the ark.
podcast.
Yeah, man. No, put all the animals in 2 by 2.
It's just I didn't. I had my mic running.
Sing some of that for us. I know you still remember it.
I don't remember shit.
Don't you bullshit me.
Especially
Those
right now.
Jews drill that